Chapter 100. The Marauder's Map is a map of live spots. Nimbus 2000 Light Wheel 2000. On the eve of the winter vacation, the old does not go, the new does not come, the old does not go, the new does not come, the old does not go, the new does not come. The Nimbus 2000 given to me by Professor McGonagall has been with me for 2 years and has been my best companion on every flight. I admit that I'm lazy, so I'm always used to throwing maintenance questions to the twins for help, but that doesn't stop me from really liking this broom. Nothing is perfect, only the best is the best. I have always believed in this, so even if Malfoy provoked me with Nimbus 2001 last year, I never thought of replacing it with a new broom. Items in the wizarding world are somewhat spiritual, especially magic instruments such as flying brooms, which are only about 30% weaker in precision than wands. My Nimbus 2000 and my partner have always worked together, and I've never let me miss a race. In my mind, it's always been the best broomstick. Human body structure is born unable to fly, and wizards are also human beings, so they are not immune to the world, but humans also yearn to soar in the sky, whether they are muggles or wizards. This is why muggles invent airplanes, wizards have magic carpets or flying brooms, etc. When flying in the air, the only thing you can trust is the tools you carry, especially for wizards. Not to mention traveling, just in flying game competitions like Quidditch, even if there are other partners in the air with you, the only thing that really cooperates from beginning to end is still the broom you ride. Responding to my own strength, coordinating with my own breath, the most important and only partner when flying in the sky. So, compared to Wood, who didn't say anything but I could still feel a bit of resentment that Diggory and I were too close, unintentionally raising Hufflepuff's flying skill level, compared to losing the game and not yet being sure if there's a chance to compete for the championship cup, compared to the Dementor rampaging through the school and how the teachers will settle accounts with the ministry afterward, the reality of my beautiful Nimbus 2000 turning into broken pieces made me feel even more down. Even though I already knew that tangible things eventually disappear, the feeling of that emptiness in my heart was still unpleasant, so that night after losing the match, I was kept for observation by Madame Pomfrey, and when I was half asleep in the hospital wing and the plant's cries for help woke me, I pretended to keep sleeping. After all, that call for help only managed to call me Your Highness once before being forcibly silenced by some dark vine king, so naturally, I went along and treated it as a dream. You should know, having a bad temper isn't a good thing, and if it's necessary to stay alive, that's one thing, but the soil at the school is already fertile enough. There's really no need to hammer every living thing that passes by until it bleeds to make a snack. Plants, above all, should maintain the earth's kind-hearted nature. Always being so fiery and blowing up everything that moves past is really not a good habit. No wonder that Rowdy Willow has lived for hundreds of years and is still in a semi-sapient, half-demon state. The hostility is just too heavy. Therefore, even though I had vaguely sensed that night that it seemed like Xua had whimsically gone to chat with a certain tree about the training methods among plants, I had absolutely no intention of understanding it. Well, even if it's a child of Gaia whom all plants obey, I am still human. The training and communication details among plants are not something I can fully grasp, so it's better not to interfere. You clearly did it on purpose, Hermione said, both annoyed and amused, while casually flipping through *101 underwater exploration taboos she had found on my bedside table. On the afternoon of the second day of my hospitalization, when Ron and the others came to the hospital ward to visit me, they brought news about the only lumpy willow in the school being tortured by some sort of dark magic, with its entire trunk covered in charred whip marks and barely alive, which made Professor Sprout almost heartbroken. They also asked me if I knew what had happened, only to get the bluffing answer I had given above, which immediately earned me the collective disdain of the three of them. How can you say that? Although I can understand all plants' inner voices, it doesn't mean I have the right to meddle in their interactions casually, I said, looking pained as I put down the milk tea I had just sipped. Besides, even if I am Xua's contractor, he is still the king of the plant world. Our contract has no stipulation that he needs to report to me when dealing with his own subjects. And the contracted plants, it seems, have specially evolved into magical spirits, so their tempers are not only strange but they also love to wander. How would I know he would go looking for lumpy willow in the middle of the night to exchange cultivation insights? If you don't believe me, ask Neville. After his evil hand advanced, it often disappears without a trace. Don't drag my evil hand into this. Although Velia doesn't stay with me often nowadays, our spiritual connection has never been broken. Whenever I want to reach her, I just need to call, Neville said, both amused and helpless. And don't mislead me, the Lear has told me that the so-called king among the plants is just a mark of respect for strength, a title with no administrative role. Without your consent, why would Ktua be bothering to chat with Lumpy Willow? And coincidentally, it happened right after your Nimbus 2000 was broken by it. Neville, such a blatant hint of blame really hurts my feelings, I said, placing a hand on my chest, heavy with emotion. Do I really look like the kind of petty person who would take out my anger on an innocent, precious magical willow tree just because my beloved broom accidentally got broken into pieces? You are. The three of them shouted in unison, giving me absolutely no face. The pitiful face I had plastered on for less than 3 seconds met their gaze, and we all laughed together. Even though the whomping willow has a terrible temper, it is still a precious magical tree species with very strict breeding conditions. Just like Ron and the others said, Professor Sprout was indeed very upset about such a rare magical willow being severely harmed by dark magic overnight. That's why she was determined to find out who had hurt the whomping willow. If I hadn't still been lying in the hospital wing under Madame Pomfrey's strict care, Professor Sprout would have almost dragged me to the whomping willow to use my talent to find out who the culprit was. When her request to Madame Pomfrey to let me take a leave and go outside to the lawn with her was denied, I really didn't know whether to laugh at the fact that she actually wanted me, the owner of the culprit, to help, or to be touched that Ron and the others had kept my ability to communicate with all the plants in the school remotely without any barriers such a secret that the teachers hadn't noticed. But no matter what, the four of us were clear that this matter could never be admitted. Only Merlin knows how the herbology professor, who loves plants more than life itself, would deal with the culprit. Anyhow, we didn't want to know, so we tacitly discussed it in the hospital wing, and once we knew the truth, we never brought it up again. Fortunately, Ktua wasn't completely ruthless. Although the whomping willow had lost all its green leaves and was completely charred, looking barely clinging to life the morning after their interaction, after being carefully tended by Professor Sprout all day, it hadn't yet regained the fierce vigor to swing its branches powerfully as before, but at least it finally had the strength to shoo away the careless sparrows resting on its branches. Even more fortunately, I had been in the hospital wing for 5 days, and by the time I was released, it coincided with the periodical exams right before the winter break. Professor Sprout had to prepare test questions and grade papers, so she temporarily didn't have time to make me help with the whomping willow's injuries. Please, let Professor Sprout stay this busy until the holidays. I prayed in my heart. At least after the winter break, she hopefully wouldn't be so fixated on this matter. Harry, you really aren't going to spend Christmas with us? The fireplace in the Gryffindor common room blazed warmly, and during winter it was difficult to snag the coziest spot on the sofa in front of it. However, since it was the last night before the holidays, most students had already worn themselves out playing during the day and had gone back to their dorms to pack or rest. Only a few, like me, chose to stay at school and linger comfortably in the common room reading or playing cards and chess. Of course, there were also a few, like Neville, who wanted to chat a bit more with friends before going home. But most of those few had retreated to other corners, leaving just Neville and me openly occupying the most comfortable long sofa in front of the fire. Although it was a bit strange that the other students who stayed in the common room preferred cooler spots rather than warming themselves by the fire, I didn't feel the need to seek out the bustle and was quite happy to enjoy the quiet. A cup of warm milk, a plate of gingerbread, the cozy fire, and a good book. What a comfortable little haven this was. If only I could be free from someone's relentless nagging, it would be even better. Neville frowned at me, his eyes full of hope that I would change my mind. You know, all of our families would be very happy to have you there. I have no doubt of that, Neville, but Christmas is a time for family. I know you all consider me like a brother, and I feel the same about you. I interrupted Neville as he was about to speak, adding, but I've already taken up a lot of your time normally, and since it's a rare holiday, I believe your family would much rather be with you than me. But this time even Ron and his siblings and Ginny, and Hermione and Luna, they'll all be going home, leaving only you at school. I'm not alone. There are still many teachers staying at school, and some younger students as well as students from other houses are here. Plus, with ghosts and the armor suits and such, Christmas at school is quite lively. We've already discussed this many times, and our forms for staying at school were submitted long ago. There's no way to change them now. I patted Neville's arm, who still looked unwilling, and in a voice only the two of us could hear, I lowered my tone and said, besides, you should know my current situation. Professor Dumbledore wouldn't feel comfortable letting me leave school for the holidays. Staying at school would be safer than going to any of your homes, and it won't cause the Eras to have to monitor and bother you all. We're not afraid of trouble, Neville muttered, and since I've known you, I've been through bigger troubles already, so I've accepted my fate. I suppressed a twisted smirk and nudged him off the sofa next to me. All right, enough talking. Go back to your room and pack your things. The train leaves early tomorrow morning, and it won't wait if you're late. Maybe that's not so bad, Neville sighed and got up. We can officially stay at school. Yes, and then Grandma Longbottom can officially send you growling letters too. I noticed Neville stiffened slightly and couldn't help but laugh. If such a spectacular performance can kick off the winter break celebrations, I'd be delighted for you to stay and spend Christmas with me, dear Neville Mom. Oh, shut up. Neville huffed and dropped me, who was laughing cheerfully, then turned and headed toward the stairs to the boys' dormitory entrance. Whatever, you just make sure if the Christmas gift isn't satisfactory, I guarantee we'll be back at school fixing you the second day of the new year. Yes, yes. I leaned against the sofa armrest with my chin supported, laughing lightly, replying casually, it's just about keeping in touch, right? How has Neville also started speaking in that roundabout Slytherin way? Could it be that my subtle influence has affected him? Sending Neville off doesn't mean I get the right to quietly enjoy my reading, at least not when I can hear the familiar footsteps of the Weasley twins approaching from the other side of the common room after Neville left. I knew that my copy of *100 Common Potions and Spell Combinations*, lying open on my lap, probably wouldn't get a page turn anytime soon. Harry and Neville had a fight? George asked, bracing himself on the back of a chair and quick as ever, sliding into the empty seat to my right. Ronnie also quarreled with Hermione. Has Gryffindor's Golden Elves decided to split up? Fred joined on my left, or is fighting the new way to celebrate the holidays. Everyone knew that Ron and Hermione had a huge fight in the common room that afternoon, almost reaching a breaking point, all because of that ridiculous incident where they pretended to die to frame Crookshanks, when in fact Scabbers had gone into the Forbidden Forest. I didn't miss his whereabouts thanks to the parasitic spores planted in that fake rat. So I was too lazy to ask who told the twins, who hadn't been seen all day until they showed up at the dinner table in the hall. But where did the nickname Golden Elves come from? Neville and I just had an ordinary little argument. As for Hermione and Ron, I think they just need some time to calm down. After the winter break, I'll talk with them depending on the situation, I said calmly, looking at Fred a little confused. But what is this Golden Elves thing? Golden Elves aren't a thing, George replied, chuckling lightly at my raised eyebrow at his pun. You really don't know what the first and second year students call you too. Let me think. The fire elf must be young Hermione, right? Not only are her grades almost all top-notch, but she also casts fire spells fast and accurately, is excellent at transfiguration, and Professor Flitwick trying to scoop her from Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club has been going on for more than a day or two. Fred rubbed his chin, seriously recalling while gesturing earnestly. The earthy elf is Neville. He's gentle and easy to get along with, and his herbology skills are off the charts. Even Hufflepuff seniors in the Herbology Club come to him for advice. George clicked his tongue and shook his head. The most extreme one, of course, is our little Ronnie. We've been brothers for 13 years, and we had no idea he was so good at water magic. That summer in Egypt was unbearably hot, yet that kid was fine, constantly casting mini water balls on his head as if they were free, while completely forgetting to help us, his brothers, who were practically being baked under the sun. He could even use them as projectiles. Fred reminded him, remember that morning we caught him to spar with us in free fighting, and he lost but still tried a sneak attack. How could we not remember? We were finally able to drink some muggle soda, and he went ahead and smashed the bottle, leaving us each with only a few sips. George grinned mischievously, and he called himself a water elf. Ended up me kicking him into the Nile, and didn't he get chased by a crocodile and almost lose his pants? Do crocodiles even still exist in the Nile these days? And why didn't I hear about them having such a fun adventure over summer? Could it be that Ron felt embarrassed and wouldn't let Neville mention it? As for you, the Wind Elf, your unparalleled flying skills really don't need us to praise you any further, right? Not even those Slytherin snakes dare to critique you. Fred patted my head and winked. Add to that guarding the Philosopher's Stone during your first year and uncovering the mystery of the Slytherin chamber in your second year, the junior students all look up to you for as if you were ancient elves. If it weren't for Professor McGonagall thinking the Golden Elves Club wasn't particularly constructive or educational, Hogwarts' very first campus entertainment newspaper would almost have been launched. Isn't that kind of touching? Touching my foot? What exactly are kids these days thinking about? Spending all that time on star-chasing admiration, can't they put more effort into memorizing a few more useful spells? I thought, my head going hot with sweat. It was Colin Creevy, wasn't it? I rubbed my temples in exasperation. I clearly heard before that the head of the press had already handed over the photography and interview coverage of the Quidditch matches to him. Aren't the news write-ups for the four house teams enough to drain his energy? Dear Harry, George said with an exaggerated mischievous grin, you forgot about my Ginny and Luna, the two little beauties. They are more obsessed with you than anyone else. Damn, I almost forgot that playing with words is Luna's forte. With her backing, plus Ginny's artistic talent, no wonder that little Colin still has the energy to run these secret fangirl activities. Let them be. Anyway, once their enthusiasm burns out after a while, they should give up, right? I didn't even know if I was saying it to the twins or trying to comfort myself. I shook my head. You two didn't come to find me over this trivial matter, did you? Tell me, what made you disappear right after exams and only appear the day before you were taking the train home, even waiting until everyone had cleared out to meet me privately? The twins exchanged a helplessly amused glance across me. You really did forget you have a mail-order shop, didn't you? Fred sighed. Did you forget that the winter break includes Christmas and New Year? The orders under the shop's name nearly exhausted the owls delivering them, and the two of us were making potions and crafting accessories until our hands almost gave out. And you, acting so carefree, just left all the product making, packaging, and shipping to us, while yourself taking the role of the hands-off boss. Sweat. If I hadn't been reminded, I really would have forgotten about our shop. Westerners have a tradition of giving gifts to friends and family at Christmas, a holiday that's full of lucrative opportunities for merchants. My mail-order shop had been doing extremely well since first year, selling skincare products, cosmetics, and jewelry. They weren't exactly cheap, but the high quality and reliability were guaranteed, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the turnover doubled by the second year. As for this year's order and sales situation, well, I didn't really manage it all, did I? Didn't I already give you the design plans and the recipes? I chuckled awkwardly. Besides, I trust your and George's talent in alchemy and potions, and I trust your business savvy even more. Such a small shop in your hands will be like a toy, won't it? Speaking of toys, I remember you've developed quite a few prank items too, haven't you? Did you happen to add them to the product catalog? Whoa. Don't think you can change the subject and expect us to forgive you that easily. George rudely reached out and grabbed both my cheeks, grinning in a sinister, rough way. Hermione's fine, Neville and Ron at least showed their faces in the room of requirement to help a bit, but this little guy here? You barely showed up a few times this term. Fred and I had O.W.L.S. to take care of, plus making all those products for you, it almost killed us. O.W.L.S. to take care of. That's a lie, right? In my memory, you two didn't even bother with N.E.W.T.S. and went around the whole school, pulling pranks on the acting headmaster until they took a leave. But I could only grumble quietly to myself, shrinking pitifully toward Fred, hoping he might take mercy and stop his brother from such a brutal attack on me. However, we do need to talk to you about the prank toys. My prayers worked, and Fred, in a rare good mood, pulled me out of George's hands. Just kidding. He just swapped the culprit who was pinching my face, and besides that, there's a little Christmas gift surprise. We're planning to give it to you personally, ahead of time. A surprise? As long as the things you two hand out turn into a gift and not a scare, that's already impressive. Let's talk business, don't play with my face. I gloomily pulled Fred's hand away. Go ahead, as long as it isn't about dissolving the partnership, even if you plan to take over the entire mail-order shop and be the real owners, fine by me. That generous? I didn't see the twins exchange a glance because I was busy rubbing my cheeks to ease the pain. But actually, we wanted to talk to you about resigning. What? Now, I couldn't care about my still sore face, staring dumbfounded at the twins, who, though smiling, were showing serious determination. Fred and George were not joking, they were actually very serious about quitting my mail-order shop business and production work. I couldn't help but admit that when I first learned the twins wanted to quit, my initial reaction was to wonder if I had really overworked them. After the Chamber of Secrets incident, I practically handed over the shop's operations to them. The twins had strong talent in alchemy, and their business acumen was also impressive. I felt confident leaving the mail-order shop in their hands, and at first, they were happy to take on the challenge. So later, I barely asked questions, gradually reducing my involvement to just providing new product designs and recipe improvements. With this term packed with exhausting courses and multiple hospitalizations due to dementors, I even missed the scheduled meetings to discuss creating new experimental products, completely becoming a hands-off manager. However, after talking with the twins again, I realized I had worried for nothing. Fred and George are still highly interested in researching and making magical items. If possible, they actually want to continue helping me run the shop. By managing the mail-order business with me, not only have they improved considerably in alchemy and potion making from frequently producing items, but it has also strengthened their dream of one day opening their own magical joke shop. My knowledge and talent in alchemy and potions also deeply inspired the twins, pushing them to want to continue furthering their studies while running the shop, so they can eventually independently design creations that surpass my skill level. And Dumbledore has privately given them an opportunity, a chance for the twins, fascinated with alchemy, to pursue deeper learning. Nicholas Flamel, the wizard who is over 600 years old, actually agreed to take Fred and George as apprentices. I can't even describe how shocked I was when I first heard this. I mean, I fully understand the twins' potential and talent for developing magical objects, but the most famous alchemist in history, whose reputation even spread to the Muggle world as a legendary figure, the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, is actually going to take the twins as his final disciples. Even a pie falling from the sky wouldn't happen like this, right? Although I knew that Nicholas Flamel and Dumbledore were kind of an odd couple, and ever since last year when Dumbledore found out that the twins and I were tinkering with magical ornaments, there were more people getting after-school tutoring. Besides me, the twins were included as well, but I never expected that the teacher in charge of the twins' after-school tutoring would be that person. This is really, we didn't know either that the tutor Dumbledore found for us from outside the school would be Nicholas Flamel. George rubbed his nose and chuckled awkwardly. We actually thought it was just some drunk who only knew how to brag, because no matter what magical ornaments you or we made, he criticized them to pieces. Of course, with my half-baked magical ornaments that I figured out on my own, even an ordinary alchemist would probably treat them as toys. Let alone a master alchemist who's lived for over 6 centuries. That's basically like showboating in front of Guan Yu with a big sword, and the fact that he actually bothered criticizing them at all was already giving us a lot of face. He was really harsh, so at first George and I didn't like him much, and we used some stuff we made ourselves. Fred, talking about their early experiences in class, looked a little weird. Anyway, the result was that it didn't work, and he confiscated it right away, improved it on the spot with methods we had never seen before, and threw it back at us, and even arrogantly said that unless we could immediately figure out how to undo the prank he put back after improving it, we wouldn't even get to know his name, and we were forbidden to tell anyone about what we were learning from him in alchemy. A very weird image flashed through my mind, the twins being knocked down by some shabby old man drinking from a bottle, then him laughing uproariously while stepping on their butts. So creepy. Gave me shivers. Anyway, we finally managed to do it in the end. George gestured, but there was no sense of joy from success, just a grim, almost painful feeling. It took us several months, and before that, the way we got turned around by him. Luckily we finally managed to make him pay back a little and vent his frustration, otherwise I might have seriously thought about killing him. Fortunately, we didn't actually murder him. Fred sighed, Dumbledore's friend, and he is also an old monster over 600 years old. I can't even imagine how he would put us to death if we didn't succeed in the murder. I looked at the yin energy and ghost fire that had begun to emerge from the twins, even close to materialization, and suddenly I didn't know if I should congratulate them. So, I asked cautiously, don't you want to be Nicholas Flamel's apprentice? The ghost thinks. The tacit ensemble of twins, and it is also absolute disgust. But, that bastard, he actually looks down on us, George said hatefully, clenching his fists. He actually insulted us in that way. It's just an old immortal who has lived a few more years. IXX his family's XX. I listened to George stealing the essence of Woods, greeting Slytherin players' family women, and I really didn't know what to say. Since he hates Nicholas Flamel so much, why did he agree to be someone else's apprentice? Because the dead old man not only looked down on our strength and ability, but also shadowed us. In short, this matter is related to the face of a man and the dignity of the alchemist, and we have to bring down that dead drunkard and use the identity of an alchemist. Fred also had a dark face and a gloomy look in his eyes, and as his disciple would be the biggest blow to him, so George and I decided that we must let the old drunkard have a place outside the sky. Well, although I still don't know what Nicholas Flamel did to the twins, but at least I am sure that these two are apprentices who are determined to become master alchemists, although I have a little doubt that according to their momentum, there may be a bloody case of murder one day, but since it is the old fox's old friend, and the old spirit who invented and held the magic stone and has lived safely for more than 600 years, then it shouldn't degenerate to the point of being murdered by two little kids who are less than 1/20th of their own age. Maybe what I should really be worried about is that if Nicholas Flamel really is, as the twins described, a mischievous old man even scarier than Headmaster Fox, wouldn't he take the twins' current talent, just pranking the school and at most threatening society, and skip straight past the level of troubling nations to become a menace to the world? I forcefully shook this chilling thought out of my head. In any case, being recognized by the greatest alchemist in history as a closed-door disciple means the twins really have exceptional talent in this regard, and holding the title of apprentice to this alchemist also means the twins have a wide future path ahead. Mrs. Weasley, at that time, wouldn't insist that the twins have to go into the ministry or work at Gringotts, roles seen by others as elite jobs either way, so this is actually a good thing, right? It's just that I don't know why Nicholas Flamel insisted on seeing the twins' OWL scores before deciding whether to formally take them on. In any case, it's because of this that the twins resolved to do well on the O.W.L.S, so my two best manufacturing and sales managers from the mail order shop were quietly poached. With my schedule already packed, how could I still have the energy to run the mail order shop? After thinking it over and over, I decided to close the business. After all, the original intention of starting the mail order shop was just to make money. Magical research is really expensive, and besides, the secret organization I hope to set up later to train talent will need funding too, and using the inheritance my parents left me before I came of age would draw too much attention, and after the Chamber of Secrets incident, I unexpectedly discovered the astounding wealth left by Slytherin. Now, I have no financial worries at all, and the mail order shop naturally became non-essential, so closing it really isn't such a loss, except that I feel a bit guilty toward Ron and the others who put a lot of effort into the shop. They won't have extra pocket money to earn anymore. But I'll wait until after the holidays to discuss this with Ron and the others. Right now, what I need to consider more is how to create an opportunity to use the Marauders map the twins gave me, which I just got, to expose the identity of that fake rat, that damn Peter Pettigrew. He sure knows how to pick his escape timing, and it's just that the full moon is coming up, and Remus is too weak and has to stay in the office. Who can I get to be a witness? Headmaster Dumbledore. That old fox is said to have gone to the Ministry of Magic to demand the removal of Dementors. He went to London before the exams and hasn't come back yet, and there's no telling when he will appear. Professor Snape, with his hatred for the Marauders, even if he knew the truth, he would probably just crush Pettigrew immediately. Serious innocence is not something he would consider at all. As for the other teachers, just explaining the background and consequences would be a huge task. How could I possibly expect their smooth cooperation? Damn it. Do I really have to wait until Dumbledore returns or Remus regains his strength after school starts? Patience is a virtue, patience is a virtue, patience is a virtue. Late at night, when everyone was asleep, I finally left the cozy sofa by the fireplace in the common room and returned to the dormitory. Lying in the comfortable four-poster bed, staring at the Marauders map, where I had instructed the Hogwarts forest plants to secretly form a maze to confuse the sense of direction and ultimately force the mark of Peter Pettigrew to give up escaping the school and hide in Hagrid's hut, I kept reminding myself that I had already endured that fake rat sleeping in my dorm for over 2 years. It wouldn't hurt to endure one more winter break. The closer I get to my goal, the more careful I need to be not to make a mistake. Impatience is forbidden. Serious chance to walk in the sunlight again depends on this one move. I absolutely cannot fail. Taking a deep breath to momentarily suppress the restlessness in my chest, I erased the marks on the Marauders map and restored it to a worn-out blank piece of parchment, tucking it under my pillow. I pulled up the blanket, relaxed my body, cleared my mind, and soon drifted into a semi-meditative sleep. Chapter 101. The Three Broomsticks. Hogshead Pub. Galleon. Nut. The Taste of Loneliness. In Hogsmeade, if the Three Broomsticks is a spacious, lively, clean, and warm bright pub, the Hogshead is a completely opposite kind of pub. You can't call it narrow, but no one would deny that it is the smallest shop in Hogsmeade. Each window pane was fogged over, clearly the product of dust mixed with moisture over time. Sunlight during the day could hardly penetrate inside, let alone reach the obvious years of grime piled on the window frames and sills, as thick as the dust on the stone floor. The dim space relied entirely on a few nearly burnt-out candles on the rough wooden tables for light, and those candles were certainly low quality. Sitting at those candlelit tables, the strange sulphurous smell from the burning candles mixed with the persistent strong odor of mutton in the air was outright nauseating. As for the stairs leading upstairs, I had never set foot there, but it was probably some sort of guest room. I didn't plan to go up for a visit or to stay overnight. Just the unique arrangement of the first floor alone left a deep impression on me, and whether the upper floor was really suitable for human habitation, this slightly fastidious doctor of mine had zero interest in testing it, and had no opportunity to do so either. Clang, clang, crash, bang. With about a dozen empty bottles of fire whiskey falling, also hitting the floor was a man whose face was half wrapped in a dusty bandage and who wore a tattered tea-colored cloak. I glanced indifferently at the drunk man on the floor and tapped twice with my right index finger on the bar. An old, heavy coin pouch shot out from under his cloak and landed by the side of the tall, thin, grey-haired bartender whose long hair and thick beard covered most of his face. He was struggling to clean a silver goblet that seemed to get dirtier the more he wiped. "Another cup of fire whiskey," I said lazily, putting down the glass I had just finished and pushing it toward the bartender, while casually scanning the few oddly dressed patrons in the shop. Good, it seems after a week of picking up and downing drinks with me, knocking out at least 20 people here and there, everyone who comes in finally knows not to bother me. Feeling that the people were pretending to ignore me but dared not approach, I withdrew my gaze with satisfaction. However, my slight sense of relief soured when I saw that the bartender, upon setting the glass down, had thrown 2 cans of butterbeer in front of me. I pouted in dissatisfaction. I said, "I want fire whiskey," I said in an annoyed tone. "Are you hard of hearing, you old goat? Children shouldn't drink, you should snicker if you have butterbeer to drink." The bartender picked up the goblet and continued to wipe it. His tone was darker than mine. "Don't call me old goat. I'm the boss. I'm not your employee, who wants to call you boss." I snorted, picked up an empty wine glass and started knocking on the bar. "I am a little short for you Westerners, but treating me as a child is a bit too much. Have you ever seen a child with such a good amount of alcohol? I want a whiskey. Give me a fiery whiskey. Old goat, don't you understand people's words? Don't call me an old goat." The bartender grabbed the silver wine glass that I had knocked on slightly deformed and roared, "Wearing a mask doesn't mean you can hide your age, stinky brat. Give me a butterbeer or get out of my shop. What if I want to call you an old goat? Who calls you and doesn't say what your name is?" I didn't want to yell back, "And the customer is God. This is the concept that everyone who opens a store should have, okay? Butterbeer is as light as water, and the wizard who invented this thing is embarrassed to call it beer. It's almost like calling it soda. Forget it. I also want to burn whiskey, or blizzard brandy, anyway. Only these wines here can barely compare to the concentration of my jade ice roast. Anyway, I want to drink tilde. I want to drink. I want to drink. I want to drink. I want to drink tilde. It's a noisy fight. I was only halfway through lying on the bar, when I felt an invisible drag from behind, and threw me out of my seat and out of the store. After rolling a few laps on the snow, I shivered because I was covered with snow, and my drunken mind finally cleared up, but the anger also rose. "Damn, you actually lost me?" I jumped up from the snow and yelled at the old bartender who had already walked to the door of the store. "Old goat, you are too much. He took my money and didn't give me wine and threw me out, a bastard with no professional ethics. Bandit dash. This is my shop. In my shop, I am God. I love to sell however I want to drive out. It's my freedom, stinky brat." The old bartender roared back with no weaker momentum than me. "And the wine you drank was paid by the person who asked you to fight for the wine, and you didn't pay half a dime at all from beginning to end. Those who are less than him are talking nonsense here. I don't accept underage drunks here. Get out of here." I stared hatefully at the hogshead door that slammed in front of me. "That stinky old goat. Why don't you sell alcohol to minors? It's clear that you want to monopolize the money from those guys who were finally put down after fighting with me. Do you think I don't know?" The wand in my right sleeve slid into my palm and headed towards Hogshead, the only place that looked new and sturdy in the entire store, the entrance door that was currently closed. Boom! I blown the door into pieces of wood and put away my wand, turned around and carried my light skills and left. I can't do it without flashing people, because the old goat had already chased out on the dust of the explosion. F***K. You bastard kid who killed her today. This is the 4th door this week. The roar of the old goat bartender not only startled the winter birds in the trees next to it, but probably spread throughout Hogsmeade. Next time you dare to step into my store, I will definitely kill you. You have yelled at similar words more than a dozen times. Who believes you? I curled my lips and didn't take it to heart until I ran into a dimly lit dead alley to slow down. He lightly stepped over the fence with his toes, walked out of the path separated by the two houses behind the wall, and stepped directly onto the main road with few passers-by. Of course, there will be no passers-by now, although there are still a few hours before the Dementor will come out on patrol at night, but not many people will have the leisure to go for a walk in the dark afternoon when it has started to snow, let alone the holiday that is close to Christmas, except for those who have to come out to buy goods, and there are also church wizards who sing hymns in droves. When I generously passed by, the choir leader and old wizard, who nodded and smiled in greeting while tipping his hat to me, returned the gesture, though I've never really understood the faith of wizards, and frankly, I'm too lazy to understand it. In my previous life, although my family wasn't exactly atheist, we had no real faith. My grandfather even told me plainly that he didn't believe in anyone but himself. As for me, after pulling a trick on the creator god, I would much rather praise Satan of hell than believe in that guy. So why wizards treat Merlin as the god of wizards while simultaneously celebrating the birth of the Son of God is something I really can't comprehend, but I'm also too lazy to get tangled up in studying these strange, contradictory religious customs. Since coming to the magical world, I've gotten used to the idea that many things here that aren't normal are actually considered normal. Obsessing over certain things only makes you miserable without any benefit. Lazily yawning, I looked up at the sky and decided that before returning to the castle, I would go to the herb shop and the apothecary to stock up on materials, and also see if there were any new ingredients in stock. Since the start of the semester, most of my private research time has been spent trying to decipher the unforgivable curses, so outside of classes and club activities, I have hardly done any potion making. The potions I usually carry with me are nearly used up anyway. Recently, I've hit a bottleneck in my spell research, and after getting the Marauder's map, the restlessness makes it hard for me to concentrate. It's better to brew some potions to vent and change my mood. After all, I've been drowning my sorrows in alcohol for a week, so it's about time to pick myself up again. Yes, drinking my sorrows away. I only now realize that I am such a person who cannot stand being lonely. Come to think of it, feeling lonely doesn't seem all that strange. In my previous life, during holidays and festivals, how often was there not family commotion, or outings with my best friends or boyfriend to celebrate? Even in this current life, reborn in another dimension, the Gieslays never let me join them for holiday celebrations, locking me in the cupboard, yet I could still feel the blessing of the holidays. After arriving at Hogwarts, in the first 2 years, even during holidays, Ron and the others were there with me. I had no idea that waking up in the morning to an empty room would feel so unbearably lonely. Really, I've been spoiled by that warmth, whether awkward or frank. I can't help but smile bitterly, thinking that the path of practice I will take in the future is actually quite similar to the cultivation in Eastern legends, lonely and long. And now, before I've even truly stepped across that threshold, I already feel a faint sense of melancholy. If in the future I really reach a point where I see my friends and family grow old and die one by one while I remain youthful and immortal, will I truly be able to endure and face it? Even though I already know that as long as the soul exists, it's not truly annihilated, and reincarnation is just a blink of an eye. I reached out and tapped my own head to shake off these heavy thoughts. Honestly, I really am the sort who can't sit still. Just a few days of letting my mind rest and having a little drink, and here I am again letting my imagination run wild. Worrying about the future before overcoming the present challenge is like a baby who hasn't yet learned to crawl trying to run. It's wishful thinking. Anyway, those things are far, far in the future. Besides, I won't be alone in my practice. That Fulksua is already like an extension of myself, sharing in both glory and misfortune. No matter whether we can ever truly reach a stage where we have the power to challenge the Creator, at least I will never be alone. It's just that, thinking of that Fulksua, I really have no idea what he's been busy with lately. Ever since he was discharged after losing the Quidditch match, the one who used to sneak over late at night to disappear and appear on my bed to cuddle with me, hasn't just suddenly gone missing. He's so distracted that even when I try to reach him through mental messaging, I have to wait a long time for his absent-minded reply. When I ask what he's doing, he hesitates and stammers. If it weren't for our shared soul, I could tell that he's not doing anything dangerous, even if he doesn't want to say. I really want to force him to tell me what's going on, but, since he swore up and down that he's definitely not getting into any mischief like arson or robbery, just that he's laying out some things which take time and effort and will tell me the truth once it's done, I decided to leave him be. Anyway, ever since the last time Malfoy Manor was burned down, I gave that kid a pretty big lesson. He probably won't dare to act recklessly for a while, and regarding the plans I made to deal with Voldemort, I also told him some of the general direction. With Tua inheriting Tom Riddle's memory, wisdom, and power, analyzing stakes is relatively simple, and he should act with some measure in the future, hopefully. I remember a week ago, Tua suddenly showed up in the empty dormitory while all the roommates had gone home for the holidays. He clung to me the entire day, playing chess, cards, and crossword puzzles, and didn't tell me he was leaving until evening. More accurately, he was cutting off contact for a while. The earliest he might be back would be after 3 months. 3 months. I grabbed Tua by the collar in dissatisfaction. 3 months is enough time to visit all the famous spots in England. Tell me clearly, what big thing are you planning that requires 3 months? Anyway, it's not a bad thing. Tua wrapped his arms around my waist as I squinted, pulling me into his hug. Well, it's not exactly a good thing, and it's a bit troublesome. But I won't do anything to put your highness in a difficult position. Once I've finished, I'll come back immediately to tell you. Don't you trust me? I just trust you too much, that's why I let you have the chance to burn down the Malfoy house before. I pushed the kid away a little, looking seriously into his eyes. Could it be dangerous? A trace of softness flashed in his crystal green eyes. No. That probably means it's not life-threatening, right? This kid, if it weren't for sharing a soul with him, not looking into his eyes and asking questions, it would be easy to get fooled. Although we are temporarily severing the mind connection, my main body is still within your highness, so nothing will happen. Tua held me tighter. But please, your highness, you must be careful. During my absence, do not act recklessly. Reestablishing the mind connection after cutting it off will take some time. I'm worried. I haven't even started talking about you, and yet you're already nagging. With so many teachers still in the school castle, what could possibly happen? I said with a pout, displeased, while gently holding him back. When you come back, you have to explain exactly what you were doing, all right? I really don't want to find out only at the last minute that you've gotten yourself into some trouble. Cleaning up after whatever you did also takes time. Tua chuckled and rubbed against the top of my head. Don't worry, there won't be any trouble this time. He rubbed against my head happily. Once it's done, there'll be an even bigger surprise. You just wait for my good news, your highness. A surprise. If it doesn't turn into a scare, I'd be grateful. I rolled my eyes without comment. Despite my reservations, after Tua's gentle insistence, I agreed to let him be temporarily released. After all, although his inherently dark and sinister nature has worsened due to merging with fragments of the Dark Lord's soul, at least he's no longer completely indifferent to other people's lives like in my previous life. It seems faithfully following Greer's principles for earthly life has some benefits, plus, having agreed with me under 3 rules not to murder proactively, as long as no one dies, whatever bad idea he's plotting shouldn't be unmanageable, hopefully. That will be 23 galleons and 17 nuts, but 23 galleons is fine. The shopkeeper at the herbal store was a young, sweet-looking witch in a grey robe. She wore a professional smile and looked at me as I just came back to my senses. Would you like to take it with you directly, or have us deliver the package to your home? I'll take it directly. I glanced at the numerous potion ingredients on the counter. Considering I still had a space pouch, I didn't want to trouble the owl with delivery. After paying 23 wizarding gold coins, I casually asked, "Can you order more rare ingredients here? Something like Amazonian horned jaw bee stingers. Do you mean the special grade herbs?" "Of course, our shop provides ordering services. We will supply you with the highest quality herbs according to the completeness and freshness of the ingredients you specify. Of course, the price will be a bit higher." The grey-robed witch skillfully packed the materials I bought into a paper bag as she explained, "If you want to place an order, please go to the window on the right side of the counter. On the small table there is a dedicated order form. Please fill in your requirements and sign your name and address. Our boss will respond to your request and provide a quote within 3 days via OWL." After thinking it over, I went to the small table and wrote down a few types of materials. I've been wandering around Hogsmeade these past few days, and I had used up quite a bit of the age-enhancing potions I had before. I might as well buy some ingredients to make a few more bottles during this holiday for stock, and at the same time, figure out how to deal with the issue of hair growth after drinking the age-enhancing potion. I glanced at the braid hanging from my shoulder down to my waist and thought, this long hair really is quite heavy, although it's not so cumbersome that it would hinder me in a fight, it's just not inconvenient to move. So, Mr. White, isn't it? The grey-robed witch looked at the order form I handed her and noticed that the signature field had only a single word, so she asked. I nodded, taking the large paper bag she handed me along with a densely written parchment. I will forward the order to the boss and ask him to reply to you as soon as possible. Here is also a list of some high-grade ingredients we recently stocked and their prices. You might find it interesting to take a look. Thank you for visiting and Merry Christmas. Thank you, and Merry Christmas to you too. I smiled at the grey-robed witch, held the paper bag, and turned toward the store's door, casually perusing the handwritten DM from the herb shop. These days, even witches are affected by the economic downturn, so they are putting out discount flyers. Unfortunately, the design is really not that appealing. I thought to myself with some amusement while checking the discounted prices listed to see which items I could have Hedwig order for me in a few days. Probably because my mind was still a bit foggy from drinking, and I was looking down at the DM considering the quantities and prices of the ingredients, I completely ignored the sudden pause of a tall wizard who was entering the shop and glanced at me casually but harmlessly as we passed by. I just kept walking toward the herb shop. The herb shop and the apothecary are a short distance apart, and I deliberately took a slightly roundabout, deserted little path, a good chance to stuff the paper bag I was carrying into my space pouch. Although this thing isn't considered rare in the wizarding world, it's common knowledge that the smaller the storage space device looks, the more valuable it is. I definitely didn't want to draw attention, though, over the past 6 months, 2 Eastern wizards wearing masks all the time have been coming in and out of Hogsmeade so often that many locals have already noticed and become curious. So it took me nearly 10 extra minutes to reach the herb shop. In a place full of flowers and plants like this, every time I get close, I first hear a lot of noisy, excited greetings from the plants, and the ones used to responding to greetings usually circle around and look everywhere. The time I spend in the herb shop usually takes up the longest portion of my shopping trips. However, this time I didn't buy any plants or seeds, but instead chose 8 different types of soil and several sample packs of special fertilizers. Among the ancient seeds discovered in the chamber, a few had planting periods that just happened to be around this time. I decided to plant a few and see how they sprout. After that, I'd hand them over to Neville. As for the nearly extinct, ancient rare plants, I'd let Neville transfer them to Professor Sprout to care for and research, which should keep that enthusiastic herb-loving witch temporarily distracted from the incident with the whomping willow, focusing most of her attention on this instead. Just need to come up with an excuse to explain the origin of these seeds. Just as I was absent-mindedly paying for the soil and fertilizer, holding a large craft paper bag big enough to block half of my front view, and walking out of the store, pondering how to make the origin story of the ancient rare plant sound reasonable, I was suddenly grabbed on my left arm by a strong palm and forcefully pushed against the wall as I just turned into the alley the way I came. Not caring that several parcels had rolled out of the bag onto the ground, my wand had already flashed out from the hidden pocket in my right sleeve and pressed against the neck of the man who attacked me. But as soon as I saw who it was, I was so startled that I almost used disillusionment charm to disappear immediately if he hadn't still been holding tightly onto my arm. "Put away your wand for me, Mr. White." The familiar silky voice revealed an absolutely repressed fury, and Professor Snape gritted his teeth and stared at me fiercely. "If you don't want me to call your real name here, you'd better have a very good reason to explain why you're dressed this way, and damn here." I'm meowing. Hogsmeade is obviously so big, why does this potions professor, who usually rarely leaves school or even leaves the cellar unless necessary, appear here at this time? Chapter 102, An Eventful Christmas Holiday. The door of 3 broomsticks was knocked open by someone's angry demon power. If it weren't for the wrong timing, I would probably lament that the faked here is not as strong as Hogshead. Look at other people's doors are not only simple and generous, but also okay to bump into them like this, and the old goat shop door only had 2 small wind blades, which was enough to make him die without a complete corpse. The old bartender was not only greedy for money, but also very stingy, and even the new door didn't choose much wood. Even the most lively and noisy storefronts will immediately become quiet when encountering this kind of opening method similar to smashing the store, not to mention the bars that are a bit deserted because it coincides with the holidays. There is no doubt that Professor Snape, who is the door banger, and of course, myself who dragged him all the way into the door, has become the object of attention of the whole bar. However, Professor Snape, who was angry, obviously didn't notice how arrogant his behavior was, and strode directly to the back of the counter, still staring at us blankly, wearing a low-cut and close-fitting outfit in front of the gorgeous witch who outlined a hot-made costume. A guest room, concise and powerful, Professor Snape said with an angry expression. The witch's big golden eyes blinked, and she came back to her senses and looked at Professor Snape and then at me with an expressionless face. In fact, it should be said that I couldn't see the expression when I was wearing a mask, and there was not only surprise but also curiosity in my eyes that could not be mistaken. Oh, naturally. Well, I mean, a shallow smile appeared on the witch's delicate face, adding more charm. What kind of room do you want? Meeting guests? Or can you rest? Rosmatar. Okay, it's just a little joke, don't be so fierce. The witch called Rosmatar pursed her lips slightly, her naturally faint innocence was pitiable at first glance. Unfortunately, the master who was gripping my wrist seemed to have no sense of chivalry, and I could only feel the oppressive magic emanating from him. However, the witch appeared to be accustomed to Professor Snape's attitude, and she fished a brass key from under the counter. The second room on the right on the third floor, peaceful and absolutely quiet, no one will disturb you. Before the witch could finish, the key in her hand was snatched away by a certain someone with fiery speed, and she then strutted up the nearby stairs with me in tow. Dear Severus, you have to be gentle, the little beauty is still a child, being too fierce will scare her away. Dear Severus, little beauty. I staggered a bit, both from the names and descriptions the witch used and from Professor Snape's strong pull and the laughter downstairs. I thought the only one in this world who would call a professor dear without being cursed would be that old and resilient fox of a headmaster. I hadn't expected there to be another formidable person here, but little beauty. What are her eyes made of? She still can tell if my face is round or flat, even with this mask on? But before I could continue overthinking, Professor Snape had dragged me all the way up to the guest rooms on the third floor of the Three Broomsticks. Without even a chance to glance at the room, I was tossed into a compartment, or rather, the washroom. Clean yourself up, and wake your minds a bit. Professor Snape snarled with a dark undertone before slamming the door. I need to know why the great Gryffindor golden boy snuck out of school reeking of alcohol. Potter, you better come up with a sufficient reason before you come out of this door clean, or even 10 Dumbledores won't be able to stop me from kicking you out of Hogwarts. I sat on the cold tiled floor, staring blankly at the wooden door that had been slammed shut in anger for quite a while. Finally, I let out a heavy sigh, slowly unfastened my clothes and mask, and climbed into the empty bath nearby. One of the perks of the magical world was that many things were automatic. After I slid into the large bath, which could easily fit 3 or 4 people, the faucet, engraved with patterns, immediately began pouring in comfortably warm spring water with a faint sulfur scent. However, I had no mood to appreciate this washroom or the luxury of the bathroom because ever since Professor Snape caught me, I had been feeling somewhat self-destructive. The way I was dressed now was almost identical to the image on the card I had given Professor Snape during Valentine's Day. I had thought that, since it was vacation and there were no students wandering around Hogsmeade, I could boldly walk around outside. I assumed that if I ran into a professor, I could immediately vanish and reappear elsewhere. Who would have thought that the one to catch me would be Professor Snape, the one person I least wanted to see me dressed like a 16 or 17-year-old boy. Worse, he was still holding my hand. I couldn't very well knock him out and run back to school pretending nothing happened. Besides, no one could provide an alibi for me. Not sure if it was the after effects of drinking, I rubbed my temples, leaned against the edge of the bath, and submerged everything below my mouth in the water. Really, when you're unlucky, even drinking water seems to get stuck in your teeth. Since everyone else was on vacation, allowing freedom or such, and my private study of unforgivable curses had hit a temporary dead end without opportunities to catch any rats, I had been feeling extremely frustrated. I had intended to continue practicing the Patronus charm, not with actual spells, but reviewing the basic principles was still useful. A solid foundation can never be complained about, or so I thought, but in the repetitive, monotonous practice, I gradually realized an issue I had previously overlooked. The power of the Patronus charm lies in its resonance with the mind. One reason the Patronus charm is classified as one of the most advanced protective spells is that its activation relies not only on magical energy but also on the power of the mind, a force even the most skilled wizards cannot fully master. It is the deepest, most chaotic force within the soul. Only the strongest and most resolute thoughts or emotions can activate it even slightly, such as hatred, fear, or love. The protective magic my mother left on me belongs to the last type, one that, at the cost of life, curses all spirits that try to harm me. The casting of the Patronus charm is quite similar, of course. It doesn't require paying such a huge price, but positive and bright emotions like joy and happiness are absolutely necessary as a foundation. The deeper one's understanding of happiness and joy, the better control and stronger the power of the Patronus will be. Defensive spells are almost always created for protection, so the deeper one's understanding of light magic, the better and faster one can control it. If I were the Harry in the memories, despite the influence of the fragment of the Dark Lord's soul, that pure integrity and longing for the light, combined with the powerful magical talent inherited from my parents, meant that mastering the essence of the Patronus charm by the 3rd year would sound flashy and impressive to outsiders, but also perfectly natural. The problem is, I am not that inherently upright and purely good Harry. I, coming from another world, though my soul and heart are not corrupted to a bloody degree, also do not have a strong attachment to the light. The only advantage is that the Dark Lord soul fragment in me has already been absorbed and dissolved by Xua. Combined with the memory reincarnation and having mistakenly drunk the soul-purifying potion once before, my soul became denser and purer than most, and it's easier to feel and channel the power of the mind, the most mysterious primal force hidden in the soul. Even if only a little of it can be used, it is still absolutely powerful and astonishing compared to the vast majority of wizards. It sounds good, but in practice, it's more like a visible but untouchable chicken rib. The primal force of the soul is powerful, but once used even slightly, the accompanying mana consumption is enormous. In other words, it also requires strong magic to sustain its expenditure, otherwise one would have to wait to exhaust their life or have their soul dissipate. Although my mana was previously sealed by the divine contract, my own talent together with frenzied practice has now brought me to a level comparable to adult wizards. Theoretically, my mana is sufficient to support the spiritual energy that the Patronus charm would consume, but the problem lies in one crucial point. Using the power of the mind requires strong will or emotion. The reason that Harry in my memory was able to successfully summon a fully-formed Patronus of his own form was precisely because of his pure goodness, his desire to protect his friends, to protect his godfather, combined with his filial love and longing for his parents, as well as his self-understanding and self-belief. All of these interwoven together allowed him to find a unique existence in his heart, truly becoming his father's pride and a Patronus identical to his father's form. But what about me? Looking at my 10 long fingers, calloused and worn, I felt a tinge of bitterness and let my entire body sink beneath the water. In terms of talent, I am not inferior to Harry. I even have the plant manipulating powers given by the Creator, the martial arts and medical skills passed down from my grandfather, and the full 27 years of experience from my previous life. I can even proudly say that my starting point and resources are higher than anyone else's. In this world, there is no creature that could possess such power and skill at my age. In terms of will, no one can say that I do not value friends and family. Yes, the Dursleys treated me harshly, almost abusively, but what I truly felt towards them was not resentment as much as a sense of helplessness and sorrow for their inability to understand me. As for Ron, Neville, and Hermione, I admit that sometimes I treated them more like juniors than friends in my mindset, but that did not stop me from liking them. In my previous life, I was so focused on the medical skills taught by my grandfather that I barely had any true confidants. At least the 3 people closest to me, one died, and the other 2, who bore the titles of my best friend and boyfriend, only revealed the truth after having children. How should I put it? In short, coupled with the unusual situation of having a child's body housing an adult soul, I almost gave up all hope for friendship after reincarnation. So, at first, I approached Ron and the others with a deliberately utilitarian closeness, but their childlike innocence, which I had almost completely forgotten, reminded me of the pure, uncalculated and selfless beauty of true friendship. Through their childlike clumsy ways, they tried to care for me sincerely, treating me as someone closer than even those with true blood ties. Once I felt this truthfully, how could I not abandon my initial intentions and respond to them with the same or even deeper sincerity? Not to mention Sirius, who suffered unjustly for our family, and Professor Snape, who gave up his pride to become a double agent for the Sarkei of my mother and has always protected me in secret. But in the end, I am not that purely good and upright Harry. I don't have Harry's integrity, his kindness, or the courage to protect everyone, to walk unhesitatingly toward death even knowing I am being used as a pawn alongside the Dark Lord. I am selfish. I only want to protect the people I care about, only want to take down that madman who killed my family and wants to kill my friends as soon as possible, to give those around me a safe life, so that I can focus on fulfilling my wish to beat the god of creation and then go home to see my family. As for those who have already passed away, I feel sadness and remembrance, but I do not allow myself to indulge in grief. Those who are alive are always more important than the dead. This is what I firmly believe. Because of this, I want to live even more than anyone else, no matter the cost. I must survive, and see with my own eyes the people I care about achieving happiness. And with such selfishness and stubbornness in me, how could I possibly summon a patroness that appears as a sacred stag like my father? The bold, passionate, and fearless lion is a clearly visible trait of the Potter family, while the hidden, persistent protection of friends and loved ones belongs to the gentleness of the Potter lineage. Much like the stag adored by the goddess of the moon, distant, resilient, and unwavering, I admire and understand my ancestors' and father's excellence, but that doesn't mean I've truly inherited those traits. The marks left by time often reveal one's true nature. Just like my animagus form, I am destined not to be a soaring eagle of the skies or an earth-embracing badger, much less the lion king of beasts or a sinister giant serpent, but simply a small fox who hides its true nature and dislikes being constrained. Therefore, I cannot summon a true patroness, at least not now, when all my thoughts are consumed by the ambition and desire to take down that lunatic Voldemort as soon as possible and leave this world. I simply have no strength to possess a patroness. The pain of having once been deprived and lost runs so deep that even though the happiness I now possess makes me quite content, I still cannot deny that in my soul, the dark side holds more sway. It requires a strong positive emotion to drive a patroness charm. The happiness and affection I have now are still not enough to support my patroness into manifestation after filling and soothing those sad voids. Unless I can possess an even stronger positive emotion, for example, the love from a mother towards me, or Professor Snape's love for my mother. Selfless love. How noble, I muttered, which turned into bubbling in the water and burst at the interface between air and water. I've never had children, so how could I understand that feeling of parents towards their young? If I think in reverse, in my previous life, my elders were all strong people. I grew up entirely under their wings and never experienced a feeling that would drive me to risk my life protecting them. The key is, I can't even imagine it, those beings, both powerful and with personalities beyond human, in this life. As for my dad and mom, honestly, compared to familial affection, the weight of guilt still predominates. As for love, let alone my shattered and distant goals, or the problem of that immortal lunatic in front of me, my own personality is such that I love and hate boldly. If I want something, I seize it. If there's no fate, I sever it cleanly. There's no sentiment of silently guarding someone. That's for saints. I smiled bitterly. I stretched my fingers through the water and then drew them back, silently and carefully playing with the flow. At times like this, I particularly envy those real little lions, little snakes, little eagles, and little badgers. The children's kindness and cruelty are always more direct or pure. Learning such soul-based magic at this age can only be tiring, and not as complicated and emotionally entangling as it is for me. I sighed and created another bubble. Well, at least now I know where the biggest problem lies with my incomplete patroness charm. It's better than having a research bottleneck with the unforgivable curses and not having a single clue. Besides, there's still a flustered person outside waiting for me to explain why I left school without permission and drank. Damn, I can't honestly say that I snuck out just to find someone to drink with because celebrating alone is too dull. My research bottleneck and practicing charms isn't going well, right? Even if I told someone without being laughed at, I'd probably be crushed under Professor Snape's wrath with magical force before Dumbledore even knew I snuck out to drink. Surfaced, I pushed aside the long hair stuck to my eyes. Perhaps it can divert Professor Snape's attention, I thought, thoughtfully holding a handful of my long black hair that was half floating on the water. At least the way I am now should allow us to revisit the discussion we had in February about his relationship with his mother. Professor Snape's not in his heart, about his debt to his mother, and then to me, who had already been acknowledged by him, but how could I let him know? On the premise of not revealing the future I know, let him know that I don't blame him for telling Voldemort about the prophecy in the first place. One by one, it's all troublesome. I sighed and let go of my hair, remembering that there was a serious problem in front of me that was even more urgent to be solved, and my heart was still heavy. Why am I always on the stall with elders who are either awkward or push the problem? Shaking my head, I climbed out of the edge of the bathtub and took 2 steps to remove the bath towel from the shelf next to the wash basin. As a result, I had just picked up the bath towel and didn't have time to spread it out, when I heard a piercing and ultra-high decibel scream, which not only almost lifted the roof, but also made my heart almost stop beating. Handsome guy handsome boy don't use a bath towel, people haven't seen enough of it Tough. Where did the nymphomaniac and voyeur come from? Retreat. I retreated and made sure that the bath towel was tied tightly to my waist, and directly opened the distance from the sink, although I haven't figured out where the sound came from, but the source is definitely that place. What a terrible sonic attack. It actually made my ears strike for more than half of it. I hurriedly retreated, not paying attention to the movement of the only entrance and exit of the bathroom behind me. By the time I noticed the wind blowing open the wooden door behind me, I had already crashed into a solid warmth. What's going on? A tense voice came from above my head, and as the familiar smell of medicine rushed into my nose, my frightened heartbeat gradually stabilized. How do I know? Subconsciously, he shrank towards the embrace that was already protecting me with one hand, but his eyes searched in the foggy bathroom. It was quiet as soon as you came in. I had just finished speaking when a faint, long sigh drifted out. I followed the sound and indeed, it came from the direction of the sink. The loud scream from earlier had echoed through the confined space, making it hard to pinpoint, and with my earlier distraction and subsequent flustered state, I only now realized that a lavishly framed antique egg-shaped mirror was hung on the wall in front of the sink, and the sorrowful, regretful sigh was coming from it. Over 200 years, how many figures have come and gone before me, but how many could truly remain in my memory? I once thought I could remember a few, but after seeing you, who else has the right to leave a beautiful presence in my memory? The sigh from the mirror barely subsided when, before we could react, its plaintive tone began to resemble a chant, giving me goosebumps all over. Your jet black hair is the softest silk I have ever seen, and your lively green eyes are like the oldest jade, serene and profound. Compared to Narcissus, the delicate and enchanting elf boy, your jade-like tall figure is the finest artwork of the gods, and even the deep abyss's dark purple vine tattoo cannot hide your warmth and gentle grace, brighter than the stars and moon. Even the tattoo was being praised. If I still hadn't realized that the one chanting from that broken mirror was actually describing me, then there really must be something wrong with my brain. But now my mind had indeed frozen upon realizing it, and my body followed in a magnificent petrification. That infatuated mirror began its terrifying scream again, shaking slightly on the wall from excitement. Such a wonderful figure, such a delicate face, why cover it so tightly with a mask and robe? It's a waste of beauty, wasting resources, harming the public's eyes. And you, black and somber, what is that? Don't put your filthy cloak on an elf, it is sacrilege, sacrilege are. As it turned out, so-called noise attacks are terrifying, even petrified. I felt dizzy and lightheaded. But before I could react, someone had already drawn their wand and, taking the lead, shot a red beam that shattered that infatuated mirror into pieces. The world is finally at peace. Before I could even exhale in relief, a low, gritted snarl floated down from above. You really are something, Mr. Potter. The magical energy beside Professor Snape began fluctuating abnormally again. You can even cause a commotion just by taking a bath. Are you really incapable of not attracting attention? I've never intentionally sought attention, and this time it's not even my fault. I lifted my head indignantly. The slightly minimized upward angle and the anger on my face made me pause. I suddenly remembered that the effects of the age-enhancing potion were still in place, and somehow, I was leaning against Professor Snape. I subtly stepped back, annoyed, and tried to brush the long hair that had once again fallen in front of my face. How was I supposed to know there was a mad mirror here? I just passed by to grab a towel, and it started going crazy, screaming. Whoever first gave the vanity mirror basic thinking must have been insane. It's one thing to suggest ridiculous outfits, but now I've run into a pervert with a terrible sense of aesthetics. Unbelievable. Haven't the guest rooms at wizarding pubs ever had a normal mirror? I was in a terrible mood over a mirror that unpredictably acted like a lovesick fool. Struggling with the wet hair sticking to my face, I complained more and more, not even noticing that the previous abnormal buildup of magical energy around me had dissipated. If you're complaining, I probably won't have to deal with a drunkard. Professor Snape turned and left. Change your clothes and come out, don't forget you still owe me an explanation. I glared at the closed wooden door in frustration. I already knew that giant bat's temper, but I'm still his student. I had just endured a terrifying mental harassment session, and couldn't he be a little merciful and not remind me of sneaking out of school to drink so soon? Suppressing the dull throbbing at my temples, I walked to the nearby low cabinet. The clothes I had carelessly taken off earlier were neatly folded there, and there was even a faint scent of hyacinths. Looks like this pub has some history. It even had a house elf, not only stealthy and clever, but also capable, as in just a short time it had cleaned my clothes and sprinkled them with hyacinth fragrance. The increasingly intense hangover headache forced me to slow down my dressing. Well, maybe I was also a little inclined to drag it out, but by the time I was almost fully dressed and had tucked the mask into the robe pocket, I summoned a frostberry, which house elves love to eat, and placed it on the side cabinet before turning toward the exit. No matter what you just saw or heard, my right hand on the doorknob, I glanced at the shards of mirror scattered on the floor before opening the wooden door and said coldly, "You'd better remember your duties as a mirror and uphold your professional ethics. If I hear any unwarranted rumors, I believe the house elf here, who has already received my thanks, would be more than happy to clean you every day with strong alkali detergent until you shine, so you won't make the mistake of poor eyesight and bad hearing again." Satisfied to see the mirror shards tremble collectively, I opened the door and, with somewhat heavy steps, left the bathroom. It's more like a living room than just a guest room. I roughly scanned the luxurious and elegant surroundings, and when I saw Professor Snape standing by the fireplace, staring into the fire as if deep in thought, I suppressed the urge to go over and check out the bookshelves I noticed on the other side of the living room, besides the liquor cabinet, and quietly walked over to him. "There's soup from Madame Rosmatar on the table," Professor Snape said coldly as I approached, still not turning his expressionless face from the fire. "Drink it, it will ease your headache a little." I stopped, my gaze falling on the set of armchairs and a tea table near the fireplace. On the table, besides an elegant white Athenian porcelain tea set, there was indeed a steaming bowl of soup, and it seemed to carry a somewhat familiar but strange scent, some kind of hangover remedy, perhaps. I hadn't expected the wizarding world to have such a thing. I thought most wizards only dabbled in potions and didn't pay much attention to medicinal cuisine. Glancing once more at Professor Snape, who was still standing by the fireplace and seemed temporarily calm, I cautiously made my way to the long sofa and sat down, placing the bowl on my lap before finally scooping up a spoonful of soup. Sure enough, it tasted very strange. I frowned, comparing this bowl to my own hangover remedy, and concluded that soups with similar effects really never taste good. I continued to drink quietly in small sips, not breaking the silence in the room, except for the crackling sounds of the burning firewood in the fireplace. An enraged Professor Snape is terrifying, but no matter how scary, it can't compare to his current state of calm, almost cold silence. I was already accustomed to facing his sarcasm and anger when things went wrong, and even when he was so angry that he decided to ignore my existence, I had plenty of experience dealing with it. But like now, just moments ago he was so furious he might have wanted to choke me with his own hands, yet now he has inexplicably become completely without anger, even staring at the fire as if lost in thought, speaking in a tone so calm it's almost creepy. The calm before the storm. I trembled slightly at the spoon I was biting. I never would have thought that one day I would find a professor, whose tongue lashes and magical fury can run wild, actually quite endearing. This is terrifying. I put down the spoon in a dilemma and decided to drink the soup straight from the bowl. The taste was really not good, so I might as well just finish it in one go, maybe even see if this flavor could somehow drive the terrifying thoughts out of my head, or maybe the strange taste would just shock me awake. Honestly, I'd rather it just be a dream. Cough cough. Distracted and drinking too fast, choking was inevitable. I placed the now empty bowl back on the table, instinctively summoned a small sweet berry, and, not caring that I was still coughing lightly, popped it into my mouth. The tangy sweet fruit seemed to push down the strange taste of the hangover soup, and my breathing became more comfortable. Only then did I realize a shadow had fallen over my head. Did drinking the age-enhancing potion make every empty part of your mind fill with mud? Professor Snape's deep, silky voice drifted down from above. Whatever happened to your table manners? You're drinking soup, not gulping a potion. The problem is, this soup doesn't taste any better than a potion. However, the effect is almost immediate. At the very least, I can feel the slight throbbing in my head starting to ease. Even though I still have a headache, it's no longer physiological but psychological. I can sense Professor Snape's hollow stare without even looking up. I pulled over the tea set on the table and began making tea. I suppose, sir, you wouldn't really want to stand here and talk to me the whole time, would you? Please, have a seat first. Compared to the elaborate etiquette and techniques of tea preparation in the East, Western methods, especially among wizards, are much simpler. For someone as lazy as me, fiddling extensively over a cup of tea is fine once in a while, but doing it all the time would be unbearable. So after I got into trouble in my previous life, my grandfather loved to punish me by making me brew tea for him. I wasn't even allowed to take a sip. I could only watch with envy as he and my grandmother enjoyed the fruits of my labor while I stood there reciting from the classic of tea and grades of water all the way to history of tea and tea compendiums What I hate, though, is the convoluted, nitpicky rituals involved in making tea. I don't actually dislike drinking tea. Plus, outside of traditional tea ceremonies, I really enjoy modern fruit or herbal teas that are both tasty and simple to brew, so whenever possible, I often made tea for Ron and the others, and in private with Professor Snape, I was already used to just brewing a pot. What pleased me even more was that Ron and the others really liked the various fruit and herbal teas I made. As for Professor Snape, even though he never expressed any opinion on it, after I had entered his office a few times, his secret Slytherin library mysteriously gained a complete tea set, which made me realize that at least he didn't mind my concoctions. So, habits really are the most terrifying and dangerous things. Clearly, I should be more cautious in the current situation, yet with the tea set right in front of me, I couldn't help but start making tea without a second thought. By the time I realized something was wrong, I had already thrown in the summoned herbs and fruits according to proportions and blended them almost completely, facepalm. However, before I had a chance to even consciously realize that I had carelessly crossed someone's boundaries again, or to ponder the dilemma of whether it's worth enhancing the venom of the dark bat in order not to waste food, a light touch on my head had already removed my choice. I looked up in surprise at the tall figure still standing beside me. "You seem to always enjoy the feeling of adding frost on ice." The low, flat voice betrayed no emotion, and with Professor Snape standing in the shadow opposite the fire, I couldn't make out his expression, yet in those obsidian eyes, empty like a long, silent corridor, a subtle current passed that I couldn't analyze, setting my instinctive alarm to full blast with a buzzing sound. If you can spend nearly an hour in the bathroom to clear your mind, I truly can't imagine any reason why you wouldn't remain dry for any occasion during the snowy season. Looking at the large hand holding a tuft of my hair, I felt conflicted again. I don't mind those I trust stroking my head, but that doesn't mean I'm willing to let anyone grab my hair. Since I was very young, like my grandmother, I've wanted only my trusted partner, besides my parents and close relatives, to touch it. In this life, being male, it hasn't been much of an issue. Anyone who tries to mess with my hair will get knocked away. Everyone who knows me knows hair is a taboo I strictly protect and cannot be touched without permission. But right now, this big bat obviously has no idea about my rule. The problem is, I neither have the strength nor the courage to knock him away. Long hair is troublesome to manage, and I don't know why applying an age-enhancing potion to me has this side effect. Suppressing the impulse to swat away that pronounced, long-fingered hand, I tried politely to pull my already waterless yet still damp hair back, while also reinforcing my resolve to never keep long hair again this lifetime and to fix the issue caused by the age-enhancing potion. Moreover, my constitution naturally doesn't have the risk of catching colds. If you remember kindly, sir, the power within me, belonging to an Eastern Muggle, has already conditioned my body to stay free from the vast majority of illnesses. As soon as I finished speaking, I sorrowfully realized that my hair was being pulled even tighter by Professor Snape, though the only small comfort was that the magical energy around him was starting to show signs of condensing, which meant he seemed to be getting angry. That wasn't so bad, compared to facing some dark, huge serpent whose level had inexplicably skyrocketed. At least my experience bar and health were enough to handle a temperamental, vicious bat. I fail to see how such trivial matters are more troublesome than sneaking out of school looking like that, Professor Snape said with a tone of cold sarcasm. Then, to my shock, I noticed that as the dark magic he wielded climbed up my hair, my previously damp hair became dry due to the loss of external moisture. While a lunatic who didn't die in Azkaban is roaming outside, and the idiots at the ministry have stationed a bunch of soul-eating magical creatures around the school, and everyone is mobilizing for the safety of Gryffindor's golden boy, you, completely reckless, sneak out of school and stroll around drinking with that look. His words grew progressively colder and sharper, but Professor Snape ultimately didn't finish his sentence, because I, recovering from my shock, couldn't contain my excitement over the new discovery and pounced directly. Harry Potter. Not surprisingly, the professor toppled into the sofa from my tackle, and the first thing he said after regaining his senses from the brief daze was to shout at me mockingly, "What the hell are you doing? Teach me." I impatiently waved a lock of my hair in front of Professor Snape, completely unaware of how rude it was to straddle him like this. "The spell you used to instantly dry hair. How did you do it? Teach me." Professor Snape's expression looked like he wanted to kill me. "Are you still drunk? What on earth do you think you're doing?" He gritted his teeth and tried to sit up, but it was extremely difficult because I was still clinging to him. All for a damn cleaning spell. You haven't even explained why you were in Hogsmeade drinking. I am fully awake. I placed both hands on his shoulders, staring straight into those dark eyes, speaking each word a bit hurriedly but firmly. I am completely awake. And a large part of the reason I came to Hogsmeade is indeed because of that damn cleaning charm. I absolutely need to know why you can successfully violate the Medtray theorem and get my hair dry. This is extremely important. Professor Snape not only looked unpleasant, but the magical energy swirling around him grew increasingly distortive and frightening. Yet that couldn't stop my serious, focused gaze. I was studying the bottleneck in breaking unforgivable curses precisely because of the Medtray theorem. Given that magical beings' surfaces are full of numerous stray and complex magical factors, spells aimed at repelling or summoning magic creatures are extremely easy to be disturbed and confused by these stray magical factors, causing the original spell effect to fail. Take the cleaning charm as an example. It works very well on clothes, dishes, oil stains, and the like, but using it to substitute for bathing is practically impossible. Like when I was a first-year student and ran into Professor Dumbledore in the courtyard garden. I had fallen into a water pool and was soaking wet, but the headmaster could only dry my clothes. My dripping hair could only be wiped with a towel, and this was for a reason. If he had forcefully used the cleaning charm, my hair would most likely have been stripped of all moisture due to the spell being confused, instantly drying to the point of breaking at a touch, turning me bald. So magic is not omnipotent, and when it fails, it can be a real headache. Moreover, although magic can in some respects even interact with Muggle physics and chemistry, it also relies on many fundamental principles. The problems I encountered in breaking unforgivable curses stem directly from this. Regarding spells and charms, at their core, they are essentially the interplay of language, writing, and magic. Under a wizard's intent, specified effects are produced. The stronger the intent and magic, and the clearer the expression of language or writing, the more refined and excellent the magical effect will be, whether it is dark or light magic. The unforgivable curse, being a forbidden form of dark magic, is actually very simple in principle. It almost entirely relies on intent and magic alone. One might say it embodies the principle of simplicity. The meaning of Avada Kedavra is crystal clear. It is meant to extinguish the flame of life directly, leaving no room for negotiation. So the resistance to this curse is practically zero. If, during a duel between two wizards, their intent and magic are roughly equal and they try to counter the spell, unless something else is used as a shield at a cost, it is impossible to neutralize the lethal power of the killing curse on the target. For example, when my mother used her life to protect me back then. But that price is too high. Trading life for life is simply not worth it. That's why I wanted to research magical artifacts capable of resisting Avada Kedavra. My passionate study of magic circles and alchemy comes second only to potion-making skills. The reason I created so many magical items is exactly this: they are practical, help me practice, and making money is just a secondary benefit. Most importantly, they are meant to give me and my friends something to protect our lives against Voldemort and those insane people under him. Although I already plan to avoid conflicts whenever possible, no one can guarantee that someone won't die in front of me before that crazy leader is dealt with. Moreover, the butterfly effect, as the creator said, starts subtly but eventually. Situations always strangely evolve back to some original point or even lead to unexpected results. So far, things have largely been under control without real danger, but who knows when something worse might happen. Even if, according to the protagonist destiny of my life, I am supposed to be incredibly lucky, who knows if the goddess of luck might suddenly change her mind one day and take it all away. I am not afraid to risk my own life, but I cannot risk the lives of those around me. However, crafting an artifact capable of resisting the Avada Kedavra death curse is definitely an extremely complex and dangerous alchemy technique. Otherwise, no one would have succeeded even to this day. Moreover, according to my design concept, this artifact must contain the fire of life to comply with the principle of energy equivalence exchange in the physical world and to achieve the power to block the death curse. To explain more clearly, the artifact must be alive, and the purer the magical attributes of its main carrier, the better. But since the death curse is based on the principles of dark magic, the first-class carrier property for an artifact specifically designed to resist it can only be pure light or pure dark attributes to maximize effectiveness. Thanks to the goddess of luck, Fortunately, last semester I killed a serpent demon and didn't let Thua drink all of its blood. This allowed me to soak chicken eggs in the serpent demon's blood, combined with blessings from the ancient lunar ritual, and cultivate 5,000 pure dark serpent demon eggs to use for my experimental extravagances. Otherwise, simply finding eggs of pure attribute creatures with the fire of life but no soul to serve as artifact carriers would be a time-consuming, laborious, costly, and karma-draining task. However, having the carrier is just the first step. The forging of the magic circle and other auxiliary materials, and making them genuinely compatible and integrated with the carrier to form a complete artifact capable of resisting the death curse, that's when the artifact can truly be considered complete. And my research bottleneck is right at this point. Because the artifact is alive, it has the fire of life, and even without a soul, it possesses the characteristic of a certain degree of stray magical factors on the surface of magical creatures. Many necessary magic circles and spells kept failing due to that damn Medtray theorem, forcing constant revisions, until my alchemy materials and inspiration were completely exhausted. Especially every time I saw those scrapped over 3,000 pure dark serpent demon eggs, magical metals, and herbal elixirs. Damn, those were originally shining heaps of gold and silver. If I didn't feel heartbroken and depressed, that would be abnormal. On top of that, practicing protective spells was also problematic. With so many things going wrong, you really can't blame me for going to the bar to drown my sorrows. Besides, the ones spending money are those gullible fools hitting on me. If I don't drink, it's wasteful. Let go. Just as I was struggling under Professor Snape's terrifying magical aura and furious gaze, fiercely resisting, he spoke, leaving me, mostly focused on countering his magical power, completely at a loss. What? I asked in confusion, and Professor Snape's face, which was already dark, twisted even more. I said, let go. The words were clearly squeezed out of his clenched teeth. And then get off. Reckless Gryffindor, if you still want answers and more detention and homework reports, that is. Let go and get off? I paused for a moment before realizing what Professor Snape meant, noticing our current situation. Seemingly, perhaps, probably, I had gotten a bit too excited just now, not only knocking him onto the sofa but also instinctively applying a half-maintained restraint to prevent resistance. Anyway, I was now pressing most of my weight on Professor Snape, and it was obvious that being immobilized like this made him even angrier. I'm sorry. My face flushed with shame, and I hurriedly moved to the adjacent empty space, pulling Professor Snape up while immediately releasing the restraint. I didn't mean to. The same words you've said many times, and I have never seen any improvement in your caution in controlling your instinctive reactions. He glared at me coldly, and the excitement I had felt from finally breaking through a research bottleneck completely vanished because I realized my wrongdoing. Now, explain your motivation before I decide how to deal with you, sir. Or would you rather explain your colorful Hogsmeade trip over some snacks in the warmer headmaster's office? Cutting off my attempt to speak, Professor Snape's voice became calm. After slightly smoothing out the robe that I had messed up with my rough handling, he adjusted his cloak and leaned back in his chair, the malicious glint in his eyes becoming increasingly obvious as he never took his gaze off me. Given that tonight, the headmaster should be back at school before dinner, and that he shares the same love for sweets as you do, I imagine you two would quite enjoy an extra, pleasant late-night tea time. Villain, I want to cry but there are no tears. This is a threat, a blatant threat. That guy clearly knows I would rather fight a giant or battle a serpent demon than face that smiling old fox. Even if the headmaster's office is filled with delicious candies or beautiful books, I still don't want to go. Every time I have a one-on-one chat with that old fox, at best my brain cells are completely drained, at worst, I also get heartbroken, liver hurt, and emotionally scarred. Compared to that, my grandfather, who wouldn't give me tea when I memorized the tea canon, is practically an angel. This one is an evil but that knows exactly where it hurts me. Though I feel resentful, after weighing my options, I still have no choice but to submit to evil forces. Carefully and quickly, I start fabricating excuses in my mind. I should never have been so quick to say I came to Hogsmeade to study the principles of cleaning charms. Impulsiveness really is the devil. Anyway, it's just that. I swallowed hard. I am researching a new direction in alchemy. The temperature around me suddenly dropped 10 degrees, and even the flames in the nearby fireplace flickered out. It's just theoretical, really. I'm not conducting any dangerous experiments. I just worked out a lot of theoretical magic diagrams, I hurriedly added, emphasizing and insisting stubbornly. Fred and George have a new teacher, and I happened to see them researching some welcome gifts for the new teacher all by themselves. and those things gave me some new ideas, so, the more I spoke, the quieter my voice became. Although I was still sitting properly with my back straight, I lowered my head, too afraid to look at Professor Snape's expression. Sigh, I hope heaven protects me and that he already knows who Dumbledore found as the teacher for the twins, without having to check personally. But later, I still have to remember to write a letter to the twins to get their testimony. I feel no guilt for dragging the twins into this, the only trouble is what research materials I'll use to cover up my lies. That's really troublesome. While secretly planning what experimental data I still have on hand after being forced to disclose most of last year's research, I thought about what I could use to blur the focus and deceive others, hiding the fact that I'm secretly researching how to break unforgivable curses. Not that I don't trust Professor Snape, but this experiment is genuinely dangerous. Not to mention, if Snape or any adult found out, it would be strictly forbidden. Just the source of my research materials makes it impossible to avoid revealing details. My previously displayed skills have already drawn enough attention from Professor Dumbledore. Now, with someone like Tua, who has close connections with the Dark Lord, around me, I have to be even more cautious and not let him find out either. Little Tom Riddle, only 11 years old at the time, grew a bit thorny simply because he was raised in a rejecting environment. Finally, when he met Professor Dumbledore, who came to guide him, and eagerly displayed his ability to speak Parseltongue to gain recognition, Dumbledore kept him in mind and was constantly on guard. If Professor Dumbledore learns that Tua is the reincarnation of Tom Riddle, who knows what that old fox will think about Tua? Call it a petty mind measuring a gentleman's heart if you like, but I simply will not tolerate anyone scheming against my friends or family, and until I confirm that this conniving old fox has truly noted my inviolable line, I have no intention of revealing more to him. So, unless Voldemort is completely dealt with, the fewer people know about Tua's true identity and existence, the better. Although he is already the Dark Vine Demon King, only powerful wizards of Dumbledore's caliber currently have the ability to harm him. But who knows if there might be other hermits like Nicholas Flamel? The world is so vast, and even absurd legacies like Children of Gaia have appeared. If I take the world within memory too seriously and believe in it too much, I'd really be foolish. So, Professor Snape's voice was smooth yet icy. Has the great Saint Potter once again been unable to restrain the lion's curiosity, continuing those illegal experiments with his followers? That's not illegal. At least I believe that our previous experiments and artifacts didn't actually violate any regulations. I looked up and rebutted loudly, but faced Snape's sullen expression and gaze, and the confidence I had just begun to gather quickly faded. Fine, I admit that some of the composite magic experiments might have been a bit premature and risky for our abilities. But we've always been careful, and in terms of results, you also saw that we succeeded. That only shows that Merlin didn't want you to blow up his residence too early. Professor Snape snorted coldly, a maliciously twisted smile at the corner of his mouth. However, I believe McGonagall would be interested in her house's dangerous item production factory being back in operation. As for you, I suppose research papers on composite potions are still not enough to burn off the energy you haven't exhausted from your already crammed schedule, right? I lowered my head again, staring at my hands neatly placed on my knees. I just have some ideas, and I don't plan to ask Fred and George for help until I perfect them, I said softly. I came to Hogsmeade because I encountered some obstacles in calculating the magical arrays. I thought maybe I could find some books in the bookstore here to help solve these problems. I heard that unexpected volumes often appear in second-hand bookstores here. The room suddenly fell silent for a moment. You think I would believe such an excuse? Professor Snape's tone was cold and rigid. The reason you sneaked out of school and appeared in Hogsmeade just to look for books. Are you insulting your own intelligence, or mine? I clenched the hands resting on my lap into fists. Looking for books is only part of it. I also wanted to find some rare magical herbs for myself. The magical pressure that suddenly surged toward me silenced me. My body instinctively began to wield some magic and a bit of mental strength to resist, yet I still did not raise my head. The Slytherin Common Room's underground library, and the school library, I find it hard to imagine that the collections there would be inadequate for your needs, enough to force you to leave school without permission. Professor Snape's voice was visibly restrained. Risking running into a Dementor just to do experiments? Even those Ravenclaw bookworms know that one's own life is more important than any research. Have you spent too much time with Longbottom and those other fools that even your ability to make up excuses has been assimilated? I pressed my lips together and said nothing. Resisting Professor Snape's magical pressure was one thing, but the main reason was that I didn't want to reveal the other reason. It was too embarrassing. Not going to speak. The pressure beside me grew stronger. It was not hard to see that my stubborn silence, with my head bowed as always, had greatly annoyed him. Since you won't speak, am I to assume that you've already come to an agreement with that werewolf? Werewolf? I blinked and looked up at Professor Snape. As far as I knew, the only werewolf we knew was just that one, but why did he suddenly bring up Remus? Isn't that the case? Snape sneered, but the cruelty in his eyes was enough to chill anyone who looked upon it. After you and your followers thoroughly researched Sirius Black's past, did you not confront that werewolf and get him to help? Confront and get help. A flash went through my mind, connecting with the faint invisible aura I had sensed under the column in the courtyard garden shadows that day. I finally understood what he meant. I thought that in the shadows that day, it was just the headmaster. Professor Snape's cold, mocking smile disappeared entirely. You really did it on purpose. His voice was soft, but the danger hidden beneath it was incalculable. To talk about those things in a place like that, I wonder whether I should praise you for having the cunning to even deceive Dumbledore, or report your wildly bold ideas directly to the Ministry of Magic. The great Saint Potter actually wants to help the murderer who killed his entire family, even sneaking out of school at great personal risk, all just to find his vicious godfather. I didn't sneak out of school for that. Quiet. I don't want to hear your sophistry anymore. The sudden surge of magical force made my face pale and my breath catch. Professor Snape stood up in anger and left the sofa. That werewolf, and that traitor, you damn well can't trust them, and yet you even made Dumbledore think they were trustworthy, and you run out of school while hundreds of Dementors are surrounding it. I didn't come to Hogsmeade for Sirius. I caught my breath and stood up as well. I mean it, and I haven't even mentioned it to Remus. Completely disregarding the rules and not caring about your own life. You. Professor Snape paused because I, following him to the fireplace, decisively took the opportunity while he turned sideways to scold me to crash into his arms and hug him. Harry Potter. The roar of anger seemed to rise a level higher, and I only now realized that pressing my ear against his chest amplified the resonance of his voice. Let go. No, I said bluntly, even tightening my arms around his waist to show my determination. Unless you curse me or calm down, I won't let go. You. I admit, I deliberately wanted to let the headmaster know how I feel about Sirius, and I wanted him to know my opinion about Sirius betraying my parents. But with Remus, I've never mentioned anything about Sirius. Even when I privately asked Remus to teach me to resist Dementors, most of what he told me was about my parents and your past. The large hand that had been clutching my arm, trying to pull me away, froze. What I actually want to ask him is only about my parents' past, but Remus seems to think that since I am your apprentice, I should also understand some things about you, so I won't be startled by your bad temper. Taking advantage of the fact that someone seemed completely unprepared for the sudden realization that the relationship with his mother's old childhood friend had been fully exposed, I quickly continued explaining, and with a clear conscience, betrayed Remus' exact words. After all, that scheming wolf hasn't even recovered from the sleeping potion he gave me last time, and with an old fox helping out and years of experience dealing with him, it would be easier for Remus to handle the rampaging giant but than for me, so why should I foolishly try to handle it alone? So I'm even less inclined to let you know my thoughts about Sirius. You already have a pretty bad impression of my dad and your attitude toward Remus. I don't think you could listen to me calmly. Nothing to say, he tried forcefully to push me away, that meddling werewolf and traitor. Just like now, the fact proves that you get unusually angry whenever something involving them comes up. I loosened my arm slightly following his force, but didn't move away completely. I looked up at him calmly, meeting his dark eyes filled with menace, about what we discussed in the courtyard with Ron and the others. I know the headmaster has already acknowledged my suspicions. Don't tell me he hasn't talked to you again, or even met with Remus to discuss it. The Dementors violating the agreement and causing trouble on campus is serious, but to use that alone as an excuse to explain why the headmaster stayed in London for a month dealing with ministry officials seems, to me, too flimsy. My expression was calm, though obviously the slight damage from the previous magical shock had left some paleness in my face, not fully disguised by the faint dim glow. The magical forces swirling around me were still extremely twisted and oppressive, but I no longer felt any pressure regarding the other furniture in the room suffering from the magic's torment. They weren't my concern, so I continued to choose to ignore the groans of objects cracking or being compressed while keeping eye contact with him. You, just like your father, are a damn self-righteous I pressed my lips together, reminding myself not to let the corners of my mouth droop or curl. I am my father's child, and it is normal to have his shadow. But I know you haven't confused me with my father for a long time, sir. I calmly looked at Professor Snape, who was expressionless because of his depression, and said softly, I once said that your past grudge with my parents has nothing to do with me. That's not an angry word. I only care more about the present that I see, hear, and feel more than the past that others tell. I care about you, sir, much more than I care about my aunt and Ron, so I don't want to ask or mention them to you. Since you have a reason to hate my father and them, then no one but you have the right to intervene in whatever the reason. That's what I have always thought. I still couldn't tell anything from Professor Snape's expressionless face, and I couldn't tell if they had escaped or had been called by the Lord, but since he didn't mean to retort me, I went on to explain, so, after I know about Sirius' existence and condition, I don't want to bother you with this matter. I know you won't help me. Even if you agree with my judgment and know that Sirius betrayed my family back then is indeed suspicious, you won't bother to investigate whether he is really innocent, right? He deserves to die. It's a rare honesty. I looked at the undisguised strong hatred in his eyes and couldn't help but sigh. Okay. At least I now know to what extent the so-called too impulsive and accidentally making too much joke is. Professor Snape's cheeks twitched, and after the expressionless mask collapsed, the first looked particularly ferocious. That's what Lupin told you. Careless joke. I don't want to press for too many details from someone who took the initiative to tell me about this, especially someone who spoke with guilt and regret. And although I don't mind hearing some old gossip, that was still one of the few times I had the chance to practice protective spells. I looked at him seriously. I don't care about the grudges between you, my parents, and their friends, but I do care about the people who truly care about me. If you hold resentment toward my father and his friends, that's your right and choice, and I have no say in it. But if Sirius is truly innocent, then even if you try to stop me, I will find a way to give him justice myself. There was a brief silence in the room, except for the crackling of the fire in the fireplace that was still dutifully providing warmth. So, the outcome turned out as you wished. Dumbledore has believed you. Professor Snape ground his teeth and hissed under his breath, still holding my upper arm so tightly it made me ache. And while he's reinvestigating because of your reckless ideas, you've already gone and risked your life to find others. I told you that's not the case. I frowned. If I weren't worried that using my inner strength might hurt his hand, I would have shaken him off by now. It's because you mentioned Sirius first that I happened to explain it, and my reason for coming to Hogsmeade has nothing to do with this. You think I believe you, after you've been running around provoking the Dark Lord for the past 2 years. Those are two completely different things. Okay. Clang. The shattering of glass happened suddenly. From the now unblocked window, not only did the cold wind and snow rush in, but also a large, imposing golden-beaked black eagle. The eagle arrogantly flew straight to the mantelpiece above the fireplace, and even before either Snape or I could react, it threw a card it apparently held in its beak directly into the fire. The next moment, inexplicably, I was shoved behind Professor Snape, completely shielded in front of the fire, which had suddenly turned blue and was burning fiercely. I need your help, Severus. A very familiar voice. If that hurried, concise tone were replaced with a warm, lazy, smooth intonation, I would definitely immediately recognize it as Lucius Malfoy's voice, but even just the single word Severus was enough to keep me alertly staying behind Professor Snape. Since he had hidden me, it meant he didn't want me to show up in the other person's sight. And indeed, Harry Potter, dressed in Tang-style clothing, really wasn't suitable to be seen by anyone at the moment. I quietly took out a silver mask and put it on, just in case. I can tell. Professor Snape apparently didn't notice my small action, but he unconsciously adjusted his cloak to more naturally cover the conspicuous white robe I was wearing. What serious matter has led you to send your arrogant fool to crash into my office again? Has your family house been burned down again? I'd rather it were another arson. Lucius Malfoy's voice carried bitter exhaustion. Narcissa was injured. I just brought her back from St. Mungo. Standing behind Professor Snape, I couldn't see his expression, but the subtle stiffening of his body still gave me a sense of it. As expected, the Malfoys are also his concern. With a light sigh, I quietly grabbed the sleeve of his robe from under his cloak. What happened? Without the earlier edge in his tone, Professor Snape's voice was soft yet serious. Is she all right now? If she were all right, I wouldn't be coming to see you. Lucius Malfoy sounded very grave. Narcissa has been affected by a mental-type dark magic curse. The incompetent healers at St. Mungo couldn't safely remove the curse, so I had to bring her home first. A mental-type curse. Professor Snape sounded puzzled and serious. Narcissa herself is a master of mental magic. How could she possibly be affected by such a curse? Do you know who hurt her? Of course I know, and as soon as the evening news comes out today, wizards all over the world will know. Lucius Malfoy's tone was gritted with a hint of hatred. It's Bellatrix, the mad woman. In order to escape from Azkaban, she actually attacked Narcissa, who was visiting her, and wanted to take Draco hostage. Narcissa was injured to protect Draco. I only felt as if I had suddenly flown directly to the Arctic Circle. Bellatrix, the woman who hurt Neville's parents, one of the murderers who would even kill Sirius in the future. Bellatrix Lestrange, she escaped from prison. I was so shocked that I didn't notice that my hands were shaking while holding the black sleeves tightly, until a big warm hand covered mine, and I didn't realize how cold my hands were. So Bellatrix made it out? Professor Snape asked lightly. Where's Draco? Is there anything wrong with him? Narcissa protected Draco, so he wasn't hurt, just frightened. I gave him some sleeping pills and he is now asleep, Lucius Malfoy said tiredly. Bellatrix and her husband are sure they have escaped, and we will talk about the details when you come. Will you come over? I have found a way to solve Narcissa's curse, but I need you to help me make some special potions. Of course, Professor Snape replied simply. What potion do you need? Narcissa is Naimu Dream, and all the ancient recipe potions that will be used in the dissolution process are probably fresh made. The only good thing is that I have the materials, you just need someone to come over. I went back to school to prepare some things that might be used. Professor Snape frowned and thought, the lifting of the Naimu Dream is not simple, and it may also require a soul purification potion, and it also requires at least one healer with strong enough magic. Didn't you say that no one in St. Mungo can solve it? There is no one in St. Mungo, but I happen to have someone here who can help. Lucius Malfoy asked, aren't you at Hogwarts? I'm in Hogsmeade. All right, at least Narcissa's condition is stable for now. Just come as soon as you can, Lucius Malfoy sighed. There must be errors all around my house now. Even the flu network is being monitored, so I had the house elf block most of the fireplaces, leaving only one private connection. Pluto has a small pouch of special flu powder that leads here, just use that to come directly. I'm going to check on Draco and Narcissa. Even after Professor Snape sidestepped to pull the cloak back over me, the light from the fireplace returned to a normal flame, but my mind still felt a bit foggy. The Lestrange couple escaped from prison. That was supposed to happen 2 years from now, but they came out early. Why? What went wrong? Even if something had been done deliberately before, it could not have changed much, but this year, I hadn't done much, yet suddenly such explosive news arrived. The butterfly effect here is just too extreme. Harry, I looked up, snapping back to attention. Professor Snape was frowning at me. Time to go back to school, isn't it? I knew that my unusual reaction had already aroused Snape's suspicion, but I didn't want to explain. It wasn't even possible to explain. I gently released his robe sleeve and withdrew my hand, calmly saying, Mr. Malfoy is still waiting for you to help his wife. I think whatever else happens can wait until she is safe. There was a scrutinizing look in Snape's hollow black eyes, but in the end, he just turned without saying a word, approaching the proud golden-beaked black eagle perched on the mantelpiece. He took a small dark pouch from its relatively cooperative leg. But what happened next startled me. The moment before the Black Eagle could react, Snape actually took out his wand and cast at least 3 silent spells on it. Sir. I watched Snape in confusion as he finished casting and then waved his wand, sending the fainted Black Eagle directly onto the sofa. Why? He'll wake up soon and won't remember anything, Professor Snape said indifferently, putting away his wand and turning, walking straight toward the door. A wave of inexplicable bitterness made me blink. I withdrew my gaze from the comatose Black Eagle slumped on the sofa and quickened my pace to catch up with the black-clad figure who had already left the room. It was obvious that the entire 3 broomsticks had been enchanted with something like a temperature charm. Even with my internal protective magic, the instant I stepped outside, I couldn't help shivering slightly at the contact with the outdoor temperature. The cold air filling my lungs also cleared my mind a bit, and seeing the figure ahead still walking without a glance back, I stayed closely behind his left rear. Since I had never had permission to leave the school, I'd always snuck out through secret passages or made a long detour through the Forbidden Forest to get to Hogsmeade. Walking openly on the main road back to Hogwarts like this was a first, but under the snowy, already sunset-lit sky, I had no mood to take in the scenery. After all, when Professor Snape heard the news sent by Lucius Malfoy, he exuded a subtle yet ominous and lethal aura, and I, having also felt heavy-hearted about such an accident, remained completely silent on the way back to the castle. It was only after leaving the wizard village and walking along the slope leading to the school that a faint, void-like resentment came from the path behind me, making me involuntarily pause and look back. The street lamps of Hogsmeade, lit due to the dim light, now looked incredibly faint from where I stood. Even the lights inside the houses seemed weak and feeble. There were no other pedestrians in sight. Instead, ominous black shapes drifted in pairs. I could count perhaps 10 or so, but the chilling emptiness in my heart felt even colder than the external temperature. You and that werewolf haven't learned anything except holding private tea parties to chat, have you? A cloak with a medicinal smell fell over my head, and a cold voice blocked my vision. Let's go. I silently chanted the calm heart formula, pulling tight the cloak that, although covering my entire body, was still somewhat large and prone to slipping, trying hard to ignore the emptiness and resentment coming from the village behind us, as I followed Professor Snape, who was walking ahead at an even faster pace. How could the Ministry of Magic allow those things into the village? I whispered, wrapping my arms under the cloak and tensing my muscles to circulate inner energy, trying to generate some warmth. This disturbs the villagers, and what if something goes wrong? The ministry should know that most wizards have almost no resistance against such monsters. When have those idiots ever cared about the true feelings of the people? To maintain the majority's sense of stability, sacrificing the interests of a few is natural. This curfew has been going on for nearly half a year. The people of Hogsmeade are used to it by now. Snape snorted, continuing to walk without slowing down, yet I could still catch his sarcastic gaze under the cloak, through the dim light cast by the dutiful street lamps. Are you feeling guilty now, or relieved you didn't encounter them? Not wanting to answer, I pressed my lips together. Is it possible to visit Azkaban, too? Snape merely walked in silence. Just when I thought I wouldn't get an answer, until we stepped onto the grand staircase of the castle entrance, he finally spoke. Usually, only dying serious criminals, or their relatives who want to see them before death, might be granted exceptions to visit Azkaban. Snape's voice was soft. That woman has always been extremely proud and stubborn. Since Black didn't die and managed to escape, his sister would certainly be capable too. I followed Snape's footsteps into the entrance. Coming from the same family doesn't mean they are all the same kind of person, I said without emotion. Even though both escaped from prison, Lestrange's method seems far more foolish. Snape suddenly stopped, his gaze sharp as he looked at me. What exactly do you mean by that? It means that the Malfoy family is in big trouble, at least Mrs. Malfoy is in big trouble. I stopped and calmly looked back into those obsidian eyes. Setting everything else aside, there are currently 3 fugitives from Azkaban, 2 of whom come from the Black family, one a cousin, the other an elder sister. Mrs. Malfoy was even the last person to have contact with the latter. What do you think the Ministry's will think, even if she currently looks like a victim? Professor Snape's expression grew even more grim, but he said nothing and simply started walking again, heading toward the stairs leading to the dungeons. I followed silently, letting out a quiet sigh. The Gryffindor Tower is not in this direction. Snape's cold tone carried a trace of impatience. Aging potions shouldn't have side effects that confuse one's sense of direction. I just want to help, sir. You need to take some potions and ingredients, and I am familiar with your potion cupboards, I said calmly, continuing to follow him into the dungeon. I thought having an extra helper might buy some time for patients in urgent need of treatment. What do you think? Professor Snape gave no response, but since he didn't dismiss me, I took it as tacit approval. We passed down the cold corridor of the dungeons and arrived outside the potions office, but instead of entering, we continued to the end of the passage, the room with his personal potion cupboard, opposite a storage room for miscellaneous items. I memorized the long list of ingredients and potions that Professor Snape recited, and by the time I gathered everything, he had already taken the rest of the herbs back to his office. When I carried the pile of ingredients he had specified into the potions office, the desk, which used to be covered mostly with student parchment assignments, now held potions and brewing tools, some of which I had seen only in books and never actually used. It wasn't the first time I had seen Professor Snape's tiny, magical potion cabinet that clearly utilized spatial magic, but seeing so many instruments and potion ingredients all neatly stored in batches inside that exquisite cabinet, I couldn't help but feel a hint of envy. My own spatial magic has indeed reached the point where I can expand the space of containers, but dividing that expanded space into compartments is still quite challenging for me. As for adding time-stopping magic to preserve the contents, that's an even further goal that I can't achieve in the short term. Yet despite the envy, unlike the previous few times, I didn't start pondering how to speed up or improve my research on spatial and temporal magic. Right now, my mind is troubled by the information Lucius Malfoy revealed. So, I quietly placed the materials on a free corner of the desk, then stepped aside to watch Professor Snape solemnly organizing his instruments, ingredients, and potions, my thoughts already drifting to analyzing the reasons behind the Lestrange couple's successful escape and the subsequent ramifications. After all, this couple, or more precisely, this woman, Bellatrix Lestrange, is someone I dread almost as much as I despise that lunatic Voldemort. I cannot forget that in my memory of the future, she kills Sirius and is significantly involved in Fred's death. Even though I would try my utmost to prevent their deaths, the butterfly effect has already accelerated Bellatrix Lestrange's emergence by 2 years. Exactly how many lives this fanatical follower of Voldemort will manipulate and alter, no one knows. What seems likely, however, is that with Voldemort currently weak and in hiding, Bellatrix Lestrange will most probably seek out her master. But what she might do in the process, and what methods she will employ, remains uncertain. Regardless, if this dangerously volatile woman hasn't yet been eliminated, at the very least, I must find a way to implant a monitoring spore, like the one in Scabbers, into Bellatrix Lestrange's body to keep her movements completely under control. As for the current situation, there are still some uncertainties regarding how Bellatrix Lestrange and her husband successfully escaped from prison, which need to be clarified. For instance, in Azkaban, where visitations are strictly prohibited, why was Mrs. Malfoy allowed to take Draco Malfoy to visit a prisoner? What was their purpose for going? Moreover, after Sirius Black's escape, Azkaban should have tightened its security even further. How did the Lestranges manage to take Draco Malfoy hostage and severely injure Mrs. Malfoy even with the increased surveillance and security? These questions, it seems, only Malfoy would know the answers to. Apparently, it is necessary. Return to your dormitory. The cold, flat voice pulled me back to the present. My wandering gaze focused again on that pale, stern, and cold face. Before I change my mind, go change your clothes. Then go to the headmaster's office and tell Dumbledore everything about your trip to Hogsmeade and the Malfoy house. Go to Dumbledore. I froze for a moment. But, no buts. Professor Snape closed the potion cabinet and locked it, and the look he gave me was colder than his tone. If your head, infected with the hot-blooded impulses that spread among Gryffindors, is still functioning normally, you should know that the 3 lunatics from Azkaban all have reasons to target you. Regardless of what Hogsmeade had that made you leave school on your own, all your stupid, unauthorized actions must stop completely. If there are any further issues, let Dumbledore explain and handle them, understand? I guess I didn't really have the option to say no, did I? The magical distortion in the air around him left me in no doubt. If I dared give any answer that Professor Snape wouldn't accept, he would be more than willing to directly crush me with magical force until I suffered internal injuries and then hand me over to Madame Pomfrey for supervision. I had no choice but to bite my lip in reluctant agreement, then turn and walk toward the office door with heavy steps. Before I stepped out of the potions classroom, I turned back to take one last look at the black figure who had already picked up the potion case and moved to the fireplace. Obviously, the fireplace that had been half filled with flue powder was now emitting blue ghostly flames due to the magical connection. But just before I completely closed the office door, a sudden, extremely faint yet oddly familiar abnormal energy radiated from the office, sending a jolt through me. This energy was an aura of tearing storms from the subspace. In a panic, I pushed the door open again and saw Professor Snape stepping into the blue flames of the fireplace. I wasn't sure if he noticed that the teleportation flames were turning a strange blood red from the bottom, but seeing the spatial anomaly unfolding, I knew there was no way I could draw my wand in time to stop this already problematic transport magic. Without thinking, I lunged forward. Before the blood-red flames could completely engulf the blue fire, I managed to grab the black figure, and immediately felt the overwhelming storm energy dragging us into this subspace. Time and space magic is truly the deepest and most treacherous of all magic. Even a minor mistake brings the harshest backfire. You should know that failing a spatial teleportation spell can be extremely dangerous. At best, you end up in an unknown location. At worst, you get stuck for who knows how long in some unstable crevice of the material world subspace. Either way, it's a huge problem. I really can't understand which fool would tamper with flue powder. While this type of spatial transport is among the safest and most refined methods of magical travel for wizards, once something goes wrong during its use, the resulting feedback from its collapse is catastrophic. Falling into the subspace didn't really harm me. Even without Professor Snape accompanying me, the intense ripping storm under my mental power was merely quite stressful. What was truly bothersome were the chaotic rules of time and space inside subspace. The lack of any gravity orientation, combined with the sensory-confusing compression, was extremely uncomfortable. I had no idea how long I had been in subspace, but the moment I felt myself detach from that cursed place and fall to the ground, the dizziness and stomach pain cut through my nerves along with the chaotic magic within me. I curled up pale, pressed my abdomen, and dry-heaved, unsure whether to be relieved that the alcohol I had drunk earlier had mostly been absorbed and expended, and I hadn't eaten much. But it seemed that not being able to vomit was even more miserable than actually throwing up. If it weren't inappropriate to pass out in an unknown location, I would have just pressed my acupoints and slept for a while. Forcing my inner strength to circulate, nurturing the fragile nerve scorched by restless magic, I tried to move my body while suppressing the nausea. Yet the stabbing pain that spread throughout my body with a single motion made even moving my fingers extremely difficult. Damn it, I don't want to know which bastard messed with the flu powder, otherwise, I would make him taste the backlash of magic and falling into subspace myself, and I'd write my name backward. Activating inner strength to repair nerves while sorting through chaotic magic wasn't an easy task, and the pain during the process made me bite my lip until it bled. My mind also wished every ancestor of the bastard who caused this hell upon hell, and yet, at this moment, another magic not belonging to me entered my body through my wrist. Don't move. Professor Snape's cold, familiar voice came with my suddenly grasped wrist, stopping my resistance. Don't fight it, unless you want to get both of us killed. My breath caught, but my still clear consciousness understood that he was helping me to sort out the chaotic magic. I didn't struggle and let him help me sit up, clearing my thoughts and focusing on the guidance of magic he sent, no matter the situation outside. Regaining movement and self-protection ability was the top priority. Pure dark energy, deep and tranquil, this powerful, cool energy gradually soothed my agitated magic, while my conscious effort to guide my inner strength to follow and slowly repair the backlash damage went much more smoothly. Where is this? The dizziness and nausea gradually faded, and I opened my eyes to find that it was dark before me. After waiting a few seconds and confirming that it wasn't my eyes but truly no light nearby, I spoke up, realizing that I didn't need to deliberately lower my voice. The earlier bout of gagging had left my throat dry and hoarse. Thanks to some reckless fool, I have the same question. The cold, dark magic on my wrist gradually receded, but as the air tinged with anger brushed against my forehead, I finally noticed that I was leaning against someone's chest. Obviously, since we used flu powder, we must be in a house with a fireplace. Feeling that my strength had not fully returned, and sensing no other presence around us, I continued to lean against this faintly medicinal-scented person without resistance. Mr. Malfoy tampered with the flu powder given to you. If the magical transportation hadn't already been initiated and unstoppable, I wouldn't have risked following. My lips pressed together as I muttered a quiet defense. Unable to see or use magic for the moment, I carefully extended my mental energy to probe the surroundings. You're not hurt, are you? What you should pay attention to is managing your impulsive behavior more carefully. Professor Snape's tone was somewhat restrained. Also, withdraw your power. We do not need any more accidents. Even though our magical energies are similar, I could feel it even without using magic. Is this guy's normally hidden strength actually close to the level of an old fox, or did he just casually guess right? I think that even if I have to accept any of your lectures or punishments, it's still more convenient to do so after we leave here. I carefully pulled back my hand and cautiously rose to my feet. There's no other creature in this room, and it seems to be sealed. Perhaps we can bring in some light. What do you think? Very wise. It would be even better if you could think more before dragging others into trouble. A not-so-weak light emanated from my side, automatically ignoring the sarcastic tone. Squinting to adjust to the brightness, I hesitated for less than a second before summoning a few seeds to stick in the palm of my hand. After all, the magical backlash had just calmed down, so I couldn't really use magic. I had no choice but to rely on the plants for self-defense, though it seemed I was even more accustomed to being a wizard than I realized. Otherwise, my first instinct upon regaining mobility wouldn't have been to draw my wand. Looks like a basement, I muttered to myself, glancing around the empty room, which only had a few wooden barrels in the corners, a stone bed, some torture tools, and cleaning supplies, with no windows but a fireplace and a staircase leading up. I looked at Professor Snape, who was frowning beside me. Even if the flu powder went wrong, it shouldn't have dropped us in a muggle house, right? Perhaps. Snape's voice was soft. If we had appeared in a muggle house, the problem would have been much simpler. I pressed my lips together and chose to remain silent. Fine, I just wasn't eager to confirm that we had landed in some secret altar for a dark magic ritual, but clearly, Professor Snape wasn't about to let me cling to any false hope. Follow me, Snape said, half lifting his wand, still casting a Lumos charm as he walked toward the stairs, reminding me, who was staring resentfully at the stone bed altar, put away your lion's curiosity. Before we can leave here without alerting anyone, we don't need anything that causes trouble. I'm not curious, I muttered quietly, sulkily following behind Snape up the stairs. The bloodstains on that altar are so strong they could choke you even from a distance. Only someone desperate for excitement would dare approach that thing. Snape's footsteps faltered slightly. Sounds like you know what it's used for. I don't, I thought, adding privately that even if I knew, I wouldn't admit it. I just have a contract sprite with the fire vine, so I'm relatively sensitive to dark energies, and besides, I really don't want to know. It would only make me want to have Kfua destroy the ritual's mastermind after learning how many people had died on that stone bed. 4 dark practitioners. After all, the more innocent blood on the victim's hands, the greater the benefit. Professor Snape let out a soft, cold snort. If we weren't in the wrong place, I had no doubt he would have taunted me some more and then assigned me a bunch of homework reports, with the reason, of course, being something like secretly studying dark magic. But since we were not at school right now, and probably in the territory of some dark wizard, it was wise for him to focus on staying alert to our surroundings rather than picking at my faults. At the top of the stairs was a sort of trapdoor entrance. Strangely, it wasn't locked, and with a little effort, Professor Snape managed to push a gap open. I frowned and grabbed Snape's sleeve, signaling him not to open it, and I extended my right hand to the gap, sending a vine from my sleeve to probe the situation outside. It's like a hall, and it seems not smaller than the school. Maybe this is a castle or a manor, I said quietly to Professor Snape while sensing the information from the vine. There are currently no signs of living creatures nearby, but the atmosphere carries a strong protective magic. Obviously, like at Hogwarts, apparition cannot be used here, and it's highly likely that stepping out this door would alert the owner. What do you think? Professor Snape glared at my hand on the door gap, his frown so sharp it could probably squeeze the life out of a mosquito. Besides dark magic, when you return to school, you'd better explain just how far your spatial magic studies have gone, he asked through gritted teeth in a low voice. Which direction is the hall's exit? To the right. I raised my eyebrows at him. I can charge out, but I won't leave you here alone. Snape sneered. Don't think everyone is as noble as your father, he said dangerously, flicking his wand to dismiss the light charm. Recall your vines if you don't want to be recognized. Try not to let anyone discover your control over plants or your martial skills. I sighed. No using plants or martial arts to defend myself. With my current internal injuries and magical backlash preventing me from using magic, this would further reduce my offensive and defensive capabilities. But to avoid revealing anything, I really couldn't use them. Silently, I retracted the vines and seeds, and I touched the many small crystal bottles and projectiles on my belt. It seemed that if anything happened later, my potions and toxins would suffer a huge loss tonight. Just as I had the vines help scout, although they made no sound, the hall's defensive sensing mechanism still detected us leaving the basement and automatically ignited the torches on the walls. To my surprise, in less than 10 seconds, I felt my presence being locked onto, and not by just one person. I don't know if it's firearms or bows, but clearly a skilled shooter, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to feel which parts of my body are being aimed at. It's just that their killing intent is a bit strong, though dodging their attacks isn't too difficult. A hooked crystal vial slid into my palm and twirled between my fingers. I spoke softly in a gentle tone, glancing at Professor Snape, whose expression was growing colder, as he looked toward the corridor on the left from which footsteps were approaching. I don't like the feeling of someone watching from the shadows, Professor. May I deal with those hidden guys first? As I said, what you should pay attention to is controlling your impulses more cautiously, Professor Snape said coldly, staring at the figures gradually emerging from the shadows, his tone more dangerous. As for the owner of this place, since it's you, Lucius, you'd better have a reasonable explanation. Continuing to play absent-mindedly with the crystal vial to counter the barely perceptible killing intent of the hidden archers, my gaze shifted to Mr. Malfoy, who was just stepping into the hall, assessing the paleness, fatigue, and worry on his face to determine how genuine it was. Severus. Stepping out from the shadow of a wall column, Mr. Malfoy had barely taken a few steps toward us when he sent a sudden, powerful purple-black blade of light that forced Professor Snape to stop in his tracks. At the same time, I did not idle. The crystal vial I had been twirling in my hand flew out, exploding in 6 blue flashes as it collided in midair with magical arrows behind us and to Mr. Malfoy's right not far above, accompanied by muffled groans and thuds, meaning I had just used 6 cans of paralyzing powder to knock down 6 impatient archers in one go. Damn it, if half my internal strength hadn't been spent supporting my injured body, I could have achieved the same effect with just 2 cans. Indeed, when you can't rely on plants or martial arts and your magic is compromised, relying solely on potions is basically like throwing money at a battle. When the adults are communicating, it's better for subordinates who haven't received orders to stay quiet and not act on their own. Heartache is one thing, but the necessary warnings are still needed. Standing casually and leisurely to Professor Snape's left, ignoring Mr. Malfoy's slightly shocked gaze, I played with a small crystal vial in my right hand while subconsciously letting it glide over the hiding spots of the remaining secret shooters. In a tone that was 3 parts lazy and 7 parts cold, with a faintly polite smile, I said, "I don't have much of my paralysis powder left. The rest of the potions, however, aren't so simple or harmless. You should know I rarely carry an antidote with me, so if someone acts rashly and accidentally causes any permanent regret, I won't be responsible." The delicate little crystal vial twirled skillfully and playfully between my fingers. Sensing the suppressed murderous intent intensifying, I smiled even deeper, lost in the thrill of threatening my enemies. I naturally didn't notice Professor Snape casting a sharp glance and then returning to glare at Mr. Malfoy. After a few breaths, seemingly calming down, Mr. Malfoy spoke in a surprisingly mild tone. "It seems you've made quite an outstanding friend, haven't you, Severus?" "I would never call him that," Professor Snape said coldly with a hint of disgust, his wand still firmly in hand. "As for you, my old friend Lucius, I thought you were here for Narcissa, but now it's obvious that's not the case. I can explain, and I intend to." Mr. Malfoy took a step closer. "Severus, Stop." Professor Snape raised his wand without hesitation and, just as Mr. Malfoy was about to step over the mark left by the purple-black blade on the floor, said emotionlessly, "If you don't want me to act, stay where you are. I just want to explain." Mr. Malfoy glanced at me, then stopped moving closer and continued to try to persuade Professor Snape. "Off the record, Severus, don't you trust me? After all these years, just because of one small mistake?" Professor Snape remained silent, expressionless, staring at Mr. Malfoy. "Severus," Mr. Malfoy sighed lightly, "for Draco Sake, at the very least, Narcissa still needs your help." Professor Snape's expression subtly eased. "Narcissa really got hurt?" "Yes, it's true. I would never joke about something like this," Mr. Malfoy said seriously, and even I could tell he was sincere to the point of almost swearing. "The flu powder situation and what's going on here, explain them to me after we see Narcissa." After considering for a moment, Professor Snape lowered his wand, though he still held it in his hand without putting it away. From the look on his face, it was enough to make Mr. Malfoy breathe a faint sigh of relief. "You'd better not try to hide anything. On that point, I've never succeeded," Mr. Malfoy said with a weary polite smile. This was the first time I had seen him show an expression that wasn't marked by noble aloofness. But just as I was still privately marveling at how the relationship between this platinum noble family and Professor Snape was even deeper than I had estimated, Mr. Malfoy's gaze turned to me. "Then, sir, arriving here with Severus, may I have the honor of knowing your name?" I glanced at Professor Snape, and seeing no reaction, I paused my fiddling with the crystal vial and nodded politely, maintaining a cautious distance. "White." Besides surprise, it seemed something else passed through Mr. Malfoy's eyes. "White. Just white." Judging by the matching masks and shared names, it was obvious even without thinking that Mr. Malfoy was probably wondering if I had some connection to the Eastern girl Snow White he had met before. But if he didn't ask directly, I had no intention of explaining, nor was there any need. "Very well," Mr. Malfoy seemed to abandon the question for now. Seeing me remain quietly at Snape's side, letting him take the lead, he turned back to Snape. "Severus, if you don't mind, before we go see Narcissa, how about letting your friend rest here at the manor? It's clear White suffered quite a magical backlash, and he needs a quiet place now." Professor Snape frowned slightly, about to say something, when another unexpected yet incredibly familiar voice came from behind me, accompanied by Mr. Malfoy's suddenly terrified and stiff expression. "Don't trouble yourself, Malfoy." Xua's voice, deep and elegant like the most exquisite music, spoke before I could even react from the shock. A dark purple cloak covered me, wrapping me completely into his strong embrace. "Since Snape has come, you take him to see your lady. As for Prince White, I will personally attend to him." "My lord," Mr. Malfoy's slightly panicked and fearful helplessness could be explained by the fact that he had never seen the Dark Lord act so casually, but the fact that even Professor Snape looked utterly pale and rigid like stone explained a lot. No need to check, it was clear this guy now had the appearance of a young, blue-eyed, black-haired Dark Lord, and he wasn't wearing a mask at all. But even knowing that, right now I couldn't think of any way to break this stalemate. From Mr. Malfoy's tone, although it was still unclear why Cthulhu appeared on the Malfoy estate using Voldemort's appearance and identity, just now calling me white made it obvious that he had not, and had no intention to, reveal the connection between me and Harry Potter. But, Professor Snape is here. Professor Snape knows that Harry Potter is white. And that brat just called me Prince. This not only publicly declares that I have a close relationship with him, but also informs Professor Snape that I have been in contact with the fake Dark Lord. How am I supposed to explain this to Professor Snape once he calms down? In this situation, I literally cannot bluff my way out, and whether I tell the truth or not, I will absolutely be punished very harshly. My miserably pitiful and sorrowful mental wailing was directly expressed outwardly, and my entire body's petrified stiffness was no less than Professor Snape's. Not to mention the seemingly intimate way I hadn't even moved while being held in Cthulhu's arms, and just as I was deeply troubled about how to face and explain this chaotic situation, Cthulhu casually waved to Mr. Malfoy and grabbed my waist, about to leave. If it weren't for the sudden eruption of a powerful magical force that made my breath catch, I probably wouldn't have recovered my senses for a while. I could barely feel the powerful dark magical force for even a second before it was blocked by the strong demonic aura emanating from Cthulhu, so it didn't add to my injuries. However, the current situation made it difficult for me to care about my wounds. Pure darkness clashing with sinister evil, the impact forcibly pushed Mr. Malfoy back about 10 steps before he could steady himself against a wall pillar, his face completely drained of color in terror, making him appear even weaker, not to mention the archers hiding in the shadows. Their aura had long since been driven so far from the hall by the overwhelming force that even the granite floor beneath their feet was cracked. Severus Snape. Before I could speak, Cthulhu's hand slid onto the back of my neck, while his other hand locked me tightly in his embrace. I couldn't see his expression, but just by his gentle tone, devoid of any emotion, and the steadily intensifying severe aura around him, I knew he was applying pressure on Professor Snape. Is this how you should behave upon seeing the return of the great Dark Lord? I didn't hear Professor Snape's answer, but just from the hall trembling as if from an earthquake, it was clear how powerful the opposing forces had become. No. I struggled to break free from Cthulhu's grip, but martial arts trained as he wasn't about to let me go that easily. I regretted teaching this kid restraint techniques for the first time. But before I could escape, the next unexpected event completely threw me off. Professor! I was horrified to discover that the dark magical power suddenly disappeared without any warning, and Professor Snape didn't even retain any power to protect himself. In such a confrontation, suddenly losing one's power is tantamount to suicide. I couldn't care about revealing that I could fight, so I immediately dislocated Cthulhu's hands at the joints and rushed toward the figure, who had turned pale and was staggering a few steps, holding up his nearly collapsing tall frame. Your Highness, quiet. Cthulhu cautiously started to speak, but I mercilessly cut him off, my voice low as I said, out. But, he said worriedly, it's already the 5th day, and you haven't eaten. Out. I repeated the same answer, sitting on the sofa right at the edge of the bed, not wanting to move at all, let alone look at Cthulhu. Don't make me say it a third time. Your Highness. Losing patience, I directly waved my left hand, emitting a silvery light that engulfed Cthulhu's whole body with my mental power, using the symbiotic contract's power to forcibly throw him out of the room. Over the past 4 days, compared to regular meals plus afternoon tea and late-night snacks, I had honed that boy's ability to appear and disappear to perfection, but my mood kept turning more violent. If Cthulhu hadn't been so sensible as to prepare the quietest and most comfortable courtyard for Snape and me at the Malfoy estate, strictly forbidding any creature or non-creature from disturbing us, whether or not he was still cosplaying as the Dark Lord, I would have just knocked him back to his original form and thrown him into the frozen Siberian tundra, then flown to the deep Arctic glaciers to make an ice sculpture out of him. It was already the 5th day, and Professor Snape still showed no signs of waking. At the moment I was holding up his unconscious body, I immediately sensed the chaotic magic within Snape, even purer and more powerful than mine. When it rebelled, the damage was even greater. It turned out that the injuries in the subspace weren't just mine, he had hidden it so well, even smoothing out my own chaotic magic. But when Cthulhu appeared in Voldemort's form and even tried to take me away, could Snape's fully unleashed angered power have still contained the injuries? Although Xua immediately withdrew his power during the incident, in that situation, it was still unavoidable that Snape's injuries would worsen. The magical backlash was restless. If it were that simple, even if the healer's magic wasn't very strong, just getting a couple more wizards to help guide and manage it would suffice. But the problem is that the restlessness in Professor Snape's body isn't just magic, there's also the malevolent energy left by Xua fueling the chaos, not to mention that the flame of life within him is burning unexpectedly fiercely. What is this? To resist what he thinks is Voldemort's Xua, is he even using the power of his soul? The flame of life is the core that forms the 3 souls and 7 spirits and solidifies the soul. Once it collapses, the soul is scattered, and there's not even a chance for reincarnation. My chest ached, and without time to think, I could only first use my mental strength to envelop and try to stabilize the flame of life, then channel inner energy to protect his heart meridian, regarding the rampant malevolent energy and magical restlessness within him, that could only be dealt with after the flame of life was stabilized. Even with good intentions to help, his body could not endure any more energy at this point. It took a full 3 days. Even if sometimes I could disguise it as magical power or create effects similar to wandless magic, my mental strength belongs to the life-healing type, gentle but lacking force. Directly approaching and stabilizing the flame of life is fairly simple, but trying to dispel malevolent energy or manage magical restlessness, 2 highly aggressive, overbearing forces, is much more taxing. I also knew that, given my magic is weaker than Professor Snape's and I was even injured to the point of being unable to use it, it would have been better to have Xua and Lucius Malfoy help. Yet, still resentful at these 2 for directly or indirectly causing this mess, I feared that if I saw them, I wouldn't be able to resist immediately striking out in anger. Right now saving him comes first, I can't afford distract irons. Although the process was slow, using inner energy to consume the malevolent energy and mental strength to manage the magic simultaneously was the approach that caused the least side damage to his body. However, even though I knew the danger period had passed, and even though I knew his unconsciousness was merely due to weakness from his recent injuries, looking at Professor Snape lying in bed with no sign of waking, the emptiness in my mind and the helpless pain in my heart just wouldn't go away. I don't know when I was moved to this room, but once I was certain Professor Snape was okay, this place was actually a decent spot for recuperation. Xua came, first to apologize and explain, and later brought food to persuade me, all of which I threw out once my patience ran out, except for the minimal tracking of day and night to calculate time. I didn't want to deal with anyone or anything. Something felt wrong. Not physical exhaustion, but a bizarre emptiness in my mind that made it almost impossible to think. Even knowing that Professor Snape was fine, rather than wasting time staring blankly here, I should have been doing something, figuring out why Xua appeared at the Malfoy house pretending to be a Dark Lord, inquiring about the Lestrange couple's prison escape, or even understanding the situation with the Godfather and that fake rat. There were so many things to do. Even severely scolding Xua would have been more productive than staying here waiting for Professor Snape to wake up. But I simply did not want to move a single finger. I felt almost nothing, just emptiness. Only when I looked at that pale profile, so weak that he barely had consciousness, yet his features never slackened, and listened to his shallow but steady breathing, could I feel that I was still in this world. Because of the pain emanating from his soul, I already knew what kind of feelings Professor Snape held for my mother. I also always knew how much he sacrificed for her, his reputation, his ideals, his self-respect, his pride. For my mother, he almost gave up everything, even being willing to protect me, the child of his enemy, just because I was the only bloodline my mother left in this world. I never doubted that he could walk toward death without hesitation for my mother's wish. It's understandable. Whether in past lives or in this one, my parents, even my grandparents, from when I could remember them, they would pamper and care for me, yet they always made sure I knew that, no matter when, I could rely on their protection. But the most important person in their lives would never be me, only their partner could be that one and only. One could oppose the world to protect that one, and one could give up everything for that one, life and death, together. Because I understand, because I comprehend, that is why I respect Professor Snape so much, not only for his talent, but also for this devotion he has solely for my mother. I just didn't know that he would be willing to give up even his own soul to fulfill my mother's last wish, which was for me to live. He's clearly a Slytherin who walks in darkness, who believes in following power to the extreme, cold, selfish, prideful, and ruthless, but for that one singular obsession, he can calmly ignore even the dispersion of his soul, simply because he wants to protect me, the one for whom my mother sacrificed her life. although this time, it was merely a misunderstanding, an accident that caused no permanent harm. Thankfully, I still can't remain unmoved. I can't help but feel pained. Because I can use all means and try every method to save the person I want to save, but if the person I want to save doesn't want to live, then what good does it do? Professor Snape loved my mother with his heart and soul, and this accident made me realize even more deeply that I am his only concern in this world. In this world, all he has left is the goal of protecting me from Voldemort's threat, which means, for him, once Voldemort, the madman who will never rest until destroying me, is eliminated and there is no Dark Lord left to threaten me, he himself will have no purpose to exist in this world. All he wants is for me to live. Why? Leaning half-lying on the edge of the bed, I pressed my cheek against his cold hand, which rested outside the blanket. What am I supposed to do? I want you to live too. Defeating Voldemort is meant to allow the people around me to be safe, to let them pursue happiness without worry, but for Professor Snape, death is actually the true, peaceful happiness. I want you to be happy, truly peaceful and happy, but the happiness you wish for, I cannot accept. I closed my eyes, the heaviness on my chest almost suffocating me. I have no way to watch you head alone toward that end. I can't. What should I do? The slight movement of the hand on my cheek brought me back to reality from my despair and near exhaustion. I quickly sat up, nervously looking at Professor Snape. This is the first time he has made a move in 2 days since he was out of danger. It's a small sign, good news, and it would be better if it's a sign of sobriety, and I pray from the bottom of my heart. But after staring at the pale profile of the resolute but still closed eyes for nearly 10 minutes, there were still no other more exciting signs. I sighed inaudibly, got up and went around to the low cabinet on the other side of the bed, poured a cup of boiling water and took a cotton swab from the drawer, and sat on the edge of the bed to replenish moisture to the lips that seemed to be dry. Just as the wet cotton swab touched Professor Snape's lips, a hand suddenly clasped my wrist. I froze for a while before realizing it was Professor Snape's hand, and his obsidian eyes, which did not hide their weakness but were awake, were staring blankly at me who had not yet recovered from the surprise he had woken up to. Harry, yes, I replied subconsciously, and only then did I fully react. Although I still looked weak, Professor Snape finally woke up. I immediately stood up with excitement. You are awake, I will get you some food now. It's been 5 days, I can only eat some liquid food first. Is porridge okay? And medicine? All the messy thoughts and fatigue were gone, and I was overwhelmed by the joy of Professor Snape's awakening, and I just wanted to get the food and medicine that I had prepared long ago. What happened to me before? I didn't expect it at all thanks to the fact that I have been a doctor for so long. It's just that my annoyance, reflection and panic just came on, and my wrist, which had been gently clasped, suddenly showed some strength, and directly pulled me back to the bed like this. Sir? I hadn't figured out what was going on, but the figure struggling to sit up made me nervous, and quickly put my arm on his shoulder. No, you should lie down now, although the wound from the magic backlash has healed, but no, because the next second I had already pulled Professor Snape into his arms and fell on this not a small bed. Hell, a person who has been lying in a coma for 5 days actually has more strength than me. But I hadn't recovered from the brief dizziness from the sudden pull that hit the pillow, and Professor Snape's next move tested my heart's tolerance. Sir, I almost screamed. Has he gone mad? He just woke up and is already gathering magic. Does he want to live or not? Feeling the rapidly coalescing magical fluctuations beside me. Stop. You're not allowed to. I silenced him forcibly again, because the magic he was gathering was quite powerful and was directly enveloping me. It was a bit more forceful than intended due to unstable control, but it wasn't harmful. I quickly recognized it as magic used to check someone's physical condition. At the same time, the stabbing pain that had blocked my chest for several days returned. This man, he just woke up with injuries. I buried my face into his steadily beating chest, hugged Professor Snape's waist quietly, and simultaneously sent my internal power and spirit slowly into his body. It was both to prevent him from hurting himself again after using the diagnostic magic and to let him know that I was completely fine. The diagnostic magic lingered on me for nearly 2 minutes before dissipating. I didn't retract my power, just continued to quietly lean on Professor Snape. You're fine. I don't know how long it was before this gentle, calm statement floated to my ears, making me feel even more oppressed. I was fine all along. I couldn't help but hug his arm. Even though I could feel his warmth and hear his heartbeat, his appearance when he collapsed still reminded me of the situation at the end of first year. The lingering fear of nearly losing him again made my heart still race. You're the one who was in danger, I thought. Thankfully you're fine now, otherwise I would never forgive myself. A hand lightly stroked the back of my head. Help me up. No, I refused outright. You should lie down and rest properly. Help me up, Harry. His voice carried a slight grit of endurance, and the hand above slid to the back of my collar, trying to pull me away. And stop rolling off me, my clothes aren't here for you to use as a handkerchief. I paused, wiped my face with my sleeve, and sat up. Let me vent for a bit, it won't hurt. I've been worried for 5 days. Professor Snape let out a cold snort and propped himself up, muttering his discontent. Seeing that he was so stubborn about getting up, I had no choice but to take out my wand and summon several cushions from the sofa at the other end of the room to place behind him so he could sit comfortably, though using magic immediately upon waking up, and seeing that he wasn't willing to rest properly, I guessed it would postpone the time until he had enough strength to get out of bed again. Where are you going? When I helped him settle, poured him a cup of warm water, and handed it to him before turning to leave, Professor Snape called me back and asked, "Going to have a house elf bring some porridge, and also prepare some restorative potions?" I admitted somewhat resentfully. "You need to eat something before taking the medicine. Actually, these should have been prepared earlier, but that can wait," Professor Snape asked, frowning. "Where is this?" Hearing his question made my heart skip a beat. The first 3 days after the incident were all about focusing on saving people, and in the following days, I was completely out of it, not thinking about anything at all. I hadn't even figured out the problem of Tua coming to the Malfoy's house cosplaying as the Dark Lord, let alone how to explain it to Professor Snape. "Harry," I rubbed the bridge of my nose. "Whatever," I thought. "Stick your head out and you'll get cut, keep it in and you'll get cut too. Besides, the reason the Creator threw me into this reincarnation was to change the future, right? Now the butterfly has already fluttered, and even the Lestrange couple have run ahead, and although the old fox and Professor Snape don't yet know that I know the future of the original timeline, they also know I have memories of my past life and childhood. Since that's the case, it shouldn't matter to let Professor Snape know some things earlier, right?" I summoned an ice cream brie and placed it on the tea table in front of the sofa at the other end of the room, knowing that its distinctive scent would be enough to attract a house elf who would understand what service I needed. Only then did I return and sit on the sofa by the bed under Professor Snape's pale, stern gaze. "This is the Malfoy's house, sir," I said calmly, "at their estate. I think it's the North Manor. From what I remember, the few times Tua came here, they referred to it that way." Professor Snape's face froze, but he was much calmer than I expected to go crazy. It cannot be ruled out that it was because he was still in a weak physical condition and it was too much effort to be excited. But I think it's probably because we're all sitting here safe and sound at the moment, so even if his heart is as heavy as his expression, at least he's rational enough to restrain his temper. I hope his current calmness lasts until he finishes listening to my explanation. I prayed secretly with a headache. The room was quiet for a while. I was half pondering the words I would wait for a while, half anxiously waiting for Professor Snape's reaction. The professor seemed to be recalling some things because of the answer I had just given, and his face became more and more distorted. Maybe I should order his sleeping hole before he goes crazy again, so that he can get better and wake up later, but then it will also make his magic power pressure skyrocket by proportional levels, right? Will I still be able to live from the baptism of magic at that time? Since we can still sit here now, before I could strike the drum, Professor Snape broke the silence with a cold tone with an ugly face. "I can assume that you have already explained. Is it about the relationship between White and the Dark Lord? Even if there is no demonic pressure, it is still terrifying." I finally resigned myself to my fate sadly, about the tragic fact that another man who could crush me to death just by pulling down my face after my grandfather, and at the same time continued to squeeze in my heart the courage I had cultivated in Gryffindor over the past 2 years, clenching my fists on my knees and saying calmly and carefully, "I have an explanation, sir. But I must first state that what you saw a few days ago was not the real Dark Lord. To be more precise, he is not the one who led the vast majority of the Dark Wizards back then, and who is currently waiting to regain his power after failing to abscond. Of course, I will explain his origins to you, but in any case, I don't want you to compare him to the Dark Lord, or even reveal his true identity to a third party other than the two of us, even Professor Dumbledore." Professor Snape's face was a little distorted again. "Do you know what you're doing?" he whispered. "You actually negotiated terms with me. And that. I am not negotiating with you, and I am fully aware of what I am doing," I said calmly and firmly, interrupting, staring straight into those obsidian eyes flashing with irate fire. "I am sure I have not been bewitched. The reason I say this comes entirely from my true inner will," I said plainly. "I trust you, sir. Among all the adults around me, you are the only one I can trust without reservation. Professor Dumbledore is a great wizard, and I respect him, but even his wisdom cannot fully grasp how strongly I feel about protecting the people around me. So no matter how much I respect him, there are still some things I must keep secret from him. I am selfish, sir. Even if he could understand, I still could not bear for the people around me to be used, or even sacrificed, for the so-called greater good. Professor Snape glanced at me with a dark, contemplative look for a moment. So what you mean is, he asked slowly, that the Dark Lord we saw earlier, he is also one of the people you intend to protect. I said, he is the Dark Lord, but not entirely just him. However, I reiterated, yes, I do intend to protect him, because he once saved my life and swore eternal loyalty and fellowship to me on his life. At that time, I also accepted him with a brotherly blood pact. I faced Professor Snape head-on with near stubborn determination, showing no sign of flinching. Even though I knew he would be very angry and felt some inner unease and guilt, I had no intention of changing my mind. I had failed Thua once, and the cost was not only the tattoo etched into my flesh. Such pain, I never wanted to experience again. Very well, very well. Professor Snape's tone was more ominous than I had ever heard. I should have known. Potter managed to hide a werewolf back then, so what couldn't his son hide? But your skills and boldness are truly stronger than your father's to be hiding the Dark Lord, and even call him brother. I swallowed hard. Thua is really not entirely the Dark Lord. You don't need to keep hammering that point. Professor Snape roared, then closed his eyes, pale, and gasped for breath. I was so frightened that I quickly got up and stepped forward, but before my concerned hand could touch him, he waved it away. You, sit down. He clenched his teeth and glared at me, dragging the cup that was half spilled in his earlier agitation back heavily onto the bedside table. Now, explain everything. I need to know what the hell is going on. But your injury, since I was lucky enough not to be killed by the Dark Lord under your protection, I'm certainly not going to be killed by you. Professor Snape said with a murderous glare as if he wanted to leap over and snap my neck. In fact, I had no doubt that if he weren't so weak right now, he absolutely would do it. Explain. Before I change my mind and throw you straight to Dumbledore. I hesitated for less than a second before being startled back 2 steps by Professor Snape reaching for his wand on the bedside table. Honestly, I wasn't especially afraid of him casting a spell on me, but if he did use any magic now, his body would certainly get worse, so I had no choice but to obediently sit back on the sofa, headache twisting as I wondered where to start explaining. Don't want to talk? It's not that I don't want to talk. And it's not that I'm making an excuse, really. Feeling faint magical current starting to stir towards Snape, I quickly said after nearly half a minute of hesitation, I'm just not sure if you know a type of soul-based dark magic. It's hard to explain. The magical current settled, though Professor Snape's expression showed no sign of softening. Soul-based dark magic. Yes. I nodded, clenching my fists, then took a deep breath. The forbidden dark magic of splitting one's soul to achieve immortality, related to the creation of Horcruxes. My voice involuntarily deepened as I spoke under Snape's hollow, pale, and shocked gaze. Do you know of this dark magic? When I had heard about him as a student, Professor Snape's research in dark magic was already comparable to that of an adult dark wizard. So although he might not know the exact method of creating a Horcrux, he had at least heard about some of its effects and uses. After all, transforming by splitting one's soul into a state almost equivalent to immortality as long as the soul exists, is not only the ultimate taboo within the forbidden arts of black magic, but also a form of vile magic considered disgraceful and blasphemous even to mention. However, no matter how depraved, the fear of death still drives some powerful wizards, desperate for eternal life, to take such paths. Actually, if you overlook the bloody necessities of the process, in some respects, splitting one's own soul is indeed the safest pursuit of immortality in the wizarding world. Having studied black magic for years, Professor Snape naturally knew something about soul splitting, yet this almost forgotten and forbidden magic coming out of my mouth, even to the point of accurately using the term Horcrux, both shocked him and made him clearly aware that what I was about to reveal was absolutely significant. Maybe because of that, as I went into detail about how last year I accidentally ingested the soul-purifying potion, which caused the dark soul fragments inside me to be devoured by the magical fire vine and fall into dormancy in order to save me, and how the snake demon nearly killing me triggered our symbiotic bond to awaken and become Thua, Professor Snape, though profoundly grim and with a tightly set expression, didn't interrupt me once. I have to say I was truly glad, because if he had, spoken, I really don't know if I would have had the courage to finish telling everything. In any case, Xua's identity, whether as the reincarnation of the Dark Lord or the unprecedented humanized Vine Demon, is shocking enough to rock the wizarding world. Although I trusted Sirius, Ron, and a few others enough to let them know of Xua's existence, the fact that Xua was the Dark Lord's reincarnation was something I had originally planned to keep to myself, along with the knowledge of the future and the deal with the Creator, right up until I was laid in my coffin. Unfortunately, plans are never faster than changes, especially when that supposed Slytherin-born reincarnation of the Dark Lord turned out to be even more impulsive than me, the little fox in lion's clothing, causing all these troubles, not only using the Dark Lord identity behind my back to get involved with the Malfoys, but even acting intimate with me in front of Professor Snape. No matter how good I am at bluffing, the bigger the snowball gets, the sooner it inevitably triggers an avalanche. From the very beginning until now, the person I've focused on the most has always been Voldemort. Spending too much effort using lies to maintain a cover among companions is not only troublesome but also carries hidden risks. I haven't forgotten that in the memories, Professor Dumbledore kept the prophecy hidden for too long, which allowed Voldemort to exploit it to manipulate Harry. I will not allow something similar to happen to me, leading to irreversible regrets. Moreover, it's also a bit of my own selfish desire. After learning that Professor Snape and the only bond in this world left is to protect me from the hands of the Dark Lord, the current me can only think of approaching things in this way to try to make a change. Even if this goes against his wishes, I simply cannot accept the idea that after defeating Voldemort, even if Professor Snape survives this dark war, I would still have to attend his funeral within 3 years due to the dying out of the life spark, even if that would be the ending Professor Snape himself most wished for. I cannot stand by and do nothing as he leaves. So, I can only use his love for my mother, his subtle yet obsessive protection of me, to approach him, trust him without reservation, and gradually let him understand everything about me that he wants to know. At present, this is the only way I can try to increase the stakes of the bond between Professor Snape and me, hoping to influence his attachment to this world. Therefore, thank Merlin. Although I had Professor Snape become my teacher to monitor and test him, once I realized his dangerously precarious state, as if walking a tightrope over an endless abyss, this apprentice status witnessed by Headmaster Dumbledore actually gives me an advantage in both approaching him and taking action, a straightforward and irresistible excuse, as long as I handle it with proper restraint. I suppose even that cunning old fox Dumbledore, who is always scheming, finally did something that, for me, counts as a somewhat good deed. However, Professor Snape's stubborn and difficult personality wasn't formed overnight. Even knowing that his way of burning through life was dangerous, I didn't actually think I had the ability to sway him, let alone change his steadfast mindset. I truly hoped he could survive, but not in a way that was devoid of all emotion, like a walking corpse. So if a peaceful death was Professor Snape's choice, then at the very least, I hoped he could retain his complete soul and walk into a new life with blessings. The sole blessing of Mother Earth, the title and power of Child of Gria bestowed upon me by this Creator God, although it requires a corresponding price, at least gives me the ability to do this if, by that time, no one could change his original intention. Including myself, Voldemort had 7 Horcruxes in total, but after honestly revealing the diary and the crown I had already destroyed, as well as Xua's Vine Demon identity, Professor Snape's unusually expressionless silence left me uncertain whether to continue. I had only mentioned that Xua had merged with the diary fragment and destroyed the Ravenclaw crown, without revealing that I knew the whereabouts of the other Horcruxes and that my body once housed a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Because, with Slytherin's expertise in schemes, combined with knowing the prophecy concerning me and the current mortal struggle with Voldemort, if Professor Snape knew there was a fragment of Voldemort's soul inside me, he would certainly be quick to suspect Professor Dumbledore's plans. He taught me wizard combat skills, guided me to gradually value my companions more and more, and then, at the most appropriate moment, made me willingly confront Voldemort simply because, as a Horcrux and a human, having the additional power from the fragment of Voldemort's soul, I am the only wizard capable of completely annihilating Voldemort's main soul, in a mutually annihilating way. In the memories, Harry only realized he was a Horcrux at the very last moment. This memory revealed after Professor Snape's death admits this because Snape knew that Harry, being upright and kind, would unquestionably sacrifice himself, just as Headmaster Dumbledore had planned. But both Professor Snape and Headmaster Dumbledore certainly also knew that only by fully committing to a willing, selfless sacrifice without any hope of survival would the ancient protective magic that Lily left in Harry resonate on top of itself. This would not only protect all the fighters at Hogwarts who would eventually take part in the battle against the Dark Lord, but it would also force out the fragment of the Dark Lord hiding deep within Harry's soul, causing it to die instead of Harry, allowing Harry to live. A cunning old fox and a deep, inscrutable serpent king, these two, even in the memories of their deaths, followed their own plans and never considered the feelings of those left behind. They are really extremely self-willed. However, I am not that kind and upright, Harry. To ask me to die for unrelated people is something I simply cannot do. Besides, having experienced reincarnation, while I am not afraid of dying, I also know that if I were to die again, I probably wouldn't be as lucky as now to remember my previous family. Not to mention that my goal of fixing the Creator God back to the original space would also shatter, leaving me in complete oblivion. Unless absolutely necessary, I am not willing to go that far. Moreover, the soul fragment in my soul has already been consumed and merged by Xua, making the old fox's hero training plan clearly impossible. Although the clearing of the soul fragment inside me was accidental, even if it hadn't happened back then, I had already decided to find another way to deal with the soul fragment, and I could never follow the old fox's plan. Knowing the existence and definition of a Horcrux, if I obediently tried to be the old fox's little hero, it would truly lead only to death. That is why, when I told Professor Snape about the Horcrux, I did so with caution and hesitation. Although Professor Snape didn't have a very good attitude toward Headmaster Dumbledore and often appeared to be critical, if he didn't genuinely respect and obey him, he wouldn't have accepted the headmaster's help and truly worked as a teacher at Hogwarts for so long after the downfall of the Dark Lord. At least, I don't think a potion master who is careless, harsh in enforcing perfection in potion making, and dislikes children could endure facing the potential hazards of cauldrons boiling over, or exploding in class every day for more than 10 years. After all, after Voldemort's defeat, most Death Eaters went into hiding and kept a low profile. Maybe Britain wasn't entirely safe, but finding a quiet refuge abroad wouldn't have been difficult. Even if Professor Snape agreed to the old fox's request to secretly look after me, he could have waited until I turned 11 and enrolled at Hogwarts to start his teaching duties. Repay even a drop of kindness with a spring. Though he says nothing and appears unpleasant, Professor Snape is exactly that kind of person. The awkward Slytherin. Voldemort's dark charisma and immense power were important reasons why Snape followed him, but the Dark Lord didn't care about what those under him thought. Although Headmaster Dumbledore was cunning and skilled at understanding and manipulating people, undeniably, this old fox was indeed one of the few who truly understood Professor Snape. I don't want to use some cliched phrase like the scholar dies for the one who understands him to express my feelings, and I don't doubt it would sound ridiculous to anyone, but in any case, for Professor Snape, Headmaster Dumbledore still held some degree of both teacherly and friendly regard. Knowing how obsessed Snape was with ending all this, I didn't want to take away even a small part of the little warmth he had left, even if this feeling wasn't entirely pure. After I explained the origins of Xua, Professor Snape said nothing, only indicating that he wanted to rest. Honestly, though his current physical condition didn't allow him to get too agitated, it was this calm, unruffled reaction that was even more unsettling. Expressionless, flat-toned, completely emotionless, I couldn't guess his thoughts at all, though I rarely understood them anyway, but it was certain that he wasn't seeing me at all right now. Actually, it's not that hard to understand. My former master was reincarnated in a different form, and has even become the brother cherished by the child I've always protected. It takes some time to get used to recognizing anyone, not to mention my endless grudges with the Dark Lord, and on top of that, the extremely tricky trouble of the Horcruxes. So, I didn't insist on staying in the room to take care of him. The ice green breeze I had casually summoned earlier had already allowed a house elf to wait cleverly outside the door. After obediently leaving the room, I naturally instructed the house elf to bring some food and potions for Professor Snape to take over the care, and reminded the house elf to remain completely quiet and not to inform anyone about the professor waking up. Under Lucius Malfoy's orders, this house elf was now supposed to treat the fake Dark Lord as the master and obey him completely. As for me, after nearly 5 full days without eating, drinking, or resting, even my usually light sleep couldn't withstand the relief in my heart. The house elf simply opened the next room where Professor Snape was resting, and the moment I touched the bed, I fell into a deep sleep. I was even a bit surprised myself. This sleep lasted a full 2 days without interruption, and I even slept through Christmas. Chapter 103. Chapter 103. Malfoy Manor. To be honest, waking up to find a spectacular pile of gifts at the foot of my bed should have been a pretty good mood booster. That is, if I hadn't realized that Christmas had already passed, and if I weren't clearly aware that I was still inside Malfoy Manor. However, before I could dwell on when I had become popular enough to receive over 50 boxes of gifts, and several of them even had cards addressed at Harry Potter, a small house elf suddenly appeared not far from my bed with a soft pop in the air, making me raise an eyebrow in surprise. "Ah, your Great Highness is finally awake, Dobby is so happy." The house elf's high-pitched voice was particularly piercing when screaming, "You've been asleep for 2 whole days." Lord Sewer was so worried, Dobby was worried too. "Quiet!" I growled instinctively. Seeing Dobby horrified and covering his mouth as if about to hit the wall, I hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Do not harm yourself in front of me. Have you forgotten my previous orders?" Dobby skidded to a halt in front of the wall, still covering his mouth, meekly turning back to me, his round, tennis ball-sized eyes pleading apologetically. "Sorry, Dobby, I don't mean to stop you from speaking." I rubbed my temples in frustration and sighed. "I just woke up and still feel a bit dizzy. Could you please keep your voice down? Your Highness should not apologize." "Oh, Dobby is so bad," forgetting that the noble Highness likes quiet. "Dobby has been extremely careless." Dobby finally stopped covering his mouth, but his eyes began to well up. "But Dobby is just so happy. The kind and merciful Highness slept for so long. Although Lord Sewer said it was normal since your Highness was too tired before, still." Sewer came here. I frowned, somewhat surprised at how exhausted I had been this time. Nearly unconscious, and I didn't notice at all, not even in my own domain. I had been far too careless. "Lord Sewer has come to see your Highness several times, but never stayed very long. Lord Sewer said that your Highness is still angry with him, and staying too long might wake your Highness up, which would make you even angrier." Dobby suddenly let out a quiet, high-pitched scream again, but compared to before, it was a quieter version. "Lord Sewer said that if your Highness wakes up, I must notify him immediately." Dobby actually forgot. "Don't go. I don't want to see him right now," I said, grabbing at my wrinkled clothes before Dobby could snap his fingers and appear. "Dobby, do me a favor. Can you bring me a clean set of clothes and some food first? I want to wash up and eat." "Oh, yes, your Highness, of course, your Highness." Dobby is so foolish, forgetting your Highness's needs. "Dobby will go immediately." Then, helplessly and before I could stop him, Dobby disappeared into thin air, leaving me no time to even ask where the bathroom was. Luckily, I had good luck. After sliding out of bed and walking across this large room, the first door I opened led straight to the bathroom, which turned out to be a luxurious bath similar to a small swimming pool. So decadent and indulgent, I muttered to myself as I entered and didn't hesitate to start filling the bath. Since it wasn't costing me any water bills, why should I hold back? No, wait, wizards basically use candles, torches, or even luminous stones, and water can be conjured with magic, so there's never any worry about water or electricity costs, so I relaxed even more in the bath. That little guy Dobby may be a bit neurotic, but he is actually quite efficient and effective when doing tasks, as long as the duties are limited to household chores. I stretched my body in the bath and felt both my body and mind clear enough. When I got up, I found a towel and a neatly prepared stack of brand new silver-toned clothes, socks, and shoes laid out by the edge of the bath. When I changed into the clothes and stepped out with my damp, half-wet long hair, the smell of freshly toasted bread in the air made me realize just how hungry I was. It smells so good. I walked towards the low table already set with a complete meal of pies, fried eggs, and roasted sausages, my steps quickening instinctively. "Dobby, you're really too good, bringing all this delicious food." There was even steaming seafood cream mushroom soup, and what could be more comforting than a hot soup on a cold day like this? "Your Highness is far too kind." But all these foods were made by Dobby's companions, not by Dobby, so Dobby really cannot bear to accept your Highness's praise. "But you did find this outfit for me, right?" Dobby is still very capable. Fortunately, the mealtime at the Gryffindor table was always noisy and full of magical mishaps, so after more than 2 years of influence from the fellow little lions in the house, Dobby could barely restrain his nervous reaction and still managed to endure it. "By the way, Dobby, weren't you supposed to be taking care of the little blood elves in the snow house? How come you came to the Malfoy house?" "Because your Highness is here. Lord Sewer thinks that your Highness will have many things that need help, and Dobby is more familiar with this place and can be of more assistance to your Highness." It seems that Dobby really holds quite a grudge against the Malfoy family. Not only has the excitement he originally felt from my politeness slightly cooled, but whenever Malfoy household is mentioned, he uniformly refers to it simply as this place. "Lord Sewer truly cares a great deal for your Highness, Dobby. I understand Sewer's intentions, but sometimes goodwill alone is not enough. I'll handle matters with Kua myself, so you don't need to speak on his behalf anymore. That kid, as expected, sent Dobby here just to please me. Sighing inwardly, I took a sip of the thick soup and asked, by the way, Kua is currently pretending to be the Dark Lord, and you being here, you made sure your companions won't talk about it, right? Of course. Dobby is very careful. Except for Kaiko, who currently takes orders from Lord Kua, no one knows that Dobby has returned here. Dobby has also told no one about Lord Kua's identity, not even Dobby's own kind. Dobby is a very loyal house elf and would never reveal his master's secrets. Of course, Dobby likes freedom and currently has no master, but Dobby really likes your highness. Lord Kua is also very generous in paying Dobby wages, and Dobby feels extremely honored to keep any secrets for both of you. I almost sprayed the fried egg in my mouth. Not just because Kua actually took the initiative to pay Dobby, but also because of the faint admiration and gratitude in Dobby's voice toward him. Kua actually paid you? How much did he give you? Dobby now has 5 galleons a month, your highness. The conflicted expression on my face was obvious, but Dobby seemed to misunderstand it as me thinking Kua gave too little money, so he hurriedly explained, actually, Dobby doesn't really need wizarding gold, your highness. No house elf should charge for their work, working is our passion. But Lord Kua said that since Dobby is taking care of the children for your highness in the snow house, is doing a service for your highness, and your highness would definitely not want to see Dobby work for free. Lord Kua originally intended to pay Dobby 50 galleons a month, but Dobby is very comfortable in the snow house and doesn't need wizarding gold, so it's okay, you don't have to explain so much, as long as you're happy. I waved my hand, reminding myself once again that the fact Kua is Tom Riddle reborn should be kept to myself, and that I must never tell Professor Snape. It had to stay buried within me. So, these Christmas gifts appearing here are your doing too. Dobby just thought that although your highness was too tired and kept sleeping, you would still want to see your gifts when you woke up. Dobby said innocently. Dobby and the little blood elves all prepared gifts for your highness. When Lord Kua asked Dobby to take care of your highness, Dobby brought them directly here. And Dobby was very careful. The gifts and letters sent to your highness by your friends were intercepted halfway and delivered together, so no one discovered that your highness was living here. Thank you, Dobby. When you go back to the little house elves, could you please convey my gratitude to them as well? If I have the time, I'll make a trip back to the snow house to see them. No wonder there were so many gifts. It turns out they were from the little house elves. What else could I even say? But still, I need to trouble you to make a trip and deliver all these gifts to my dormitory at Hogwarts, okay? After all, this is someone else's home. Handling so many gifts here, even if I wanted to go through them one by one and take them with me, would be very troublesome. I'd rather open them slowly after I get back. At your command, your highness. Dobby bowed happily. Dobby is not troubled in the least. Being able to serve my master is Dobby's greatest honor. Dobby will go at once. As expected of a brisk and energetic house elf, I watched silently as the piles of gifts disappeared in an instant, seemingly whisked away by some magical creature, then shook my head and withdrew my gaze, focusing instead on finishing, well, dinner. Judging from the dim light outside the window, there's probably less than 2 hours until sunset. As for after I've eaten and drunk my fill, once I have energy, it's naturally time to properly deal with certain issues. Plans were plans, but I ultimately didn't manage to talk to Kua as intended. Dobby, who had already run a trip back to Hogwarts during my meal, brought me a frustrating piece of news. Kua and Mr. Malfoy had gone out just during the time I was waking up and getting ready. As for where they went or what they were doing, that's beyond the knowledge of this humble house elf. The coincidence made me strongly suspect that Kua might have been deliberately buying time. But since they weren't around and the mental connection hadn't been re-established yet, unable to find them, I had no choice but to temporarily put aside the matter of investigating why he was cosplaying as the Dark Lord, and instead ask about Professor Snape's situation. And Dobby did not disappoint me. He informed me that Professor Snape had recovered, was now treating the injured Mrs. Malfoy, and also filled me in on quite a few things that had been happening in the Malfoy household during this period. Although he didn't like the Malfoy family, Dobby had previously been the most capable among the house elves bound to this platinum aristocratic family. This was also why Dobby had been able to know earlier that Mr. Malfoy had lost the diary and triggered the Chamber of Secrets incident. Dobby was directly serving as Mr. Malfoy's attendant. Since he no longer belonged to the Malfoy family, and after the Malfoy estate was largely destroyed by fire and rebuilt, most of the house elves were newcomers who had signed new contracts, and very few of them recognized that Dobby had once served this family. Furthermore, now almost all the house elves knew that although Dobby was a free and lowly elf without a contract, he directly served the son of Greer. Therefore, at the Malfoy estate, no house elves looked down on or whispered about Dobby. On the contrary, they would obediently tell Dobby anything he wanted to know, of course, as long as what he asked about wasn't a secret forbidden by their masters. Privileges can really make one decadent. I listened as Dobby reported, having already picked up a lot of inside information after just 2 days at the Malfoy estate, and I quietly marveled while eating baked herb pudding. From a certain perspective, the identity of the son of Greer is extremely convenient. It seems that if I wanted, I could ask any house elf what their master likes to eat, what their hobbies are, or even the color of their master's underwear that day. I might be getting ahead of myself. In any case, although I still haven't managed to get Cthulhu to clarify what he's up to, from some things I've learned from Dobby, either openly or indirectly, I can still summarize roughly what he, in his role as the Dark Lord, is doing at the Malfoys. Investigating and understanding the Malfoy family's social networks and both their public and secret assets, though without showing signs of absorbing or controlling, he has recorded all the people connected to the Malfoys. This kid Cthulhu is obviously planning to completely grasp the power of the Malfoy family in his hands. But why did Cthulhu suddenly come up with such an idea? Although I had indeed earlier asked him to find a way to get along with the Malfoy family, what I meant was to cooperate with them to a certain extent and then gradually infiltrate the movements of the Dark Wizards. This is completely different from directly posing as Voldemort and forcefully trying to make the Malfoys his subordinates. More importantly, there's no wall without cracks in this world. Right now, things are tense outside because 3 prisoners recently escaped from Azkaban. For him to rashly appear as Voldemort, although the Ministry's drunkards won't suspect, doesn't mean Dumbledore will also be fooled. If that old fox discovers any trace, all the careful concealment of Cthulhu's actions I've done so far would have been for nothing. And compared to all that, what really made me furious to the point of almost exploding is that Cthulhu actually revealed the existence of the little blood elves to the Malfoy family. I haven't figured out exactly how Cthulhu, posing as the resurrected Dark Lord, convinced Mr. Malfoy to believe him. But one thing is certain, in the threats and temptations Cthulhu used on Mr. Malfoy, he must have dragged in that fictitious Eastern White family. Even more ridiculous, Cthulhu brought 16 little blood elves to the Malfoy estate, openly claiming they were his guards and also helping to strengthen the estate's defenses with the elves' special magic. But who could fail to see that secretly, they were watching the Malfoys? I also just realized that the night I clumsily fell into the Malfoy family's secret dark magic altar, those magical archers hiding in the dark, targeting Professor Snape and me, 6 of whom I later took down, were actually the little blood elves who had come to the Malfoy estate with Cthulhu. Damn it. I actually bullied a group of kids. Actually, saying it like that doesn't seem quite right either. After all, they've been sleeping inside the sealing crystal for who knows how many thousands of years. Although their appearance regressed to that of 6 or 7-year-old children when they successfully broke through the seal and survived, they clearly are very aware of their identities, and several of their abilities have even advanced to the point where they can unlock the knowledge inheritance marks deep within their souls belonging to the vampiric bloodline. After all, vampires do not worship Greer, so their inheritance of power and knowledge differs from that of Greer's followers, and in the ancient cultural memories I inherited, the history of vampire skills naturally has far fewer details than that of the elves, so the special teaching materials I previously handed to Cthulhu to educate the young vampire elves mostly consist of ancient elven knowledge, but no matter what, even though their actual age could be thousands of years, these little vampire elves, no matter how intelligent, are still inexperienced in the world. The most important thing is that before their abilities are truly sufficient for self-protection, I really don't want them exposed to the outside world. Leaving aside the fact that these young vampire elves simultaneously inherited the bloodlines and wisdom of 2 ancient races long vanished, just their striking beauty and tall, handsome appearance, not inferior to Vila, is enough to provoke the sins of the world. So I am really, really angry. This reckless Cthulhu, exposing himself and acting wildly is already bad enough, but to drag the young vampire elves into this mess as well, damn it. If I don't beat him back to his original form and shove him into the frozen lands of Siberia for some serious reflection, who knows, he might even go and summon heaven on me next time, although honestly, now it's pretty much the same. Determined not to continue indulging that dangerous vine fiend, I finished my meal while suppressing my anger, then sent Dobby to find the 6 little vampire elves I had previously knocked down. Although the paralysis powder I used had already worn off, there were still some special effects that would lie dormant for a few days before taking effect. Since I knew those magic archers were my own children, I naturally had to quickly eliminate any hidden dangers within their bodies. Luckily, having slept for 2 days and eaten well after waking, I was now full of energy. Additionally, some of the poisons I brought along could counteract other poisons, and combined with a bit of bloodletting and acupuncture techniques, by the time the sun rose the next day, I had purged all the residual toxins from the 6 little vampire elves' bodies, leaving no chance of lingering side effects. Then, after instructing them that they must rest for 2 days without using any magic or practicing archery, and reminding them to spread the word to the other little blood elves about being cautious when outside, avoiding contact with outsiders as much as possible, and making sure that all their actions prioritize the safety of themselves and their companions, I hurriedly used the excuse of being tired and needing rest to send them all away, because facing 6 delicate and adorable kids with eyes sparkling with infinite gratitude and admiration not only is a real test of restraint, but it also made me feel quite embarrassed. They were simply too innocent. Even though they were supposedly in a state of hostility and unaware, after all, I was the culprit who had poisoned them. How could they forget so completely and without any resentment? After pondering for a long while without understanding, I could only attribute it to the innate nature of little blood elves and continued to focus on the cleaning work at hand, disposing of medical waste such as recovering poison herbs and sterilizing silver needles. Having finished cleaning, I was standing by the bed, debating whether to take a short rest first or have Dobby bring breakfast and try to find out if Tua had returned, when the unexpected forceful opening of the door shattered my little plan. "Professor!" I stared in shock at the tall man at the door, exuding a twisted, dangerous aura. What exactly had happened? Why did Professor Snape look like he was about to kill someone? Before I could think, his brisk steps toward me made me nervously step back 2 paces. That formidable, almost tangible aura of murderous intent. Only Principal Dumbledore in the school could probably ignore such an aura, and anyone else would have fled at light speed, if it weren't for the training from my previous generations and over 2 years of experience in dealing with situations like this, which made me realize running now would only end badly. I wouldn't have simply taken 2 steps back and obediently stayed put, waiting for the inevitably harsh scolding to come, especially since I had already handled quite a few things earlier, and seeing that he temporarily disliked me. I had just come to rest for 2 days and had only recently woken up. I had no idea what I had done this time to anger him. However, surprisingly, Professor Snape, striding over with the hems of his robes flying from the doorway, did not burst into a tirade. In fact, his next action completely froze my mind. He reached out and pulled me into his arms, holding me tightly. I didn't know how long I had been dazed until my arms and lungs started to ache from the slight lack of oxygen caused by his grip. Only then did I feel uncomfortable enough to come back to my senses. "Professor, sir." Even though it felt inexplicable, at least I could be sure of one thing for now: his twisted killing intent probably wasn't entirely directed at me. At least I hadn't heard of anyone hugging their target before killing them. So, I cautiously mustered the courage to quietly ask, did something happen? Then I kind of regretted speaking, because the response I got was Professor Snape tightening his embrace. Had he decided to change his usual intent of trying to break my neck and simply end it by suffocating me? "Sir." Carefully moving the wrists that I could still control, I tried to gain some breathing space without provoking further strange reactions from Professor Snape, while lifting my head to clearly see his expression and figure out what was wrong. "May I ask, is it Horcrux?" I froze, and Professor Snape released me, though he still held my arms tightly. "Your ability to speak Parseltongue, that accident gave you not only the Dark Lord's powers but also a part of his soul. You're a Horcrux too." Looking at that pale, desperate, and angry face, I didn't know how to react. How did he know? Answer me. The grip on my arms was so tight that I wouldn't be surprised if bruises formed. "There's a part of the Dark Lord's soul in your body, isn't there?" "No." I quickly shook my head. "No, sir, why would you think that? When I drank the potion of soul cleansing last year, Headmaster Dumbledore already proved it was a misunderstanding. You don't mention that damned old fool to me." Snape shoved me aside, making me stagger and sit down on the bed behind me. His sudden outburst of energy shocked me. The one killed that day, how dare he? "Sir." I released magic and quickly jumped up to follow him. Professor Snape was clearly so angry that he had lost reason. The overflowing magical aura was no longer just threatening, it had already left traces of destruction wherever it went. "Sir, please calm down. Let go, Potter." Professor Snape violently pulled back his sleeve from my grasp and continued walking briskly, but I quickly sprang in front of him, blocking the door. "Get out of the way." "No." I stubbornly pressed against the door to withstand his anger. "I can't let you go to see the headmaster in this situation. That's none of your business. Move, Potter. If you're going to see the headmaster, it is my business," I said, my face turning pale. Fighting against Professor Snape's magical aura while arguing was incredibly exhausting. "Things are not as bad as you think, I can explain." "Explain what? You don't even know him." His roar suddenly halted. He took a deep breath several times, drew his wand, and pointed it at me. "I'm saying this for the last time. Move, Potter." "I won't." I glared back at him firmly. "I won't let you go to see the headmaster in this state, even if he really planned for me and Voldemort to perish together." Professor Snape's angry expression changed. How? How do I know?" I said, my tone slightly weary, looking at Snape, who fell silent halfway through speaking, his face even paler. I sighed. "I've always known more than most people, sir. And don't forget, Tua is my symbiotic familiar. In matters concerning my life, is it possible he wouldn't tell me?" Snape remained silent, but the dangerous aura around him became even more twisted. "Please, sir," I reached out with a somewhat pleading tone, grabbing his sleeve. "Please, calm down. Slytherins are supposed to be more composed, aren't they? I don't know how you suddenly thought of this, but I can really explain, and you should also be able to understand the headmaster. After all, he carries the expectations of so many people and must consider and take responsibility for those who follow him. It's war, sometimes you just have to." "Enough." Professor Snape's breathing became unstable. "Enough, those things, you shouldn't even think that way. Your mother saved you, not for you to play the hero. I understand very well what price I've paid to be alive until now." I firmly interrupted him. "I never wanted to act heroically or intentionally do anything grand. No matter the situation, I've always remembered that my life doesn't belong to me alone, and I've always tried my best to keep living. I know you've always been protecting me, and everyone else has been protecting me too, but sometimes, many things just suddenly occur, forcing one to make choices, and some things are things I must face myself, things only I can face. You can't protect me forever. So, please don't always treat me like an irresponsible child, okay?" I touched the back of his hand that was holding his wand and gently said, "I know I can be impulsive sometimes, but I'm not really that naive, nor as fragile as you think, especially when it comes to life and death. I believe no one understands or is more cautious than a metempsychosisser." Professor Snape stared at me with eyes deeper and emptier than ever before. The excellent Occlumens instinctively hide their thoughts flawlessly under any circumstances. Not to mention me, who only knows the theory of legilimency. Trying to read me would be pure fantasy, but I still stared steadily at him. "Your explanation better really convince me." After a long while, Professor Snape finally lowered his hand and withdrew his wand, his voice hoarse. "You better tell the truth. I no longer have the patience for your half-truth excuses." I secretly heaved a sigh of relief, watching his back as he turned toward the sofa, feeling an inexplicable, tight ache well up in my chest. There was no time to analyze the complex, unfamiliar feeling. I slowly walked up to the man who had slumped into the sofa, buried his face in his hands, looking as if he had aged decades in an instant. I've speculated that if Professor Snape had known about Dumbledore's plan that intended for me and the Dark Lord to die together, it would definitely have provoked his anger, at least, in the memory. The professor, upon hearing directly from Principal Dumbledore about this insane plan, was already so furious that he almost immediately tried to kill the old headmaster, who had less than a year to live. To be blunt, if the old headmaster hadn't risked his life in advance, the professor might have acted on the spot, but I didn't expect that the current Professor Snape would feel not just anger at Dumbledore, but also disappointment to this extent. Sure enough, without the external pressures and having to openly acknowledge the desperate strategy being used by a trusted elder is still too big a blow. It's true, a fragment of Voldemort's soul once resided in my body. I can speak Parseltongue, and that power indeed came from that soul fragment. I crouched beside him and said softly, "However, last year, when you gave me that potion to cleanse the soul, that fragment was already removed from my body. At that time, the Firevine was helping to stabilize my soul and also to prevent me from being harmed by the magic in the diary before it fully evolved, so it took the fragments in my body and the diary on its own. A few days ago, when I told you about Xua's origin, I didn't mention this because I thought it wasn't necessary. Although the fragment of the Dark Lord's soul did exist in my body before, that's all in the past. The headmaster, whatever plans he had in the past, by the time he admitted that my soul was now whole and completely my own, he had already given up. So you just forgave him and hid it for him. Professor Snape set down his hand, staring at me blankly, his tone icy. Dumbledore wanted to kill you, Harry. Sir. He wanted to kill you. Professor Snape repeated coldly, hiding everything, protecting you, educating you, until you had enough power, then offering you to the Dark Lord to be killed, just like pigs in a pen. Sir. I had to interrupt, otherwise with Slytherin-style humor, no matter how ugly the words were, they would come out. The principal has already given up. Whether he really intended to do that before or not, he had already given up, and I had already let go. Put it down. Yes, I put it down. I looked into his eyes calmly. Even if it is understandable and acceptable, what is broken will never get better. For what has gone and lost, even if it comes back, is no longer the original. Principal Dumbledore is to me just a respectable and wise elder, worthy of my loyalty, and there is no other meaning than that, and such a person exists, no matter what he has thought of me before, since it has not happened. Of course there is no question of forgiveness or not. Professor Snape looked at me indifferently. You already knew at that time, so you said that. There is no need to care about things that are no longer important. What's more, the principal has already regretted it. I didn't deny it or admit it, but even if the principal didn't regret it, I thought the same thing. Voldemort is a very powerful wizard, the most powerful, whether it is intelligence, intrigue, or leadership charm. It is not an exaggeration to call Voldemort His Majesty. It's just that they also want to strengthen the ideals of the wizard race, but his approach is too extreme and too zealous, insisting on going his own way, and too cruel and bloody to deal with such a powerful dark wizard. It is impossible to bring him down without a considerable degree of sacrifice. Whoever is in the position of Principal Dumbledore will make the same decision, because the most basic reason of being a leader is to exchange the least price for the greatest benefit. So, please don't blame the headmaster for this, okay? I believe that someone who is genuinely respected and loved by so many people must also deeply value life. The headmaster wouldn't easily sacrifice anyone unless the situation had deteriorated to the worst-case scenario. It's just that when facing such a terrible and cunning enemy, he always has to prepare several contingency plans and consider the worst-case scenarios, and no one knows what the future holds. You can't hold the headmaster accountable for something that hasn't actually happened, can you? Besides, the soul fragment in my body has already disappeared, so it's no longer valuable as a last weapon. Even if Voldemort comes back in the future, we'll have to find another way to defeat him. I carefully held his hand, feeling the chill of his fingers. Also, this lost and corrupt magic that splits a soul to reincarnate as an evil-like is something even you, skilled in dark arts, aren't very familiar with. If you go to question the headmaster, how would you explain that you know about Horcruxes? I didn't intend to keep Xua hidden forever, but until Voldemort disappears completely, I don't want the headmaster to know about him. Professor Snape's expression finally cracked slightly. Is this the main reason you spared Dumbledore? His tone was subtle and hard to read. You want to protect him. I have indeed been doing my best to prevent Dumbledore from discovering Xua's existence, I admitted honestly. Some people involved in this have bad records, and you can't deny, in the eyes of those with intentions, Xua would indeed be a very useful pawn. In Professor Snape's deep, dark eyes, a flash of danger passed, something I wouldn't have noticed if I hadn't been very careful. By those with intentions, you mean someone like you? Snape's tone and expression carried a soft but looming storm, bringing the young Dark Lord back to life. Coming to the Malfoy house, what do you think you're doing, Mr. Harry Potter? It took me a moment to understand what he meant. I'm not planning that. Xua does carry the memories and power of the Dark Lord, but he has been reborn. He is now the Darkvine Demon King, a partner I trust and, more importantly, a brother whose soul coexists with mine. That's the only reason I want to protect him. I immediately clarified, somewhat frustrated, but I know I'm not old enough yet. I still have so much to learn. My power is too small, I have neither background nor family, and there's a Dark Lord outside constantly watching and ready to kill me along with his secret followers. I still have a bunch of people protecting me, so what else can I do? Moreover, Xua can already take human form. It's temporarily inconvenient for him to stay with me, and it wouldn't be good to leave him idle, so I let Xua do some business outside without revealing our identities. This way, he supports the financial resources for my experiments. helps me build some connections, and also gathers intel on Voldemort and his subordinates. Other than that, I have no plans to get involved with the Dark Wizard forces, and I have never asked Tua to do so. So you're saying I should praise your enthusiasm for research funding? Professor Snape sneered through gritted teeth. I don't know that you could manage to squander all the inheritance your parents left you in under 3 years, Mr. Potter. That's not true at all. I work for what I need myself. My private experiments and daily expenses have always been covered by my own earnings since first year. I suddenly shut up, not just because I realized I almost mentioned the newly closed mail-order shop, but also because of the sharp look of genuine anger in Professor Snape's eyes and the painful grip he had on my wrist. You'd better be honest with me, Harry Potter, he said darkly, glaring at me. Privately, how many rules of the school and international wizarding laws have you blatantly broken? Making money honestly shouldn't count as cheating. At most, it's just dealing some unlicensed magical jewelry and potions. I submitted under someone's overwhelming magical pressure, shrinking my neck and confessing obediently. Everything I sell is very safe, nothing that would cause customers to complain to the Ministry of Magic. Even if competitors wanted to cause trouble for me, it's impossible. I've always handled transactions anonymously via our post, so no one could trace them. But classes have been too busy this year. I really don't have time to make and sell things anymore. Professor Snape just glared at me silently, the force on his wrist nearly crushing my bones. I'm serious, sir, I said carefully with a pained expression as I tried to pull my hand back. Besides that, I haven't done anything illegal or against the rules. You are even less trustworthy than Dumbledore in this regard, Professor Snape said gruffly, then forcefully threw me onto the empty spot on the sofa beside him. Aside from that, your contract Thestral has appeared in front of Death Eaters under the identity of the Dark Lord. How long do you think you could keep this hidden from Dumbledore? I don't know either, at least until I figure out exactly what Tua pretended Voldemort did and who he met. I have no clue. Tua had previously only told me he had some matters to handle and would tell me once he was done, so I haven't contacted him for almost a month. Sitting on the sofa, I realized my legs had gotten a bit numb from squatting. I pressed my lips, massaging my wrist while secretly activating my internal energy to stimulate circulation in my legs. Coming here to find him, and him showing up as the Dark Lord, I was even more shocked than you, and then you guys just fought like that. I still haven't even been able to talk to Tua, let alone figure out his purpose. His purpose? Professor Snape snorted. Isn't that obvious? I stopped massaging my wrist, looking at Professor Snape in confusion, only to receive an even sterner, contemptuous glare. Has your brain deteriorated to the same level as your defensive reflexes, only reacting when the enemy's intent to kill nears? He said coldly and bitterly. The Dark Lord is always the Dark Lord, no matter the identity, nothing can change his nature. Professor Snape's words carried a hint of obsession that made me frown in displeasure. Tom Riddle was indeed part of Tua's past, but that's all, I said cautiously and seriously. Although I'm still unclear about Tua's purpose, I trust him. He absolutely cannot be a second Voldemort. If trust could represent everything, there would be no betrayal in this world. That's why I don't trust anyone, only myself, I said firmly and proudly, not avoiding his gaze. I trust my own judgment, and even more, my own strength. I won't allow my friends or companions to face threats or temptation, and even if such a possibility arose, I am confident I could nip it in the bud. A rare glimmer of light flashed across Professor Snape's dark eyes so quickly that I didn't have time to interpret it, but I guessed it was probably not a good thought, judging by his face appearing even colder and more sinister. First were the werewolves, and now the resurrected Dark Lord. The Potter family's definition of trust really seems to get cheaper with each generation. If one day you fall into the hands of a traitor like your father did, I wouldn't be surprised at all. He bared his teeth and glared at me, his mouth twisted with anger. So, arrogant Mr. Potter, since you already trust your little vine fiend so much, I assume you also have measures to handle the trouble he causes. My proud and lofty demeanor immediately shriveled like a slug touched by salt. I haven't even clarified everything yet. How could I possibly have a solution? I muttered sadly, then suddenly hesitated, feeling something was off. Why would Professor Snape ask this? Could it be, sir? I cautiously looked at him, tentatively asking, perhaps, maybe you could give me some advice. Professor Snape's gaze at me carried an even sharper, more perilous edge. Advice, he said softly. The advice I most want to give is to go kill that vine fiend, and then permanently transform you into a penguin and fly straight to Antarctica to live there. What do you think? I shrank my neck and lowered my head, not daring to speak. The atmosphere in the room stagnated like this. I could feel the magical energy around Professor Snape still tense and dangerous. The silence without a single word was truly uncomfortable. After a timid pause, I finally mustered the courage to quietly glance up. Professor Snape was looking out the window at the rarely sunlit winter blue sky with scattered clouds, frowning as if making a major decision. I am not very certain about the exact location of Malfoy Manor, just like our own Snow House, which I haven't visited but have heard reports from Xua. Its ancient protective magic, bloodline traps, and elf wards are all fully in place, safeguarding the Snow House carefully. Even as a keeper of secrets, I'd need to put in some effort to enter, but judging by the fact that it has rained more than it has snowed recently, it's clear that this place is slightly further south compared to Hogwarts, which is almost entirely buried in snow during winter. The drizzle persisted for 2 days at the end of the year until New Year's morning. Mercifully, the dampness stopped around noon. By the afternoon, although the sun was still not visible, at least a corner of the sky revealed a bit of blue. Sitting on a nearly 5-meter-high tree, I had prepared a fairly good vantage point and summoned some white grapes to eat slowly. Watching the nearby shooting range, I felt somewhat conflicted. Yes, there is a shooting range at the back of Malfoy Manor. It was naturally created by some pseudo-Dark Lord, allowing the little blood elves to tinker under the pretense of daily archery practice. As for the manor owner's opinion, it's negligible in front of the Dark Lord. If it were just that, I wouldn't care too much. After all, the Malfoys are merely a useful object to me. If it weren't for Professor Snape caring so much about this family, I would have planned to cause them trouble after Lucius Malfoy prompted the Chamber of Secrets incident last year. This is also why I was even angrier when Xua burned Malfoy Manor, because it drew too much attention and the method of the raid was too crude. As for the magical items that came from the Malfoys tour and were already sold off, it wouldn't compensate for the mental toll from last year's fight with the basilisk at all. I felt no trace of guilt whatsoever. You could call it a shooting range, but in fact, there are no actual targets here at all. It's more like a vast clearing with only a few large trees. If it weren't for hearing the complaints from those big trees about all the pits and scars from arrows over the past few days, I would have thought it was just an ordinary forest clearing, just a bit bigger. But what troubles me right now isn't whether the Malfoy Manor has a shooting range or how it's arranged. That's trivial. It's that in this shooting range, besides the 2 little blood elves, there's also a certain platinum-haired little brat happily playing hide-and-seek with them, although, from what I observed, it seemed the 2 little blood elves were the ones enjoying themselves. After all, it's rare that someone can become a legitimate target for them, and aside from not using magic arrows or killing them in play, they can be as ruthless as they want. This is basically asking for trouble, right? I silently watched Draco Malfoy scrambling in all directions in front of me, completely lacking the refined, high-class, aristocratic air he carried at school. I really can't understand how he could tolerate being a living target on the first day of the new year, because even without enchanted arrows, getting hit is still painful. And from what the trees whispered to me, this cat-and-mouse style hide-and-seek has been going on since the rain stopped, and Draco Malfoy and the 2 little blood elves haven't even had lunch. What are you doing up there? Considering whether to give Malfoy a break, I suddenly froze, realizing that the flat, emotionless question had drifted up from below my feet, and the voice sounded oddly familiar. I felt a pang of guilt as I looked down toward the base of the tree. Since when did you start caring about a Slytherin? Under the tree, Professor Snape, still in his ever-present black robes, stood with his arms crossed, looking at me. If I hadn't noticed the faint veins along his temple, I might have thought he was simply greeting me calmly. Well, since a Slytherin can set aside prejudice and take a Gryffindor as an apprentice, then of course this Gryffindor can appropriately care for their Slytherin classmate. Only idiots will honestly explain their definition of rest and put it down. I replied half stupidly and half seriously, then patted the branch that was holding me behind my back, and with the help of the whiskers and trunk, it slid down directly from a height of more than 3 meters like a slide, and stopped at the root of the tree at Professor Snape's feet. But just before I could get up, a pair of big hands had already pulled me up first, but the movements were a little rude. When you were still dressed like this, I thought you were smart enough to maintain your rare low-key words and deeds, rather than showing off your talent for manipulating plants. He gritted his teeth and whispered that I was still a 16-year-old masked boy. Malfoy's house is not a castle that you can explore at will. You don't stay in the room. What are you doing here? I don't have the slightest interest in exploring this manor, but the air here is much fresher than the room where I have been staying for 3 days. As for the confidentiality of identity, Do you think that in a place full of trees and grass, someone can eavesdrop on our conversation without being discovered by me? Calmly pointing out the limit of my patience for staying at home for 3 days, I asked Professor Snape, who had already pulled me directly and started walking back to the courtyard, "Would you like to take a look, Malfoy?" That was what Lucius asked of him, and Draco himself agreed, so he should face it himself. Professor Snape is still walking without looking back, or are you worried about your elves? I'm worried. I'm just worried that my little blood elf will play your baby godson to death, and then you will be stripped alive as medicinal materials. I suppressed the urge to roll my eyes. Why did Mr. Malfoy ask you to let the elves train Malfoy? His family shouldn't have burned down even the family magic skills because of the previous fire, right? Elves' archery skills are not necessarily suitable for humans, but it is powerful. It is undeniably a very valuable skill that can restrain most wizards. Professor Snape glanced at me sideways. Since you have an opinion, why didn't you object when you asked you in the first place? You only asked me if I mind the elf archery side story, and you didn't make it clear that you really wanted to teach people, and you were learning it from Malfoy. I muttered depressedly, I haven't learned it myself, but I took advantage of my opponent. Draco promised me that he would only use this power for self-protection, and he would not use it easily unless necessary. Professor Snape said flatly, as long as your friends don't be idiots enough to provoke Draco's limits, he won't use archery against them. God knows that I am not the only one who cares about Ron. Anyway, since Malfoy's guarantee is Professor Snape, there should be some credibility. Besides, how much can a human learn elf archery has not yet been verified. Forget it, it won't take a day or two to learn elf archery anyway, and Malfoy won't be the only one who is improving his ability. I sighed, and Mr. Malfoy made that decision. Their family really needs more life-saving trump cards. My exclamation was not without reason, since I had told Professor Snape about the Dark Lord's Horcrux 3 mornings ago, and after learning and confirming the fact that I was also one of the Horcruxes not long ago, he had given me an order not to leave the courtyard casually, and like Tua and Mr. Malfoy, I had become a missing person in the manner who had only heard of its existence but could not find anyone at all. It wasn't until that night, when I was eating the supper prepared for me by Dobby alone, Tua, who had come back from fooling around and finally had the courage to do so, finally appeared, and after breaking 3 ribs and breaking his left arm with my old fists, in order to avoid my desire not to break and smash the bones all over his body, I begged for mercy and confessed the whereabouts and reasons why the 3 of them had been missing for the past few days, so as to divert my attention. Tua knew me quite well, knowing that I would be more rational when I was in business, but this did not prevent me from breaking one of his legs again, and then I could barely suppress the monstrous anger that had accumulated red eyes at the sight of him. It was only after my fever had calmed down a bit, and I didn't know how to describe my mixed feelings after learning that Tua was pretending to be the Dark Lord and approaching the Malfoy family, and that Professor Snape would later join him in what seemed to me to be a rather chaotic plan. I say I don't care, and rationally, I know that once something happens, the only way to deal with it is to face it, but in reality, after Mallory came under the divine contract last year, the strategic plans I had spent 11 years running through in my mind were still significantly affected, and my mood became increasingly restless and uneasy. Of course, I had managed to control this unstable emotion quite well, and apart from becoming somewhat irritable when things went wrong, almost no one noticed. But who is Tua? Not to mention his near-limitless insight and observational abilities that skyrocketed after acquiring Tom Riddle's memories. Just the contract we share for soul power allows him to easily sense my inner unease, coupled with the fact that, compared to before, my private learning and training intensity has nearly doubled. He can see all my anxiety. This seems to have triggered Tua's prior feeling of helplessness when he was just an unhumanized magical fire vine, and he is constantly thinking about how to help me share the burden more. I always thought, if I analyze Tua using Hogwarts classifications, although he is Tom Riddle reborn, Mallory's originally dominant traits make Tua more like a Gryffindor. After all, influenced by my way of doing things, Mallory's personality is somewhat impulsive, otherwise, he wouldn't have caused the fire and robbery incident at the Malfoy Manor. But now I realize, the cunning and deep calculation of a Slytherin allows them to stay calm and composed most of the time, yet once they have decided to do something, their decisive execution is unmatched. Sharing a soul with Tua means that even if I have secrets, he can still easily sense my truest feelings. Regarding my plan to enter the Western wizarding world as a member of a mysterious Far Eastern family, gradually approach the Malfoy family, and carefully infiltrate the dark wizard circles, Tua quickly understood my intent. This is indeed the safest way to cultivate connections, both light and dark, the only drawback being that it's very time-consuming, especially when I haven't explicitly stated anything but am always going to great lengths to discreetly gather information about Voldemort. So, after much deliberation, according to Tua, though I was extremely skeptical about it, Tua thought that, compared to the time-consuming, labor-intensive, and rather costly method of gradually building connections and using plants as an intelligence network, it would be better to directly swallow up an already powerful wizarding family, one influential both among dark wizards and in the Ministry of Magic, for personal use. This way, many matters could be handled more freely and efficiently. Of course, the premise was that the family had to be loyal enough not to act secretly against him. Therefore, after considering finances, manpower, the influence of various connections, plus a little personal urge for extortion and revenge, the Malfoy family, recently tormented in secret by a certain troublesome vine spirit, was selected once again. However, Tua also knew that while it was relatively easy to create chaos, such as setting fires and robbing a wizarding noble family as before, gaining their loyalty and making these proud aristocrats submit completely and willingly provide services was extremely difficult. There are many ways to ensure a wizarding family's complete allegiance, through both kindness and intimidation, forceful power, ample wealth, and so on. As for the Malfoys, their network and wealth were considerable, and they were skilled at creating their own benefits, so money could not sway them. As for currying favor, it was also difficult. Trying to make them owe a debt sufficient to mobilize the entire family in a short time was simply wishful thinking. After weighing the options, Tua could only take the path of violence to seize the Malfoy family's influence. Of course, the degree of violence also had to be carefully measured. Malfoy had to be completely subjugated and instilled with sufficient fear not to dare to resist, and the greater the risk, the greater the benefit. Thus, taking this risk, Tua decided to approach the head of the Malfoy family as the Dark Lord. I have to say, with someone as cunning and shrewd as Lucius Malfoy, it was unbelievable that upon meeting the young and handsome Tua who claimed to be the Dark Lord, he did not question his identity and was even willing to pledge immediate loyalty. I really cannot help but admire the methods Voldemort used back in the day, high pressure, cruel, yet undeniably a fascinating manifestation of absolute power. But even this kind of objective admiration couldn't diminish my desire to smack Tua, especially since it wasn't enough for him to manipulate the Malfoy family. He also deliberately sought out Professor Snape and leaked the fact that I had once been a Horcrux. And as a result, just as Tua had intended, even knowing that his true form was just a vine demon, though its power was indeed even beyond the Dark Lord, Professor Snape agreed with his actions and even took it upon himself to obscure from Headmaster Dumbledore the fact that the Malfoy-led faction of dark wizards was secretly stirring. This is absurd. I truly don't know what to say. Forget about Lucius Malfoy, who didn't even know Tua's true identity yet was already climbing aboard the sinking ship. But what was Professor Snape doing following Tua around causing chaos? Could it be that Slytherins inherently have some unreasonably insane factor? Suppressing my rage, I roughly re-established the mental link with Tua and immediately unleashed all the violence and fury that my body had experienced under torment and my mind had felt through our connection, ravaging and weakening the trouble-making vine demon before tossing it out of the room using the old method of random materialization and dematerialization. For 3 whole days without leaving the house, I not only digested the information Tua had brought me and his progress on studying the Malfoy family's power, but also investigated further through the plants and Dobby's covert and overt reconnaissance to gather more angles of information. Though all of this was chaotic, I still trusted Tua's abilities. At this point, the Malfoys could do whatever they wanted. What I cared about most was fully understanding how likely it was that Headmaster Dumbledore would hear any suspicious rumors about Tua as a resurrected Dark Lord, and also assessing the level of danger for Professor Snape being drawn into this situation. Plans are never as good as changes, but regardless, my own principles and bottom line would not shift. My size and reflect irons didn't influence Professor Snape's pace, yet I could still keenly sense a brief, tiny hesitation in the figure ahead of me. You know now. Yeah. I mumbled in reply. The back hill of the Malfoy house is quite large, at least, it's a bit of a walk to get back to where the house is. I followed Professor Snape along the damp, muddy path. Although silence settled between us, it felt completely natural. It was just when my gaze inadvertently fell on his large hand holding mine that a surreal, inexplicable confusion unexpectedly surfaced in my heart. When did it start that the always distant and unapproachable professor no longer rejected my closeness? And when did it start that the steps I had to work hard to catch up with, following his back, began to slow down enough for me to walk comfortably beside him? Why, when I try to recall, can't I remember any of it? It seems like so many things, without realizing it, have been taken for granted. I knew the professor hated my father, deeply loved my mother, and that my very existence was always his greatest disturbance. I knew about his choices and sacrifices, and didn't want to add to his psychological burden. So even though I was irresistibly drawn to his talent and wanted to get closer, I only dared to watch from afar. Dumbledore's gentle yet unyielding design to make us master and student was, in a way, also my subconscious going with the flow. Having had the experience of forming a soul contract with Xua, undoing our master-student witness contract would be simple, but I never had the thought to do so, because I, more than anyone, understand clearly who the true Slytherin is. Cunning, proud, calculating, ambitious, valuing power. How most people perceive and judge Slytherins is usually more negative than positive. Yet those aristocratic wizard children, whether pureblood or half-blood, still take pride in their house when they arrive at Hogwarts and enter Slytherin, don't they? The pride of Slytherin, even if their actions and intentions are misunderstood or distorted, they never bother to explain. They generally trust no one, and interactions are always based on mutual benefit, but the people involved in this exchange are always those they recognize. Even daily interactions between parents and siblings are few and sparse, and their words cold, yet in real danger or crisis, they can protect with every ounce of effort. A true Slytherin is cold and reserved, but not heartless. They do not lack love, nor do they fail to understand it. It's just that the number of people they deem worthy of their devotion is so few, perhaps not found in an entire lifetime. But once someone gains a Slytherin's recognition, even acceptance, the happiness they give and share is enough to make angels fall and demons despair, without regret. My mother was undoubtedly happy. She had the genuine protection of a Slytherin, and even if she ultimately could not escape death, she still experienced the most complete love in the world. And regardless of whether the affection came from my father or from the professors, in the end, even her own love was reserved for me, and she left together with my father. So I cannot help but love my mother, even though our time together in her womb was less than 2 years. The memories my father and she gave me are already profound enough to be cherished for a lifetime. At the same time, I also envy my mother, but even though I clearly understand that the definition of happiness varies from person to person, knowing that my mother missed out on this rarer, Slytherin kind of love due to her inability to comprehend it prevents me from also feeling pity for her. However, if it weren't for the family circumstances from my past life, the experiences I witnessed with my grandparents' emotions, and my knowledge of past causes and effects from being reincarnated from another space, I probably wouldn't have so easily noticed and understood Professor Snape's kindness. After all, compared to other Slytherins, Professor Snape's emotions are more indifferent and deeply hidden. Apart from my mother, only the Malfoy family could barely catch his eye, and if I weren't my mother's only son, Professor Snape would most likely have cast the killing curse the moment he saw the son of his nemesis. Due to my grandfather's influence, I have a better understanding of the unique, awkward, yet precious friendships of Slytherins. That's why I sometimes miss the kind of strict yet untainted care in my previous life, admire those who can be unwaveringly consistent in their protection, and revere those who can master both the practicality and artistry of potions, able to mix spells and magical arrays at will. That is why I wanted to approach Professor Snape, and why I wanted his recognition. Not anyone else, only him, because he is the only Slytherin who knows, who most deeply understands his own integration with darkness yet hasn't lost his true self. He is also the one most likely to understand the dark, selfish nature hidden beneath my appearance of light, if he is willing to face me. Friends are hard to come by, kindred spirits are even harder to find. In my past life, I had family and lovers who truly understood me, but in this world, everyone only sees my defense of the light and only wants me to remain loyal to it. No one is willing to acknowledge my equal attachment to darkness. Dumbledore knows, but he chooses to watch cautiously. Ron, Neville, and Hermione sense it as well, but they choose tolerance and cover for me. No one truly understands my feelings and choices. Xua is the first existence to understand and support me since my reincarnation. That's why, even when I am exasperated by Xua and struggling to deal with the mess he creates, I still indulge him quite a bit, but Xua's support and understanding are mostly rooted in instinct and contractual obedience and loyalty. Even though he possesses greater strength and knowledge than I do, his cultivation and personal insight still require my guidance. Moreover, with his personality barely 2 years old, Xua develops an attachment to me akin to a fledgling's affection, pouring all the sibling-like and familial sentiments he couldn't express or feel before into me. On deeper analysis, part of the reason Xua constantly causes trouble and makes me stressed is that, unconsciously, he is seeking my attention, like a child yearning for care, though even Xua himself is unaware of it. As for Professor Snape, my initial feelings were somewhat similar. I couldn't help but care because I knew in advance, I understood the professor's feelings for my mother and his pursuit of power, and after witnessing his talent, I couldn't help but be in awe. The more I interacted with him, what initially was a decision to keep my distance and merely observe, waiting for a chance to show my care, completely collapsed under consecutive accidents and the temptation to learn and follow. Eventually, my greed for his recognition and acknowledgement became uncontrollable, and I could no longer bear being just a vessel for my father's resentment in his eyes, a continuation of my mother's legacy that I had no choice but to protect. In the end, I was still greedy and willful, knowing full well that this man had lost so much, carried so much, and had been hurt so deeply, and that I could give him nothing in return, even serving as a reminder of the most failed and painful presence in his life. I still couldn't bear loneliness and wanted someone to rely on who could understand me. I shamelessly exploited his longing and guilt for his mother, using childish ignorance as an excuse, repeatedly ignoring his feelings, demanding the warmth that he had almost entirely depleted. He should have noticed. Slytherin has always had an almost innate sensitivity to human emotions. Even if he didn't know my secret of reincarnation before, once he found out that I actually had an adult soul, why did he still indulge my capriciousness so? Even if it was for my mother's wish, even so, as long as I could survive, he wouldn't need to care about my thoughts, wouldn't need to consider my feelings, and certainly wouldn't need to. Harry. Unconsciously, I stopped walking, and in my ear rang the familiar impatience, displeasure, and cold indifference. It always seemed like this. Most of the time, I annoyed him, as if everything I did was deliberately provoking him, but no matter how bad or angry his temper got, he never truly let go of the hand I reached out to him. Why? I looked at the frowning Professor Snape, puzzled. Why do this? Has your ability to form coherent speech suddenly regressed to that of a plant? I just can't understand why you would do this. I lowered my head, looking at his hand that he hadn't released. Malfoy and the others, they are people you care about, aren't they? Xua deceived them and set them up, so why did you cover for him and even continue his plan? You should know this is dangerous. Xua is fine, he can always protect himself no matter what. But Malfoy is different. If Voldemort comes back, wouldn't they be in grave danger? I couldn't make out Professor Snape's expression, but the gaze he fixed on me was penetrating, and only the subtle rustle of leaves in the cold air remained. Some things, once started, can't be walked away from so easily, Professor Snape said softly, continuing to lead me forward. You don't actually think that these problems your little vine demon caused can be simply erased with a memory charm, do you? Of course I know it's impossible, but Lucius isn't that naive fool. Do you really think that if you revealed part of the Lord Voldemort's Horcrux secrets to him, he would completely believe that little twining creature is truly Voldemort reincarnated? He continued. Lucius Malfoy leads a long-standing aristocratic family, a pureblood Slytherin lineage, and he has his own ambitions. I suddenly lifted my head and looked at Professor Snape's calm profile. You mean, he wants to use Xua? I carefully asked. But, if you didn't tell Mr. Malfoy Xua's true identity, Xua's current power is not inferior to Voldemort's, and Legilimency. A truly skilled Occlumens can make a Legilimens only see what the Occlumens wants to show. Professor Snape said calmly. Lucius is quite good in this regard, being able to earn the Dark Lord's favor, and still maintaining most of his family's power after the Dark Lord falls. His schemes and capabilities are never limited to what is seen on the surface. I fell silent for a moment. Although I had mentally prepared, it now seemed that the level of scheming within the Dark Wizard Circle was far more serious than I had imagined. So, if Voldemort comes back, what does he plan to do? Voldemort's control over the Death Eaters isn't something that can be easily shaken off, right? Using the power of this suddenly arisen Xua, a Dark Lord-level force, whether to tidy up his family and allied minor noble affairs or to seize the opportunity to expand influence within the Dark Wizard Circle, especially at the current time, I could only say, if Lucius Malfoy isn't insane, then some things must have really pushed him to the edge. It seems that the Malfoy family isn't as glamorous as it appears. The private troubles are probably so serious that even this cunning and deep-thinking family head has had to endure for a long time. That's why Lucius wanted Draco to learn elf archery. Professor Snape's lips curved into a twisted cold smile. A successful Malfoy never puts all his eggs in one basket. The corner of my eye twitched. Not liking to play schemes doesn't mean I can't play them, so the moment I realized Lucius Malfoy's plan, I wanted to curse out loud. Damn it, a bunch of little house elves almost had me scrambling to manage them, and now I have to look after a noble young master as well. What is this? Are you really trying to force me to pursue a career as a daycare nanny? He really is a shrewd schemer. I felt a bit frustrated, but I had to admit that Lucius Malfoy's move was quite clever. Neither Clue nor Professor Snape had revealed anything about the fact that I am Harry Potter. In the eyes of everyone and everything in the Malfoy household, I am the young master of the White family, a secluded clan from the Far East. Young yet unfathomably powerful, reportedly the key contributor to the Dark Lord's resurrection and highly favored by him, I came to Britain with some of my loyal household members to settle and develop. I met Professor Snape last year through trading some potion formulas and spent time mingling with familiar faces. That the story of the young master of the White family was hyped up like that, I have no doubt it came from Clue, but even Professor Snape tacitly acknowledging it left me feeling conflicted. What's even more frustrating is that no matter how much Lucius Malfoy believed in the White young master's background, he was bold enough to let his own heir learn from the young master's house elves, thereby deepening their interaction and strengthening ties. This way, even if the Malfoy family runs into trouble because of Voldemort, I would still have to offer protection to Draco Malfoy because the house elves will cover for those they are loyal to. What a clever strategy, officially preparing to hedge both sides. Truly sly. I sneered inwardly. Even without taking on a master, the elves do take good care of those they have guided, let alone how tender-hearted they are toward any young creature. Mr. Malfoy is well-read, he even knows about the habits of this ancient, nearly lost race. There are many aspects to Merlin's origin legend, one of which is that he has elven blood, which is known to those who have a little background in the history of the origin of wizards. According to legend, the elves who have gone to sea and returned to the wonderland of the gods are always noble, kind and powerful, and are almost immortal unless they are severely eroded by fallen magic. Professor Snape sneered in a sarcastic tone, and glanced at me. By the way, the lost elves of the supreme good have suddenly appeared, and 16 people have secretly come to Malfoy's house with the restored young Dark Lord at once. Even if these elves are still children, it is shocking enough. Not to mention that these elves are actually still attached to the retainers under White. What else do you think Lucius can think? What do you think? Even in ancient times, the identity of elf friendship was rare and famous, even if it was not clear why these elves that appeared now did not follow the sea to escape the world and still lived in the East. But now the elves are indeed admitting to being attached to the White family. You must know that the elves will not tell the secrets they don't want to leak, and the pride of the elves makes them disdain to lie. In other words, the strength of White in the Far East is at least to the extent that the elves are willing to follow. The above, of course, is the result of some people who only know one thing and the other will speculate and analyze it themselves after knowing it, and I don't know if the sum package does not include Lucius Malfoy. In short, the current head of the Malfoy family planned that if Voldemort really returned, he would immediately return to the orthodox Dark Lord's command, and then stuff his son into the shelter of the elves of White, which was quite serious from Professor Snape's attitude. Well, I think I'll look forward to the face of Mr. Malfoy one day when he finds out that those elves are also of vampire blood. I muttered angrily. They are also noble and elegant ancient races. Compared to elves, they are representatives of the most virtuous light race, and the vampires are the leaders of the most evil dark creatures. The legend says that the charm of the vampires is evil compared to the current reputation of the Dark Lord, and it is so stinky that they are not afraid to give in. Teaching archery can be used as an exchange for cooperative interests, but I can't take care of it myself, and it is a bit too much for the little blood elves to protect even their opponents. If he really dares to orphan Malfoy to the little blood elves, then I will let the little blood elves use Malfoy as an activity reserve blood bank. Harry, I'm joking. Blood elves won't drink human blood unless they are seriously injured to the point of life-threatening. Normally, the blood of small animals is enough to sustain their blood power. I shrank my neck under Professor Snape's sharp gaze and stopped mumbling, quickly clarifying, while also changing the subject. However, the little blood elves and White are closely connected with this suddenly appearing Dark Lord, and they were informed about the Horcruxes and expressed an intention to seize the position of the main soul. That is to say, White is in a very delicate position, needing to overthrow Voldemort while not being able to have deep cooperation with Dumbledore. If not careful, there's a high chance of falling out with both. Moreover, White comes from abroad and has almost no practical business advantages here in Britain. In this situation, Mr. Malfoy is still willing to entrust Draco Malfoy to White, which seems even riskier than working directly under Voldemort. But Mr. Malfoy still agreed to this decision, probably for reasons that align with your intentions, right? Draco is my godson. That really was an unexpectedly honest answer, but it's also widely known. I sighed quietly and, after exiting the wooded path behind the hill, stopped speaking, walking silently with Professor Snape back to the estate. Get ready, we're leaving for Hogwarts tonight. Back at this house, strictly forbidden from being disturbed by outsiders, Professor Snape called out to me just as I was about to go upstairs to my room. First, we'll stop at Hogsmeade, where someone will pick you up for a trip to the Forbidden Forest. You do have the childhood water on you, right? Yes. I nodded. Of course I had prepared the potion that counteracts aging. But who's taking me to the Forbidden Forest? And what are we doing there? You disappeared from school right before Christmas. Do you really naively think the headmaster wouldn't notice? Snape snapped impatiently, staring at me oddly. That wide-faced little vine sprite of yours is clever enough, too, finding the Centaur tribe on the very first day and arranging for their elders envoy to tell the school that you were studying astronomy and astrology with their tribe. Since you're returning to school, of course you must go back via the Forbidden Forest. Xua actually didn't tell me about this, but I really did forget that suddenly disappearing from school would indeed cause quite a bit of chaos and be hard to explain. Fortunately, Xua is really smart and alert, and had arranged an excuse for me in advance. Otherwise, not even talking about how to explain where I went, just my disappearance alone would surely alarm the department of the ministry again. However, using the excuse of studying astronomy and astrology in the Centaur tribe, well, it's really a bit. You won't explain? Huh? Explain what? I looked back at Professor Snape, confused, wondering why he was suddenly showing signs of irritation. You have connections with the Centaurs. He glowered at me darkly. Don't tell me you keep making friends with Centaurs while wandering into the Forbidden Forest at midnight. The Centaur elders always stay in their tribes guiding their people. And the nearest Centaur tribe to the school is in the middle of the forest. Even if you walked in a straight line from the school, you couldn't possibly reach it in less than an entire night. I'd rather you just assume I really was wandering in the Forbidden Forest at midnight. I swallowed nervously and stepped back under his threatening glare. Don't be angry first. As for my interactions with the Centaurs, it's not that I won't say, but I can't explain too much because it involves a certain ancient magical oath of secrecy. I'm unable to actively explain or divulge related matters in any form. Hearing that it involved an oath of secrecy, the magical energy in the air calmed down a bit, though the expression of the source of the disturbance grew even gloomier. An ancient magical form of oath of secrecy. I nodded, and he frowned, continuing to ask, secrecy in what aspect? Culture and tradition, friendship and loyalty. That's all I can say. I spoke hesitantly under Snape's dangerously narrowed gaze. Basically, it's not anything bad, it's just about providing obligatory help when necessary, mainly because I can communicate with plants, which is why they sought me out. They? His tone was eerily soft. Can I assume this means that ancient oath of secrecy involves more than just the Centaurs? Geez, could this guy be any more perceptive? My quietness seemed to be taken as the default. Professor Snape's expression darkened by another shade. The house elves at school treat you with such respect because of this secrecy contract. I remained silent, too lazy even to ask him how he knew. I no longer know how to praise your talent for causing trouble, Mr. Potter. Professor Snape ground his teeth. That obligatory help when necessary, when and for what does it apply? Cannot say. Very well. The hem of his black robe swirled as he turned. This issue of making friends, you can explain it to the headmaster yourself when you return to school. I shrank at the forceful closing of the gate. It seems that when I return to school, attending the tea in the headmaster's office is truly unavoidable this time. Chapter 104. Flu Powder. Firons. The end of vacation. I am very depressed. I used flu powder to get to the 3 broomsticks in Hogsmeade, drank the rejuvenation potion and changed clothes, then took out the invisibility cloak I always carried in my extended memory pouch and put it on. I went straight to the Forbidden Forest to meet Firons the Centaur who was coming to get me. All the way there, Professor Snape stayed in a low-pressure, silent state. He wasn't intentionally projecting dark magic, but the magical aura surrounding him clearly gave off a do not approach, evil spirits be gone vibe. I'm not joking. When we stepped out of the 3 broomsticks, the Dementor station not far away initially seemed like it would float over to us, but in the end, it didn't move. It only drew a breath in our direction with its face hidden under its cloak. Even though I was tightly following Snape while under the protection of the deliberately radiated pure dark magic, I could hardly feel any influence from the Dementor. But when the Dementor made a sucking motion, I suddenly lost control, my limbs stiffened, and I went pale. It wasn't until Snape increased the range of his magical influence and roughly yanked my arm, guiding me stumblingly out of the village, that I felt the uncomfortable cold gradually recede from my body. However, by the time I finally recovered from the Dementor's effect, we had already left the village path and reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and Firens appeared almost as if he had radar. When Professor Snape saw the centaur, he gave a slightly stiff nod and then turned on his heels to leave at a brisk pace, leaving me to watch his back vanish into the night without even a chance to thank him or say goodbye. The fact that Snape was still angry because I hadn't revealed my identity as a child of Greer wasn't enough to ruin my mood on its own. What really made me feel bad was the series of unexpected fatigue hits that hit me almost continuously after I returned to Hogwarts around late morning the next day. After taking Firens to the Centaur tribe for a night's rest, and saying goodbye to the Centaur foals who were both curious and enthusiastic about me at dawn, I took a bunch of potted gifts from them that were just homely decorative plants but were already rare potion materials in my eyes. I originally thought that Firens would return after sending me to Hagrid's hut this time, but who knew that he actually said he would send me directly to the steps of the castle gate. Originally, for people who have always taken the low-key hermit route and don't like to leave the forest area even at night, they suddenly kindly didn't let me get off at the edge of the forest, dismounting and carrying me through the large lawn that would allow me to walk up to the 10-minute lawn before reaching the castle. I didn't think much about it, as I was greedy for the small thief who wanted to save Labor number 11 bus, but when I had just slid off Firens' back and was about to thank him and say goodbye, I was a little overwhelmed by the sound of a fast and steady ensemble of hooves and wheels behind me. Now that the new year has just passed, there is still more than a week left before the end of the holiday. Who would choose this time to end the holiday early and go back to school? My confusion was soon answered by the familiar figures who stopped at the steps in front of the castle and jumped out of the carriage. Hermione, Ron, and Neville, all three of whom appeared, and their eyes lit up when they saw me, and they ran towards me without even caring about their luggage. Unfortunately, before we could even speak, Professor McGonagall suddenly appeared to say hello to Firens, and led me to the principal's office where the secret word for clearing the level was strawberry puffs under the regretful eyes of Ron and the others who had written questions on their faces and couldn't get answers. Then, surrounded by the warm stove and the aroma of sweet cakes and tea, I began to have a series of discussions with Principal Dumbledore about my sightseeing impressions and stargazing learning status during my trip to the Centaur territory. Thanks to the devotion of Greer's followers, although I only quickly went around the Centaur village last night, the things I saw, combined with the memories passed down by the children of Greer, made my Centaur village study holiday report rambling yet meticulous, hardly anything to criticize. This is evident from the careful attention given to the Q&A between me and the headmaster. Even Fawkes, who was reborn this Christmas and is just starting to grow tiny flesh wings, clung to the edge of the nest as I recounted the fun of learning to play music on the horn with the little centaurs around the campfire last night. You can tell my ability to embellish stories has leveled up, of course, if it weren't for Professor Snape, sitting with his robes wrapped around him on the other sofa, expressionless the entire time and occasionally shooting me cryptic looks, forcing me to maintain a polite smile while my inner mind sweated buckets of nerves. I probably wouldn't have felt my stomach as if it were filled with lead while nibbling sweet biscuits and sipping tea. Faced with a sly old fox skilled in wordplay and trickery, plus a cunning, patient bat aware of its own strengths, meeting the two major bosses of Hogwarts meant that when I finally stepped out of the headmaster's office, my HP, health, and MP, magic, were fine, but int, intelligence, and SPI, spirit, were severely damaged, showing negative values. Even after carrying away all the roasted biscuits and a tin of assorted flavor curl pastries that the old fox had offered, it couldn't heal my wounded little heart. Not to mention that while nibbling biscuits and heading back to the Gryffindor Tower, I had to face my three best friends, who, worried after not hearing from me since Christmas, came to school early, forcing me to honestly explain what I had been doing that I didn't even respond to letters. Considering the sensitive collaborations involving Tua, the little blood elf, Professor Snape, and Lucius Malfoy, it was better that fewer people knew, so I had to invent again from scratch the excuse that I went to the Centaur territory to study astronomy and astrology. So, chatting away until dinner time, I finally managed to get out of the grilling situation safely, but at the cost of severely depleted stamina. Heaven knows that after having breakfast with the centaur tribe and heading back to school, I didn't eat anything else. Biscuits and tea don't count. Those are just for snacking. I didn't have a proper meal all day. I'm so hungry tilde. So when dinner time came, I stopped playing do-re-mi with the horn given to me by the little man without saying a word, threw the horn to a second-year student in the lounge who was attracted by the sound of the horn to study how to use it, and took Ron and the others out of the dormitory and went straight to the hall for dinner. And as the saying goes, full of warmth and lust. This description is a bit vulgar, and I don't have any YY objects. But after a whole day of traveling, riding horses, and working hard, facing the 2 bosses with black faces and white faces and 3 little brats with a tendency to become sperm, my stomach was finally full, and I kept yawning and missing my 4-legged pillar curtain bed. So I also obeyed my desires, and after returning to the dormitory after dinner, I immediately climbed into bed and slept comfortably with the quilt for intimate communication, until the next morning when I got up and did morning exercises. I took out the Mariuda map and checked that Scabbers was indeed hiding in Hagrid's cabin. In fact, there are so many plants around and the magic spores that have been planted in the pseudo-mouse body, as long as there is any change in it, it is impossible for me not to receive a notification or induction. The reason why I took out the Mariuda map for confirmation was not only to give myself peace of mind after leaving school for a while, but also to confirm whether the Godfather had come to school by the way. Of course, I heard that my cousin also ran out of Azkaban, and the Snuffles in the igloo couldn't stay, so they sneaked into the school a few times and then ran outside without knowing what to do. Actually, the Godfather's mindset wasn't too hard to guess. He probably went off to gather information about the Lestrange couple. But this is really a typical Gryffindor flaw, isn't it? Acting impulsively without considering that he himself is a prime target for the Ministry, not thinking that an animagus disguise isn't completely foolproof, and even though Sirius's animal form hasn't been discovered, that huge dog is still quite noticeable wherever he goes. Low-profile escape is key. So why is our Godfather always so blatant? Thankfully, we had the foresight to give him a black crystal necklace that automatically teleports him when his life is in danger. As long as the crystal hasn't been triggered, he should be safe wherever he is now. Setting aside the pseudo-mouse that's still behaving and hiding in Hagrid's hut, I lay on the bed scrolling through the entire Marauders map but didn't see a single activity dot for Sirius, which was a little disappointing, though I knew it was risky. Since my Godfather wasn't in the snow hut, I still had a bit of hope to see him and check if he was okay. But since he hadn't come, I had no choice but to put away my small hopes and get ready to stash the Marauders map back in the suitcase under the bed. Just when I was about to erase the map's magic, I suddenly realized a pretty serious problem. Professor Dumbledore didn't seem to be on the map. Frowning, I quickly checked the map again, still nothing. That old fox, who had tried to have tea with me yesterday to coax information out, had actually disappeared from the school early in the morning. Damn. I was hoping that since Remus had mostly recovered from the weakness caused by the last full moon, I could take this opportunity to drag him to confront the old fox and solve the pseudo-mouse problem. And now this old man just pulls a disappearing act from school on me? Harry, Neville called from beyond the curtain, Ron and I are going to the Great Hall for breakfast. Are you coming? Yes. Since first grade, I had gotten used to piling a bunch of plants on my bed and practicing protective magic circles. The 4 people in my dorm all knew they couldn't mess with my bed, so no one dared to lift the bedpost curtains when they were drawn. I pointed my wand at the map and whispered, "Mischief managed." As the lines on the map vanished like ripples, I seemed to see a black dot starting with an R form at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. I was about to open the map again, but Neville happened to call out, "Harry, coming." Changing my mind, I stuffed the map into my pocket, pulled back the curtains, slid down the bed, and put on my shoes. Then I hurried to the door, hooking Ron and Neville's arms with mine as we dashed downstairs. Quick, quick, to the Great Hall. No need to rush so much, Harry. Like Neville, Ron was being dragged along a bit clumsily, looking both helpless and confused. You had dinner last night and went to bed, and now you're that hungry already. Since coming back from the forest, your appetite somehow got even more insane than mine. Who said anything about breakfast? The guy already knew his appetite was huge. I rolled my eyes at him and, without stopping my feet, continued running downstairs. I'm looking for someone. At any rate, even though I hadn't seen the headmaster, I at least needed to find someone who knew his whereabouts to ask when he'd show up, so I could plan my next move. As for who had appeared at the edge of the Forbidden Forest on the Marauders map, that could wait. But what I didn't expect was that because of my momentary negligence, not only did that fake rat escape from Hogwarts, it almost ruined my plan to clear Sirius's name. If I hadn't later kept my wits, letting that bastard who ruined my plans live a bit longer, and if Dumbledore hadn't put pressure on Fudge to finally give Sirius a chance for retrial, I almost wouldn't have cared about revealing my identity as Child of Greer and would have angrily used centaurs and mermaids to take on the Ministry of Magic directly. But that's a story for later. Without foreseeing it, all I wanted now was to quickly figure out where Headmaster Dumbledore had gone. Because the holidays hadn't yet passed and there were especially few teachers and students staying at the school this year, the dining tables in the school hall only served one table, shared by both teachers and students. Apparently, this was the wish of the headmaster, who is currently not at school, but that's not the main point. In fact, this turned out to be convenient, as while having breakfast, I could casually and indirectly ask Professors McGonagall and others about the headmaster's whereabouts. Although, regrettably, I didn't get any useful information about why Dumbledore had left, at least it confirmed that he would definitely appear once school started. However, this does nothing to ease my regret at not being able to quickly resolve the Scabbers issue. By the time school starts, it will be close to the next full moon, which means that if I want Remus's help to bear witness and catch someone, his body probably won't have recovered until February. Although the whereabouts of that fake rat are completely under control and there's no worry about it escaping, there's still a lingering unease and restlessness that keeps surfacing in my heart. Sometimes it even affects the release of my magic while I'm practicing the Patronus charm, and even repeatedly reciting the calm mind technique can only temporarily suppress this agitation for a while. Everything is ready except for the crucial element. I understand that I should remain calm, but knowing is one thing and being able to do it is another, especially since I always have this vague feeling that I might be overlooking something, and now with the Lestrange couple escaping from prison, my restlessness cannot be relieved. This is very unusual, I know, because I've always valued the cultivation of my mindset, yet now I am experiencing this kind of emotional instability, and not like last year when I deliberately exposed myself to dark magic illusions to train my heart. So it's very possible that there is some issue with my mental cultivation, giving rise to something akin to a personal demon. However, thinking back on this school year, having lived in Hogwarts constantly surrounded by hundreds of Dementors, and on top of that repeatedly being attacked and blacking out, not to mention repeatedly exposing myself to unbearable memory-tormenting visions to practice the Patronus charm, it would be a lie to say my spirit hasn't been affected at all. It's just that after last year's intense training in dark magic visions, my mental resilience has indeed improved a lot, though perhaps I've grown a bit overconfident. Although I haven't faced hundreds of Dementors directly, when they gather in one place, the accumulation of their dark and magical energy is definitely immense. Hogwarts' centuries-old powerful defensive systems can block most of these negative and magical energies, but the ones who remain unaffected are probably only wizards focused solely on magic training. As for someone like me training in 3 different powers simultaneously, the sensitivity to these energies increases proportionally, meaning I have still been eroded by the dark energy without realizing it. Only now, after noticing something was off and checking, did I discover that the magical energy had already infiltrated and hidden within my 3 powers. Although it won't have an effect in the short term, ignoring it would be like a hidden bomb. But now, whether it's driving it away, purifying, or transmuting it, I can't get rid of it without spending time dealing with it properly. That's why I've become more and more anxious to quickly resolve Scabbers' situation and clear Sirius' name. After all, your body is your most important asset. If anything happened, forget pursuing the right path, even dealing with Voldemort's garbage would be a hassle. So, even though I've noticed that Hermione and Ron, who returned to school early after the break, still show no signs of reconciling, in fact, the 2 of them now completely refuse to be in the same place with each other, and even if they have to share a room, they won't look at each other at all. With their verbal attacks becoming even sharper, I still can't help resolve the conflict between them at this moment, and honestly, I have more problems of my own to deal with, plus once the Scabbers' situation is out in the open, they wouldn't even have a reason to argue. So, finding no useful information during breakfast, I put a bit of every dish onto my tray, gave Neville an apologetic look, leaving him stuck in the middle of their spat, and went off to the staff quarters with my tray. So, that's why you came to the faculty dormitory early in the morning to find me? Holding the door panel with one hand, Professor Snape glared at me condescendingly with a dark face. You don't need me to remind you that McGonagall is your college tutor, Potter. But I have no reason to ask her where Principal Dumbledore has gone. Suppressing the fact that 9 o'clock is not early, I said in the most innocent tone, by the way, raising the tray full of food slightly. Actually, it's not that there is no reason, but that some things have to be explained from scratch, which is too troublesome, and you are my teacher, and you will not bear to not provide your modest and polite apprentice with a little insignificant answer, so that he can save a lot of unnecessary time and money, right? Professor Snape just continued to stare at me with his frighteningly empty and dead eyes. It wasn't until my hand holding the tray was a little sore that he embarrassed himself to give up his seat sideways from the door. I doubt that any of the two terms modesty and politeness really understand how to write them. Especially you, said grimly, you'd better have a good explanation for why you are so eager to find Dumbledore. Instead of responding to Professor Snape's prickly threat, I rushed into the room before he could change his mind. When entering an unfamiliar environment, I have a subconscious habit of quickly observing and scanning the nearby surroundings, which allowed me to immediately take in the layout of the room. At the same time, I was a bit stunned. I had assumed that Professor Snape, always dressed in that eternally unchanging black robe, and with an office that had a simple, minimalistic decor, would have a dormitory room equally austere and monk-like. But in reality, it didn't seem to be the case. Apart from having just a large bed, an extra set of storage cabinets, a desk and sofa set, and a basic color scheme dominated by green and silver black while being more spacious, the room's arrangement was actually not much different from a Gryffindor student dormitory. It seems either the school's dormitory design, regardless of teacher or student, was all uniformly created by the same person back then and could not be changed, or Professor Snape was simply too lazy to make any modifications. However, this wasn't necessarily bad. At least to me, this layout paired with the silver-green style felt much more peaceful and serene for a bedroom than the lively gold and red tones of my own home. Colors subconsciously suggest things to humans, which should hold true for both Muggles and witches. Otherwise, why would Gryffindor lions almost always have such fiery personalities? Even Neville, who was initially timid and cowardly, could be transformed so quickly by us. I personally believe the influence of the environment is significant, whether through human guidance or physical facilities. Are you using the excuse of getting food here just to space out? A cold voice floated from behind me. House elves are far more clever in this regard. At least they don't stand here like useless roadblocks. Or do you need me to ask you to sit down? I just suddenly remembered that I forgot to grab a drink when I carried the food from the Great Hall earlier. Without turning around, I quickened my pace toward the sofa and the low table, then set down the tray. Do you have a tea set here? If you don't mind, I could brew some herbal tea or fruit tea, or would you prefer a mixed floral fruit tea? Second shelf of the cabinet. Don't touch anything else that you're not supposed to. So, when I retrieved the tea set from my locker, which was slightly higher than my height, and borrowed the washroom to clean the tea set that had some tea stains, and returned to the low table by the sofa to prepare for making tea, Professor Snape had already eaten some of the food I brought. Apparently, when I had just arrived, I coincidentally caught him right after he had gotten up and finished grooming. Judging by his complexion, the professor still seemed a bit sleep-deprived, but since the school was still on break, it seemed he probably wasn't staying up late patrolling or grading assignments, right? Curiosity aside, I didn't push this thought further and focused on preparing a gentle, warming fruit tea. Since the professor had no object irons, I went with my own preference. It's better to drink something low in stimulation on a winter morning to avoid upsetting the stomach, and this type of warm floral scent helps settle the mood, although I suspected it wouldn't really do much for the conversation we were about to have. At the very least, it gave me some personal comfort. So, what exactly makes you so concerned about the whereabouts of the headmaster? While I held the cup and sipped half of the steaming fruit tea, Professor Snape also seemed to have finished his breakfast. His question brought me back from my thoughts staring at the glowing night pearls on the ceiling, wondering just how wealthy the Slytherins of that time must have been to illuminate the entire dungeon classroom with such luxurious gems, and it seemed like any place designated as Slytherin territory enjoyed the same extravagance. I finally set aside my late-night cautious considerations of digging up the night pearl and returned to reality, especially since just yesterday afternoon you delivered an extraordinary travelogue of the Centaur tribe to the headmaster. Do you think I like to bluff? Especially in front of that old fox, who would want to do that if not forced. Even though I thought this, I couldn't afford to complicate things further, so I swallowed my grievance and said, I want to find the headmaster to request some time off before visiting the Centaur tribe again. Professor Snape's brows immediately furrowed into a V shape. The reason? My body has developed problems again because of my training, so I need a place for comprehensive treatment and adjustment. Madame Pomfrey won't be able to cure this issue with my body. Her medical skills are indeed impressive, but at most, she can only treat my magical issues. I quickly summarized while Professor Snape's expression grew increasingly severe. And my mental and internal strength have run into the same problem. The Dementor's shadowy presence has begun to erode my power. Professor Snape's face changed drastically, and he immediately reached out and pulled me from the long sofa to sit next to him. His movements were so rough that not only did I bump my knee on the low table, I also almost knocked over the hot tea in his hand. Before I could even cry out in pain, a familiar diagnostic spell was cast on me. Compared to the more delicate and time-consuming check at the Malfoy estate, I obediently sat still in the only empty seat beside Professor Snape. When the diagnostic spell finally lifted from me, his expression had darkened even further. When did you discover it? This morning. Actually, before the holidays, I already felt that my mood seemed a bit too easily agitated, but because of QNGXNJU, a mantra I practice in martial arts that helps calm the mind, I had been able to soothe myself, so I didn't give it much thought. However, in the past few days, I started to feel that something was wrong because the sustained effect of QNGXNJU had weakened, so I checked my body myself and discovered it. And the other two types of power as well? I nodded. That's why I wanted to ask the headmaster for leave. Simply purifying my magical power won't work. The Dementor's shadowy presence can still corrode my mind and soul through my mental and internal strength until I become one of them. But the treatment of mental and internal strength depends solely on me. No one can help, so I need a place rich in magical energy and completely quiet. There is a secluded spot within the Centaur territory that is perfect for me. The school's hospital wing also completely satisfies these two requirements. But it doesn't have enough spiritual energy, a pure life force from the world, sir. I sighed lightly, took out a small transparent crystal vial, opened it, and handed it to Professor Snape. The Centaurs gave this to you. The strong wood element magical energy surged out from the sealed bottle as soon as I twisted open the crystal cap. Such a powerful, life-filled magic radiating from less than 100 milliliters of milky liquid would move any potion master. In contrast, Professor Snape just stared blankly for a moment before calmly taking the stopper from my hand and resealing it. His composure was simply extraordinary. This is a treasure that the merfolk of the sea have safeguarded for generations. Because I saved Luna last year, her great-grandmother gave it to me. You know, Luna has merfolk blood, and her great-grandmother happens to be the head of the merfolk in the school's Great Lake. Unable to explain the true origin of the Chiba water, I could only half-truthfully say this. After all, the merfolk really do protect the Greer realm, though only one clan of it. The spiritual energy I refer to is this kind of life force, and when I purge demonic energy from my mind and internal power, I need at least 3 times more spiritual energy than what this bottle contains. In the Centaur territory of the Forbidden Forest, there is a cave that not only has magical power but also abundant enough spiritual energy. Professor Snape stared at me expressionlessly for quite some time. So, aside from the house elves and centaurs, even merfolk are your allies? He asked softly. What kind of generous promise did you make to these magical creatures, such that they would give you something they've never revealed to the world as if it were a toy? I lowered my head in silence. My talent for communicating with and controlling plants is important to them, I said flatly. I can't disclose the specifics, but they will protect my safety because of this, without a doubt. That's certainly an easy explanation, Professor Snape hummed lightly, and then the room fell silent once more. From Professor Snape's small, unconscious gesture of lightly tapping the armrest of the sofa with his fingers, I had no doubt that he was deeply contemplating something related to me, and he was quite displeased about it, though there was nothing I could do about that. The matter of the son of Greer could already be pushed to the point of being linked to my botanical talent, but beyond that, anything else would sound like nonsense. In fact, if I weren't eager to quickly consult Dumbledore to resolve the matter with Scabbers before going into seclusion, while also increasing my leverage for the half-month stay in the realm of Greer meditating at the Chiba spring to refine the magical energy, I wouldn't have brought out this bottle of Chiba water to add credibility. Speaking of which, I'm beginning to suspect that the reason Firens appeared publicly yesterday to escort me back to the castle was likely to let Dumbledore know how seriously the Centaur tribe regarded their protection of me. It seems that, with Dementors stationed on the campus perimeter, even though it was done in my name of protection, it was enough to irritate the 2 intelligent magical creature factions. I'm still not entirely sure how the merfolk reacted, but the centaur elder had met me the day before yesterday and must have noticed my physical condition even before I did, guessing that I would need to temporarily leave school and restore my energy under their name. That's why he signaled Firens to make a show of it. This not only ensures a smoother leave process, but also officially announces to all magical creatures, regardless of belief in Gria, the Centaur tribe's absolute acknowledgement, obedience, and protective loyalty toward my son of Gria's status. Ever since inheriting Grandpa's legacy, I've been pushing internal matters of the sect onto my senior brothers and sisters. After being reborn, I was born into this relatively clear-cut world, rarely scheming except against old foxes, yet I didn't immediately notice the Centaur's subtle actions. I really was too lax. I will inform him. I had just been sipping the remaining half of my hot tea. Hearing Professor Snape's words, I set the cup down with some confusion. What? I will inform Dumbledore. Before he returns to school, stay with Poppy. He looked at me coldly. Any problem with that? Nothing. I expected this result. Anyway, it's not that I haven't stayed in the hospital room, and besides, Hermione and Ron are in a stiff atmosphere there, and I don't want to make sandwiches, but I'm going to have to work hard for Neville. So, do you know where Dumbledore went? A twisted sneer emerged from the corner of Professor Snape's mouth. Do you think that your brilliant speech alone can make Dumbledore believe that the only place you have gone during this time is the Sagittarius tribe? He said in a cold tone, and as far as I know, one of his itinerary for the day was to visit Narcissa. I choked on my saliva. Will Mr. Malfoy let him step into the manor? Fudge will walk with him. I thought that the relationship between Principal Dumbledore and Minister Fudge was not so close. I pursed my lips. At least on the issue of dealing with monsters like Dementor, isn't their opinion quite different? That's just a small difference. At least for now, they are quite cooperative in the face of certain problems. For example, in curbing Malfoy's forces? I asked frankly, does Fudge not need Malfoy's political donations? Professor Snape showed the kind of deep and scrutinizing look that made people a little hair-raising yesterday afternoon. If you are keen enough to see this, Professor Snape said calmly, you should understand that the identities of the people who go to visit and offer condolences are private and secret. This Fudge is even more shameless than Malfoy. After figuring it out, I couldn't stand it and pursed my lips again. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. What? Supporting institutions like hospitals in the name of charity is also a way to gain reputation and expand connections, I stated indifferently. If you want influence, the official power of the Ministry of Magic is indeed important, but there's no need to demand too much. Just like Dumbledore earned the respect of everyone through his own abilities and his contributions to resisting dark wizards, supporting hospitals and similar care institutions is also a powerful way to gain prestige. Yet, it seems hardly any wizard pursuing power would think to earn reputation in this way. Although I know that the current St. Mungo's itself is run with basic funding jointly provided by several noble families, and it has received a fair amount of private donations, these donations are very few. Moreover, from my observation, ordinary wizards go to the hospital only when they face serious injuries or illnesses that are difficult to deal with, and treating these conditions requires a large amount of money. Ordinary wizarding families can usually only pay in installments extravagantly, and in severe cases, they may not even finish paying before they pass away. In fact, if hospitals could receive enough funding, they could lower or even eliminate the financial burden of medical care for wizards. As for staffing in wizarding hospitals, not only is the training system for healers insufficiently developed, but even the cultivation of assistant nurses is underemphasized, resulting in increased workload for healers. These are all problems that arise from purely relying on noble donations or donations from recovered patients to run the institutions. If someone could introduce business management models to provide healers and nurses with adequate benefits, then encouraging and supporting their training would make improving medical skills fundamentally no problem. Consequently, treating more patients would allow the hospital to receive more charitable donations, and its reputation would naturally spread more easily among wizards. This improvement isn't just a virtuous cycle on the surface, the personal benefits are also obvious. I just don't understand why the nobles never thought to start from this point. Professor Snape was silent for a moment. May I assume that the great Saint Potter is providing a method to increase power for the Dark Lord's most loyal followers? Please allow me to remind you, dear teacher, that the Dark Lord with real power is currently one of my closest companions, I replied with a forced smile. Moreover, providing a little convenience to potential allies hardly causes harm, don't you agree? The only response I got was a look of disgust. Put away your foolish hypocrisy. Gryffindor's low-level mimicry will only make you look more like a clown. I shrugged, not taking Professor Snape's sarcasm to heart. The Slytherin way of speaking with aristocratic circumlocution was exhausting enough that I wouldn't want to use it myself. I took a small sip of hot tea and, seeing the professor seemed to be lost in deep thought again, I couldn't help but say, actually, for those of us living at the grassroots level, it doesn't matter who holds power. Whoever can provide the greatest security in life is the one worth respecting and following. I admit, I don't like the Malfoy family, but aside from Lucius Malfoy, the others aren't truly detestable. As for Lucius Malfoy, apart from nearly getting Ginny and Luna killed last year, he hasn't really done anything excessive to me. From an objective standpoint, if he hadn't carelessly tossed aside the Dark Lord's diary back then, I might even have admired his abilities. But regardless of the past, now, to some extent, he shares my position, and following your advice, Draco Malfoy is currently learning archery from the Little Blood Elf. So in the future, if any problems arise, both the Little Blood Elf and I will inevitably have to provide Draco Malfoy with a considerable level of support. I paused and smirked. I still felt a bit uneasy about an unchangeable situation. Rather than dealing with complications later, it's better to offer some advice now so the Malfoy family can strengthen themselves. Besides, to counter Voldemort and keep an eye on Dumbledore, one needs both ability and resources. Even without involving the Malfoys, I had already planned for Clua to engage with the St. Mungo governing board. Although I was formerly a Muggle, my family has been in medicine for generations. The magical world has overlooked this potential area, which happens to be the field I'm most interested in and skilled at. Naturally, I would want to seize this power that no one has yet recognized. Professor Snape's expression appeared quite complicated. A brilliant and practical insight, he finally said after a brief silence, his tone carrying an almost imperceptible dryness. But let me remind you of one thing, Harry, you are only 13 years old. My gaze fell on the teacup in my hand, and a cold smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. Yes, and out there is a Dark Lord who wanted to kill me since I was a baby, and at school, there's an old cunning wizard who protects me yet often puts me in front of the Dark Lord under the pretense of training me. If it weren't for Ron and the others who are always there for me, I would hardly feel like I could enjoy any happiness appropriate for my age. I looked up at the deep obsidian, so I must take care of Voldemort, sir. Even if not for my parents or myself, I must deal with him. Only then can the people around me be safe. You will help me, right? Help me bring this suggestion to Lucius Malfoy. The air in the room once again filled with silence. Then, Professor Snape placed the small crystal vial on the low table in front of me and stood up. Hospital wing. He walked toward the door. You need Poppy to thoroughly examine you again, and there, at least your physical condition can be kept from worsening for the time being. Carefully tucking away the crystal vial, I stood and followed the tall figure in the black robe. Chapter 105. Expelliarmus, disarm your weapon / go away, weapon, disarming charm. Crookshanks, Hermione Granger's cat. Shrieking Shack. Only I know my own body. They said it was the early manifestation of a dark spirit being corrupted by an evil aura inside, but in reality, unless one observed very carefully on purpose, it would be impossible to notice any anomalies within the body. If it were an ordinary wizard, a potion and 3 days of meditation would be enough to completely eliminate this corrupting presence. However, my special cultivation method means that ordinary wizard treatment is completely ineffective on me, so as Professor Snape estimated, Madame Pomfrey's medicines and isolation treatment can only temporarily suppress the dark aura's erosion of my body. Thus, inevitably, amidst Madame Pomfrey's curses directed at the Ministry of Magic and the Dementors, I was once again admitted to the isolation ward. However, this time my hospitalization wasn't like before, where I was restricted to staying in bed. Apart from being forbidden from using magic, summoning plants, or practicing martial arts, in other words, magic, inner strength, and mental power were all off limits, so I had to obediently be a temporary ordinary muggle. There weren't many restrictions on what I could do in the ward. So during my stay in the hospital wing, I asked Ron and Neville, who came to visit me, to bring a lot of books. Besides chatting with them about the holiday fun with family and playing chess or cards during visiting hours, I spent the rest of the time reading and helping Hagrid organize documents related to hippogriff legal cases. The Ministry of Magic officials, rather unscrupulously, sent Hagrid a notice on the 3rd day after New Year that Buckbeak must undergo a judicial trial, which left Hagrid very dejected. According to precedent, once a magical creature enters the ministry's judicial trial process, almost none escape the fate of being sentenced to death. Originally, when Hagrid came to visit me, I could comfort him and give him advice on how to answer potential questions during the trial. However, this later had to be done through correspondence, because Hagrid is far too sentimental. No matter how much I tried to encourage him, he could easily fall into uncontrollable sadness and cry. And in the hospital wing, silence had to be maintained. Even though school hadn't started yet and nobody else was hospitalized besides me, Madame Pomfrey and the portraits in the wing couldn't tolerate the cries of a half-giant echoing through the ward. So Hagrid ended up being placed on my do not visit list, and poor Hedwig had to shuttle back and forth between the hospital wing and Hagrid's hut nearly every day. Fortunately, when it came to the issue with Buckbeak, Hermione was also putting in a lot of effort alongside me. With her friendship with Ron almost declared over, she seemed to have a certain understanding with Ron. I guess it must have been Neville mediating at the risk of being in a no-win situation. Poor kid, really worked hard. She would only show up after Neville and Ron left my bedside. Besides helping me bring books, her main purpose was to discuss with me which parts of the records on magical creatures could be useful and which current laws could serve as a basis. Basically, apart from Hedwig, she is now the person who visits the little hunting cabin most often. Staying in the hospital wing didn't feel boring because of these activities, but what really concerned me was that there was still no news of Dumbledore's return. 7 whole days, a week, and with the new term about to start, there was still no sign that our great headmaster would be coming back. Madame Pomfrey had become used to me asking every morning and evening about the last news of Dumbledore's return. Unfortunately, the answers were always the same: the headmaster was still in London, and his return was uncertain. Damn it! That old fox better have a lot of things to do at the Ministry of Magic. Hogwarts is clearly your territory, yet you spend the holiday in London and don't come back. And now you say you haven't reached into the ministry? Who would believe that? Even if one were to grumble in the harshest terms, it still wouldn't change the fact that Principal Dumbledore didn't make an appearance. However, from what Professor Snape revealed when he came to see me at night, the Ministry of Magic is currently in chaos over the escape of 3 prisoners from Azkaban due to Dementors. As I had previously suspected, the eras under Fudge's political faction really have treated the still recovering Narcissa Malfoy as an accomplice and even made a public fuss about it. Fudge, as Minister of Magic, claims he wants to handle things impartially but deliberately keeps himself out of it, leaving his subordinates to pick at the Malfoys' faults in private while pretending to express sympathy. On the other hand, he keeps Dumbledore in London under the pretense of discussing whether Dementors should continue guarding Azkaban, but in reality, he wants to use Dumbledore's prestige to suppress those political rivals trying to oust him. And Dumbledore, very clearly, has his own agendas, going along with it to let Fudge make use of him, regarding the purpose that would make the old fox sacrifice himself in this way. One can reasonably guess it only has to do with the Dark Lord Voldemort. Even though there are no walls the world can't pierce, could the headmaster's intelligence be a little too sharp? I complained while frowning and chewing the berries I had summoned myself, since the potion I had just drunk was terribly bitter. Xua only appeared for a few days over summer vacation, and not in his true form at that. How could he possibly connect Xua's appearance with the recent movements of the Malfoy family? The Malfoys have always been followers of the Dark Lord. Even when the Dark Lord disappeared, they maintained close relationships with Death Eaters, so the headmaster naturally pays close attention to their movements. Professor Snape sat on the armchair by my bed, his gaze fixed on a book resting on his lap that he had read a quarter of the way through. His tone was calm, though subtly nonchalant. Dumbledore may not have connected your little vine sprite to the Dark Lord, but he will undoubtedly investigate in detail anyone of unknown origin who appears around you. There's really no freedom, I muttered. I knew it, but this kind of filtering, supposedly for protection, still made me feel uneasy. Then, what about Mrs. Malfoy, and her health? Is that not a concern? The obsidian black but hollow eyes finally lifted from the pages. Professor Snape looked at me expressionlessly. Compared to a witch you've never met, I would think your attention should be more on your little vine sprite. You said that Xua's identity as the Dark Lord hasn't been noticed yet. So why should I worry? There's no need or possibility for Xua and me to appear together in public anymore. Even if we need to communicate something, we can rely on the psychic contract. And currently, besides me and you, no one knows Xua's past, so as long as we're careful not to leak any clues, Xua's identity is far more secretive than anyone else's. I said frankly. Besides, Mrs. Malfoy is at least my classmate's mother, and also one of the friends you value. As a student, it's natural for me to show some concern. Although she had grown up in a dark wizarding family and had also married into one, and despite having a senior sister and a powerful dark wizard husband, there's no denying that Narcissa Malfoy's love and devotion to her child is no less than my own mother's. Just for that reason alone, she deserved my sincere respect in social courtesy. Strictly speaking, she is probably the only person in the Malfoy household I have never felt any resentment toward or provoked in any way. Judging from previous records, your attitude toward the Malfoy family is excessively lenient, he asked lightly, observing my expression carefully. Really, is it just because of the care those blood elves show Draco? Of course not, I yawned, covering my mouth. In a way, the Malfoy family is already an ally, isn't it? Slytherin has no allies. Only eternal interests, I replied, my slightly sleepy smile still carrying confidence. If you have already conveyed my little suggestion, I believe that cake is enough to keep the Malfoy family busy for quite some time. In my view, in modern human society, if there is any force that can influence the military and politics, it would probably be only medical charity and commerce. If the first two are pursuits and strengths of the upper nobility, what the general populace actually cares about and values more are the latter two, basic necessities like food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Whether mundane or wizard, it's basically the same. If you want to win hearts and make people work tirelessly, what could be better than good health and a wealthy, comfortable life? The Malfoy family's noble status, combined with wealth accumulated over generations, only really lacks the connections that can be solidified and expanded through charity. From what I understand of wizarding history, the rise and fall of a wizarding family depends not only on the family's own strength but also closely on the indifference in their interpersonal relationships. Western societies generally emphasize and cultivate independent character and also hold individual heroism in high regard. In the wizarding world, this mentality is carried over even more profoundly, and combined with wizards' instinctive tendency to avoid muggle life and prioritize secrecy, it results in the scenario where wizards may be somewhat close to their parents but communication between siblings may be weaker than with friends, and even so-called best friends are quite rare. Moreover, as the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a nearby neighbor, but wizardly interactions often consist only of knowing a few nearby wizard families without knowing their backgrounds. In other words, unless a wizard is powerful and famous, under ordinary circumstances, they generally won't take the initiative to get to know outsiders. Even within larger families, especially amongst nobles, interactions are almost always prioritized for mutual benefit. This is a realistic human tendency. However, in times of problems, such networks are especially fragile, and the more a family prides itself on nobility, the worse this problem becomes. The ridiculous part is that, although such noble lines, which can be abandoned or betrayed at any moment, are common throughout wizarding history, not a single noble family has realized this and reflected on it. Looking at the entire history of the wizarding world, you could almost say that if a tale is not about the rise and fall of generations of dark wizards, it is describing how intelligent creatures, like house elves and giants, went to war against the wizarding world to reclaim their so-called ancient glory. It's absurdly stupid. In fact, a truly qualified superior should have a considerable understanding and awareness of history. However, for most wizards, the pursuit of strength above all else still prevails. History, at most, is just a useless subject that can be set aside once you pass the exam. As for the typical abnormality among wizards, being even more solitary and self-centered than muggles, I don't really have many feelings about it, even though it is a long-standing habit. In my current situation, with two as assistants in operations, this background, aside from taking a bit more time, actually works to my advantage in establishing a self-protective neutral faction. Of course, since Malfoy is leading the way in this regard, the short-term results only add a bit of prestige for them. Nevertheless, if sustained, it will definitely lead to broader paths for their descendants in the future. It now depends on whether Lucius Malfoy and his son have such vision and patience. If it weren't for seeing the professor's inexplicable concern for this family, I would actually be more inclined to re-establish the Black family in the wizarding world in a new light after the Godfather clears his name and returns. Professor Snape continued glaring at me for a while, then finally looked down and resumed reading his book without saying anything. I had no plans to continue the conversation, since after taking the potion I usually fall asleep quickly due to its side effects. So I obediently slid into the warm bed, watching Professor Snape's profile as he focused on his reading, until my increasingly heavy eyelids finally closed. Since the first day I was hospitalized, evenings after visiting hours have always been like this, short conversations that are remarkably peaceful, ending only when I fall asleep from the potion. Although such moments are brief and mostly his just reading, it's definitely not true to say I don't notice his silent care. But as for feeling moved, honestly, I would have appreciated it more if he didn't look at me so intently while urging me to drink the potion. I'm not sure if it's just my imagination, but even though the potion I'm currently drinking doesn't have Madame Pomfrey's usual peculiarly unpleasant taste, the flavor that challenges my taste buds is even more nerve-wracking than Chinese medicine. That said, I have to admit that these potions, which help the magical array in the room suppress the shadow demon energy in my body, indeed provide strong protection and stability for my condition. No wonder it's a masterpiece level potion. If only I weren't the first person to be used for improving the formula, it would have been even better. On the second morning of my hospitalization, Madame Pomfrey came into the ward pushing her equipment and potions. While giving me her pre-breakfast checkup, she complained that although having helpers was nice, Professor Snape had taken over her role of adjusting my potions and that his attitude seemed somewhat disrespectful toward her potion-improving abilities, and so on. Not only was I completely baffled listening to her, but I really wanted to respond. Even though technically I'm your apprentice, I do understand that you're very knowledgeable about secretly improving potions, especially the taste, and know how to keep it confidential. But there's no need to be so bluntly complaining to me about how your mischievous skills couldn't be applied to me and how regretful you feel about it. Okay, I really, truly do not want to know. The little eagles, Ravenclaws, diligently tried to analyze flavor components and how they affect the body, then sent thank you cards suggesting improvements for you. The little badgers, Hufflepuffs, often took it too seriously, using your improved recipes as an excuse to research a bunch of information and then apply it to their potions assignments, driving Professor Snape crazy, who would then come to discuss it with you. So, you were embarrassed and reluctant to use too many improved recipes on students from these two houses, and instead escalated the situation by using the remaining too powerless to resist students from the other houses as your best guinea pigs, ****. However, since I myself tend to set traps in the Slytherin common areas when brewing new potions and experimenting with magic circles, I wisely maintained the principle of silence as gold when Madame Pomfrey shifted the conversation to an incident before the winter break, where a fourth-year Slytherin girl accidentally knocked over a vase while passing through a hidden passageway and, after being mysteriously doused with tasteless water, had to endure 3 whole days of having green hair before Madame Pomfrey could figure out a solution. I obediently kept my silence, continuing to listen respectfully as she shared her insights while checking my health, and then I sincerely thanked her and respectfully saw her out of the ward after she finished. So, after I finally became completely certain that besides the well-known 3 major bosses, Hogwarts actually has regional hidden bosses whose lethality and level are absolutely off the charts, and that I was right in the heart of one of these areas, I spent the past few days putting extra effort into maintaining the obedient student image in front of Madame Pomfrey. Then, after my endless, day and night resentment sending out infinite dark vibes of old fox principal, please hurry back and died until 3 days before the start of term, finally there was news of Principal Dumbledore's return. No matter what, at least on the day before classes started, it was certain that Principal Dumbledore would appear at Hogwarts. So if the court asks that, Harry, are you listening? I pulled my gaze away from the materials in my hand and nodded towards Hermione on the sofa. Yes. If the court asks that question, using this example from 1826 as a counterargument should be fairly reasonable. What do you think? Hermione just gave me a long, deep look, lowered her head, and used her quill to record my suggestion on the parchment on her lap. Then she rolled up the notes and began putting away the few open books around her. Let's stop researching here for today. You've been distracted since lunch, and you even ended up drinking 3 cups of pumpkin juice, which you normally would barely touch. It's hard to sort through this data. She asked calmly but with concern, what's wrong today? Are you having some health issue? No, Madame Pomfrey is such a skilled healer, there's no way I could have a problem in her infirmary. I couldn't help but smile wryly. I hadn't expected that my dislike of pumpkin juice would be noticed. But given Hermione's meticulous nature, it wasn't that surprising. After all, we know each other so well, and I haven't exactly tried to hide the fact that besides my sweet tooth, I also have some picky eating habits. I'm just thinking about something. Is it about Professor Dumbledore returning? I was caught off guard that Hermione hit such a precise point and couldn't help pausing. You've been keeping track of when Professor Dumbledore will return. Even if others might not notice, we all know how subtly you've been probing for information. The rare awkwardness of being seen through seemed to amuse Hermione, and a faint, subtle smile spread at the corners of her mouth, though it was quickly replaced by a worried expression. So, exactly what is it that made you so eager to see Professor Dumbledore? Don't give me that excuse about waiting for the headmaster to return to approve leave. You know that's just to appease Madame Pomfrey and the other teachers. Indeed, once a Gryffindor decides on something, they rarely pay attention to rules or procedures. Since I had decided to go to the Centaur tribe, there was no need to linger at school and waste time. I've done plenty of things that were done first and reported later. The reason I hadn't asked before was out of respect for Hermione, thinking she could wait for me to explain. But today, my restlessness was too obvious, and with her patience exhausted, she simply asked directly. I am indeed waiting for the headmaster to ask for leave to visit the Centaur tribe, I said before Hermione could furrow her brows further. It's just that before leaving, there's something very important I need his help with. Something important? Yes, very important. I nodded lightly. Important enough that if it isn't handled before I leave, I won't be able to rest easy while healing. I can't help. It's not that you can't help, but this matter requires an adult to handle to get the result I want, I assured Hermione, whose face was growing more and more suspicious and worried. Don't worry, it's nothing dangerous, and I'm not taking any risks. I just need someone with the weight of the headmaster to step in, so I need to speak with him privately. All right then. Hermione lowered her eyes, tucking away the papers and parchment into the backpack she left on the empty spot on the sofa beside her. If you say so. I looked at Hermione, who was feeling down, and felt really sorry. But the more people got involved in that fake rat and Sirius situation, the greater the potential complications. The conditions to expose Peter Pettigrew were almost all in place, and at this critical moment, I didn't want to take any unnecessary risks. That's why I thought I would wait until everything settled before telling Ron and the others. If it were the usual Hermione, thoughtful and considerate as she is, hearing me say this wouldn't make her upset over my well-meaning concealment. It was probably the unresolved, frozen tension with Ron that hit her hard. Although I always try not to take sides or favor anyone, I too have something I'm keeping secret, which added some resentment to her already heavy emotional burden. Actually, Hermione, I said carefully, looking at Hermione's a bit haggard little face. Actually, Ron, don't say that idiot's name. Hermione suddenly shouted, losing control. If there had been any portraits in the ward, they would have frowned. She rubbed her temple. I'm sorry, Harry, but I don't want to hear his name, and I definitely don't want to talk about him. No need to apologize, Hermione, I understand. I sighed inwardly. I didn't know whether to feel pity or admiration for Ron. I didn't expect him to be in a situation where his name became forbidden, like Voldemort's. Then, let's talk about something else. Are you keeping up with your schoolwork? Even though the holidays have already begun for several days, you look more exhausted than before the break. Of course I am. These elective courses are really interesting and valuable learning experiences. I know that. Actually, if they weren't interesting or useful, the school wouldn't offer them. What I mean is, have you thought about dropping a few of them, to make your schedule more manageable? Hermione looked horrified. Drop them? How could I ever do something like that? She exclaimed at me. These subjects might come in handy in the future, whether for employment or... I'm not talking about not learning them at all, just going self-study as a personal interest, rather than formally including them as part of your school curriculum. I spoke to Hermione, who was a bit agitated, in a slightly soothing tone, saying, we've already gone through a semester of the third year, and I believe you must have noticed that, whether it's elective or mandatory courses, what we are learning is very different from the mostly dull foundational theories of the first and second years. The amount of energy required to prepare and study both in class and after class has increased in depth and intensity. I'm not sure what you think, but even with the help of a time turner, I still feel exhausted. Although I do think I've gained a lot, the actual learning effectiveness is far less than before. There's a Chinese saying, don't bite off more than you can chew, which basically means not to be overly greedy. I think this applies to academic study as well. Rather than pushing myself to the limit by spending more hours on assignments and study every day, I prefer to focus on a few subjects deeply and turn the others into self-study for interest. Sake, I've already been considering which subjects to give up, and plan to discuss it with Professor McGonagall after returning from healing with the centaurs, and return the time turner to her at the same time. Which ones do you want to give up? Muggle studies and divination. I grew up in a Muggle community, so initially I took the course to understand more about how wizards view Muggles. But later I realized that what the professor said was simply reading from the textbook, so I might as well just study on my own. I gave a helpless smile. As for divination, although I feel a little guilty leaving Neville and the others to face Professor Trelawney alone in that tower where the incense is so heavy it can be suffocating, I really do feel that centaurs are far more advanced and wise when it comes to divination. The centaurs have also expressed that as long as I have free time, they would be happy to share more of their experience with me in this area. Hermione, whose expression had softened somewhat, nodded thoughtfully, and then our conversation naturally shifted to exchanging historical opinions on whether other intelligent species were suitable to become human mentors. At moments like this, it was especially obvious that Hermione's views on non-human intelligent species were rather straightforward, almost somewhat extreme, especially compared to my detached, observing standpoint. So, regarding the later emergence of SPEW, I thought that by the time we returned from the Centaur tribe, it might be wise to start preparing Ron and Neville for it to some degree. These laborious civil rights movement organizations for magical creatures. In some ways, Hermione might actually be the most competent at fulfilling the responsibilities of being a child of Greer. Our chat didn't last very long, especially since I didn't intend to unintentionally provoke anyone's premature passionate protective feelings toward any creatures, particularly house elves. We only briefly touched on the subject, which led my thoughts back to Hagrid's hippogriff case. But this time, we still weren't able to anticipate the questions Buckbeak might face when the trial came up, and a message from the raindrops on the hospital windowsill made my face change. What's wrong? Nothing, probably just drank too much pumpkin juice at lunch. I gave a sheepish, apologetic smile, pressing one hand to my stomach as I slid off the bed and slipped on my shoes. Is it a stomachache? Should I notify Madame Pomfrey? No need, I'm just going to the restroom. I waved my hand, trying to keep my steps appropriately brisk without showing any weakness. I'll be back quickly, don't worry. After telling Madame Pomfrey, who had peeked out of her office upon hearing me leave the ward, that I just needed to use the toilet, I went into the hospital wing bathroom stall and locked the door. Immediately, I pulled out the Marauder's map from my hip pouch and checked it. Sirius Black's name was moving very actively as a quickly roaming black dot across the campus lawns. What frustrated me even more was that the Godfather's path was heading straight towards the hunting lodge where Rebus Hagrid, Ron Weasley, Neville Longbottom, and Peter Pettigrew were located. Damn, it's like what you fear just shows up. Never shows up early, never shows up late, and yet Godfather chooses this exact moment to come to school. What the heck is he up to? Quickly stuffing the Marauder's map into my robe pocket, I used the help of the summoning vines and started climbing the ventilation window using all fours. Yes, literally all fours. Because the bathroom only has a cat-sized window, of course I had to transform into a little black fox to get through it. Sliding down the vines from the vent to the ground, although there shouldn't be anyone around, I didn't have time to check and didn't want to risk revealing that I'm an animagus. So I bolted into a nearby low bush, and in the west, with the ominous dark red sunset sky, I dashed toward the shortcut I remembered leading to the hunting cabin. I don't know why Ron and Neville were at Hagrid's, but their presence there right now is a real problem. If that fake rat senses anything, no, it definitely will. Since Sirius is at the school and heading toward the cabin, maybe Scabbers doesn't know Godfather is near yet, but animals naturally have sharper senses than humans, and who knows if it has some new gopher friends nearby giving warning. If it senses Godfather's presence, it will definitely try to create chaos and escape. Right now, all the plants around Hogwarts and even in the Forbidden Forest are aware of my focus on that fake rat and are helping me keep an eye on it, so I'm not worried about it running. But the problem is there's also a Dementor. That creature can make everything wither as it passes. My only consolation is that Scabbers himself is terrified of Dementors, and Dementors are generally contained outside the school and rarely get inside, which is why that fake rat's escape plans have never succeeded. But Sirius is in the school now, and given Sirius's hot-headed, impulsive personality, there's no guarantee he won't cause a scene while Scabbers is trying to escape, drawing attention or something alike. Just thinking about how I've been swallowing my anger all this time, putting so much effort into digging up clues for my best friend while also brainwashing the teachers, all just to clear Sirius's name at the right opportunity. And now, when there's finally a chance right in front of me that's about to succeed, the Godfather himself comes and messes everything up, and he might even trigger a Dementor attack. I don't even want to curse anymore. As long as I can keep Sirius safe and prove his innocence, the first thing I'll do is give my own Godfather a real wake-up lesson. Damn it, he doesn't even consider who I've been working for or whose side I'm on, and he has to choose the most crucial moment to cause trouble. I cursed in my mind, but my four-legged sprinting got increasingly proficient. In my beast form, limited by an animal's physiology and meridians, I couldn't channel my inner power or magic, but my mental strength and senses were at least tripled. Even so, though I couldn't use lightness skills, after running a few steps and getting used to the movement, the awkwardness of my actions quickly gave way to instinct, and my current speed even vaguely surpassed the swiftness I had when using lightness skills, ever since last Valentine's Day, when I lost my mind for a moment and caused such a scene in the school hall, half in jest, half in earnest, that Professor Snape suspected I was an animagus. I've hardly used my beast form, let alone used it for rapid movement. But now it seems my fox beast form isn't just harmlessly decorative. With this speed combined with fox claws, unfortunately, I currently have no target to practice on, nor the time to study it. Especially when the plants I arranged to keep an eye on others' movements reported that Ron and Neville had already left the hunting lodge and were ambushed by Snuffles halfway. I had no choice but to break abruptly, leaving long claw marks on the ground, and immediately turn and sprint towards the will of the wild. My heart was filled only with the intense wrath of cursing the goddess of fate. Stop right there. On the dim lawn that had already lost the sunlight, relying on my beast eyes that were almost unaffected by light, I was horrified from a distance to see Neville recklessly charging toward the branches of the whooping willow, and there was even a thick branch about to fall and smash him to bits. Ignoring the possibility of harming the more fragile grass and shrubs around, I let out an angry fox cry to stop him, simultaneously releasing strong mental power, directly freezing the whooping willow in place. Only when I finally ran under the whooping willow did this once outrageously temperamental half-demon giant willow lower all of its branches, still motionless and gasping weakly, except for the constant falling leaves. Having destroyed my broom and almost injured my friend, old grievances combined with the new ones made me completely ignore the half-demon giant willow, stunned and unconscious from my mental attack. As soon as I saw the tree hole Neville had just jumped into when the whooping willow froze in place, I did not hesitate and darted in directly. However, in my fox form, so light that even standing on anyone's shoulder all day wouldn't feel like a burden, I was too small. When rolling into the tunnel through the tree hole, I flipped several times due to momentum and only stopped when I collided with the tunnel's earthen wall. I shook my somewhat dizzy head from all the tumbling and bumping, immediately staggered to my feet, and continued forward, half walking, half running, stepping on the cold, heavily damp-smelling stone floor. Expelliarmus! Finally emerging from the entirely bumpy, straight tunnel that had been so hard to run through, I had just stepped onto the shrieking shack floor from the unclosed hatch inside the stairs when I heard a hoarse voice lowly shout the disarming charm. At the same time, Neville grunted, and Ron let out a loud yell from the adjacent room. Without hesitation, I rushed over, jumped forcefully as I reached the doorway, and before anyone inside could react, I wrapped my tail around the wand flying toward the tall stranger, simultaneously biting off the man's wand, and gracefully landed in a corner next to Ron following the descent. What the hell, Harry? I'm living very well, you're the one who looks like a ghost right now. Without hesitation, I immediately released the bewitchment, took the wand from my mouth and handed it to Ron, while also grabbing the stunned mouse in his hand, tying it up with vines and putting it into my robe pocket. I dusted off my clothes irritably and stood up, then casually removed the crystal bottles from my belt and threw two of them over, also whipping out a vine to stabilize his obviously broken right leg. Bone healing potion and a blood restoring potion. If you don't want to end up limping later, drink this and try not to move for now. The vine's quick, automatic fixing of his leg made him gasp for air. Ron, taking deep breaths, tried to explain with a pale face, but careful. Even without Ron's warning, I sensed the attack coming at me. I swiftly turned around and kicked out with my foot at the same time. Although I controlled the strength, it was enough to make the man in tattered clothes fall to the ground, clutching his stomach and coughing. I grabbed another wand I had just snatched and crouched beside him. Amid Ron's asthmatic gasps, I flipped the man over to face me, pointing the wand directly at his nose. I know who you are, and I already know your intentions. I looked directly into those foggy grey eyes mixed with pain and shock, expressionless, saying, that mouse has already been tied up with vines by me. If he doesn't want to suffocate to death, he'll obediently stay in my pocket. Now, I'm going to check Neville's injuries first. If you don't want to meet the same fate as this mouse, please show some restraint and wait until I've examined Neville's condition. Then we can sit down and discuss your matters like civilized people. Have I made myself clear, Godfather? The man, serious, covered in stubble and looking disheveled and pale, after staring at me for a few seconds, displayed an odd expression twisted between crying and smiling. I guess I don't have a choice. A hoarse, slightly broken voice, almost inhuman. I frowned, suppressed the sourness in my chest, pressed my lips together, moved the wand slightly away, and stood up to go to Neville, who was collapsed by the wall. You too, Ron, hold your wand firmly, but only use it to protect yourself. I don't have much patience right now to deal with impulsive lions, so don't cast spells randomly. Otherwise, even you won't escape being tied up if necessary. But he attacked me. Ron, finally recovering slightly from the shock, pointed the wand I had returned to him angrily at Sirius, who was slowly sitting up. Unfortunately, Ron's ability to express himself in words clearly hadn't fully returned to normal yet. He's an animagus, your dog, and he bit my leg off. Speaking of broken legs, that's a good reminder about the fact that your foot is still bleeding. I had already knelt down beside the unconscious Neville, sprinkled some hemostatic powder on the whip-like flesh wounds on his shoulders, checked his pulse, and only then moved his head onto my lap. I grabbed the crystal bottle, twisted open the stopper, and brought it to his mouth to feed him. So while you still have the strength, Ron, quickly drink that bottle of blood-restoring potion, or you'll soon go down in wizarding history as the first wizard to die from blood loss after being bitten by a dog. Thalia, come back. Neville is all right now. Sirius's disarming charm was a bit strong, but the real reason Neville passed out was blood loss, and I still have very important things to ask Sirius, so even if you want to turn him into a porcupine, please wait until I'm done. After I helped Neville drink the potion, he gradually regained consciousness, which was immediately confirmed when his contracted villainous paw manifested connections with his owner's mind. As for the bright green villainous paw creature rolling its spiky ball-shaped body and fiercely shooting anger orbs at Sirius, even I was nearly caught off guard. Luckily, the vine that knew my intentions automatically shot out from my sleeve and intercepted the furious Thalia. Though a bit clumsy, it tightly bound the spiky villainous paw, only slightly less effective than the fake mouse lying in my pocket. I spoke soothingly to the villainous paw dangling beside me, and at the same time inserted the wand that had just been rolled in, belonging to Neville, into her hands for safekeeping. Behave, Thalia, just stay with Neville for now. Once I've taken care of everything here, as long as nobody dies, you can help Neville get revenge however you want. I won't stop you. Then, the villain's paw, which was no longer struggling, still looked like an angry little pincushion, but after the vine released and slid back into my sleeve, it obediently stayed next to Neville, pressing against his wand. Behind me, a broken sound, part cough, part laugh, part cry, drifted through the air, which caused Ron, sitting in the corner on the floor of the room, to let out a low, bristling growl. What's so funny? Ron continued pointing his wand at Sirius, his voice harsh and furious. No laughing. Sirius ignored Ron and continued to emit that eerie, unsettling laughter. I said you. Control your temper, boy, Sirius interrupted in a hoarse, unpleasant voice, which also seemed awkward for him to pronounce, as sparks flew from Ron's wand due to his agitation. Harry, I warned you. Make him angry, and it won't end well. Try it if you don't believe me. Without looking back, I knew for certain that Ron's face must be red, clearly angry enough to want to cast a spell. But considering my earlier warning, Sirius's half-tolerant attitude, and the fact that Sirius appeared to be relatively calm for the moment, aside from his bizarre, ghostly laughter that wouldn't stop, Ron was just tensing his nerves without taking action. Meanwhile, I was fully focused on treating Neville's wounds. Although Devil's Snare isn't poisonous, its strong, powerful branches are dangerous. Thick branches can crush into a pulp, and thin ones are more than capable of acting like whips. This was evident from the terrible gash running from Neville's left shoulder diagonally across his back to his waist, tearing his robes and exposing the flesh underneath. I helped Neville sit up against the wall, sprinkling a healing potion on his wound while wrapping it with Feuilla, all the while thinking whether I should first take Ron and Neville to the school infirmary or deal with Sirius. Although the emergency treatment had stabilized him, Neville's injuries were still severe. Harry, it's me. The bandages were mostly in place, so I quickly secured the knot and looked at the now conscious Neville. Are you alright? Do you feel like you're going to vomit? The reason I asked this was that I wasn't entirely sure whether he had hit a wall or the floor when he just fainted, which could have caused a concussion. But seeing Neville's action of blinking his eyes and then suddenly pulling me toward him, it seemed Neville was very lucky not to have hit his head and made his injury worse. Snuffles. He's Sirius Black. I know, Sirius Black is an animagus. Snuffles is what he turns into. I already saw the necklace around his neck. I calmly reassured Neville. Everything's okay for now, so don't panic or get too excited. Your wound is quite deep. That jerk Luna's kick almost killed you. You didn't even stop the bleeding before running all the way here, but I've already bandaged you, so don't move around. If the wound reopens, I don't have enough medicine on me to stop the bleeding again. You knew, but Neville didn't finish his sentence before the sound of 2 pairs of footsteps outside the open door interrupted him. Sirius shook and jumped up, but before he could act further, I got up first and moved to his side, wand in hand, pointing at the door, and when I saw who had appeared in the doorway, it was none other than the out-of-breath and visibly anxious Remus and Hermione. I really didn't know how to express my complicated feelings. Cursed, evil fate. Such damned location, people, and circumstances. Am I to be grateful that at least tonight isn't a full moon? Do not come in. No spells. I pointed my wand at the 2 rushing in to stop them, also warning Ron and Neville, who were gathering magical energy. The suffocating pressure in my chest intensified. With my left hand gripping Sirius's tense arm, ready to restrain any possible action, I low growled at him, "Do not act impulsively. Remember what I said, Godfather. I know your intention, so calm down." Perhaps from being tense for too long, Sirius's body trembled slightly, his left hand lightly rested on my hand gripping his arm. "I know, I will. You be careful. Harry, you all," gripping her wand. Hermione looked between me and Sirius with a mix of shock and suspicion, her gaze also sweeping over Ron and Neville sitting against the corner wall. What on earth is going on? I think we all need some explanation, or a very long one, I said dryly, looking at Remus, whose body was also trembling slightly, his face pale and twisted as he stared at Sirius. "Can I trust you, Remus, Professor Lupin? You wouldn't impulsively harm my godfather whom I finally found, would you? Although I already know he really deserves a beating." Remus closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. "Of course, Harry." Remus looked back at Sirius, regret and guilt deepening in his eyes, the hatred and revulsion even stronger. It was him, that rat. Sirius was silent, nodding slightly. "So now he is in Harry's pocket, tied up very securely." Sirius tightened his hand over mine. "Harry's smart, he already guessed it." "Yes, Harry has always been very perceptive." Remus glanced at me, his tone bitter. "You would never believe to what extent he can defend you based on details no one else paid attention to. Harry can always trust you, while I've known you for 7 years as your classmate, and yet it's me who didn't speak up." Sirius stammered, interrupting, "It was me who doubted you, so I told James and Lily not to inform anyone. Can you forgive me?" Remus looked at Sirius pale-faced, then slowly walked into the room. "Of course I forgive you, Padfoot, old friend." His voice hoarse, he asked, "And can you forgive me too? Forgive me for not trusting you, for not trying to defend you?" Sirius nodded. I stepped back, giving these 2 friends, who hadn't seen each other for years and were now clearing up a long-standing misunderstanding, a little space to reconnect, and then turned to call Hermione. "Can you check on Ron's injuries for me, Hermione?" I pulled Hermione, who was looking at Sirius and Remus, into the room, looking hesitant, and pushed her to the corner where Ron was, while I walked up to Neville and said, "I've just finished dealing with Neville's wound, the worst, the others. I'm fine." Neville said first, and by the way, he scooped his thalia to his feet and held it. "I just accidentally scratched the willow." "Just scratch it?" I squatted down next to Neville and rolled my eyes to show him. "Boss, your stroke almost caused you to lose too much blood and die. If it weren't for my habit of carrying medicine with me, you would have gone to make tea with Merlin before sending you back to Hogwarts." I couldn't get angry and deliberately poked the gauze on Neville's shoulder with my wand. He bared his teeth in pain, and Thalia also bit my wand. "Forgive me, I really can't tell if there are facial features in that ball of needles. Just think it's biting." At the same time, a message of intercession came, "But who cares about her? Even if saving lives and helping the wounded is my old profession, you can help me. Don't always pick me on serious injuries when I'm away, okay? I can't find you on the spot every time, and if I die in a messy place and is eaten by a wild beast, where will I go to collect your bodies? Seriously, Harry, if you keep this Lady Pomfrey #2 tone, you will definitely have no problem going into St. Mungo in the future." Ron came to me and Neville half dragging and jumping with Hermione's support. "But for the sake of us already having a Professor McGonagall #2, can you say a few words? Oh, my feet, Hermione, do you want to kill me? I think you should say a few words less." I sighed and shook my head. I really didn't know whether to call this kid an idiot or just hopelessly oblivious. He didn't even consider who was helping support him right now, yet he still spoke so bluntly. No wonder he got thrown. Ignoring Ron, who had fallen by Neville's side, clutched his leg, screaming and crying. I looked at Hermione, who had grabbed Ron by the collar and was forcing the bone serum I had just given to Ron, which he hadn't drunk, directly into his mouth to silence him, and asked, "So, how did you and Remus know we were at the Shrieking Shack? And how did you get here so fast? And you dare speak, using the excuse of going to the bathroom to ditch me. If I hadn't been fast, Madame Pomfrey would have nearly torn me apart." Hermione, after giving Ron the bone serum, glared at me and then let Ron, now floppy like a rag, crash to the ground, throwing the empty crystal bottle and an old piece of parchment from her pocket to me. "Here, your Marauder's map. If I hadn't picked it up in the bathroom and seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it, and you never even told us you had this. You should have handed it over to a teacher. This was my Christmas present, and I just got it not long ago. While it's useful for sneaking around school at night, for someone like me who can communicate with plants, it's just a double check anyway. Besides, if you really wanted to break the rules and roam the school at night, it doesn't really matter whether you have this map or not." I felt a bit amused yet helpless. I hadn't expected that when I transformed and sneaked out of the bathroom. I hadn't noticed and was too rushed, causing the Marauder's map to fall from my robe pocket. Taking the bottle and map, I looked at the moving black dots on the map with mixed feelings, pointed my wand, which I had snatched from the Lear, at it, and said, "Prank complete. What is this map for?" Before the Marauder's map disguised itself as an old blank parchment again, Neville had only caught a few glimpses. "Why does Hermione sound like it was the map that let her find us? Want to know?" I glanced at Neville calmly and handed him a yellow crystal bottle. "Drink it and I'll tell you." Neville's face went blank for a moment. This woo? Neville was sweating profusely as if he wanted to say something, but Hermione simply took the crystal bottle from my hand, uncorked it, and stuffed the bottle directly into Neville's mouth. "Hermione," I looked at Neville, who rolled his eyes and went to the corpse with Ron, in a heavy tone, "You're a lady anyway, please don't be stronger than a boy, okay? You are really damaging like this. Just let them drink medicine. What does this have to do with the upbringing of a lady? Besides," Hermione gave me a look at me of "I know you very well, and you died early and reborn early," and threw the crystal bottle back to me. "Anyway, you'll let them drink it, won't you? We still have something very important to ask Professor Lupin and Mr. Black. If they don't take medicine, they won't be able to make it to school after we finish our questions, right? Even so, there is no need to pour it hard." I smiled bitterly and put the empty bottle back in my pocket, patted the Lear, who was worried and stuck to Neville's side, to comfort her. "If I hadn't known that I made those medicines, your neat and crisp movements would have made me think they had a blood feud with you. How can it be so exaggerated?" Hermione angrily said, "And just because I know it's your medicine, I use it more boldly and relievedly. I have tried it myself, and of course I know the effect." "Very good. It turns out that this girl is taking the opportunity to take revenge on the first grade." She curiously studied the difference between my concentrated potions and ordinary potions, tasted them herself, and passed out directly, and then gave Ron and the two of them laughing at the fact that the smartest witch in the whole grade actually drank the potion by mistake. So, sure enough, women, especially witches who can do magic, are the most vindicating and unoffendable creatures in the world. Just as I was sighing and escalating Hermione's dangerous respect once again, a strange laugh came from behind us. Hermione and I turned around and saw Sirius smiling fiercely, and Remus looking at us with a look of unexpected helplessness on his face, looking at us very complicatedly. "You guys," Remus looked at me and Hermione, then his gaze fell on Ron and Neville lying at our feet, still in their collapsed positions. "You guys, do you do this often?" "Do what?" The inexplicable question made Hermione blush a little, while I felt confused. Seeing my puzzled expression, Sirius' laughter became even more eerie, and he even patted Remus on the shoulder. "Harry is very smart, but also quite scatterbrained. If you ask him that, he definitely won't understand what you mean, Moony." He grinned and said, "But they really have always been like that, the four of them, for at least the summer I spent with them, they really interacted like this." "What are you even talking about?" I was still confused but didn't have time to dwell on it, because Hermione had already spoken before I could. Even though her question was serious, it was delivered so hastily that I felt like she was trying to change the subject. "What do you mean when you say you spent the summer with us?" Hermione frowned and asked. "Harry and I, and Ron and Neville, we only met over the summer at Diagon Alley. There were people everywhere. How could you possibly get close to us? So the Godfather didn't approach us in human form?" I scratched my head, let out a sigh, and directly explained, "He's an animagus, you should know that kind of magic, Hermione, and he even had the necklace I gave him." Hermione's eyes widened, and her gaze quickly darted to Sirius' neck. Snuffles. You're Snuffles, Harry's dog. You're an unregistered animagus, she screamed, pointing at a somewhat startled Sirius, her delicate finger trembling all over. Being an unregistered animagus is illegal. How could you do something like that? The powerful accusation, combined with the terrifying volume. I dug into my ear a little, glanced at the two older wizards who were left speechless by Hermione's moralistic indictment, and found it somewhat funny to see the two sprawled out ones at our feet first frown in pain, then slowly open their eyes. Please, Hermione is still a murderer. Could you not always focus on such weird points? Ron pushed Neville off of him, his face pale with blue undertones, and shakily propped himself up on the floor. Merlin above, why does medicine that normally tastes bitter suddenly taste so sweet that it makes you dizzy and nauseous after the second bottle? I never knew sweetness could be strong enough to suffocate someone. I only know. I'd rather fight a mountain troll than drink another potion made by Harry. At least, if I drink one bottle, I absolutely won't touch the second one until the effects wear off. Neville also dragged himself up weakly and leaned against the wall, his voice utterly hollow. It's terrifying. I probably won't want to see candy or cake for several months. As if I had specially made those potions for them. I pursed my lips in helplessness. Those were all emergency potions I prepared for myself just in case, so of course I flavored them the way I like. Since you don't like them, then please be more careful yourselves in the future and don't give me the chance to offer my spare potions to you. My self-evident explanation left the two boys, whose faces looked terrible, completely conflicted. By the way, Hermione, we can take our time considering the fact that Sirius is an illegal animagus. Ignoring Ron and Neville, who looked pale and helpless, I looked at Hermione. But, how did you come here with Remus? Did you run into anyone else on the way? After I found the map in the bathroom, I realized that besides all of our names, there was someone on it who shouldn't be there. So that's why I went to find Professor Lupin first. Hermione's face flushed slightly, and she replied to me with some embarrassment. I thought, since Professor Dumbledore isn't here, going to Professor McGonagall or, anyway, it would be hard to explain, so. I must say, Miss Granger has been very thorough in her consideration to make such a judgment in such a short time, Remus said calmly. Right now, at school, the only person who has the ability to deal with the serious problem is actually Dumbledore. As for the others, given past experience, I don't think Severus's temper would allow him to remain calm when facing Sirius. Severus? Severus Snape. Sirius's face darkened. I had no doubt that if he were in his animagus dog form right now, all his fur would be standing on end. What the hell does that slimy little whelp have to do with this? Severus is currently the head of Slytherin House at Hogwarts and the potions professor, and more importantly, Harry's teacher, Padfoot, Remus said with a sigh. Whether you admit it or not, in every way you look at it, Severus is far more competent than you are as Harry's guardian. At #%*. Godfather, I don't understand dog language, so whether you're cursing or swearing, please speak human words. Also, sir, Professor Snape and I don't have an important relationship, at least not one that needs immediate discussion, I said, embarrassed and helplessly cutting off Sirius's incoherent rant. Compared to him, I think the first thing we need to clarify is why you and Peter Pettigrew are here. The air in the room visibly froze for a moment. Peter Pettigrew, here? Neville stammered. But he should be dead, right? There should only be us here. Dead? He should indeed be dead. Sirius seemed triggered by what he had just explained to Neville, not only sneering wildly and maniacally, but glaring fiercely at my pocket. 12 years ago I should have handled him right away instead of taking him alive. That son of a. Calm down, Padfoot. Remus held back Sirius, who was ready to pounce on me. Harry has the right to know the whole truth. Harry has guessed enough. Let go of me, Moony. I'm going to kill him. Sirius struggled, trying to shake off Remus who was blocking him, and shouted at me, that traitor. I'm going to kill him. I slipped up 12 years ago, but this time I absolutely won't. No, it's not the time yet. I've guessed enough of the facts, but that's useless. Dodging Sirius's hands that kept trying to grab me, I covered the twitching pocket of my robe and retreated to Hermione's side, yelling at Sirius, right now, there's no evidence that can prove your innocence. Only capturing Pettigrew alive can clear your name. I don't care, but I do. I shouted back, I've already lost my parents. I don't want the last family I have left in this world to be gone because of a traitor. Sirius stopped struggling, breathing heavily, glaring at me. Please, I pleaded, looking at Sirius, my throat bitter. Please, Sirius, you're all I have left. I just want to live safely in the sunlight with my family and friends. That's my only wish, and I'm willing to do anything for it. So please, don't act impulsively, okay? Harry is right, Padfoot. Compared to that bastard, what you should care about more is how to clear your name. Remus slowly let go of Sirius, who was trembling all over from holding back. James and Lily made you Harry's godfather because they hoped that in case anything happened, you could help take care of Harry. You've been absent for 12 years. Do you intend to continue shirking your responsibility, or are you planning to just leave Harry to Severus because he's helping you? Nonsense. That's not couldn't possibly take care of Harry. Sirius suddenly raised his head and shouted at Remus. When he was at school, he couldn't wait for us to be expelled. After Lily and James started dating, he was constantly looking for opportunities to kill me and James. How could he possibly take care of Harry, who looks exactly like James? There's absolutely a conspiracy. Since you don't trust Severus, you should calm down even more and let us prove you're innocent so you can leave Azkaban and take care of Harry yourself. Remus' tone began to carry some sternness. Whatever we did in the past, right or wrong, gave Severus enough reason to oppose us. I, like you, don't understand why Severus would take Harry as his apprentice, but I believe that if taking care of Harry comes at the cost of you spending your entire life in Azkaban, he would certainly accept it very gladly. Very clever and brilliant reasoning, Remus Lupin. A cold, silky voice suddenly came from the doorway, startling all of us to turn our heads at the same time. Should I thank Merlin for this? Finally letting Gryffindor have a lion with a brain after all the foolish things you've done over the years. Severus, no. Sirius. I wasn't the only one too shocked by Professor Snape's sudden appearance. Remus was too late to stop Sirius, who suddenly lunged at Professor Snape, and my body reacted faster than my brain, standing between the two just as Sirius was about to pounce. Though the red light from the professor's wand veered in time, it still grazed my left temple, leaving a deep wound. Harry. Even though the spell just grazed me and didn't fully hit, the force of the attack made my head dizzy and legs weak. Hearing the screams of Hermione and the others, I also fell into a cold yet firm embrace. Don't fight, please. I ignored the dizziness and grabbed the wand in Professor Snape's hand instinctively. Sirius is innocent. Sir, I can explain. Shut up, you idiot. Professor Snape's roar almost exploded right next to my ear, the sound so loud it completely drowned out everyone else's screams and shouts, making my head feel even more dizzy. Do you know what you're doing? Charging into the attack range of two dueling wizards, even a 3-year-old would know that's suicidal. Have you thrown all your knowledge of defense against the dark arts into the cauldron? Do you realize you were almost killed? All for that bastard Black. Sirius is my godfather, just like you, is the most important person to me. I shouted, trying to hold back the dizziness and headache, forcing my half-blind left eye to look up at Professor Snape. I know you hate him, just like you hated my father, but besides my aunt and the others, he's the only family I have left, and he never betrayed my parents. The one who really did was Peter Pettigrew. Pettigrew is already dead. No, he isn't. And he's right here now. I instinctively gripped Professor Snape's hands tighter. Sirius and Remus can prove it. I can too. Sirius, Peter Pettigrew, and I are all animagi. We all know exactly how to force an animagus to reveal their real form. I swear Peter Pettigrew is right here, and I can prove it to you immediately. The room was left with only the sound of uneven breaths. Even though they had just seen me in my animal form, Ron and Sirius, who Remus was holding back to prevent him from lunging, were equally stunned by my words and barely able to react, perhaps for different reasons, but as long as they didn't recklessly complicate things again, I felt the wound on my forehead was worth it. Animagus. Professor Snape's voice was quiet, but in the relatively still room, it was still clear enough for everyone to hear. So that fox, it's you? Yes, my animagus form is a black fox, I admitted hoarsely. So please, give me a chance to prove the identity of Peter Pettigrew, to show you that Peter Pettigrew is indeed still alive, and he is the real traitor who betrayed my parents. Professor Snape just continued to stare at me with his hollow eyes, saying nothing. I'm begging you to, Severus. Remus. Sirius erupted again. Shut up, you don't need to beg him. As long as it can prove your innocence and deal with that bastard, I can beg anyone. Remus was clearly angry too. Not only did he shout back in a voice no weaker than Sirius's, but he also pinned Sirius, who had been holding back, against the wall. Damn it, Padfoot, when will you learn not to act on impulse? Do you have any idea why Harry just rushed between you and Severus? James and Lily's death isn't a pain you feel alone. Do you know who Harry was calling out to while practicing the Patronus charm with me over the past 6 months? when he fainted facing a boggart turned into a dementor. Remus's voice was filled with both anger and grief. It was James and Lily. Harry remembers completely what happened that night at their house. Enough, stop it. The pent-up frustration that had been pressing against my chest ever since leaving the hospital ward grew heavier and heavier. My head was spinning, yet the sharp pain from the wound on my forehead kept my mind painfully clear, letting me feel the increasing weight of my own body. If it weren't for Professor Snape supporting my waist with his hand, I would probably have collapsed to the ground. Even so, when I heard Remus's words, I couldn't help but call out to stop him, which only resulted in an even more unbearable sense of weakness, but I still didn't dare release my grip on Professor Snape's wand, even though most of my weight was already leaning on him. Please, don't say those things anymore, okay? I just want the real traitor to go to where they belong. I just want the people I care about to be safe, that's all, please. I'm begging you, stop fighting, okay? My vision grew increasingly blurred, and I simply lowered my head with my eyes closed. I'm begging you. Let go. A cold, emotionless voice came from above, and the pressure on my chest added a sharp sting. As expected, it's still impossible? The professor's hatred for my father and for Sirius. Sir. Let go, you reckless fool. Professor Snape gritted his teeth and growled. Phoenix blood has healing properties, unlike you, whose only effect is to ruin my robe. If you don't want to end up a dried husk, let go. Although the wound on my head hurt quite a bit, it probably wasn't going to make me completely bleed out into a dried corpse. Wait, that's not the point right now. Dizzy and my mind already a bit sluggish, the result was that before I could even react to the bitter despair, Professor Snape had already withdrawn his wand, placed both hands on me, and strode directly toward the windowsill. Damn snot! You dare touch Harry. In my days, I only heard Sirius shout once, before Remus silenced him with some method unknown. I was that sure because it seemed Remus was calming someone beyond just my godfather. Don't be so tense, Severus just wants to stop Harry's bleeding first and treat him. Remus's voice was gentle, tinged with concern. The main effect of the spell just now, Harry should have avoided it, right, Severus? I didn't hear Professor Snape's answer. In fact, in my blurred vision, it felt like as soon as I was placed on the windowsill, a hand with faint calluses forcefully lifted my head. You're lucky your skull wasn't split open. A stream of icy magic flowed over the wound, first a pleasant coolness, finally turning into a tingling numbness. I knew the wound on my head had basically healed, and that chilly magical presence also reduced the dizziness from earlier considerably. I opened my eyes and vaguely looked into a pair of obsidian eyes suppressing a rare, vivid anger. The potion on you? I just gave it to Neville and Ron, they are injured too. I tried blinking to refocus, but in the end, I had to lift my hand and wipe my eyes with my robe sleeve before my vision could barely recover. Actually, head injuries are only troublesome if there's no bleeding. This wound isn't that severe. Even if you leave it, the bleeding will stop on its own. Stop showing off your experience, Mr. Potter, Professor Snape said gloomily. Otherwise, I would think you have a keen interest in Egyptian mummies. Since someone's wand was pointing at my forehead, wrapping it with feeler, I wisely pushed aside the silly curiosity about how the professor could have known I was speaking from experience and obediently stayed silent. Just then, a ginger-colored shadow darted from the corner and jumped onto the windowsill, climbing onto my lap. Crookshanks. I wasn't the only one surprised by the sudden appearance of the big cat, but the one who reacted the most was its owner. How are you here? Come here. Normally obedient Crookshanks completely ignored Hermione's calls and simply lay on my lap, using its front paws to paw insistently at the constantly twitching pocket of my robe. That savage, stupid cat. Seeing Crookshanks' actions, Ron, who had just jumped up worried about me, cursed under his breath. Limping over, he tried to come closer. It was trying to attack Scabbers outside just now, which is why I got ambushed by Snuffles. Black, now it's still. Don't act rashly, Weasley. If this cat really helped Sirius earlier, then it's definitely much smarter than any of us realized. Remus spoke as Hermione and Neville, half supporting and half restraining themselves, instinctively prevented Ron from rushing forward. Remus placed a hand on Sirius' shoulder. Now that Professor Snape had taken care of the head injury, I could see clearly that my godfather had placed a full-body binding curse on himself, staring with his bloodshot grey eyes, ready to burn with murderous intent towards me. Actually, the target of his murderous glare was really Professor Snape, against whom I was still half leaning. Severus, I think Remus noticed my brief stunned gaze of less than a second, bitter and worried look in my eyes as I looked at them, but he just swept over Crookshanks and me, and looked at Professor Snape, who had not taken back his wand after bandaging me, but instead returned to his godfather with a more sinister and resentful look. I think, given the current situation, I can assume that you agree that we should all put aside our past grievances for the time being, at least in front of the children, sensible like an elder? I lowered my eyes and picked up Crookshanks. I couldn't scratch the pocket of my robe. This big turmeric cat was quite safe in my arms, but the thick tail of its brush was still unwilling to shake off, brushing against the constantly shaking pocket from time to time. Reason? I thought that had always been your Gryffindor, especially someone's most lacking thing. Professor Snape's cold and silky voice floated out of my head, and a slight resonance came from my half-leaning chest. Although it was light and steady, it was quite clear. In fact, long after he healed the wound on my head and made most of the dizziness subside, I wanted to sit up straight by myself, but his arm that had never been released from my waist kept stubbornly holding me less than 3 centimeters away from him. Since someone volunteered to be a quasi-patient cushion who had been feeling uncomfortable in my chest since I left the hospital room, why should I be polite? What's more, if Professor Snape and the Godfather want to fight again, at least I can use my own buffer to react in time to stop it. It should barely make them not kill, right? Hey, I decided not to eat sandwich cookies again. Moreover, what position do you think you have to ask me like an elder? Holding Crookshanks gloomy, I haven't been thinking about how to solve the current situation for a long time, Professor Snape questioned Remus in his less provocative but more aggressive sharp words. Not to mention luring these students to meet your fugitive friends, you left your office on a night close to the full moon without even taking a potion, wasting your own danger as a werewolf to all living things. This is your conscientious elder attitude. The room was filled with overlapping sounds of heavy breathing. I looked up toward Remus and unsurprisingly saw his wax-white face, while the gaze from Sirius, still restrained beside him, was even more terrifying. A werewolf, a werewolf. Ron beside me almost began stammering like Neville always did when panicked. He stared at Remus in disbelief. You are a werewolf. As for Neville, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ron, he was so pale he couldn't speak. Hermione, however, looked less shocked and more indignant. How can you say that? Just say it like that. Professor Snape's stern and dangerous gaze fell on Hermione. She shivered unconsciously but stubbornly did not back down. Isn't it true? Professor Lupin was hired by Professor Dumbledore. If he trusted Lupin to teach us, he must have considered everyone's safety. If I were you, I wouldn't be so sure about that, Miss Know-it-all Granger. Dumbledore's strength is indisputable, but he is not a saint without fault. Moreover, Snape's eyes turned once again with hatred toward Remus and Sirius. This was proven by witnesses more than 10 years ago. Severus, Remus' voice sounded as if he had suddenly aged several years. You still can't forgive? At that time, we were just too young. That is no excuse. 15-year-old wizards are old enough to understand the danger of werewolves, let alone you being one of them and knowing the facts inside out. Snape hissed with hatred. Luring an underage wizard in front of a werewolf on a full moon night is no longer a prank, it is murder. But Sirius didn't truly mean it back then. He didn't know you would actually come, and Remus' voice grew hoarse. James also stopped. Sir. I quickly stretched out my left hand and grabbed Professor Snape's wand. Please stop. You. I have no intention of intervening in the old grudges between you, not in the least. I calmly met the obsidian eyes full of hatred and anger. I just thought that right now, there are things more important than you all reminiscing about the past. Professor Snape only glared at me even more angrily, and the magical power surrounding him grew stronger. Being on the front line of such a magical attack was really uncomfortable, so I sighed and directly pulled the tip of his wand toward my chest. Harry, I trust the companions my father trusts, just as I trust the friends my mother trusts. Ignoring the gasp from Ron and the others, the tip of the wand pressed against my heart. I stared straight into the emptiness in his eyes, which was now mixed with anger, hatred, and astonishment. I trust my brothers, my sisters, my family. No matter their identity or stance, I am willing to do anything for them. Even if the cost is my life, I would not hesitate. But in this world, there is only one person qualified to have me completely place my life in their hands. If you wish, you can take it at any time. Professor Snape's face went blank and stiff. What do you mean? I mean exactly what I said. I will not let anything harm those I recognize as mine. Likewise, if the people I care about want to harm each other, they must go through me first. My tone was as casual as talking about the weather. Moreover, as I've said, the things I know far exceed what you think. Others might not be aware, but the price you once paid and the decisions you made, do you really think I know nothing about them? What nonsense are you talking about? Whether it's nonsense or not, you know in your heart. Looking at his increasingly dark face, I surprisingly felt a carefree urge to smile spreading from my heart. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. After all, since someone has already decided to risk their life, my going or staying shouldn't matter to them, right? Professor Snape's expression changed suddenly. Are you threatening me? Students would not dare. I let go of the wand, closed my eyes, and carefully hugged the slightly sliding Crookshanks, speaking respectfully. I am merely stating the facts to you, sir. The wand pressed against my heart trembled slightly due to its master's anger. After a few seconds, nothing happened, and it was withdrawn. All Gryffindors are a bunch of idiots. Upon hearing that curse, I couldn't help but let a smirk tug at the corner of my mouth. Yes, sir. I agreed, speaking carefully to prevent any hint of amusement from slipping through. I believe it's the same principle that there isn't a single good person in Slytherin. Professor Snape glared at me with eyes that seemed ready to snap my neck, while I calmly reined in my smile, cradled Crookshanks, slid down the windowsill, and walked straight toward Remus. Please release your hold on the Godfather, Remus. I stopped in front of them, looking up at Remus, whose expression was complicated as he watched me. If we force Peter Pettigrew to reveal his true form, I imagine it might be difficult given your current physical condition, and I also believe the Godfather would prefer to personally confirm the traitor's identity. Remus didn't act immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze back to Professor Snape, still standing at the windowsill. Snape, however, showed no sign of looking this way, his magical aura continuing to gather gloomily, and his impersonal eyes staring outside the window as if unfocused. Harry, you. Remus turned his gaze back to me, his expression hesitant. You knew I was a werewolf all along. Yes, I knew on the train. Judging from Remus's hesitant demeanor, it seemed this wasn't the real question he wanted to ask. But since that's all he asked, I answered directly. You're not the only one who realized it. Hermione noticed long ago too, right? I suspected it during our defense against the dark arts class, when the boggart turned into a white ball in front of Professor Lupin. I dragged Hermione into the explanation with me, shifting most of the attention toward her. Under Ron and Neville's astonished and suspicious gazes, Hermione confessed obediently, while giving me a disapproving glance. If you actually look closely, that white ball was the moon, and when Professor Snape substituted for our class and had us write an assignment about werewolves, the moon phase chart lined up exactly with when Professor Lupin took leave. It wouldn't be surprising to notice it, right? Isn't this strange? Ron's face was tightly twisted, both angry and unwilling. Last year, when the snake demon appeared, you were only concerned about the little spider's migration, and this time you didn't even tell us what you found. Is this really that important? It's just a werewolf. Just a werewolf. That's a werewolf wandering around us. Don't you have any sense of caution? Of course I'd be nervous with a werewolf nearby, but Professor Lupin is a teacher at school. Another teacher saint theory. Our defense against the dark arts teacher has never been normal, and you still think I'm not the only one helping to cover it up. Harry also trusts Professor Lupin. Besides being a teacher appointed by Professor Dumbledore, he's also Harry's father's friend. Are you saying that Harry could trust the wrong person? That's not what I mean. Not what you mean. You clearly sound like everything is my fault. Though Ron and Hermione's argument wasn't earth-shattering, their intensity was completely fierce. Their faces red, necks taut, yelling at each other with such fiery passion was intimidating enough to silence any onlookers. Essentially, they were in their own world. Should we try to stop them? Based on experience, Neville had sensed trouble brewing from the moment Ron's expression changed. Carefully, he lowered his presence and slowly moved toward me with Leah. Worried, he whispered while watching the quarrel between Hermione and Ron. They are really fighting fiercely this time. Do you think they'll start hitting each other? Even if they did, Ron would be the unlucky one. You know Hermione's offensive spells are always stronger than Ron's. I replied calmly. Besides, whenever they get into these big arguments, they completely ignore their surroundings. Why don't you try to calm them down? Neville's cheeks twitched as he shook his head violently. Obviously, recalling the memory made him entirely dissuaded. That's right. Since the fire can't be put out, just let it burn. It will naturally stop once it runs out of fuel. I put Crookshanks on the floor, nudging him and Leah toward the corner to stay put, and then reached out to pat Neville on the shoulder to comfort him. Besides, they haven't argued in a long time. Just think of this as a one-time outburst from holding it in for too long, followed by a celebration of making up. No need to worry. You really trust them. A hoarse voice came from behind. I turned my head and looked up. Sirius, who had already removed all the binding curses from Remus, was staring at me with a somber expression. Because they are my most important partners, I know them well. I said calmly, Godfather, isn't it the same with you, Dad, and Remus? Sirius didn't answer. His gaze grew increasingly complex and hard to read. You look like James, and your fighting spirit and methods for handling things also resemble his. Sirius said dryly. With his unusually rough voice at that moment, it was hard to gauge his emotions. But in some things, you're even more unreasonable than Lily. I'm my parents' child. If I weren't like them, that would be abnormal. But I've never thought that Mom would be unreasonable unless someone provoked her first. I shrugged and pulled Scabbers, tightly bound by vines, from my pocket, letting the little rat dangle in the air as I held it by the vine. Rather than debating whether I'm more like my dad or my mom, after pulling out the rat, the glint of icily lethal intent that appeared simultaneously in Remus's and Sirius's eyes was completely expected. I think right now it's more practical to deal with this little rat first. What do you think? Chapter 106. Animagus. With a dog-like growl, Sirius lunged to grab him with such speed that I had no doubt that within 3 seconds, the rat would be crushed in his hand. Remus, clearly thinking the same as I did, had to step in first to block Sirius, so that this one traitor, the only one who could clear Godfather's name, wouldn't die so easily. I also took a few steps back to keep some distance from Godfather. Let go, Mooney, I'm going to tear him apart. Sirius. Remus grabbed his friend, scolding him sharply. Calm down. Don't forget we need him to clear your name. Killing him would prove it too. And with his body, the rat hanging from the vine continued to struggle with its hind legs, its whimpers growing even more pitiful. Ron, who had already stopped arguing nearby, finally saw that I was holding his pet in my hand and started limping over. Scabbers, Ron limped as he walked, and although Hermione still looked angry, she supported him as they came over together. Harry, what are you doing? I finally found Scabbers. Luckily it wasn't eaten by that stupid cat. That's not a stupid cat. I needed it to help me catch this damn rat. Sirius, though blocked by Remus, still continued yelling at the fake rat. Shameless traitor murderer, I am going to kill it. This stunned not only Neville beside me and Ron, who had stopped in his tracks, but even Hermione couldn't help covering her mouth and whispering, "No way, you mean Scabbers is Peter Pettigrew." Exactly, this rat is Peter. Remus's usual gentleness was gone, even as he tried to restrain and calm his friend. His voice sounded quite cold. His animagus form was a rat, and it was James and I who painstakingly taught him. We could never have mistaken him. Impossible. Scabbers is my pet. Percy gave him to me. Ron broke free from Hermione and limped quickly over, trying to take the rat from my hand. We've had him at our house 4 years. Ordinary rats, even those living in the magical world, average only 3 years of life, and rarely live longer than 5 years. I dodged Ron's hand, ignoring his pale, shocked face. Ron, you told me Scabbers has been with your family since you could remember, living for over 10 years, right? Harry, Ron called softly, his voice trembling with a pleading tone. Harry, you don't mean to believe it's Scabbers. I know you've never liked it much and often used it for experiments, but, Ron, it's not that I hate it and used it for experiments. It kept trying to climb onto my bed. I looked at Ron calmly. Although I knew this would be a heavy blow for him, I had to say it. I've always been a light sleeper, so you know my habit of setting up plants and magical wards around my sleeping area to avoid disturbances. But the plant wards I set up on my bed only retaliate if something attacks me. Otherwise, they just repel things that disturb me. You understand what I mean, right? If this rat hadn't tried to test my alertness and abilities while I was asleep, it wouldn't have been affected by the potions or spells I'm currently experimenting on. It brought that upon itself. I couldn't help but sense a faint murderous intent coming from the direction of the windowsill, but Sirius let out an even angrier growl and struggled so vehemently that I had to step back, unable to confirm whether the murderous intent was real or imagined. Bastard! I knew it, you actually. How dare you touch Harry? I'll kill you. Calm down. Padfoot, stop forcing me to cast full body bindings on you. Sirius struggled so fiercely that Remus had no choice but to voice a threat. Fortunately, it worked. Although Sirius was still shaking angrily, gasping heavily, and staring fixedly at the trembling rat in my hand that could pounce at any moment, at least his murderous impulse was temporarily curbed. Harry, I'm an animagus too, Ron. I said with a blank expression. Listening to my friend utter such a weak plea, especially when it was directed at me, felt truly upsetting, and I was holding in my hand the very culprit who had killed my parents. Heaven knows how I managed to suppress the impulse to crush this fake rat with my own hands until now. No matter how excellent a beast form wizard is, an animagus is ultimately still a wizard and will leave behind the scent and traces of a wizard. I believe the reason Crookshanks pounced on Scabbers at first sight was because he recognized that it wasn't a real rat. And the fact that Crookshanks later kept helping Sirius catch Scabbers must have been because Sirius persuaded him that leaving Scabbers with us would threaten our safety, which is why Crookshanks seized every opportunity to chase after Scabbers. Yes, exactly like that, Sirius said, huffing with anger, glaring at Scabbers with tension. That cat, it knew I was an animagus the first time it saw me at school. This is the smartest cat I've ever seen. I worked so hard to persuade it to trust me, even swore to it with spells that I would never harm that girl, it wouldn't hurt its owner. Only then did it agree to help me catch that bastard, that damn traitor. Miss Granger is Harry's good friend. She is not only brave and intelligent but also deeply cares for her pet. It's only natural that Crookshanks would be so loyal to her. Remus interrupted Sirius's swearing, knowing that if he continued, he might get so worked up as to act on it. Remus then looked at the ginger cat rubbing against Hermione's legs from the corner after being mentioned, first praising it, then turning to Sirius with a complaint. But you went a bit too far with this, Padfoot. No matter how smart Crookshanks is, he is still just a cat. He can't communicate to anyone that what he's chasing is not a rat but an animagus. You almost ruined Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley's friendship. That's the mildest outcome. If Peter had been cornered, he could have hurt Harry and the others. He didn't dare. I know he doesn't have the guts, otherwise he wouldn't have been a pet rat for 12 years. Sirius growled. He framed me and spread my spell against him with dark magic to bounce through the streets, leaving only one finger to pretend to be dead. He knew that if he continued to live, not only would we not let him go, but the Dark Wizard's men after Voldemort's loss would also hunt him down. So he didn't dare to let anyone find out that he wasn't a mouse, and he didn't have the ability to really hurt Harry unless he reverted to being a wizard, or he wouldn't even have the ability to hurt Harry's friends. Well, we can discuss that later. Anyway, at least now we have found and controlled Peter. Remus said in a cold tone. Harry, give me the mouse. No. Ron took my hand and was about to hand it to Remus, and said with a pleading urgency, Harry, I know you want to catch Peter Pettigrew, but Scabbers, it's my mouse. Even if it lives strangely, it doesn't mean it has to be Peter Pettigrew. There are so many rats in the world. Even if I throw Peter in a pile of 10,000 rats, I can recognize it. Sirius gritted his teeth and said, his beast was learned from us, and I absolutely cannot admit my mistake. I saw a picture of this mouse in a newspaper left behind in Azkaban during the summer vacation, and I recognized it, and its feet, its front paws were missing a finger. He cut it off himself. I'm sure he's Peter, the traitor. And the reason Miss Granger and I chased after you to get here is that she saw, on the Marauders map, beside Sirius, the name of our old friend who should have been dead long ago, so she came to ask for my help, Remus said coldly. The Marauders map is a map of Hogwarts that James, Sirius, Peter, and I made while we were still at school. It shows the location of everyone active in the school. We used to use this map to avoid teachers while sneaking around at night. Unfortunately, before graduation, one night when James took Lily out, he accidentally got caught by Filch. I'm sorry, I couldn't help but interrupt, even though I knew it was inappropriate. Did you just say my dad took my mom out on a date at night, and she actually agreed? That day was Lily's birthday. James wanted to celebrate with her privately and propose at the same time. So James threatened Lily if she didn't go out with him that night, he would sing love songs under the girls' dormitory with a blasting charm all night long. James always followed through on his threats, and his singing was really not good. So that night, Lily was driven out of the dorm by her roommates and underclassmen. A flicker of nostalgic smile passed across Remus's eyes. Anyway, after James got caught that night, the map was confiscated by Filch. I never thought that this map would eventually reappear, and in your hands no less. Using threats and noise pollution to propose, what an idiot misbehaving dad, how embarrassing. Mommy agreeing to marry dad must have truly been a blessing from the Potters' ancestors. This was a Christmas gift from Fred and George. I heard they stole it from Filch's office several years ago. Maybe it's because I couldn't go to Hogsmeade this year, and also as an apology since they didn't have time to continue collaborating with me on Alchemy Creations. That's why they gave it to me. Suppressing my disdainful muttering about my father's youthful foolishness, I shrugged and briefly explained how I got the map. Honestly, the map isn't that useful to me. I've discovered more secret passages and rooms on my own, but it's actually pretty convenient for spotting certain unexpected guests. Exactly. When we were creating the Marauders map, we had already linked it to Hogwarts to some extent. Every name that appears on the map is impossible to falsify, neither an animagus nor polyjuice potion can confuse it. Back then, we were just having fun and trying to challenge the limits of our abilities. We never imagined the map could be used to detect intruders in the school, much less to discover one of its creators. Remus reached out his hand to me. Anyway, give me the rat, Mr. Weasley. You don't need to worry, we just need to force it back to its original form to prove we didn't mistake our person. If it really is just an ordinary rat, the magic we use won't harm it at all. Ron's pale face carried a sort of blank despair as he slowly released the hand gripping my arm. Neville and Hermione silently flanked him, their expressions tense and anxious, watching me hand Scabbers over to Remus. Holding the struggling, shrieking rat, Remus raised his wand and asked Sirius beside him, in a tone cold yet polite, "Together." Sirius, glaring at the rat with wide eyes, nodded but immediately furrowed his brow. I twirled my wand in my hand, twisting the handle outward, and handed it straight to my godfather. Without hesitation, Sirius took my wand and began chanting the spell to forcibly revert the beastish form along with Remus. The blue and white light emitted from both wands engulfed the wailing rat. Gradually, as the light grew stronger, the shrieks became weaker. Ron seemed to want to step forward, but Neville and Hermione subtly but insistently held him back. I watched intently as the rat within the light began to dissolve, gradually expanding and twisting. My hands clenched involuntarily, trembling slightly, and just as the metallic taste spread in my mouth and I realized I was too emotional and bit my lower lip, I felt a faint warmth behind me. I looked up and saw Professor Snape squinting at the scene within the blue and white light, the determination on his face drawn with lines of hatred and loathing. My mood inexplicably calmed down. I also turned my head to continue watching the changes within the light circle, only quietly leaning back, giving half of my body weight to the silent warmth behind me. When the blue and white light faded, a grey-haired, slightly thinning, pale, and short-statured unfamiliar male wizard lay face down on the ground, his upper body completely bound by vines with not even a gap, looking at Remus and the others with panicked, fearful helplessness. He was an inconspicuous man. Yes, inconspicuous. Whether in books or movies, the image of Peter Pettigrew in my previous life was always sleazy, even grotesquely ugly. But the man appearing in front of me now, short and thin, yes, compared to the male wizard average of over 180 centimeters, Pettigrew is indeed short, not to mention his now tied up and lying on the ground, yet he absolutely has nothing to do with being ugly, he just looks very ordinary. The only thing that might leave an impression would probably be his eyes. A little small, but his watery grey-blue eyes easily gave off a harmless, approachable feeling. Overall, he looked like a harmless middle-aged neighbor-type uncle. Perhaps Pettigrew in his youth had that kind, boy-next-door quality. I felt a flash of icy sarcasm in my eyes. "Good evening, Peter." Remus's tone was as light and casual as talking about the weather. If it weren't for the veins clearly visible on the back of his hand holding the wand, I almost would have thought he was actually just chatting with someone. "Long time no see. How have you been lately?" Pettigrew was trembling violently. "Remus," he stammered in fear. "Sirius." Remus quickly grabbed Sirius's hand just as he was about to cast a spell, and I silently breathed a sigh of relief. I definitely didn't want my wand to show traces of using any of the 3 unforgivable curses this early. The fact it wasn't me doing it made it even more important. "We need your help with something, Peter." Without letting go of Sirius, Remus, after giving Godfather a stern look that could absolutely be categorized as a serious warning, continued calmly asking Pettigrew, "You seemed a bit too agitated earlier and may not have fully heard our request. We hope you can do us a small favor." "He's going to kill me, Remus." Pettigrew struggled, trying to rise and get away from Sirius, but his upper body was completely bound by vines, and it took him quite a while to barely kneel up with the help of some sharp tool. "He's gone mad, alleging to serve the mysterious one and constantly chasing me to kill me. You won't believe him, will you? He killed everyone on an entire street." "Lies. You're the one serving Voldemort. You're the one who used dark magic to backfire my curse and blow up the whole street." Sirius roared. Though restrained by Remus, his fury still made sparks fly from his wand, scaring Pettigrew as he stumbled back with difficulty. "I hunted you because you betrayed Lily and James. I trusted you so much that I convinced the couple to secretly hand over the Fidlew's task to you, and you actually betrayed them." "I didn't." Pettigrew screamed, wriggling continuously to inch closer to Remus. "Remus, Moony, my friend, you can't believe him. Everyone knows Dementors are the mysterious one's favorite allies. Who else could escape from Azkaban except the most loyal servant of the mysterious one? Harry is still so young, that's why he was deceived. Before Pettigrew could finish, a bolt of blue light knocked him flying into the wall, stopping him, while the ceiling of the shrieking shack rained down dust and cockroaches. "You've really disappointed me, Peter." Remus exuded a coldness never shown before to students. I even saw a flash of wild red in his eyes that quickly disappeared. I thought by the time things came to this point, at least you would admit your mistakes like a man. But you didn't. Not only did you try to argue, you even tried to belittle Harry. How dare you even say Harry's name after betraying Lily and James and causing their deaths? I didn't, cough. Pettigrew painfully spit some sour liquid, curling up on the ground and coughing continuously. I can, cough, explain. Explain what? What's left for you to explain? Sirius trembled all over with excitement, raising his wand to point at Pettigrew, and this time Remus, who was equally pushed to his limit, did not stop him. I thought it was a perfect plan, hiding you, the real secret keeper of the Potter family, letting everyone believe that I was the secret keeper, so that Voldemort and his followers would come after me, but you, just to lick the Dark Lord's feet, handed James and the others over to Voldemort. Lily and James used to care for you so much, and you actually did that. If you weren't stupid enough to appear in a newspaper photo at the Weasley's house on a trip out that reminded me of you, and if Remus hadn't never revealed that I am an animagus, giving me the chance to realize that Dementors can't tell I'm human when I'm in dog form, I wouldn't even have been able to stay conscious and get out of Azkaban so smoothly. Now, what else do you have to say? Are you still going to deny that you betrayed James and Lily? I didn't, cough, I didn't have a choice. Pettigrew's voice was weak. It was hard to tell whether he was coughing or wailing in pain. He came for me, he's too powerful, I had no strength to resist. So, you admit it. Although phrased as a question, Remus's tone was the terrifying calmness of certainty. You admit that you are the Potter family's secret keeper, and that you betrayed the couple to Voldemort. Pettigrew was shaking even more violently than a sieve, curling into a ball. I had no choice at all, that he who must not be named came for me. He already controlled so many places, he threatened me, said he would kill me if I didn't help him. What else could I do? So you do this, his spy, and give him a message. I should have guessed that it wasn't an accident. I hadn't hidden most of my plans from you, and thought it was a coincidence. Plus my werewolf identity was too sensitive. No wonder Sirius and the others would suspect me. Remus shook his head with a sigh. Back then, everyone thought you were the least capable of the four of us, but who knew that you were actually the one who hid yourself the best and sharpest? Use our trust in you and confidence in our ability skillfully. Peter, I must say, I admire you. Moony, Sirius' resentful gaze did not leave Pettigrew, interrupting Remus' tone but gritting his teeth even more. After so many years you can't change your bad habit of praising your enemies? When you learn to appreciate and face your enemies, you're not far from defeating your enemies. This was Lily's advice to James after his first failed mission, and I couldn't agree with him. Remus calmly dispels Sirius' dissatisfaction, and his eyes are also on Pettigrew, without warmth. You should know what you'll face when you make the decision to join Voldemort. No, Pettigrew writhed again. Moony, Remus, you won't let Sirius kill me. I was really forced, and the mysterious man is so powerful. There is no benefit to resisting him but death. There is no benefit to fighting Voldemort except death. This is what you think? Sirius sneered fiercely. But at least I have not lived up to the loyalty and trust my friend has given me. I am worthy of my conscience and keep my soul. This is the benefit. I can die to protect my friends, just as they are also willing to face death for me. You chose to side with Voldemort and betray us, betray Lily and James. Peter. Remus began rolling up his sleeves. Then you should know that even if Voldemort and his followers don't kill you, we won't let you live. Don't mind if I join in, Padfoot. Of course I don't mind. A twisted warm smile flashed across Sirius's face. He took a step, stepping directly on Pettigrew's back, who screamed and tried to roll away, pinning him to the ground where he couldn't move. Though I thought it would have been enough if you didn't stop me. A traitor deserves the punishment he gets. Besides, he used the information he extracted from me to hurt Alice and Frank, to cause the deaths of Lily and James, and to get you imprisoned. Remus shook his head slightly as if he didn't want to say more, raised his wand, and pointed it straight at Pettigrew. Goodbye, Peter. Amid Pettigrew's wailing cries of resistance mixed with Hermione's terrified sobs muffled by her hands, Ron and Neville also turned their heads away, unwilling to witness death yet not intending to stop it. But just before Sirius and Remus could act, a silent blast of magic shot at Sirius's wrist, simultaneously knocking my wand out of my hand. You little snot! Sirius roared. If it weren't for Remus blocking him and still stepping on Pettigrew, he might have lunged straight at Professor Snape. Damn it, what the hell is your idea? It's your business if you want to kill in front of a bunch of kids. Professor Snape responded to Sirius's anger with a look as if he were staring at some kind of trash, meanwhile handing my wand, which had flown to him through the air, back to me, who was leaning by his side, but trying to use the wand of underage wizards to kill. I thought your brain had reached rock bottom, Black, but apparently, I still underestimated your level of idiocy. Sirius's face looked like he had suddenly swallowed a cabbage covered in natural fertilizer. Pettigrew, taking advantage of the moment, wriggled free from under Sirius's step and rolled to Snape's feet. Severus, I knew you wouldn't just stand by and let me die. Thank you, thank you. Nope. I took a step forward and blocked the path Sirius and Remus were about to take. Don't do it. Harry. Sirius' fierce look passed over me. That's the miscellaneous pieces that betrayed your parents and orphaned you. I know. I looked at Sirius calmly, without any intention of backing down, but you are more important now than your deceased parents. Harry, if you're worried about Sirius, there's no need now. Remus put his arm on Sirius's shoulder, but looked at Professor Snape. We already have enough witnesses here to prove Sirius's innocence. Bringing the body with him can also be used as evidence. Professor Snape sneered, but before he could say anything sarcastic, I spoke. Do you really think we really have enough witnesses here, Remus? I asked expressionlessly. 4 underage wizards and 1 werewolf. Do you really think such witnesses are strong enough to prove Sirius' innocence? Even if Sir Professor Snape is willing to put aside his past grievances to help prove it, Imho, can the testimony of a former Death Eater really convince a jury at the Ministry of Magic? What's more, Professor Snape has no obligation at all. So, Pettigrew, you can't kill him. I spoke calmly, but I was holding my wand tightly in my hand. Give him to the Ministry of Magic, let those officials and the public know about the crimes he has committed, let the trial jury of the Ministry of Magic decide his fate. As long as the Godfather can live innocently in the sun. The 3 adults looked at me in silence at the same time, and only Pettigrew's choked voice was left in the air. Well, Remus, I broke the silence. If that's your hope, Remus, Harry has more power than us to decide whether Peter lives or dies. Sirius, Remus said in a tired tone, and Harry is right, and I hope you can restore your reputation, but the Ministry of Magic really can't trust a werewolf's testimony, and I assume you wouldn't expect to owe Severus a favor either. Sirius didn't speak, but his face twisted even more. Thank you, Harry, kind boy, so merciful. Pettigrew crawled over with difficulty. Thank you. Thank me for what? Thank me for sending you to trial? I looked down at the man lying at my feet, whose every move exuded meanness, my tone cold. I just didn't want a friend of my parents to have a traitor's blood on their hands. That would be an insult to their souls. Sending you to the Ministry of Magic for trial, besides helping my godfather clear his name, was just me thinking that the Dementor's kiss was more suitable for you. Pettigrew choked and began to cry uncontrollably. Sorry, Harry, but I couldn't, I was scared. He curled up in a ball, crying piteously. You don't understand what it was like back then. The mysterious one was so terrifying. I wasn't as powerful as anyone else, and he targeted me, forcing me to give up your whereabouts. So what you're saying is, Voldemort only really wanted to kill me? I asked calmly. If that's the case, why didn't you just sneak me out and hand me over to Voldemort back then? Since you were already a secret keeper for my family and my parents trusted you so much, sneaking out a weak little baby shouldn't have been difficult for you, right? I can't answer. I sighed lightly. Remus was right. Pettigrew, you are really disappointing, even disgusting to me. Harry. No matter what Pettigrew wanted to say, it didn't succeed anyway, because I could no longer distinguish whether the pain in my chest was real discomfort or anger. There was no need to endure anymore. The vines that had obediently bound Pettigrew responded to my rage, not only growing rapidly and wildly, but also lifting his entire body and pinning him against the wall. Chapter 107. Chapter 107. The Blessing and Curse of the Source Heart. Harry, don't call me. The purple-black tattoo spread across the back of my hand and my neck, the strange and eerie magical patterns even climbing up to my cheeks. In my raging anger, I didn't even notice that my mental power and magic had long since been unleashed without restriction. Fortunately, I still had some sense. Aside from the vines ignited by my anger directed at Pettigrew, the remaining power only condensed around me without launching, so it didn't harm anyone. However, even so, the aura that wound around me, similar to a magical might yet purer, faintly interwoven with silver-grey light, left everyone in the room stupefied. I, at that moment, focused entirely on the traitor who made my eyes redden, completely unaware of the fluctuations in my magical and mental power. Don't call my name. Remus already warned you, you have no right. I stared blankly at Pettigrew, slowly approaching him. At least that was the first step, but as the air around me offered no resistance and I floated upward, I didn't think much about the reason and drifted to Pettigrew's front without resistance. For an enemy, I held no respect that required looking up. You've always known, haven't you, that Voldemort wanted to kill only me? Pettigrew's blue-grey eyes opened wide, filled with fear and incredulous tears, along with some emotions he thought he had well hidden but which utterly chilled me. If you really betrayed out of fear, if you had even a little pity and affection for your friends in your heart, you could have just taken me and handed me over to Voldemort, right? But you didn't. You humbly crawled at the feet of the Dark Lord Voldemort, kissed his robes, begged for forgiveness for your incompetence, because you couldn't find the chance to steal me away. No, that's not. But in truth, you never wanted to steal me. You still clung to the protection of Prongs, Padfoot, and Moony, enjoying the admiring and envious glances that surrounded you while standing next to those with fame and strength. That's not true. And Voldemort's power and promises made you covet the strength he possessed. You wanted power, fame, and admiration from everyone. So you volunteered to be Voldemort's spy because you envied and were jealous of Prongs and Padfoot simply because those two always managed to do things better than you even before you could, and you had been jealous of them since your school days. I didn't. Pettigrew shook his head in pain. It's not like that, Harry. I told you, you don't have the right to call me by my name. With my furious shout, two vine-like tendrils suddenly shot through my long sleeves, flying straight from my arms and piercing deeply into the wall behind Pettigrew's astonished face. The sharp pain in my chest made me clutch my robes instinctively, but compared to this pain, what made me more miserable was the truth I sensed deep within Pettigrew's mind. Why? Just because you were jealous of their abilities, because you hated others comparing you to them, because you wanted to replace their place in everyone's hearts, you heartlessly wanted to destroy them through Voldemort's hands. I stared blankly at Pettigrew, whose mouth was wide open in terrified gasps. Dad and my godfather sincerely treated you as a friend. They always opened their hearts to you, never looked down on you, and you always knew that outsiders' opinions weren't real, but that power and empty fame were so important to you that you could be jealous enough to betray. Even until now, although you feel guilt, you have no trace of regret, and you're still thinking about how to get rid of me, the one you forced to live as a rat for 12 years. No, this isn't real. It isn't like that. All of Pettigrew's voice finally turned into a miserable wail. Just because I could no longer tolerate his denials, I reached out and pressed my hand directly onto the hand he had kept behind him. Flames and burns appeared visibly on contact, leaving no doubt that if my hand stayed on his back for even one more second, it would not just produce singed, red, swollen blisters, but could even char to ashes. Still want to keep denying it? 2 years ago, Kirill turned to ashes simply by touching my body. I watched coldly as Pettigrew twitched slightly in pain, hollow with sorrow. Mom, by sacrificing her own life, completed the ancient protective magic for me. It's actually also a powerful curse, an absolutely cruel and deadly curse for anyone who tries to harm me. So Voldemort couldn't kill me and lost his body. Kirill was burned to ashes just for touching me. If you really have no intention of killing me, then why would this protective curse be triggered? You are so hypocritical that you make me want to vomit, Pettigrew. Voldemort is a madman, but at least he doesn't deny his ambitions and desires, while you don't even have the courage to face your own actions. Closing my eyes and shaking my head gently, unwilling to look at the darkness and fear in this man's eyes any longer, I drifted backward to create some distance. A teardrop-shaped white seed, shrouded in a faint silver-black light, suddenly appeared in front of me. At the same time, the vines holding Pettigrew pinned against the wall grew wildly again, not to bind him, but spreading out from Pettigrew, forming a complex and arcane plant magic circle across the blank wall. What are you trying to do? Pettigrew panicked, tears and mucus smeared all over his face, his previous image of meek innocence completely gone. He struggled, full of hate and fear. No, let go, let me go. You said you wouldn't kill me. Yes, I won't kill you. And I've changed my mind. Dementors should not exist in this world. Feeding on souls is one of the most depraved sins of all time. No matter who it is, even if they have committed grave wrongs, they should not receive its kiss, even though I would take great pleasure in seeing a Dementor's kiss fall on your lips. That result alone wouldn't make you realize how disappointing and detestable your actions are. In harmony with the silvery-gray light enveloping the seed, the magic circle on the wall also began to emit the same faint glow. At the same time, another intricate plant totem magic circle made of magical fire vines appeared in my hands, slowly floating beneath the seed and lifting it in front of Pettigrew. Pure black flames, cold and lifeless, emitting an aura of absolute death, ignited spontaneously at the center of the totem, surrounding the seed in black fire. Take it away, don't come closer, no, don't be so nervous. My contracted inferno vine, which has borne the brunt of your master's constant troubles for me, has long been trained into a master of playing with fire. Such a level of abyssal fire is impossible to lose control. Compared to the dense deathly aura radiating from the totem's fire, the wood-type life energy I exuded was equally strong. The two opposing energies filled the entire room yet, strangely, did not stir at all. Instead, they intertwined around approximately 1 meter around Pettigrew and me, forming a unique independent barrier that remained undisturbed. Even a novice wizard could instantly recognize it as some kind of ancient magic triggered into action. Even with the help of a plant totem, my spell array's power and technique still can't surpass my mother. I was unaware of the movements outside the barrier, but I directly ignored Pettigrew's terrified struggles and screams. I watched the water droplet seed, which not only withstood the abyssal fire but was refined into increasingly fair and crystal clear brilliance, and felt an incredible calmness in my heart, accompanied by an increasing sense of emptiness. Being able to directly use mental power to complete a protective blessing spell array for me without Voldemort noticing. If my mother used magic of this level, surely it wouldn't be so troublesome or make such a stir, right? It seems her mastery over spell arrays is definitely at least at a master level, but I sighed lightly, putting away the fleeting gloom, and looked at Pettigrew, whose face was now completely colorless. However, even though my ability isn't yet up to par, this immature, modified ancient magic array is more than sufficient to use on you. A calm smile appeared at the corner of my mouth, made unusually seductive and dangerous by the magic patterns. So, in order to perfect this protective curse, even if it's troublesome, the story that follows, just listen casually, okay? She was an ordinary girl who grew up in China. Even in China, her family background was far from ordinary, a traditional Chinese medicine family that had spanned 31 generations without decline. Even if unknown among ordinary people, anyone in the field of Chinese medicine would have certainly heard of this family, even as a prospective student. Setting aside the external reputation of her family background, the girl's upbringing and environment were actually quite ordinary. She had a strict grandfather and a kind grandmother, loving parents who doted on their children, and a pair of noisy but affectionate younger siblings. She was the oldest child in her family, but in terms of both physical health and talent, she was the weakest. Even in academics, distant relatives and outsiders often thought that she only inherited her parents' good looks and had no other strengths. Yet the girl remained very close to her family and always studied diligently, striving to ensure that her abilities did not fall far behind those of her younger siblings. Especially after discovering that her younger brother and sister had no interest in the family's ancestral medical and pharmacological knowledge, she did not want her grandfather to experience the regret of having the family legacy ultimately passed to disciples bearing other surnames. The girl devoted almost all her energy to becoming a competent heir of traditional medicine. So while most of her classmates were discussing popular fashions, novels, games, or plans for outings, her mind and daily life were consumed with memorizing herbal medicine knowledge, understanding the functions of human acupoints, or practicing martial arts under the guidance of her same-age twin senior female disciples. She had occasionally envied her classmates, but she was the type of person who would single-mindedly pursue her goals without giving up. Moreover, she loved the ancient medical knowledge of her family. Thus, as she grew up, despite learning with struggles due to her natural aptitude, her diligence and perseverance gradually earned the recognition of her grandfather and other senior disciples. At 15, the traditional age for the coming-of-age ceremony in China, her efforts finally bore fruit. With the blessings and congratulations of her family and senior disciples, her grandfather formally recognized her as the heir to the family sect. On her 16th birthday, she woke up to a birthday gift in the form of a notification. Following the advice of her parents, her grandfather and grandmother unexpectedly decided to step back from the responsibilities of the family sect and affairs, handing everything over to her and her two younger siblings. The four of them then set out to travel the world together on multiple honeymoons while enjoying a leisurely life. It was a seemingly irresponsible act, but the girl already had the capability to bear such responsibilities, not to mention that she also had her two even smarter younger siblings to help. so the adults in her family left with peace of mind, never worrying that she would struggle to adapt. And in the end, the girl's abilities did not disappoint anyone. After becoming the head of her family and the leader in her sect, perhaps because she was still quite young, the girl, with the help of her senior and junior disciples, no longer had to be constantly busy with practice and training as before. She finally had some leisure time of her own and could fully experience the typical youthful university life. Though her studies remained the priority, she could rekindle hobbies other than medicine from her childhood and make more friends her age. Her life became more colorful and fulfilling, and she also met someone she thought she would hold hands with for a lifetime. A talented senior at her school, whose abilities were on par with hers, met the girl through their shared interest in modern dance and joining the same club. Over several club activities, they left a good impression on each other and grew closer. They were top students in their respective fields, had similar interests and outlooks on life, and even looked perfect together, male and female. Regardless of how well they knew each other, it was undeniable that the boy and girl were a perfect match. Their relationship developed naturally from the start, calm yet warm and distant in its own way. Both enjoyed this feeling and agreed that they would probably stay together for life. Unfortunately, life is unpredictable. The twin senior sisters who had grown up with the girl, while initially helping with martial arts training and protection due to their grandfather's instructions, had over time become like family to her. So, when the girl suggested celebrating the twins' birthday during summer vacation with a trip abroad, the four of them went happily together with the boy as well. No one anticipated that, by the end of this trip, only the younger twin sister and the boy would return to their home country. A first overseas trip is usually an exciting and happy event, but even with the saying extreme joy turns to sorrow, encountering international terrorists taking hostages in a hotel is unusually disheartening. Though the girl possessed the compassion of a healer rather than a strong sense of justice, since she, her boyfriend, and the two sisters had become hostages, and as one of the pawns the criminals thought had no status or background and could be harmed at will, it was hardly impossible to try to save herself and help where she could. Although the girl's martial arts skills were always considered the least impressive within her family's sect compared to her outstanding pharmacological abilities, they were more than sufficient for self-protection. However, because she had a soft heart and never dealt lethal blows to those desperate criminals, she gave the crazed terrorists their final chance for a counterattack. The elder twin sister blocked a fatal bullet for her and died in front of her. The girl, injured and witnessing a senior disciple she regarded like family die while saving her, was unable to cope with the blow and immediately fell into a coma. Even after being sent to the hospital and treatments confirmed she was not in mortal danger, there was still no sign of waking. Local hospitals concluded that the girl's unwillingness to awaken was due to severe psychological trauma. However, when her family, having hurriedly ended their trip upon hearing the news, decided to take her home for care, the girl mysteriously disappeared from the hospital overnight, cutting off all contact, in fact, except for the girl's grandparents, who seemed to know the reason for her disappearance and her whereabouts but refused to disclose it. No one else had any way of learning more. In the second year of the girl's disappearance, her grandparents also quietly went missing. Another year passed, and finally, the girl reappeared and returned home with her grandparents, pale, haggard, even thinner and weaker than before, and with no memory of the 3 years she had been missing. Yet her grandparents were not surprised by this and even knew the full story, but they kept silent and forbade anyone from asking. Initially, everyone was curious, but upon seeing the girl's blank, involuntarily pained expression whenever anyone tried to pry privately, and realizing she truly could not remember anything, everyone, feeling heartache, agreed not to pursue it further. After all, the worst had already been endured, and now, what could be more important than having a loved one safe and by your side? Returning to her family also meant returning to a familiar life, but nothing was the same anymore. The girl remained generous and cheerful, seemingly having moved on from the nightmare like everyone else, yet she herself knew clearly that what was lost would never come back. Accidents do not choose to spare anyone based on their social status or identity. The cost of letting the girl understand this is far too great, and the girl knows very well that she cannot bear such a loss again. Finally realizing that she has always been overly protected by her elders, the girl no longer wants to hide beneath their wings. Her desire to protect herself and everyone around her becomes especially strong, especially in the 6 months after returning home, when her most beloved grandparents passed away peacefully in their sleep after living full lives. The girl once again feels the impermanence of life and treasures everything she has, returning to her days of obsessively studying pharmacology and martial arts, not just out of passion and stubbornness as before, but genuinely striving to be able to protect those around her. Then, because she spends most of her time improving her medical skills and martial arts, the time the girl spends with the boy decreases. Although their feelings remain unchanged, the girl does not realize that when she is with the boy, she increasingly leans toward listening rather than communicating, and the boy's consideration gradually feels more like that of an older brother than a lover, until the boy confesses himself. The girl then learns that her closest and most indebted junior sister has been with the boy, and she is pregnant. It is not that the girl is shocked or feels betrayed and heartbroken, but what pains her most is the secrecy between the boy and the junior sister, not just love and friendship, but for these two closest people, whom she has long considered part of her family. Yet after spending so much time together, the two people who should know her best kept such an important matter from her. The girl does not know how to describe the turmoil and anger in her heart. Her first reaction after learning the news is to shower the two with drinks they were trying to keep, then turn and leave. Then, both angry and sad at that moment, the girl did not notice that she ran a red light, and she lost her life in a car accident. A girl so naive as to be almost foolish, isn't she? As I began to speak calmly and monotonously, almost like telling a story, the droplet-shaped seed enveloped by the abyssal magic fire seemed to absorb some kind of invisible nourishment, swelling and sprouting at a speed visible to the naked eye. By the time I finished telling the mundane story of the Muggle girl's life, the seed on the totem spell array had already transformed into a budding jade lotus, breaking free from the magical fire and appearing full of vitality. It even absorbed the abyssal magic fire from its roots while emitting a distant, life-filled fragrance for the abyssal fire to consume, devouring each other's power yet relying on each other for life, bizarre and contradictory, combining elegance with eeriness. Yet I merely hollowly watched the jade lotus change, my tone drifting, detached, born into a good family, yet so overly protected that she couldn't handle setbacks, like a flower bred in a greenhouse, unable to endure wind and rain. There isn't much in the girl's life to be proud of, and she even died so young, leaving her parents and family grief-stricken. That's why, when she learned that the Creator demanded something, she used a pre-collected reward to make a wish for her friends and family to forget her, erasing all traces of her existence. It wasn't without regret, but since she could no longer care for her parents in their old age, sparing them the pain of seeing their child die young was the last thing she, the unfilial daughter, could do for them. So, death really is a frightening thing, but it's not death itself that's frightening, but the regrets left behind after death. I raised my left hand and gently drew my magic wand over my palm. The droplets of blood, falling straight down due to gravity, were attracted by the jade lotus and flew straight to it before hitting the ground. The always elegant jade lotus became even whiter as it absorbed the blood, its buds thriving and gradually blossoming. I clenched my left palm, letting more blood fall to feed the lotus. Apart from a tingling sensation, I felt no pain from the wound. Dust to dust, earth to earth, everything should have ended like this, yet just after life ended, the girl regained consciousness. She couldn't hear or see, all the normal senses were gone, yet in that darkness, she clearly felt a heartbeat, not just her own, but another heartbeat, connected by blood. A very strange feeling, yet the girl knew she had not died, or rather, she had come back to life, starting anew as a new embryo, a new life, and the warm heartbeat accompanying her was her new mother. A renewed life, having parents and family once again. For the girl, this was such a miraculous thing, especially since she still remembered everything from her past. Although the girl was not an atheist, she had never deeply reflected on or encountered things like reincarnation, souls, or demons, so she had always held a half-believing, half-doubting attitude. Yet now, this situation was happening to her, making it hard for her not to believe it. Moreover, as the days passed, she began to feel increasingly human, able to hear certain sounds, and from the language and content of conversations, she could roughly tell whether her new parents were British or so-called wizards. In any case, since her present parents were people in stories with mysterious abilities, they should be more capable of accepting that her soul was not that of a normal child, right? However, this was not the only problem troubling the girl. She also had to adjust her mindset and adapt to the fact that her new identity and body were male, yes, male, after more than 20 years of living as a female. Miraculously, she had regained consciousness of life, only to find that she now had to live as a man. If the girl hadn't previously been a doctor, had not been particularly knowledgeable about the differences between male and female bodies, and had not studied psychology, this helpless situation would have left her feeling depressed for much longer. But in fact, after the girl, no, it should be called a boy now, was born, whether it was carrying memories from a past life or dealing with the challenges of adapting to a new gender, the boy didn't really have any extra thoughts to worry about. Because the boy's father was just an idiot, not that the boy's father had a low IQ. On the contrary, the boy knew that his father in this life must be remarkable, otherwise his careful and gentle mother wouldn't have married him. But the boy's father simply didn't know what he was doing. When making milk, he could turn formula into laundry detergent. When changing diapers, he could turn the waistband of pants into a snake that bites whoever tries to pull it. The ways he tried to amuse the boy were even more outrageous. He would just hang the boy on a toy flying broom, completely disregarding whether a small infant could even hold onto it or risk falling. In short, these kinds of absurd and helpless situations kept happening, quickly making the boy realize that his father was very dangerous, at least from the perspective of a baby, whose bones and muscles weren't fully developed and whose vocal cords, teeth, and tongue weren't ready for speech yet. At that time, the boy had no choice but to cry loudly to call his mother for help, and crying was extremely draining for a little baby, so the boy's days after birth were mostly spent in a chaotic cycle, his father frantically bungling around, his mother desperately cleaning up the mess, and the boy himself alternating between eating, crying, sleeping, and being startled awake by his father. Yet, no matter how chaotic and noisy it was, the boy still felt very happy. He had originally thought he could never be with friends and family, his parents, again, but he had been given a new life. Even knowing that he might never find his previous loved ones, he now had a family and parents who loved him deeply. So the boy felt genuinely joyful and happy, deciding that in this life he would never repeat the mistake of abandoning those close to him and would do everything he could to ensure the happiness of the people around him. Then, in addition to his parents, some people began to appear around the boy. It should be a friend of the boy's parents. Some have only been there a few times, while others have been visited often. But there are no exceptions who are wizards or witches. Especially among them, the wizard who is the boy's godfather not only likes to play with the boy high, but also often turns into a big dog and lets the boy lie on his stomach to sleep. The boy felt that his parents regarded these friends as his siblings, and the boy liked them very much, so he gradually regarded them as his relatives. One petal after another, as the jade lotus buds gradually bloomed, the fragrance of yuan wafted out. I took a deep breath of the aroma, feeling that my throat seemed to be a little smoother, and I spread out my palm and made another opening to speed up the blooming of the essence jade lotus. I thought that such a lively and happy day could last forever. I originally thought that this time, I could spend time with my parents and relatives and not be separated easily. But on the night of Halloween, a year later, when the boy's father was being scolded by the boy's mother for playing with a spark-spraying jack-o'-lantern and causing the boy's clothes and face to be blackened, someone broke into their house. That was the first and only time the boy saw other expressions on his father's face besides smirking, angry and panicked. The boy's father yelled, rushed to his mother to take the boy to run, saying that he was responsible for breaking the back, but it was too late. The boy was in his mother's arms, only to hear a crash similar to a heavy fall to the ground. A strange man laughing wildly approached, and then the mother's heartbroken cry. The boy could still only protect his mother, listening to his mother's begging that the man not to kill him, and he couldn't do anything. When he heard the man say, Avada Kedavra, a green light directly took away all the boy's vision, and at the same time, the strong explosion made the boy almost faint in pain. But the boy did not lose consciousness. Even though his whole body ached so much that he couldn't move and he could see nothing, the boy knew he was still alive. He kept trying to make a sound, but it was no use. Even when his vision partially returned, what the boy saw was no longer the familiar ceiling of his home, but a starry sky in the dark with no clouds, no warm fireplace or cozy bed, the air so cold it nearly froze him. The boy kept struggling to make a sound, hoping to roll over and find his parents. Yet he still couldn't move. No matter how hard he tried to get someone's attention, nobody came. There was no father with a mischievous smile to tease him, no mother who would scold the father in anger but always hold him gently to comfort him. Nothing at all. It was all gone. The pure white jade lotus finally fully bloomed. I once again spread out my left hand, palm up, and the blossoming jade lotus, along with the magical fire totem, flew back into my palm. The plant totem that had dispersed the abyssal magical fire twisted for a moment before returning to the form of the fire vine, wrapping around the wound on my left palm to stop the bleeding. I, meanwhile, stared at the hollow jade lotus for a while and let out a soft sigh. Death is truly a very simple thing. And for those who are dead, this world will no longer concern them, while the living must bear the pain of loss, shoulder the desires of the deceased, and take on the responsibility to keep living. So although living is the instinct of all creatures, living actually requires more courage and wisdom than dying. Yet some people simply fail to understand this. They disrespect life, even trample it, thinking that death is the world's most terrible thing. But in truth, compared to death, the despair and oblivion brought by loss are the true greatest disasters in life. So, no matter how much the boy didn't want to believe it, when he woke up again after crying himself tired, he really was no longer in his own home. Over a year of chaotic yet happy life seemed like a dream. Without the loving wizard father and witch mother, in their place was a family of aunts he had never seen before, who had no magical powers. But the boy knew it wasn't a dream or imagination. He could already feel the magic within his body, and he could even hear the potted plants in the house comforting him. The pain of losing his parents reminded the boy of the 3 years of memories left behind after his sister died in a past life, and also made him decide that before he had enough strength to protect himself and those around him, he shouldn't remember any of it, because the boy knew he was not yet strong enough, and was not capable of facing those truths. He was afraid he might do something rash because of it. The boy, who had experienced reincarnation and remembered everything, was not afraid of death. But he was very clear that his life existed because his parents had exchanged theirs for it. He was the continuation of his parents' past existence. Any negligence toward his own life would be irresponsible, so the boy could only choose to hypnotically seal away all memories, leaving only the memories of his grandfather teaching him medicine and martial arts, because that was what the boy was most familiar with, and the only way he could train himself, until he learned to control the rough magic in his body and gained enough strength to seek the truth about his parents' deaths. I blankly shifted my gaze to Pettigrew, who was so pale and terrified that he was speechless, a sarcastic smile appearing on my face. But a half-hearted effort is still half-hearted. Even if he taught himself again, as he gradually grew up, the boy had to admit that apart from medical skills, in terms of martial arts for self-defense, he was still only capable of barely escaping when in danger. With such ability, he was not equipped to seek the truth about the murder of his parents. The boy was well aware that he was still too weak. Even if he only retained the memories of ways to train himself and the determination to push himself, every night after falling asleep, the shouts of his father, the cries of his mother, and the maniacal laughing and cursing of the killer would always appear in his dreams. Every dawn, the boy would wake up with an impression of green light, only to find his whole body drenched in cold sweat yet unable to remember anything, and he couldn't fall asleep again. So the boy began a habit of seemingly dazing, communicating spiritually with potted plants, and later in elementary school, he would borrow a pile of books to pass each sleepless night. No, no, stop. Pettigrew's uncontrolled scream interrupted me, shaking his head frantically. Stop, don't look at me like that, stop talking. No. Why shouldn't I talk? I spoke in a calm, emotionless tone. It's just a story, you never cared about it anyway, right? For you, no one's life matters. As long as you survive, anyone else can be abandoned without question. So while I can only exhaust myself through martial training until I can't dream, or pass each night through reading, you had already found an old wizarding family, living comfortably as a pet, eating well and sleeping well, secretly waiting for your master to return, ready to hand me over at any moment. No, I'm not like that. And yet Sirius was in Azkaban, surrounded by Dementors, endlessly repeating the nightmare of blaming himself for causing my parents' deaths, day and night. I could no longer maintain a calm exterior. I yelled back at a volume even greater than Pettigrew's, the same loss, the same nightmare. I can escape through the exhaustion of my body, but Sirius, he can't escape and doesn't want to. He can only endlessly be tormented and repent through this boundless nightmare, and it's not even his fault. It's you. It's clearly you who betrayed my parents and caused their deaths, who framed Sirius. Just because of your shallow jealousy, you wanted to destroy them. The air was filled only with Pettigrew's sobbing and my own heavy breathing from being too agitated. I took a deep breath to calm down, and the subtle fragrance of the jade lotus eased me a little. But it doesn't matter anymore. The emptiness of my voice had no warmth as I withdrew my gaze and looked down at the jade lotus in my hand. It doesn't matter anymore. Since you have no regrets, then any criticism means nothing to you. Since you have chosen to follow Voldemort and commit these acts, you should at least be prepared to face the consequences. Pettigrew choked back a breath. What do you mean? You? He looked at me in horror as I raised my left hand holding the jade lotus. What exactly are you trying to do? Do what I've always been doing. I said softly. You don't really think that after I've spoken so much, and nurtured this impure lotus seed with words of the past as the soul, abyssal magic fire as the chi, and my own blood as the divine, that I was just wasting time making useless memories, do you? I ignored Pettigrew's sharp gasp. With a subtle flick of my left wrist, the pristine jade lotus silently flew out and embedded itself directly into Pettigrew's forehead. The elegant jade lotus, the moment it touched Pettigrew's forehead, radiated soft light and simultaneously transformed from solid to ethereal. It seemed to act like a magnet, causing the entire magical plant pattern on the wall to violently distort and operate. Pettigrew couldn't make a sound under the magical pressure released as the magical array worked, but the effect on his body was visible to the naked eye. Having spent a full 12 years as a rat, Pettigrew appeared much older and frailer than his actual age, but when Yuyan activated the entire magical plant array, the force surging toward both Yuyan and Pettigrew was so powerful that it began repairing the man's body. His once sparse, slightly balding gray hair started to grow thick again, and his rough, aged skin seemed to be nourished. When Yuyan absorbed the entire plant totem, including all its shrinking, frantically spinning energy, into herself, leaving only a faint, nearly imperceptible white lotus mark on Pettigrew's forehead, Pettigrew was free from the vine restraints. Apart from being sprawled weakly on the ground, too exhausted to move, the impression he gave was as if he had become an entirely new person. Not only appeared more than 10 years younger, like a gentle young man, but his aura had gained a touch of clarity and purity over his former mild and harmless demeanor. You did, what? Pettigrew stammered, not only because of weakness, although there was no mirror. Seeing his hands transform from bony and rough to clean and slender, he knew his change was astonishing, but realizing this made him even more fearful. You really? The filthy lotus seed is a holy jade lotus seed that can only be nurtured and born in the darkest, dirtiest soil in the world. Supporting the completion of this ancient blessing curse almost drained all my volatile and gentle magical and mental energy. The barrier isolating Pettigrew and me disappeared completely after the magic was finished, and the wind element holding me afloat dissipated, allowing me to step onto the floor. The magical patterns on my body also began to fade, returning to tattoos on my waist, back, and chest, making my expressionless, pale face appear even more waxen. From the bloodiest, filthiest, and darkest place arises the most sacred and pure jade lotus. It sounds incredible, doesn't it? But in ancient Chinese texts, this type of archaic plant is explained with a profoundly simple phrase: things will reverse when taken to extremes. Anyway, you probably wouldn't understand such theoretical explanations. Just know that this lotus is the most sacred plant, even older than the Merlin era. So, I'm saying that you, Pettigrew panted heavily, what exactly did you do to me? Why have you become young? Why does your body feel so fresh and healthy? I asked calmly in return. Of course it is. Since the purest plants were used as the offering for this blessing and curse, your soul and body are naturally restored to the peak condition of your life. Of course, your current weakness is just because the ritual has just been completed. The jade lotus recognized its master, so it absorbed almost all your energy and magic. In a few days, you'll recover, and you'll even be stronger than before. Pettigrew stared at me in disbelief, his eyes not filled with joy but with shock. He was a smart man, but unfortunately, he had applied his intelligence in the wrong place. How is that possible? Why not? I said, I told you, Dementors are the most depraved creatures in this world, and even you shouldn't die from their kiss. A hint of innocent ruthlessness appeared at the corners of my lips as I spoke the cruel truth calmly. So the blessing ritual just now has successfully bound your body and soul together forever. Pettigrew's face went blank for 3 seconds. When he realized what I meant, his gray-blue pupils rapidly contracted, his complexion a deathly disbelief. Be bound? Yes, bound, your soul and body. So while the Dementor sucking your happy memories will still affect you, it is absolutely impossible for it to consume your soul unless it destroys your body. I said calmly, but even that is impossible. The radiant jade lotus possesses the most abundant healing light. As long as you're not blasted to pieces, your recovery is more than 3 times faster than an ordinary person's. By the way, the basic lifespan of the radiant jade lotus is over 10,000 years, according to the very first one I received, and it was still a child of its kind. So congratulations, Mr. Wormtail, you have already taken a step ahead of your master, surpassed Nicholas Flamel's achievements, and entered the threshold of near mortality. By the end of my words, my tone naturally took on a hint of sarcasm. Pettigrew, provoked by me, began struggling with his weak body, unable to move even his fingers, his face showing a trace of desperate madness. No, it's impossible, you couldn't possibly. How can you do this? Undo it, remove it. It seems you are quite clear about the meaning of binding the soul to the body. Birds of a feather really do flock together. Actually, a big part of the reason you were drawn to Voldemort is probably your pursuit of immortality, isn't it? I said with a cold, sarcastic tone. The pursuit of eternal life is indeed an instinct for the survival of all sentient beings, but refusing death outright is foolish. Going through death to reincarnate or find peace is actually the universe's fairest training for all souls, and the noblest cleansing blessing for the soul. Unfortunately, your master doesn't understand this at all, even willing to distort his own soul. As for you, knowing the significance of binding the soul to the body means that any harm done to the body also affects the soul. This shows Voldemort did impart some knowledge to tempt you with the notion of soul immortality, didn't he? Any damage inflicted on the body equally affects the soul. Even a small cut can cause excruciating pain, and the Grace Lotus can only heal the body. In other words, as long as the body is even slightly harmed, the soul suffers the same injury. Yet, because the soul is bound to the body, it becomes especially difficult to heal and will age with time. Even if the body thrives under the protection of the Grace Lotus, without a practice that cultivates the soul will only become increasingly dry, weak, and vulnerable to death. Currently, in the magical world, there is no method to cultivate the soul. Therefore, for wizards, a soul bound to a body is even more tragic than becoming a ghost after death. Once the body is destroyed, the soul dissipates. Even if the body survives, the soul only grows weaker. Pettigrew clearly understood this, which is why he is struggling so much. It seems this blessing curse is indeed a huge shock to him, yet it somehow gives him the strength to lift his body and crawl toward me, despite what should have made him weak and powerless. Undo it. Pettigrew ran out of strength after crawling just a few steps, but it was enough for him to grab the hem of my robe. Undo it, please. I looked down hollowly at the hand clinging to my robe. Your mother, back then, was also on her knees begging Voldemort like this, and she cried even more pitifully than you, I said coldly. But Voldemort did not spare her. So tell me, in what capacity do you, the one who betrayed her to Voldemort, demand that I lift this cursed blessing? I was wrong. I know. I was wrong. Pettigrew's face could only be described as streaked with tears, and it was filthy from the dust on the ground. I know I shouldn't have, but please, have mercy. You've always been so clever and kind, and this is also dark magic. You will pay a price too, won't you? Please. My cleverness and mercy are reserved only for those I value. Facing enemies and foes, I will no longer make the mistake of soft-heartedness. As for the price you mentioned, true, after casting this cursed blessing, I will indeed lose a century of my life. But do you really think that someone like me, who can obtain even the Light Lotus, is destined to live only a little over 100 years? As a descendant of ancient healers, saving lives and prolonging life is my specialty, and living even longer and more prosperously than my enemies is one of my principles for survival and purpose. The mere price of a century of my own life, I haven't even considered. As for lifting this cursed blessing, it is utterly impossible. Do you know what the Light Lotus is? It is the purest flower born from consuming the most corrupt energies, and the only thing capable of harming it is the sacred flames used when a phoenix is reborn from fire. Combined with the power of the blessing runes, only the sacred flames willingly given by a phoenix can undo it. Do you honestly think that, in your current state of utterly unrepentant behavior, you could get a phoenix to willingly purify it for you without being influenced by external forces? I spoke coldly, and the look in my eyes toward Pettigrew was even colder. Don't say I didn't give you the chance to lift this cursed blessing. I already told you how. Compared to what you've done to my parents and to Sirius, just making you truly reflect and repent in order to have a chance to escape this curse is already my biggest concession, and the reason I want you to live like this is so that you remember every breath, every heartbeat from now on was bought with the lives of my parents and the more than a decade of suffering Sirius endured. I want you to remember deep in your soul that this is what you owe them, and what you owe me. Pettigrew's face went ashen, he muttered with trembling lips, and weakly let go of my hand, collapsing. Devil. Pettigrew shivered all over, pale and dazed. Devil, you are a devil. A devil. In my mind flashed the 3 years of lost memory in my previous life, during which my means for revenge were also called Asura. A similar judgment coming from enemies made me smile bitterly. Yes, I really am a devil. I said clearly and openly, my hollow and cold eyes adding pride and determination. I never considered myself a good person. I am loyal only to my own feelings. I have no noble sentiment of upholding justice or saving the world. My strength and intelligence are used only to protect myself and those I cherish. The lives and deaths of outsiders mean nothing to me. I don't care, but anyone who dares touch me must pay the price. I am selfish and self-serving, so if you blame anyone, blame yourselves. It was you and Voldemort who first reached into my limits with your filthy hands. If you are capable enough to push me into hell, then you should also be prepared to endure all the fury of a devil returning from hell. Chapter 108. The Warmth of Acceptance. Pettigrew curled up, crying softly. I silently watched, my mind blank, oblivious to how heavy the atmosphere in the room was. Only when a subtle yet firm force wrapped around my waist, pressing warmth through the fabric of my robe against my back, did I realize how cold my body had been. Harry. Hermione's choked voice rested on my shoulder, and her warm, slightly stinging tears slid down to my neck. Harry. I sighed silently. Hermione. Don't. She tightened her arms around me, not letting me turn away or go, stubbornly holding me as tears fell. You're not alone, so don't cry. I paused for a moment, feeling a sense of helplessness. I think it's actually you who's crying right now. Hermione ignored my murmuring, still sobbing. But you never told us anything. We've been waiting. Are we really so much worse than that guy that you can't trust us even a little? You'd rather let that kind of person know than tell us, and you never let yourself cry. Don't tell me you're crying for me. I didn't know you were into those romantic literary novels too. Harry Potter. The sudden shout from the little rabbit princess nearly deafened me. The Hermione who had been hugging me jumped onto me instead, grabbing my neck and shaking me, causing me to stumble back several steps. You idiot, big idiot, you can't, how could you, acting all dumb when all this is happening? Yes, we're not as smart or capable as you, but we still like you. We also want to protect you, we want to always be by your side. You said we're like your brothers and sisters, but you. The force that almost shook my brains out finally stopped, and huge teardrops fell onto my chest. Seeing Hermione's eyes red from crying made my chest tighten even more, but no matter how many times I opened my mouth, I could barely get a word out. Hermione, don't run somewhere we can't find you, okay? Hermione said through her tears, almost pleading. I know we can't catch up to you yet, we still can't, but we can still see you ahead of us. So don't act like you're all alone, don't let hatred consume your heart, don't say you're in hell. I'll be with you, Ron and Neville will be with me, always by your side. We'll try to catch up with you, so even if you can't wait for us, don't run somewhere we can't find you, okay? I blinked, my eyes stinging as my gaze unconsciously fell behind Hermione. Ron and Neville were both pale, pressing their lips together, staring straight at me. Don't look at us like that. Neville tugged at the corner of his mouth, his tone a little dry. Hermione is saying what we also want to say. Although Ron didn't speak, the redness at the tips of his ears and his expression clearly conveyed the message. If you don't agree, be prepared to get beaten. It felt soft, like cotton candy, gradually spreading from my heart to every limb. My wand slipped back into the hidden pocket of my right sleeve just as I finally had the strength to lift my hand. I gently hugged Hermione, who was sobbing, feeling a mix of helplessness and overwhelming happiness that nearly made me cry. These emotions filled the gap in my heart that had felt empty after cursing Pettigrew, warm and overflowing to the point that it was almost too much to bear. I just wanted to ask if you guys have a handkerchief. Being in the hospital wing, I don't really need one, so I didn't bring one with me. I complained softly, but I couldn't stop the smile tugging at the corners of my mouth, patting Hermione's back soothingly. Ron and Neville, you two will probably have a hard time finding girlfriends someday. Every time it's my job to comfort a lady, no chivalrous manners at all. Before I could finish, Hermione let out a wah, held me tightly, and buried herself in my shoulder, crying. Ron limped over and, like adding insult to injury, placed one hand directly on my head. Making a girl cry is your idea of gentlemanly behavior. Ron snorted, deliberately pulling out a handkerchief and waving it in front of me. Don't say your friend didn't help, this time it's your own fault, so deal with it yourself. My response was to lean half of my and Hermione's weight onto Ron, pressing down on him unexpectedly, causing him to put weight on his not yet healed broken foot, almost making him cry out. Harry, if you're going to help, you help all the way, that's common sense. I rudely snatched the handkerchief from Ron and handed it to Hermione, flashing him a mischievous grin. And don't just use someone else's head as a pillow, that's impolite. Impolite my foot. Ron growled through gritted teeth, pale-faced, but didn't push us away. You're definitely jealous because the air up there is fresher. Not at all, I'm very aware of how hard it is to be tall. I squinted deliberately, stretching the tone of admiration. Because when the sky falls tilde you're the one responsible for holding it up tilde. Don't copy what Fred says. Then don't act all coquettish like Hermione either. What kind of weird description is that? And I'm not copying a bookworm. What are you pinching me for? You're not allowed to call me a bookworm. Dummy Ron, wah. Who's the dummy? Hey, don't wipe your tears on my clothes. I already gave you a handkerchief. I stifled a laugh and slipped away from them after Ron, flustered, unconsciously took over the crying little princess. When I met Neville's indulgent gaze, I made a face at him, only to get a small playful smack in return. Throwing Hermione in this state at Ron, you aren't afraid he'll hate you for it. Neville watched me shrug innocently, shaking his head, then his gaze fell on Pettigrew, who was curled up in a corner and too weak to even cry out, "What now? How are you going to deal with that thing? How else do you deal with trash? Either humanely destroy it or recycle it. Though I have a specialist who tests potions and poisons, I'm still in school, so raising such a thing is really inconvenient. Plus, grabbing a random snake for this job is actually much easier to manage and doesn't require extra food and care." Looks like Neville really has been led astray. He doesn't even treat Pettigrew like a human anymore. I couldn't help but feel a strange sense of pride, thinking my child has truly grown. I squinted at Pettigrew and casually remarked. Pettigrew's shrinking form shivered unconsciously, and a cold, wary glint flashed in his eyes as he smirked, totally ignoring that not only Neville almost had a row of black lines materialize over his head when he heard my words, but even Hermione, holding back her tears, and Ron were staring at me in speechless disbelief. It's just a pity that my potion man's training recipe doesn't have any test subjects. You should know there aren't many people who can actually use poison in accordance with ancient medical oaths and principles, and this guy happens to meet every single one of my conditions, but never mind. Sirius still needs him to get rid of his charges anyway, so we can just consider him a little toy for the Dementors in Azkaban. Why is it supposed to be a terrible wizard prison, but when it comes to your mouth, it's like a muggle garbage dump? Neville was powerless to be defeated, isn't it? Prisons are originally there to store garbage in the world. I replied, of course, so all we can do now is find an adult to tie up and drag this guy away. I paused suddenly, feeling like I had forgotten something very important, but at this moment, the familiar dark shadow that shrouded my head from behind me, and the sudden blue and frightened look of Neville staring behind me, and the act of retreating straight back to Ron and Hermione, all immediately reminded me of what I had forgotten. So the great Mr. Harry Potter, who didn't even have a quaffle-sized head, remembered himself as an underage wizard. A cold hissing full of oppression floated into my ears, making me almost petrified directly, but it was almost stiff. Then answer me, who gave you so much power to ignore your master, and even blatantly use such profound and dangerous black magic in violation of the sorcerer's laws? Mommy, I'm wrong. I can temporarily forget the cute doggy pillow godfather, or I can ignore the gentle black-bellied uncle, but I must never forget you, a serious scaly childhood sweetheart. I was extremely annoyed and tearfully repented to my mother in my heart, and I wrinkled my bun face, almost not having the courage to look back. Chapter 109. A heart-pounding moment. The artificial cold front behind him was raging, completely unaware that it was already a winter that could freeze people to death. I stiffened my body to bear the suppressed anger and demonic power, and it seemed difficult to even twitch a finger secretly. Why, you have the courage to make things happen but don't have the courage to admit it. Gryffindor's golden boy finally used up his arrogant courage. I continued to freeze my body, staring at the floor and desperately trying to find a way to escape from the dark bat. Or, not only the reckless courage without brains, you even consumed all your magic power? Depend on. So shrewd and hitting the nail on the head is going to die. I didn't even have time to complete the mental process of a greeting before I felt a sharp tightening around my waist, and my vision immediately spun around as I fell. Before I could realize that I had been lifted onto Professor Snape's shoulder, Sirius's furious growl had already reached my ears. "Put Harry down. You! Step aside, you stupid dog!" Professor Snape's anger was no less than Sirius's. "Don't make me blast you. If you want to fight, come on, who's afraid of you?" Sirius was enraged, and being blocked by Remus made him even more irate. "Put Harry down, you snot-nose. Calm down first, Padfoot. Calm down my ass. Who knows where he's taking Harry?" "Stop right there." Sirius finally went around Remus and blocked the only door in the room, glaring at Professor Snape with eyes wide with fury. "Put Harry down. Don't think I won't dare touch you just because you're using Harry as a shield." Professor Snape's patience clearly snapped. Without a word, he reached for his wand. Finally recovering from the dizziness, I realized his move, and scared, I quickly twisted my body and grabbed his right hand. "Don't wah." In my panic, I forgot the balance of my current position and almost toppled backward. Luckily, my reflexes didn't fail me, and Professor Snape's quick hands grabbed my waist in time to save me, preventing what could have been a horrific brain skull-smashing fall. "Phew that was close I exhaled in relief, patting my rapidly beating chest with one hand while the other kept hold of Professor Snape's one hand to prevent him from misfiring. I didn't notice that his hands were already busy holding me and had no time to draw his wand. I almost became the first wizard in history to die from smashing my head up. Before I could even murmur words of comfort to my scared little heart, my chin hurt as a large hand forced me to look up, meeting those obsidian eyes filled with anger. You do realize you almost went from being the hero who defeated Voldemort to a complete idiot with a cracked skull, right? Before I could even speak, a thunderous roar hit me head-on, making my eardrums ring and nearly giving me stars before my eyes. And you still dare to act recklessly like this? Not just now, it's every single time. I thought you were one of the few smart Gryffindors, but besides soaking your brain in potions, what else have you done? Every action of yours is even dumber than those Hufflepuffs. Do you think just because you're in the lion's den, you suddenly have 9 lives like a cat? If that's the case and you want to have tea with your murder-inclined father, just say so and I will absolutely support you. Merlin knows I should have, right the first time I saw you. I didn't dare cover my ears with my hands, I could only shrink my neck and tightly close my eyes, obediently taking the scolding. But when the rumbling storm of words suddenly stopped without warning, anyone would feel both baffled and nervously cautious. I quietly opened my eyes, only to see Professor Snape staring at my forehead with an ashen, shocked expression. Glancing to the side, Remus was still holding Sirius back, equally staring at my forehead with disbelief alongside him. What just happened? Did a flower suddenly grow on my head? What's wrong? Since the 3 adults were frozen in a blank state with no reaction, touching my forehead and feeling nothing, confused, I had no choice but to turn and ask Ron and the others standing not far away, did I do something wrong? Then, I saw 3 terrified and conflicted little faces staring at the big hand on my waist. The only one not overly stiff was Hermione, but her conflicted expression was probably double that of the other 2 boys. I drew this conclusion because she was the only one left able to answer my question. A little. Her large brown eyes were full of struggle, as if she wanted to say more but couldn't. In the end, she just took a small mirror from her pocket and handed it to me. See for yourself. I turned the mirror over in confusion. When I saw the reflection of my forehead in the mirror, my eyes widened in shock, and then, damn it, I've already given Voldemort that 1000-kill disfigurement once, so whose damn handiwork is this magical mark? I'm going to melt them down. I couldn't help but burst out in a furious rant. I was so angry that, without any warning, a dark silver swirling pattern dominated by hexagonal snowflakes appeared on my forehead, along with a series of magical marks decorating both sides and stretching across my entire forehead, despite having no hair roots to begin with. I didn't even realize that my cursing almost petrified 3 adults into dust. However, my angry display made Hermione roll her eyes instantly, and Ron and Neville were practically face-palming in helplessness, with no trace of their previous concerns, though honestly, I had no idea what they were even worried about in the first place. Come on, that's not the point, okay? What you should be worried about is whether that mark on your head is dangerous or not. Hermione gritted her teeth, her tone clearly showing she was itching to jump on me and strangle me. Even if the mark is kind of pretty. Pretty? That's exactly why I was afraid of you saying that. My indignant voice rose a little, and I furiously rubbed my forehead with my robe sleeve. Just because you and Ginny won't even let me wear plain glasses, I haven't been able to snap out of the after effects of taking off my glasses until now. And now this damn, hey. My angry complaints abruptly stopped as I saw in my little mirror that the mark was gradually fading. It's gone. Anyone perceptive enough could hear the relieved sigh hidden in my confusion. But obviously, someone didn't want me to be happy too soon. No, it hasn't disappeared. I turned my head to ask, and Remus looked at me with a complicated expression. The mark hasn't really disappeared, but even if a wizard can reach that level in their lifetime, it would only appear once at the moment of breakthrough, so in a way, saying it disappeared isn't entirely wrong. In any case, I suppose I should be the first to congratulate you. Congratulate me? I was completely baffled. But before I could ask, an angry huff landed on top of my head and I felt a firm grip around my waist. Professor Snape half lifted, half dragged me out of the room and directly across the hall, moving so smoothly and fast that I only barely caught Sirius's tense roar and Remus's voice trying to intervene before all that was left was the long corridor retreating from my view. Professor, sir, I stammered as I spoke. Although being carried off by Professor Snape due to my height meant I didn't have to use my own feet to travel at such speed through the uneven tunnels, the position of being clutched under his arm was really uncomfortable, so I could only carefully speak, risking biting my tongue, I think. Quiet. I paused, startled by the low, hissing deadly aura. I just thought I could walk on my own. Shut up, Potter, or I'll curse you if I change my mind." Professor Snape's threat turned into a muffled groan because the sudden force caused him to lose balance and hit the wall, and, naturally, the instigator was me, who had suddenly bumped against him, but I didn't regret doing anything at all. Who asked him to give me no chance to speak and drag me along in such an uncomfortable way that almost made me want to vomit? With all my attempts at reason rejected, I had no choice but to take matters into my own hands. Damn it! Professor Snape quickly recovered from the brief dizziness after hitting the wall. He cursed under his breath and angrily tried to pull me off. "Let go, Potter." "No," I resisted Snape's attempt to pull me away, tightening my arms around his neck. My voice was muffled by being buried in his arm. "I absolutely won't let go until you calm down. I'm perfectly fine. Damn fine." The hand tugging at my back froze for a moment, then tensed even harder. I'm really fine. I'm still alive. My heart is still beating." I transmitted a small amount of my currently available inner energy into Professor Snape to gradually stabilize his agitated heartbeat, while pressing closely against him so he could feel my pulse. "I'm alive. I'm still breathing and my heart is beating. I'm truly fine, so please don't be angry, okay?" That spell just temporarily drained all my magic and mental strength. It really didn't harm me. Perhaps the inner energy calming his heartbeat soothed him, or perhaps he just couldn't pull me off. Snape's rapid breathing slowly steadied, and the hand tightly clutching my robes gradually relaxed. In its place was a painfully strong embrace that made it almost hard for me to breathe. "I'm sorry." I didn't struggle or move. I just continued leaning on his shoulder, softly apologizing. "I know my impulse just now worried you, but I really can't help it. I can forgive the antagonism and refuge caused by different ideas, but I cannot tolerate this kind of murder and betrayal of despicable life. And it was my parents who were killed." My body trembled slightly, and it was obviously a rude embrace of pain, but it made me feel that my existence was extremely real, whether it was Chev in the past or Harry now. Only this person, even when he didn't know anything, kept looking at the real of me, even though I only learned last year that he never regarded me as a stand-in for anyone, didn't take all the disguises or auras on my body in his eyes, and only looked at the real of me, only him. I really love them, just like the parents who love her. But I can't protect them. That's why I keep looking for the truth. So I couldn't control it, and when I knew that the reason Pettigrew betrayed them was actually because of such stupid jealousy, I wanted to kill him, really, just like I killed the bastards who killed Sister Leanne back then. But I was still too cowardly and collapsed after killing those people. There will never be happiness after revenge, but only deeper sinking and emptiness. So I promised my grandfather that after he used his lifelong cultivation and lifespan to save my sanity and seal my crazy memories of those 3 years, I promised my grandfather that he would not kill anymore. I promised my grandfather and grandma that I would only use my strength to protect the people who mattered to me. So no matter how much I hate it, I can only do this. The big hand behind my back relaxed slightly but didn't let go, and even gently stroked my head. I tried my best to close my eyes, blocking the strong sourness that surged up. "I'm sorry. I know this is very reckless, but I really, really cannot forgive Pettigrew. The cost of that ancient magic is great, but it's not beyond my power to pay. My strength, the martial power Grandpa taught me, this Muggle training energy, once it reaches a certain level, it can grant longevity. Although not eternal life, the longest-lived ancestor in her lineage reached 241 years, and wizards generally have twice the age of Muggles. Living to at least 300 years is absolutely possible for me. Moreover, since I share my life and soul with Kua, as long as nothing fatal happens, I can live even longer than Nicholas Flamel without relying on external forces like magical stones. So, exchanging 100 years of my life to obtain genuine remorse and fear from that traitor seems, to me, very worth it." "Enough." A cold, restrained voice slowly interrupted me. "Stop talking." I bit my lower lip and fell silent. A large hand at the back of my head slid onto my shoulder, gently pulling me away. I did not resist, or rather, I was holding back, after being embraced by Professor Snape, the flood of emotions threatening to overwhelm me. I really am still not strong enough, just feeling a warm support given to me, even just a little. "Harry," a gentle voice, and cold fingers on my face, prying open the lip I had bitten until it bled. I opened my stinging eyes and met those dark eyes, where the anger had vanished, no longer hollow but now deeper in their shadows. This was the first time I saw such profound darkness reflected in those obsidian eyes, without any attempt or mental preparation, like a vast, deep ocean at night, spacious and empty but seeming capable of encompassing everything. It's not worth it for that kind of person. Looking at the black ocean in his eyes, echoing the shock and emptiness in my green ones, I vaguely heard his low voice, calm, yet somehow distant. That kind of traitor is not worth you paying any price. You shouldn't have done that at all, and not even told me about it. Sir. I tried to pull back my mind, which had been somewhat bewitched by that pure, ocean-like darkness. What does he mean by this? I'm a Death Eater. His tone was still steady, but there was a hint of depressive determination. You should know that no matter the past, now, or the old problem of moving faster than the head made me subconsciously reach out and cover Professor Snape's mouth to prevent him from continuing, and then I realized how pale my face was from the reflection in his eyes, just like his. Harry, Professor Snape ignored my evasion and took my hand decisively. I shouldn't be your teacher at all. Your mother. Can't, absolutely not, can't let him say it. The head was filled with only this phrase, without any thought. By the time I realized what I had done, my lips were already on his. The first time was cold dead silence, and it was full of bitter medicinal smell, to save people. The second time was slightly cool bitterness, full of surprise and overwhelming, both for him and for himself. Looking back later, whether it was the first time I had to give first aid or the second time I had a headache, the first 2 kisses between me and my future soulmate didn't have any sweet feeling in the novel at all. No, it wasn't even called a kiss. The first time was to feed the medicine, and the second time was to block the conversation, and there was no tenderness at all, not to mention the third and fourth. It's all on your own initiative. Many years later, when I seriously explained to my 5-year-old daughter what the difference is between a kiss between a family member and a lover, and then my youngest daughter asked me back about her first kiss with Daddy, I told my youngest daughter truthfully and sincerely suggested that she be dedicated and affectionate when she wants to find a partner in the future. You really have to be careful when speaking ill of others, especially when there are 2 dead little ghosts at home who have serious girl love. Otherwise, one of the examples is that there is no time to instill in the youngest daughter what are the conditions for a good high-quality man, so he let his partner, who received the news from the dead kids, turn black and carry it back to the room, not to mention, and was even almost forced to deprive his soft little daughter of the interesting, heavy responsibility of educating her. But this is a long time in the future. As for now, the clean scent, tinged faintly with the aroma of medicine, filled my nose. My mind went blank, and I stared wide-eyed, seeing the same shock in the obsidian darkness of those eyes as in my own green ones. Clink. Maybe it was only a few seconds, maybe a few minutes. I had no idea how long we had been standing there, face to face. The sound of faint footsteps broke the seemingly frozen time around us. In a panic, I shoved Professor Snape away, slipped to the floor, staggered backward, and collided with the wall, my complexion paler than even Professor Snape's. What did I just do? Just now. Harry. The footsteps paused, then hastened urgently. I reflexively turned back, and Crookshanks, Delia, Godfather, Remus, and the 3 of them including Ron were approaching me. Of course, between them was Pettigrew, tied with hemp rope and flying unnaturally with a levitation charm. Finally caught up. Are you okay? Sirius held my shoulders, looking me over with a mix of anxiety and anger. Your face looks awful. What did that bungler do to you? Nothing, sir, did nothing. It was me who had done something to him. The headache made the words stick in my stomach, but I forced a calming smile to show I was fine and grabbed his sleeve, stopping him from rushing in with murderous intent. I just drained my magic, so I'm a bit unwell. Let's hurry back to the castle and deal with Pettigrew. Normally, I would despise such a lame attempt at changing the subject, but at this moment, tangled up in the feelings and confusion of what I had just done, I had no energy to care. Perhaps because my expression was really that bad, Remus and Hermione merely exchanged worried glances at me and Professor Snape, saying nothing, and Sirius, after lowering his murderous glare, surprisingly said nothing either. He glanced at me a few more times before turning around and crouching down. Get up, I'll carry you. I instinctively looked toward Professor Snape. He was already cleverly standing in the shadows, so I couldn't see his expression clearly, but those eyes, once hollow and empty again, made my heart tighten. I quietly clenched my fists and obediently climbed onto Sirius's back without saying anything. Although it was an excuse to change the subject, I was actually feeling very uncomfortable right now and really needed someone's help. Especially just now, at the moment I realized my true feelings, I felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Damn it, damned ghost, bastard creator god. This whole thing is his fault. Why, of all worlds where one could carry out a mission to change history, did it have to be this one? I really can't blame my resentment toward the creator god for skyrocketing again. I mean, if it were anyone else, suddenly discovering desires for an elder that go beyond respect and admiration, anyone would be thrown into confusion and want to curse everything, right? Though this elder has no blood relation, in terms of hierarchy, there are still some issues. No, since there's no blood relation, everything else is bearable. Okay, even if there were a blood relation, I wouldn't really care. But the problem is, this elder likes my late mother, someone I deeply respected, and also dead, and yet to steal a man's heart, what kind of strength and skill does that even take? I really find it hard not to feel that my world has been utterly overturned once again. After all, why let me know how devoted Professor Snape is? Why let me know how talented he is? Why specifically make me reincarnate as my mother so that I can feel Snape's awkward yet meticulous and selfless care more deeply than anyone else? Why let me perceive that in Snape's eyes, behind that deep darkness, there has always been a lonely yet proud noble soul? Why only after deciding to move forward alone, did I discover my own feelings? I thought I would never fall in love with a second person. Xue Lai, that big boy from my memories with a sunny personality and that name, whom I once thought I would hold hands with forever, yet in the end, still left me. I am convinced that I have let go of my feelings for Xue, and there are no lingering effects of love trauma or anything like that. But perhaps it's hereditary. Descendants of the Bai family have always only ever had one partner, and that partner is usually their first love. If a partner passes away, they generally don't live much longer. Setting that aside, those who never form a romantic relationship also generally remain single until the end of their lives. It's not a deliberate choice to stay single. After experiencing such a profound, soul-stirring love, I understand that it's purely a matter of personality. The nature of the Bai family is actually quite cold and lazy. Falling in love with someone is not easy for us, so it's not about loyalty by choice. But once I've given such intense feelings to one person, I simply can't muster the energy for anyone else. Even if I later meet someone outstanding, they hardly stir my heart. Of course, this isn't an absolute rule. So, after being reborn in this world, among all the goals and plans I set for myself, the only aspect I excluded was romance. To be honest, my nature is basically that of a lazy person who only works under pressure, so I never considered that I would like, or even fall in love with, anyone again. Let alone that the object of affection would be a mouthful of venom, a difficult and unpleasant personality, a gloomy big bat who, if not for my mother, would probably have been in a literal life or death struggle with my father. I never even thought about considering such a situation. Whether it's Merlin, Gria, God, Jesus, the Buddha, Guardian, the Great Supreme Lord, or any other deity, why can't I just settle Voldemort and the rest of the Death Eater followers and then peacefully go study in seclusion in China? Why must I fall for someone again? Isn't this deliberately causing trouble for me so I can't focus on my own plans? Even if it's due to the obsession ingrained in the blood and soul of both the Bai family and the Potters, a stubborn instinct to find the one you admire and never let go, and to be inseparable from your partner, come life or death, it's just playing tricks on me. But even if fate decrees that I can still like someone, why does it have to be that big bat? From the start, I had seriously regarded Professor Snape as an elder and admired his talent. Why can't I just continue to respect and look up to him innocently? Even if destiny involves a romantic trial or karmic enemy, does it have to be this man who loves my mother so madly? And why the most damnable thing is, why the hell did I let my brain go berserk and use a kiss to block his mouth? If I hadn't kissed him, I wouldn't have realized that I still wanted deeper desire. Without realizing the desire, I wouldn't have noticed that I actually wanted this man, and I wouldn't have felt this instinctive stir leading me to understand that my heart had already started to flutter for him without my realizing it. Gah! This is all my bad younger self from a past life. The so-called best way to block someone's mouth is to kiss them. If I hadn't been poisoned by his advice back then, and later on fell into the bad habit of using this method to silence my boyfriend's nagging and sometimes forgetting to eat in the lab, I wouldn't be having this subconscious reaction with both hands busy now. Indeed, kisses shouldn't be given casually, or else something big will definitely happen. Luckily, it was the dim tunnel with poor visibility. My tangled, terrifying expression went unnoticed by others. In fact, walking through this long, uneven tunnel, even with a light spell, you have to be very careful with your steps so as not to trip over the stones. Not to mention that in our group there's a prisoner tied up for transport and 2 injured boys who can only move slowly, making us extremely cautious about both the trail and our pace. My mind was in utter chaos, especially with the fleeting image of those deep, empty eyes that had just closed themselves again appearing before me. I lowered my eyes and gently touched my chest, with resentment, unwillingness, helplessness, and even more, the bitterness and resolution. After realizing my true feelings, I sighed softly, fully aware that this hurdle could neither be avoided nor bypassed. Chapter 110. Sudden Change. What's wrong? Maybe due to the perspective, he couldn't see the ugly, frightening colors of my face shifting from green to red to white because of my chaotic thoughts, but that didn't stop Sirius, who was carrying me, from noticing my small movements and sighs. He asked with concern, still not feeling well. It's nothing. I murmured vaguely. Although I didn't turn around, I could tell from the footsteps that Professor Snape was walking behind everyone else. Was he simply indifferent, or was he trying to ignore me? I found it hard not to speculate, even though I knew this was not the time to think about such things. My own thoughts hadn't even calmed down yet, let alone the pressing matter of Pettigrew that needed immediate attention. I leaned wearily against Sirius' shoulder. I just suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia. The last time you carried me like this, it was because Mom got home early while we were out shopping, and you hurriedly shifted from a big dog back to human, causing me to roll straight onto the floor, right? Sirius' stride faltered slightly. You remember that vividly, he muttered. Don't tell me, you recognized me when I went to your aunt's house looking for you. I wish I were that amazing. Babies' 5 senses take time to develop, and I had very little stamina, so I wasn't awake much back then. My memories are very hazy, and the things I could really remember are fragmented. I said lightly, when I saw your dog form in the park near the Dursleys' house during the summer, it was dirty and smelly, with only the size and fur color somewhat matching. I decided to take you in because it reminded me of the times you turned into a dog to play with me. At that time, you even said I could stay at the Ktua house and come visit you in Hogsmeade on weekends. Sirius' voice was hoarse, but in the end, you never went. I can't be blamed for that. My aunt wouldn't sign the permission form, and neither Mr. nor Professor McGonagall could sign for me, so of course I couldn't go out directly. Plus, the following weekends, I spent practicing the Patronus charm. With a hint of barely discernible sigh, I asked, but after we hand Pettigrew over, you'll regain your freedom. You'll help me sign the permission form, right? I've been wanting to stroll around Hogsmeade openly for a long time. Of course I'll help you sign it. But from what you're saying, it seems that whether I sign the form or not doesn't really matter. Sirius' tone held no regret, only a bit of delight. Actually, you've already been wandering Hogsmeade many times on your own, haven't you? Since you've discovered so many secret passages. There's still a difference between sneaking around by yourself and playing with friends. Besides, the Mariudas made such an amazing map back then. It's not like I can be too well behaved and make things awkward for you and Dad, I said lightly. But most of the time, my finding secret passages depends on the help of the plants in the school's potted gardens. Compared to you and Dad discovering secret passages by your own skills, it kind of feels like cheating. Not at all. Being able to communicate with plants is a talent no one else can learn. That's your strength. Sirius paused. So, we can meet often from now on, right? After we hand over that bastard. Of course. Not only can we meet and write letters, but I also plan to stay with you during holidays, if you have a place. I asked. You wouldn't mind, right? Of course, it would be even better if you don't mind staying at the Snow House. Though I haven't had a chance to see it yet, if all goes well, the Snow House will be where I live after graduation. You know I asked Tua before school started this year to buy the land around the Snow House and the hill connecting to that Muggle neighborhood, planning to turn it into a villa and build several courtyards. That way, not just the kids, but you and Remus, and Hermione and Ron and Neville, anyone who wants to come visit or stay for a while, won't be a problem. Pretty great, right? Initially, I only wanted to give the little blood elf a bigger and safer space to play, which was why I considered expanding the Snow House. But plans never seem to keep up with changes, and since there's now the idea of living in the UK long term, I naturally have to arrange a place for myself to stay. Sirius stopped in his tracks. You mean, his voice was so soft, even slightly trembling and dry, we can live together from now on? Not until graduation. You know, the protective magic that my mother left on me actually extends not just to me, but also to anyone who is related to me by blood. So even now, I still have to return to the Dursleys' house every summer for a month to maintain that protection, although I don't think I really need it anymore. My aunt and uncle can't perform magic, and until I come of age, this protective magic prevents them from being tracked down by witches or wizards with ill intentions. I said cautiously. Xua told me that you don't like the kids in the snow house very much, so I assumed you didn't want to live there. But I want to live with you, at least during holidays, when family gets together. Isn't it more lively? Maybe you prefer quiet. So how about visiting you for half of summer vacation or the last week? I won't be too noisy. No need. I mean, the snow house is fine. I don't dislike those kids. It's just before, I think we just need to get to know each other again. Sirius took a deep breath and continued walking. So, you return to the snow house during your break, and we celebrate the holidays together. That's decided. Millimeter, it was hard not to notice that Sirius's steps became lighter, his body slightly trembling. It seemed we were both being overly careful with each other, cherishing this hard-won reunion. I couldn't help but tighten my arm slightly around his neck and said with emphasis, "We'll celebrate the holidays together. Lots and lots of holidays. I won't let you miss out anymore." That should be my line, right? Sirius muttered helplessly, prompting Neville, walking beside us and having overheard everything, to chuckle softly while holding Melia. "It seems, Mr. Black, there are still many things you need to get used to about Harry's personality." Neville smiled, not noticing that his address made Sirius, who hadn't been respectfully called that for a long time, stiffen for a moment. Harry often does this, blurts out things at the wrong time that can make people feel so frustrated they want to hit him, yet is so earnest about it, making it impossible to really be angry with him. I truly realized it back during the summer vacation. Sirius let out a hoarse chuckle, glanced at Neville from the side. "Just call me Sirius, Longbottom. You're Alice and Frank's kid, right?" Thankfully, the lighting was dim, so few people noticed Neville's expression instantly become somewhat awkward. "Yes. Your parents took care of us a lot when we were students, or rather, we troublesome kids back then probably caused your prefect father a lot of headaches." Sirius said softly, "You're as brave as your parents. Harry is lucky to have you, and to have Ron and Hermione as such outstanding friends. I'm sorry for causing you and Ron to get hurt just now." I think Neville must have been even more grateful for the poor lighting at that moment, because his face turned quite red. It's okay. I can understand what just happened. And Ron as well." I couldn't help but snuggle into my arm and let out a muffled laugh. Luckily, Crookshanks, who had been leading us at the front with his tail high and bushy like a brush, let out a delighted meow, reminding us that we had reached the exit of the Whomping Willow Tree Hollow, preventing the already laughing at me Neville from sending me another harmless side-eye. Crookshanks leapt out of the tree hollow first, followed by Sirius, who put me down first, climbed up, and then pulled me out. Then I helped Sirius pull Neville, Hermione, and Ron up one by one. Lastly, Pettigrew, with Remus controlling his levitation, also nimbly jumped out of the hollow. "All right." Sirius brushed the mud off his robes and straightened up. "Let's go." I didn't pay attention to Sirius's remark. Instead I continued kneeling halfway at the entrance, slightly bending forward and stretching my right hand straight into the hollow. "Sir." I looked at Professor Snape, whose expression was blank, and gazed firmly and openly into those empty eyes void of any emotion. "Why are you listening to him?" Sirius called out, displeased. "It's not like your arms and legs are broken." "Sirius." Remus, still using his wand to supervise Pettigrew, sharply stopped the godfather. The dim sky allowed only the edge of my vision to barely catch that Remus seemed to be signaling Sirius, but having just sorted out my own feelings and thoughts, I had no mind to speculate on the unspoken understanding they were exchanging. I simply continued to stretch out my hand, unwavering, staring straight at Professor Snape. "Sir." I called softly again. "Sir, no matter what you think, from the moment you accepted me as your apprentice, you became my teacher. Without hesitation, without regret, I have chosen my path and will continue to walk it. No matter what happened in the past, I only know that I trust you now, so please, trust me this once, okay? I trust you, have always trusted you, so please trust me this once. Before, you never once pushed away the hand I extended. This time, please don't refuse either. Believe me, no matter what happens, I will never let go of your hand. My hand, for you to hold. Slytherin isn't incapable of love nor without love, it's just that, if not chosen to give up, it is buried deeply. And the Slytherin way of indirectness and caution, persistence and pride, I may not fully accept it, but I can try to understand it. Because I am a Gryffindor, I may not be the most orthodox, but once a lion commits, its perseverance will never lose to a snake. I am not a mother, I do not possess her delicate, gentle elegance and purity. I understand fully the place she holds in your heart. It cannot be invaded or shaken by anyone, stemming from acknowledgement, effort, and the meaning of existence from the very beginning. I, who love your mother just as deeply, completely understand how wonderful she is. I know I am not worthy to replace her position in your heart, nor do I wish to, but I will, in my own way, claim a place of my own. No longer weak and needing protection, no longer existing out of guilt that demands I guard, you will see that I no longer merely accept protection, I will prove that I also have the ability to protect. I will prove that I have the strength to walk alongside you, the courage to stand by your side no matter what happens, and to face it together with you. So, please trust me. With my hand stretched out straight, I did not avert my gaze from those hollow obsidian eyes for even a moment. Professor Snape was an almost perfect occlumens and also a powerful legilimens, but he had never used legilimency on me, whether out of prideful disdain for using such methods on a wizard barely over 10, or because my emerald eyes, nearly identical to my mother's, made it impossible for him to act. Whichever the reason, it didn't matter, because even without using legilimency, I had rarely hidden anything from him. And after he learned the secret that I am the reincarnation of a metempsychosis, there was almost nothing left for me to conceal from him. Besides, even if I didn't speak, I hadn't tried to hide much, and most of the time, he could almost always infer the meaning of my actions from my behavior. The terrifying observation and insight of serpents were always the abilities that their enemies most dreaded and struggled against, but in times like this, it was also what made me feel both relieved and nervous. I was gambling. I knew that even without legilimency, my recent kiss, my words, and the growing affection and trust that had accumulated over time all clearly revealed that my admiration for Professor Snape had reached a dangerously critical point. He must have sensed it, but unless he used legilimency, he would never be certain, nor would he believe that I had truly already developed feelings for him as a lover. Still, my actions were enough to stir his thoughts. After all, adolescent admiration, worship, and appreciation are easily transformed. Even though my soul was of an adult age, harboring such feelings was sufficiently ambiguous. Moreover, he might suspect that at some point I might be affected by some situation and impulsively really fall for him, causing a mess like my father did back in the day while pursuing my mother, a series of chaotic mishaps. Given how my true nature had increasingly shown itself after joining Gryffindor, that was entirely possible. Stop. I gave myself a harsh mental kick to stop. I nearly chuckled bitterly at my own tendency to spiral into nonsensical, random thoughts the more nervous I get, since it's only almost, it means it didn't actually happen, yet my brain's chaotic rambling made me realize that after pausing, I was starting to sweat nervously without even noticing. My outstretched hand was still straight and unwavering, but it had stiffened to the point of soreness. So, what will you decide, sir? If I'm pushed away. A chill ran through my fingertips, making me shiver and almost jump. If it weren't for the solid grip, rough-in but reassuringly firm, I would have almost thought I was dreaming. He didn't. If you continue to daydream, I'll seriously consider recommending to Headmaster Dumbledore that you be resorted by the Sorting Hat, Potter. The irritated, teasing voice floated lightly, unexpectedly stirring in me a sudden urge to cry. The Hufflepuff simpletons might be very pleased to welcome the Golden Boy into their house. I blinked to suppress the bittersweet feeling that nearly overwhelmed me with joy. Even though I knew he hadn't rejected my approach, it didn't mean he had accepted me yet, but winning this outcome was enough to make the corners of my mouth curve into the happiest smile of the evening. The loyalty of Hufflepuff, the wisdom of Ravenclaw, the bravery of Gryffindor, the rigor of Slytherin, these only represent the qualities most admired by the founders themselves, sir. For me, no matter which house I'm in, it doesn't change the meaning Hogwarts holds for me, nor the significance of the people I meet here. I squeezed Professor Snape's hand, using the momentum from stepping back to help him climb out of the tree hole. By the way, more than 2 years ago, although the Sorting Hat recognized that I distinctly possessed traits from all 4 houses and thus found it unusually difficult to sort me, it ultimately placed me in the house it least recommended because I accidentally offended it. Do you think, under these circumstances, if I were resorted, it would place me in Hufflepuff, sir? And then that all too familiar grim face appeared again. I hurriedly lowered my head to hide my smirk. Gryffindor deducted 5 points for talking back to your teacher, Potter. I almost choked on one breath. It's a holiday, sir. I sharply looked up at Professor Snape, who had withdrawn his hand and was bouncing off the dust from his robe, and protested directly, you can't. Given that school officially starts tomorrow and all students have returned to school one after another today, I believe that the dual hourglass in the hall will honestly answer you whether I can deduct points. He snorted softly, looking at my depressed face with his mouth closed, and added another blow. In addition, regarding the question about classification just now, I can now answer with certainty, except for the brainless lion, it is impossible for that broken hat to find any other creature that can tolerate your behavior without your head. It's hard not to be hit so hard that I bulge out a bun face. The hateful Slytherin is the art that knows how to poke people straight to the sore spot, and this damn teacher-student relationship. I am ashamed to admit that I did not dare to challenge again, losing too many points and causing public anger, and for the first time in my life, I regretted not obediently letting the Sorting Hat assign me to Slytherin. As for the happiness bubble that was still floating in my heart just now, I was poured with cold water like this, and I didn't know which shoe it went to. Harry, dragged aside, Sirius blocked my view in the direction of Professor Snape in an extremely vigilant way, grabbed my shoulders with both hands, and looked chaotic on the verge of collapse. That was to say that he was very embarrassed from the beginning, so it was likely that I was mistaken because it was too dark now. Him, Sirius stammered and seemed anxious, but the more anxious he became, the more unclear he became. What? I'm confused, what are you trying to ask? Sirius took a deep breath. What is your relationship with the slugs? I looked at him inexplicably. I'm Professor Snape's apprentice, he's still my potion professor, what else can it matter? The voice of relief seemed to be more than just me questioning my godfather. Is it an illusion? Really? My tone became a bit harsh. Seriously, can't they see my revolution hasn't succeeded yet? And of all things, they still ask to provoke me, plus, this time and place really isn't appropriate for gossip. Stop asking such baffling and weird questions. Even if you have other questions, you'll have plenty of time to slowly ask me after we hand Pettigrew over, right? I pulled Sirius' hand off my shoulder and pushed him toward Ron and the others. Let's go, back to the castle first. Even though I was pushing Sirius toward Ron and the others, I still instinctively glanced in Professor Snape's direction. I couldn't see his expression clearly, but he probably didn't hear anything. Relieved, I naturally looked away. Now that I had confirmed my feelings, my future career plans would have to change accordingly. Although it felt troublesome and headache-inducing, there was also a sense of eager anticipation, a really frustrating internal contradiction that I scolded myself about in my mind. But even having decided to face my heart, things I had previously committed to couldn't be neglected. Only the priorities and the careful consideration of details would need to be replanned more cautiously, and none of these were things I could focus on right now, especially since the one I was scheming against, whose future was already dim. If I didn't plan carefully and end up startling the snake, it would just be foolishly troublesome. In an instant, I gathered all these chaotic thoughts. Our group had only taken a few steps away from the tangled willow tree roots when Crookshanks, who had been leading us ever since we left the Shrieking Shack and entered the secret passage, suddenly stopped. At the same time, Thalia, in Neville's arms, suddenly leapt up without warning, dramatically grew into a huge cactus leaf, and crushed all of us unprepared beneath it. We unexpectedly hit the muddy ground still mixed with snow water, the pain and cry striking my mind sharply, the heaviness in my chest unbearable as I spat out a mouthful of blood. Thalia. I felt dizzy and had chest pain, but the power that had suddenly pressed on my body disappeared, and the warning signs of danger made me instinctively kick Sirius, who was walking beside me, roll the lazy donkey aside, and at the same time pull out the crystal bottle from my waist and throw it into the sky, jumping up in one go. It's just that the range of the explosion that came from the air was really not small, and the impact range of the air wave caused me to suffer too, and I took several steps back before standing up straight. No. Peter, don't. Harry, my chest burned with every breath, and my eyes were blurred from the dizziness in my head, but I came to understand that this chaos contained warnings to me. With the thick wind coming directly from the back of my head, I didn't have to look back to know that it was definitely a heavy physical attack, but the problem was that knowing that it didn't mean I could dodge. The series of dodges just now had consumed a lot of my strength. This sneak attack came so fast and fiercely that it was too late to retreat. I simply transported all my internal strength to my right hand, and turned around to prepare for a hard catch. Sirius. The howl of the beast and the screams and exclamations of the crowd sounded almost simultaneously, but to me it seemed to me that it suddenly became so distant. The blood sprayed on his face was so hot. Obviously there was no burning sensation, but it felt like his heart was pinched heavily, and his head was completely blank. I watched in amazement as Sirius glowed with a grey light and disappeared into thin air. A furry blood-spurting broken arm fell in front of me. I stared blankly at the giant bear grabbing my right shoulder and howling in front of me, watching its body burst out with yellow light and shrink into a bloody embarrassed man, kneeling on the ground and still staring at me with resentful eyes. At the touch of the big man's painful but crazy bloodshot eyes, a certain broken feeling suddenly came from my dantian, and the originally solid and flowing internal force was no longer controlled, and rushed into the meridians of my whole body, causing me to faint almost immediately. But the more painful it was, the more consciousness seemed to be clearer. If it weren't for the life-threatening serious injury, the teleportation formation I gave Sirius to the neck drop would not have been touched. Anger and worry, combined with the huge pain caused by the internal strength about to break through the level, made me unable to suppress the energy rushing in my body. With a long howl to vent the pain, the magic weight-bearing armbands and ankle rings made of the upper part of my hands and feet, half training and half sealing my own strength, were shattered by me. He glared at the angry strange man with resentment, kicked under his feet, and the whole person catapulted towards him. Being conscious does not mean that there is still reason to speak of. Sirius disappeared in front of me with serious injuries to protect me. How similar it was to Sister Leanne in her previous life. After getting close to the big man, I directly used the secret fingering technique that did not hurt the body but could definitely crush the bones and tendons, and slid over his only remaining left hand with 10 fingers. RH. The piercing wails of fear and pain echoed across the night sky, from my full use of speed to close assault, all in just a few seconds. It wasn't enough to just lose an arm. I continued to slide my hands over the big man's shoulder clavicle, directly towards his heart. Stop, otherwise, I will kill this girl. The strange scream was no less than the big man's wail, and the threat made me stun my right hand on the big man's heart, but it did not stop the internal force from raging, and even directly devoured the last demonic essence. I withdrew my strength and stood up straight, ignoring the big man who was lying on the ground and moaning weakly, and slowly turned around. I don't like to use the characteristics of internal force that devours external forces to strengthen my body, but that doesn't mean I won't use it, especially at this critical juncture of a foreign enemy. I don't feel any guilt about breaking through and devouring a murderer who seriously injured Sirius, causing him to lose his magic forever, to speed up the restabilization of internal forces, and to replenish the dried magic in his body to continue facing the enemy. Rodolphus! Rodolphus! Another scream. What did you do to him? I ignored the inquiry, but looked blankly at the strange sloppy woman who was holding Hermione's throat with a look no less crazy than the big man who had been crippled by me. Rodolphus. Is this man Rodolphus Lestrange? So this brunette lunatic is Bellatrix Lestrange? Answer. The woman screamed again, and the wand on Hermione's chest sparked. Hermione's pale face showed pain, but she was so stubborn that she didn't say a word. What did you do to Rodolphus? What did I do? Isn't it obvious? I spoke leisurely, my eyes as calm as still water, silently taking in the situation of the others. Thalia had been severely struck by magical flames and was unconscious, and Neville suffered backlash as well. The fact that he could still stand was already not bad. Ron was lying on the ground without moving. Judging by the way he handled the aftermath of the stray spells from the sudden aerial attack, the blows must have hit him hard. Remus seemed hurt too, but the fact that he could still subdue Pettigrew meant he still had some strength to protect himself in battle. Professor Snape, the eyes, already devoid of warmth, grew 3 degrees colder as I expressionlessly stepped on the right calf of this giant called Rodolphus. I've only crushed his hand bones, I said with pressure from my foot, the crisp sound of breaking bones accompanied by his agonized scream almost simultaneously. I calmly met Bellatrix's bloodshot, shocked eyes. Now I've just broken his foot as well. Didn't Pettigrew tell you, you too, that breaking bones is my specialty when dealing with opponents? Bellatrix glared at me in both shock and fury, but before she could speak, a slightly cold wand pressed against my neck artery. In a situation like this, you should restrain the impulsive temperament of a lion, Potter. A cold voice sounded from behind me. Move your foot. Severus. Remus and Neville stared at me from behind in disbelief. I lowered my eyes slightly. An eye for an eye is my principle. I indifferently shifted my foot from Rodolphus' broken calf to press on his thigh instead. Let Hermione go first, then we can talk terms. You dare. My movement made Bellatrix roar in anger. Kill him, Snape. I command you to kill that brat. Command. Not only was the tone icy, but magical presence surged out as well. Professor Snape seemed very angry, but unfortunately, I couldn't see his expression at this moment. Bellatrix Lestrange, who do you think you are, to command me? Just because I am his Dark Lord's most loyal servant, the Dark Lord's first lieutenant. Bellatrix said venomously. I command you to kill that boy. The Dark Lord's first lieutenant wants to give me orders. Professor Snape snorted, clearly showing his disdain. 10+ years in Azkaban have turned you stupid as well? I said it back then, until you beat me, none of you fools are qualified to command me. You! Bellatrix gasped, do you dare betray the Dark Lord? I'm merely reminding you, in the name of all things Slytherin, to understand your current position, Professor Snape said coldly, his wand-tip pressing deeper into my skin. Move aside, Potter, or I won't say it a third time. My response was to stomp on Rodolphus Lestrange's leg, breaking it. Another piercing scream echoed through the air. Bellatrix pointed her wand at me in fury, and a blazing black and red column of fire shot toward me. I knocked aside Professor Snape and leaped to the side, but the demonic fire, charged with deadly magic, seemed to have a mind of its own and curved to continue its attack. Damn it. She can actually manipulate the elemental spirit within the highest level fire. Bellatrix Lestrange's power is unbelievably formidable. I rolled to the side again, putting some distance between myself and the fire column. The wand slipped into my palm, and a silver and green hailstorm erupted from its tip, colliding head-on with the demonic fire. Two utterly different energies clashed, creating an explosion so powerful it launched me at least 10 feet away. Being swept by the aftershock of the blast was dizzying enough, and with the need to guard against surprise attacks, I barely had the energy to care about anyone else's condition. As the recoil of the explosion subsided, I almost immediately scrambled up, enduring the scattered, aching pain across my body, focusing all my attention on sensing any anomalies amidst the dusty, obscured vision. No attacks came from expected directions, but then Remus's roar and Hermione and Neville's screaming chaos reached me first. Before I could react, a sudden, icy, paralyzing cold struck, making me collapse to my knees, too weak even to curse. Expecto! A shield-like silver mist sprayed from my wand, twisting constantly in front of me, thinking of my friends beside me, thinking of the emotions I had just realized about myself, thinking about my goal to survive and achieve happiness. I bit my tongue, forcing myself to stay conscious while pouring all the magical power I could muster into my wand. Expecto Patronum. A dazzling silver light erupted, so intense it was nearly impossible to look at. Compared to the rippling waves of magic radiating outward from me as the center, the drained weakness left me collapsing to the ground. A silver stag with magnificent, mighty antlers stood before me. Lowering its head, it looked at me with snowy silver eyes full of deep joy, nostalgia, and sorrow. My heart ached as I tried to speak, but I was too weak to even support consciousness, let alone make a sound. The deep, silent, protective silver eyes of the stag became the final image I saw before sinking into darkness. Chapter 111. A New Beginning. Marine Aquarium. I can't blame myself for the first thought that popped into my head upon waking up. I think any normal person, upon opening their eyes and seeing not the ceiling but several schools of small fish swimming around, would have the same thought as I did. Why am I here? Oh, everyone. My groggy mind finally began to work, and a moment later I recalled my memories before passing out, catching Peter Pettigrew trying to return to school, being ambushed by the Lestrange couple who had infiltrated the school, Dementors showing up to cause trouble. I panicked and tried to jump up, but the pressure on my body made me lose balance and collapse back down. This feeling, water pressure. A bit surprised, I blinked at the small fish still playing in the air above me for a moment, then raised my hand in front of me. Between my fingers appeared a translucent silver-gray webbing. I touched behind my ear, and indeed, I felt a slender slit, with small streams of water flowing in sync with my breathing. Undeniably the effect of gill plants. Looks like I am indeed underwater. With my previous experience, this time, after controlling my strength, I finally managed to sit up smoothly. Looking around, the surroundings were filled with all kinds of coral and water plants intertwined in a beautiful aquatic landscape. On top of that, I was sitting on a jade-colored strange stone that felt soft like a cotton bed to the touch, yet exuded a life force more magnificent than 1,000 drops of water. With a single thought, I knew that the place I was in must be the mermaid tribe's Gria realm. The question was, why was I here? I frowned as I looked at the clean, plain grey robe I was clearly wearing now, then glanced at the wand and potion belt neatly placed within arm's reach beside me. Only guards are allowed to enter and exit the Gria realm, so judging by the situation, it was obviously a mermaid guard who brought me here. But my last memory was being on the school lawn with my companions. Even if someone had rescued me while I was injured and unconscious, why am I here instead of a hospital ward? Although this fossil formed from the essence of 1,000 drops of water is indeed a sacred healing item that can almost bring the dead back to life. Wait, healing. I sat cross-legged, focusing my mind, and began to meditate, checking my own strength and the state of my body. Sure enough, after confirming my condition, I opened my eyes with a complex feeling. My original magical power had disappeared, or rather, that wouldn't be entirely accurate. My magical power had completely merged with my mental energy, forming a peculiar wind elemental force full of life yet carrying an icy aura. Meanwhile, my internal energy had undergone a more thorough transformation. What was once the pure, vast internal energy I cultivated bit by bit was now infused with the deathly aura of the deceased, while simultaneously containing the lively vitality of fire attributes. What kind of situation was this? My vibrant spiritual magical power carried an icy, deadly wind, while my once pure and upright internal energy had entirely transformed into an overpowering, deathly fire force. One harbored life within deathly intent, the other contained vitality within overwhelming death. Strange as it was, through the divine contract in my chest, a contradictory balance had been somehow achieved. The corruption and decay previously caused by the dementus miasma have all healed, and I'm healthier than ever before. Not only was the healing extremely thorough, but any potential hidden risks left behind by the accidental breakthroughs in my powers have also been completely eradicated. It seems that this purple jade-like stone has a better healing effect than what was recorded in the ancestral memories, and it even aids internal power cultivation. If it weren't for the fact that the stone is too large, and that the main protective array for the Merfolk settlement and this place, the Greer realm, relies on this stone as its array core, I would really want to keep it for myself. But it's better not to. Although this stone is very useful, it's not worth causing friction with an entire species. At most, if I encounter a bottleneck in my internal power training or some unexpected situation arises in the future, I can choose to come here to seclude myself and recuperate. However, this divine contract, is it really just that I broke the agreement and the Creator God constrained the power given to me? Why does it feel like it's not so simple, and there's even a faint sense of being manipulated? Frowning and touching my chest, I shook off the unease. After all, even if I am being schemed against by the Creator God again, what can I do? Right now, I'm still so weak that I wouldn't even compare to a single strand of hair from them, and in his eyes, I'm not even worth a mere ant. Instead of thinking too much, it's more practical to focus steadily on the people and things around me. Besides, that unscrupulous God owes me more than 1 or 2 debts. Sooner or later, I'll have the chance to settle accounts with him. Although my current power feels unfamiliar and I can't tell if it's good or bad, since it's been confirmed that there's no immediate danger, there's no need for me to linger here. This time, in casting a spell on Peter Pettigrew, I used the primal power of the contract magic vine and combined it with my own powers, which, due to consecutive accidental breakthroughs, plunged me into a life-and-death struggle. Even Ktua was affected and is now in a dormant adjustment state, completely motionless. From the messages conveyed by the plants, I learned only that I've been unconscious for 10 days and the Merfolk Queen personally brought me back. For everyone else, there's no news, and I figured it's faster to return myself and check personally rather than wait for the plants to find out. I picked up the belt placed nearby and fastened it, put my wand away, slid off the stone bed, and stepped onto the waterweed-covered ground. Concluding that my oversized, flipper-like feet make walking impractical, I made a small jump and, adapting to the environment, used a half-swimming, half-sliding method to move, heading directly toward the overhead direction. No matter which race's Greer realm it is, it's actually an independent, special space, over which only the owner, the child of Greer, has complete control. And if the inherited memories are correct, the Merfolk's Greer realm is the only underwater space. So, apart from protective and guest-only barrier restrictions, there is a secret exit to the nearest land that only the child of Greer knows about, set up by a rather free-spirited Merfolk senior several generations ago, so they could sneak out to the land anytime they wanted to wander around. Although it seems the Merfolk took care of me while I was unconscious, it was impolite to sneak away without saying anything. But eager to check on everyone else, I had no choice but to mentally prepare myself to come back later to specifically apologize, and took the secret waterway ahead first. Though called a waterway, it was actually a rather wide expanse of water. Aside from various rare aquatic creatures, there were also many precious aquatic plants, whether purely for viewing or medicinal purposes. Unfortunately, in my rush to get back to school, I had no mood to pay much attention and temporarily put aside any thoughts of treasure hunting for later. As I swam windingly for a long time, relying on the impressions from the inherited memories, not only did the slightly bitter and salty taste in my mouth and nose gradually fade, but my leg and arm muscles also started to feel sore in mild protest. Finally, I noticed a faint, flickering light above. Feeling a sense of relief, I sped up and swam toward the light. It seemed timed perfectly. As soon as I surfaced, the effects of the gill plants immediately disappeared. The rapid healing of the split behind my ears and the disappearance of my webbed hands and feet caused a brief sting of pain. Fortunately, it didn't last long, though combined with the cold air, it was enough to make my face pale and shiver. I looked around at the dim night and then back toward the flickering flame that had drawn me, finally confirming that the light came from the candlelights of Hogwarts Castle. I was now at the outer lake entrance of the school's great lake, still a bit far from shore, but at least not on some random coast. Otherwise, given my current penniless situation, I really wouldn't have known how long it would take to get back to school safely. Maybe it was because the weather was too cold, and I didn't want to make too much noise. From the moment I swam back to the shore near the forbidden forest of my school on Lake Nihu, except for bumping into a few small jellyfish and little fish, I didn't disturb any other lake inhabitants and managed to get ashore smoothly. After being in the water for so long and sliding such a long distance, finally feeling my feet on solid ground was so subtly moving it nearly brought me to emotion. I walked to the closest willow tree to the shore and leaned against the trunk to catch my breath, pausing to wring my clothes that had been twisted since getting out of the water, and gave a bitter smile while patting my forehead. I really was so dazed from being in the water too long that I almost forgot I was a wizard and foolishly tried to wring my clothes with my hands. I scolded myself silently in my heart. I took out my wand to cast a drying spell on myself but was shocked to find that now the magic I used consumed only a third of what the same spell used to, and even my hair became refreshed. What's going on? Consuming less magic when casting is a benefit of merging magic and mental power, which isn't too surprising, but for the Medtray theorem to be ignored as well, could that be too much? Just as I was still stunned by this sudden discovery, a subtle sound of a snapping branch behind me snapped me back to attention. Gripping my wand tightly and on guard, I quickly turned to the source of the sound. Sir. Seeing a familiar figure under another tree not far away, I was a little surprised. At this hour of night, what was he doing by the lake at the Forbidden Forest? I lowered my raised wand and slowly approached. Sir. Not just because walking barefoot on muddy ground hurt my feet, but also because the dim light made it hard to see Professor Snape's expression clearly, and the almost deathly calm aura around him made me feel uneasy and compelled me to be cautious. Sir, are you all right? Everyone, call me Professor. When I got close enough to see that Professor Snape's face was even more vacant and deathly than ever, he spoke without warmth. Go back to the castle. Dumbledore wants to see you. Ask him if you have any questions. I was a little stunned, taken aback by Professor Snape's attitude. I know, Professor Snape has always had a cold personality, and his attitude toward me has always been poor. Even though it improved later, it could never be described as friendly. But why? Why is it that just when we are finally able to get along peacefully, even after I realized I already like him, he seems to have returned to the way he was when we first met in my first year? No, back then at least he would show me disgust, but now he is even colder, completely emotionless, not even ignoring me could describe it. What on earth happened in these 10 days when I lost consciousness? Sir. Coming back to my senses, I saw him only leaving with long strides. I stumbled while chasing after him, my face pale, grabbing his hand. Sir, what exactly happened? Why? No answer. Professor Snape shook off my hand and continued walking toward the castle. I stood there stunned, staring at my hand. He pushed me away. Just like that, pushed away? Why? Did I do something wrong? Why push me away? What exactly happened? A chilling cold spread rapidly from my chest, and before I could make sense of the situation, the magic around me suddenly began to stir uncontrollably. Intense wind elements quickly gathered into a small storm swirling around me, carrying shards of ice and frost. The icy air blew into my robe, sending a dull ache all over my body. My bloodless hands tried to hold myself down as I crouched, curling up as I struggled to control the sudden magical outburst. Damn it! How did this? Potter! A pair of large hands forcefully pulled me to my feet. I looked up in shock, and when I met those pitch-black, unreadable eyes, I panicked even more. Instinctively, I tried to step back to avoid my uncontrolled power from hurting anyone, but that only made Professor Snape hold me even tighter against him. Don't move if you don't want to die. Professor Snape's breathing was slightly erratic, and he whispered as if restraining something. A familiar force flowed into my body with his embrace, trying to calm my raging magical energy. Focus your attention, feel your power, don't resist it, it's yours, it won't hurt you. Before falling into the meditative blank of deep concentration, the low, velvet-like voice and the equally profound magic of its owner steadily surrounded me, with a faint, reassuring herbal scent. I finally reclaimed the clarity of my mind, gradually grasping the way this unfamiliar spiritual magic moved, and slowly gained control over the restless blizzard around me. When I broke free from the meditative state, if it weren't for the lingering cold in the air, the magical energy would have been so calm and normal that I would have almost thought the earlier outbreak was just a dream. Awake. Millimeter, I muttered, leaning against him, looking around. The forest, which had already begun to feel a bit spring-like, was now covered with a thick layer of snow after my magic had surged, though the darkness obscured how far it extended. At least within my sight, everything was coated in silver and even the lake had floating ice chunks. Did I do all this? The question was a bit foolish, but I could hardly believe I had accomplished something so powerful. Even if my magic had run wild, the affected area seemed far too vast. My magic should have already been suppressed by 70% by the magical seal. Did those mermaids tell you nothing? Professor Snape sneered, withdrawing his hands from my shoulders. Let go, Potter. I won't. Feeling myself about to be pushed away, I clutched his waist tightly. My magic was completely drained when it surged. I don't have any strength now. Your actions make your words completely unconvincing. I felt a tug at the back of my collar. Don't make me say it a third time, Potter. Let go. No. I continued to cling to him. Sir. Don't call me sir. I'm not your teacher. You are. You are my teacher. You admitted it yourself. I still held onto him tightly, lifting my head from his chest to meet his hollow face tinged with anger. You're the one who said you were my teacher, who held back my reaching hand, so why are you denying me now? What did I do wrong that makes you so angry you have to push me away? Professor Snape stared at me indifferently. The traces of emotion in his eyes gradually calmed into a deathly stillness that made me increasingly uneasy. Without any explanation, in a tone devoid of warmth, he said, "Let go." A coldness even sharper than before surged from my chest again. But this time, rather than panic, it came with an unstoppable anger, making me more than ever want to smash the blank, lifeless face in front of me. Then I acted. Without hitting him, I shoved him hard so we both fell into the snow, grabbed his collar, and kissed him. Potter. I had just seen shock in those lifeless eyes when I was immediately pushed away. Damn it, what do you think you're doing? Isn't it obvious? I licked my lip, which had been split from our earlier tumble, and continued sitting on him. I'm kissing you. You. Professor Snape looked choked by my words. I ignored him, only holding his shoulders to prevent him from throwing me off. Let go. No. Fueled by anger, I yelled even louder. I'm not letting go. Go ahead and scold me, deduct points, I don't care. I will definitely not let go. If you dare, deduct all of Gryffindor's points, so everyone can know I'm losing points because I kissed you. The surroundings suddenly fell silent, as if only our breathing remained. What do you mean? I stared straight into those obsidian black eyes, satisfied to see they were no longer hollow with lifelessness. Though the shift was tiny and almost indiscernible as an emotion, it was at least not the kind of void that made my heart ache and breath catch. I mean exactly what I said. I spoke calmly but firmly. I like you, Severus. Confessing with magical power flaring in a face-off with my crush, I guess I might be the first in wizarding history to do that. A thin bead of cold sweat appeared on my forehead as I sat stubbornly on the enraged Professor Snape, staring into his eyes. I like you, Severus. Ignoring the twisted angry expression directed at me, I stared into his eyes and repeated slowly, I like you. Even if you don't believe me now, it doesn't matter. I have plenty of ways to say it to you at least 100 times a day until you do. In the hollow obsidian depths of his eyes, a faint gleam briefly flickered, but before I could catch and interpret it, it vanished in an instant. In its place was Professor Snape's greater anger. Enough. The sudden surge of magical power made me unable to withstand it, and I slipped to the side. Professor Snape immediately took the opportunity to break free, sitting up. You are worse than your father. Mocking a teacher. Don't drag my dad into this. Damn it, you know perfectly well I'm not like him. Don't try to provoke me just to change the subject. I rose to a half-kneeling position in fury, grabbing his front and shouting, mocking a teacher. Forget elders, if it were anyone else, I still wouldn't kiss them as a prank. If it weren't for you being so obsessed over my mother's death due to that damn prophecy, foolish enough to want to sever our teacher-student relationship and die alone, do you think I would now confess that I like you and face your foul temper and your surge of magical power? I'm not throwing my energy around just because I'm bored and have excess magic to burn. Professor Snape's face instantly drained of color, and the oppressive aura surrounding him disintegrated. The magic I had instinctively released to defend myself recoiled in turn, my inner energy automatically running to adjust, causing internal injuries from the violent magical backlash and the sudden surge of power. For a moment, we both fell silent. Around us, aside from our shallow breaths and the faint tapping of unmelted ice in the lake, all signs of life such as insects or birds had vanished, probably frightened by the magic tremors happening consecutively around us. You already know. If it weren't for staring into the face of a man whose expression had shifted from anger to a deadpan mask, I might have mistaken his dry tone, which seemed to dissipate the moment it hit the air, for the rustle of leaves in the treetops. What are you referring to? I released my grip on his front and sat kneeling on the ground, my tone calm. You mean the fact that you've always loved my mother, the prophecy Professor Trelawney made before I was born that the savior who would defeat the Dark Lord would be born at the end of July, or that you relayed this prophecy to Voldemort? Professor Snape's face and eyes were still void of any change, yet a faint scent of blood in the air couldn't escape my particularly keen senses honed from martial arts and handling potions. I know I'm cruel. Every rhetorical question I asked was like a sharp blade, piercing over and over again into Professor Snape's scarred heart, merciless and sharp, but I really couldn't help it. Although I still didn't know exactly what happened during the 10 days I was unconscious in the Greer realm, or who said what to Professor Snape that made him so stubborn that he wanted to sever our teacher-student relationship, and even tried to solidify Voldemort and Dumbledore's double-agent identities. If it was just that, it wouldn't be such a big deal. But he radiates a dying resolve from head to toe. Not to mention that I hadn't yet realized that my feelings for Professor Snape were more than pure admiration and respect. Now that I had, and wasn't yet ready to pursue them, he was already thinking of dying. What kind of international joke is this? Back in my past life's White family, or in my Potter family now, no one deserves to be hurt even a little, not even by self-harm to seek death. I had originally considered the serpentine, winding nature of him, hoping to gradually seep in over time like boiling a frog in warm water on low heat. But when I felt that Professor Snape had lost the will to live, my heartbreak and anger severed my rationality, and before I could even think, I blurted out my confession. Since the jar was already broken, why continue to put on airs and hesitate? I might as well lay everything out, using poison against poison, taking a risky move, but for someone who no longer wants to live, what could be worse? Even if it means I might permanently lose the chance of being with him. I lowered my half-closed eyes, resting on Professor Snape's hands clenched into fists, and sighed in my heart. It's fine, as long as he doesn't give up on living, even if I can only stay by his side as a student going forward. How does that matter? I never intended to compete with his mother for his heart. After falling in love with this man, I should have prepared myself for unrequited feelings anyway. Since he can use his soul to protect his mother's wishes, why can't I use my love to watch over him and see him find happiness? I took Professor Snape's right hand, pried open his fingers, lowered my head, and reverently kissed his palm, pierced by his nails. I like you, Severus. Feeling him tremble slightly and stiffen, wanting to pull his hand away, I held his wrist tightly, refusing to let go, and pressed his hand directly against my heart. Since you don't like to hear me say it, I won't say it anymore. If you don't like me calling your name, I won't address you that way again. Even if you don't accept me, my respect and love for you will never change. You are my teacher, and I am your apprentice. No matter what happens in the past or future, that will never change. You will always be my master. I looked at Professor Snape calmly and deeply, carefully etching his face into my mind. For the first time, not as a junior, I gazed at him boldly and greedily. Perhaps it will also be the last time. As for the matter between you and my mother, I have known for quite some time. Some words and thoughts I kept in my heart. The reason I never mentioned them to you was not only because there was no opportunity, but also partly because, as her child, I always felt it wouldn't be appropriate for me to speak. But if I don't say it now, I probably won't have the courage to bring it up later, right? Actually, prophecy is a very mysterious thing. Is it that the prophecy comes about because of such a future, or does the prophecy itself bring about that future? The divination and predictions I learned from those with the reputation of divine foresight never gave me a clear answer. At the same time, I cannot answer whether my mother would have blamed you if she had known it was you who told Professor Trelawney's prophecy to Voldemort. You knew her longer than I did and spent more time with her. You understand her personality and thoughts far better than I ever could. So if you choose to carry guilt forever, no amount of comforting words from me will help, and comforting others isn't exactly my specialty. But I clasped the large hands over my heart tightly and stared directly into his obsidian eyes, filled with shock. I can tell you directly, every descendant of the Potter family, from generation to generation, has not lived past 6 months after losing their chosen partner. Anyway, Slytherin has plenty of children from pureblood families. You must know quite a few aristocrats, and it shouldn't be difficult for you to look into the lifespans and deaths of my ancestors' couples. You can have someone verify whether what I'm saying is true. I'm telling you this only to give you a warning. If you don't take good care of yourself and fall into Voldemort's or any other dark magician's hands, even if I take revenge for you, there probably won't be many days left for me to live. The large hands on my chest suddenly pulled away. What are you insinuating? His face twisted again, and he growled lowly, if you think. I'm not assuming anything, nor am I insinuating anything. I'm merely stating a fact, a curse that has been passed down through every generation of the Potter family without exception. Of course, I don't mind if you want to experiment and see for yourself. I smiled slightly at the corner of my mouth and said calmly and sincerely, anyway, I've already experienced dying once. If it happens again, I honestly won't be afraid. It's just a pity that by then, you won't get the chance to see whether this curse really works, don't you think? Professor Snape's face paled to the degree that was probably only comparable to the shock he experienced the last time he realized I was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, and to top it off, had been considered by Dumbledore as a personally raised sacrificial pawn. And me, the only thing left for me to do was to quietly stand by, waiting for him to reorganize the clues from the string of bombs I had thrown, and then announce his judgment for my repeated disrespect. After all, I really messed up, didn't I? Lowering my eyes to the hands resting on my lap, I mused dazedly. I've always known that I'm bad at handling emotional matters. The more I care about someone, the clumsier I get. Otherwise, in my previous life, Gramps wouldn't always be driven to anger by me, Sister Leanne wouldn't have been left bewildered to tears, and I wouldn't have failed to notice Sister He being together with Kwaniwan. In this life, mostly I understand some loopholes through side knowledge from my past life's second-dimensional memories, which is why I got along somewhat better with Ron and the others. But bottom line, I'm still that stupid person who can analyze rationally, yet handle emotions worse than a kindergartner. Even though I clearly know Snape's sore spots, I still deliberately rub salt in them. Even though I know that his love for my mother is so deep that he would risk everything to continue her bloodline, I still threaten him with my own life, unrelentingly, even to my beloved. So willful, selfish, and despicable, no wonder my former boyfriend cheated. In a sense, I really am cold and ruthless to a shocking degree. But whether it's despicable or ruthlessly cruel, I just can't watch Professor Snape walk alone toward death, and if hatred and responsibility can make him choose to live, then let me continue being this villain. Even if Professor Snape really wants to die, that god of creation still owes me 2 wishes. Let me accompany him in reincarnation. For that slack and irresponsible deity, it's really not a difficult thing. I clenched my fists tightly. No matter what, since he's the one I've set my sights on, especially someone who makes my heart flutter again when I thought it would never happen, this time, I will not let go easily. Never. Self-righteous Gryffindor. A faint, sigh-like murmur floated in the air, so subtle it seemed almost like a hallucination. I lifted my head in confusion, and a warm darkness, tinged with the familiar scent of herbs, enveloped me directly. Get up. The cold voice was low, tinged with irritation. How long do you intend to sit in the snow? I was a bit dazed, staring blankly at Professor Snape's face above me, angry yet pale. What does he mean by this? The cloak that was loosely draped over my body was hurriedly tightened, and before I could even react, I was lifted up entirely. Sir. I instinctively held onto his shoulder for stability, dumbstruck as I looked at his firm profile, completely bewildered. Professor Snape's already thin lips were now pressed into a line, and in silence, he walked along the lakeside toward the edge of the forbidden forest. I stood there for a while, my previously empty chest starting to feel a warm, bubbling sensation. He didn't reject me anymore, just like before. Can I think that? Can I still stay by his side like before? Blinking hard to suppress the sting in my eyes, I slid my arms around Snape's neck through the cloak's loop and buried myself in his shoulders. Sir. His step seemed to pause momentarily, but I was so immersed in the rapture of having him back that I didn't even care about such a small thing. I originally thought I had messed everything up, even failing to summon the kind of shameless, persistent, and relentless roach-like determination Dad had back then. But looking at Professor Snape now, he no longer seems to have lost his will to survive, and just now he didn't explicitly reject me, although the chance of getting him to nod in agreement is still very low. The fact that he hasn't clearly refused means that as long as I can stay by his side, there should still be a chance and hope to conquer this big bat. If it weren't that my magic had just surged and nearly exploded down to 70 or 80%, and that right now I was in Professor Snape's arms, I would be so happy I'd want to use my left hand to play the Phoenix song while scattering a rain of petals and dance to celebrate. But at least my long-cultivated mindset didn't let me get carried away by joy and do anything foolish. I merely felt secretly pleased while continuing to cling to Professor Snape, greedily and carefully absorbing the warmth from him tinged with the faint scent of herbs. Oh, right. Suddenly realizing there was an even more important matter than kidnapping this awkward big bat, I silently despised and reflected on my shallow, sight-over-friend mindset for 3 seconds, then reluctantly lifted my head from Professor Snape's shoulder. Sir, what exactly happened after I fainted that day? Is everyone okay? Professor Snape paused underfoot. Dumbledore will answer you. Just from what happened before I lost consciousness, I knew I'd have to have tea with that old fox. But the problem was, I was eager to know the situation and wanted some clues. I thought with a headache, at least tell me what happened after the Dementors were disturbed and surrounded us. I want to know how everyone is. Professor Snape still didn't speak, and his face tensed into an increasingly unpleasant expression. Just as I hesitated whether to risk asking further, he suddenly spoke. No one was seriously hurt that night, he said softly, with a hint of forced disdain. Except your stupid godfather, there's still no news of him. I suppose you should know where he is. After all, it was obvious that he was sent off using a key at that time. It's the crystal pendant I gave him before. Besides regulating the body's energy field, I infused that crystal necklace with a spell matrix that senses life safety. When he's in danger, it will automatically teleport to my private estate, I admitted honestly without denial. There's still no news, and the plants haven't reported any situation that requires special notice to me. That means, although Sirius's injuries are still unclear, at least there's no lethal danger. He must still be in the snow house, being cared for by Dobby. So Ron and the other 3, and Remus, are all okay too. What about Pettigrew and the Lestranges? Professor Snape didn't answer me immediately. A sudden unease rose in my heart. Bellatrix escaped, taking Pettigrew with her, he said softly. My mind went completely blank. She's also an illegal animagus, a Black Hawk. Dementors appeared too many and too quickly. Lupin had to take care of your friends and didn't have time to stop Pettigrew from turning back into a rat. The Dementors couldn't even tell they were humans. Bellatrix grabbed him and flew out of the encirclement. Even though inside Professor Snape's cloak it was so warm, I still felt my hands and feet freezing cold. I had prepared for so long, endured for so long, and yet, despite all my calculations, I was one step behind. Escape through the sky, why hadn't I thought of this possibility before? No, the increasingly strong unease I felt before was warning me that I had overlooked the aerial defense. Ridiculous that I asked the plants to set up such thorough networks on the ground and even underground, yet I never accounted for the empty sky, nor did I ever imagine the Lestranges didn't immediately go to their master but instead colluded with Pettigrew. But a hawk? Damn it, Bellatrix, that which is also an illegal animagus and coincidentally a bird, this wicked goddess of fate truly must have made a pact with the damn creator, right? She's really playing me to this extent. Harry! A clear, sharp warning came from beside my ear. Snapping back to attention, I realized that the wind element around us had started to coalesce unusually fast again. Alarmed, I quickly suppressed the restless traces of magical energy within me, and only then did I apologize with a glance at Professor Snape. Before you get used to your newly advanced magic, you'd better be cautious in controlling your emotions. Professor Snape gave me a dark, sidelong glance. The steps he had paused due to my sudden magical outburst resumed. Those 2 ran off, leaving Rodolphus behind. His injuries weren't fully assessed, but they weren't fatal. 2 drops of Veritaserum and he spilled everything. At that time, only Dumbledore and Poppy were present. That idiot Fudge showed up, and before anyone could react, he allowed the Dementor guarding Rodolphus to give him a kiss. He said coldly and without mercy. Fudge claimed it was an accident, and he didn't believe Dumbledore or Poppy. He thought Rodolphus was already insane, and in that state, even Veritaserum couldn't be trusted. As I listened to Professor Snape recount the events, my face grew progressively paler, until I finally closed my eyes and leaned back against his shoulder. Of course Fudge wouldn't be willing to believe it. He was one of the eras in charge of handling Sirius's case back then. Even giving the supposedly dead Pettigrew a posthumous knighthood of Merlin was his idea. Now he's the Minister for Magic, yet from the start of his tenure he hasn't achieved anything noteworthy. In such circumstances, if a scandal broke out, it would seriously damage his political career, so he certainly wouldn't allow it to happen. I said in a chilling whisper, That's why I wanted to capture Pettigrew alive, to bring him before a trial with more people present. Only that way could Fudge have no grounds to object and Sirius could be truly vindicated. But, biting my lower lip, I didn't continue, not wanting Professor Snape to see that I was crying. Under normal circumstances, this deliberation is very accurate and reasonable. Unfortunately, this time your keen sense of politics went wrong and you forgot to take your own allies into account. Professor Snape snorted dangerously. The Centaur Elder and the Mermaid Queen, any of them are hidden but powerful magical creatures, and they all appeared at Hogwarts that night. Your face is really big. What does it mean? I quickly stepped back a little and wanted to speak, but I forgot for a moment that I was still being held. If it weren't for Professor Snape's quick reaction to tighten the big hand on my back, I would have almost fallen straight to the ground. Damn, Professor Snape whispered, how difficult is it to make you feel at ease? Once again I'll throw you down. I'm sorry. I pursed my lips to ignore the brief heartbeat caused by the momentary weightlessness. Let me go by myself, If you want to say one more word, go back to the lake and find your mermaid friend, he whispered, glaring at my feet in anger. The speed of walking into the forest trail increased by 2 points. I didn't want to think about how Professor Snape's temper suddenly changed again, let alone dwell on the small question of how to return to the castle. I just wanted to quickly know what Professor Snape just said about the relationship between the centaur and the mermaid and Sirius problem. I asked nervously, Sir, what does it have to do with what you just said that the elder of the centaur tribe and the queen of the mermaid tribe came to school? Professor Snape gave me a sharp look. You don't know. Do you know that I still need to ask you? Before he could refute, Professor Snape had already said with a thorn, the Centaur Patriarch personally vouched for the innocence of your stupid dog godfather. The Mermaid Queen even threatened Fudge to clear all the Dementors from Hogwarts, including the Forbidden Forest and the area extending from the Great Lake, otherwise she would personally lead the Sea Mermaid Elves to the Ministry of Magic for friendly diplomacy. The corners of Professor Snape's mouth twitched slightly, and asked me coldly, how do you think Fudge would react in this situation? I stayed for a long time with my mouth slightly open. Professor, you mean, my voice stammered, and my body trembled uncontrollably. Sirius, he. Professor Snape's face tensed rigidly. Don't get your hopes up too soon, they are just reopening the case from back then, he said stiffly, without direct evidence that Pettigrew is indeed alive. Before he could finish, Professor Snape had to stop in his tracks because the blizzard phoenix swirling around me appeared again. Harry Potter. I wasn't deaf to Snape's exasperation, nor was I unaware of his effort to channel magic to protect me from being harmed by the uncontrollable magical surge, but this time, I truly couldn't control the flood of joy and guilt in my heart. Over 10 years of helplessness, over 10 years of endurance, failures I thought were ruined had taken an unexpected turn tonight, with my moods constantly swinging. I couldn't help but break down no matter how disciplined I tried to be. Holding Professor Snape tightly, I cried desperately. I could feel but couldn't respond, and after unknowingly spending who knows how long exhausted by crying with all my heart and magic, my rationality finally crept back in just enough for me to realize that I was curled up inside Snape's embrace, and I had no idea when the professor had leaned against an oak tree, half closing his eyes and looking up, his hollow gaze drawn by something unknown. Have you cried enough? Noticing my little gestures of wiping my swollen eyes, Professor Snape asked coldly, lowering his head, but I hadn't yet recovered from the prolonged crying. My incessant hiccups made it impossible to answer him. Even with my eyes blurry, from the rough way he had lifted me, I knew Snape must be very angry, yet whether I expressed apology or thanks, the response would surely have been even more furious. I pressed my lips together, wrapped my arms around his neck, and rested against his shoulder as a temporary ostrich, trying to calm my breaths until the hiccups stopped and the flush of shame on my face faded. However, just as we stepped out of the Forbidden Forest and onto the broad lawn, sneaking a look from the crook of Snape's neck and shoulder, the scenery ahead unfolded from thick snow to glistening frost. I finally couldn't remain silent, timidly raising my head and speaking in a small voice. I'd lost control of my magic, the range, how could it be this large? Professor Snape stopped in his tracks. The Mermaid Queen took you away, he said, his tone dangerously sharp as he looked at me, clearly gritting his teeth, and told you nothing. I shook my head lightly. It seemed Professor Snape really had no fondness for the Mermaid Queen. When I was conscious, there was no one around me, the mermaids. I was eager to find out what happened, so I swam back directly, and along the way, I didn't encounter any mermaids. Professor Snape's expression noticeably darkened. He strode toward the castle, Every wizard, once their magical power reaches a certain level, grows very slowly, or even stagnates. His tone was cold and oppressive. Seeing Professor Snape's face pale and radiating dangerous magical pressure, I hesitated, unsure whether to keep questioning or wait and ask Dumbledore later. He gritted his teeth and said, "This kind of bottleneck usually appears in already adult wizards. When it begins and how long it lasts varies for each wizard. The vast majority of wizards likely can't break through this bottleneck until death, but those who do, without exception, possess the qualities of powerful wizards. For example, the Dark Lord and Dumbledore. And you? Your foolish godfather and that werewolf too." Professor Snape continued with a grim expression. "Few wizards can break through this bottleneck because it involves many physical and mental factors. But once they do, their power multiplies significantly, and they become particularly attuned to certain magical elements. In the early stages of the breakthrough, before they adapt to the newly gained power, these especially attuned magical elements almost directly resonate with the wizard's emotions." He gave me a dangerous sidelong glance. "Now you should understand why you must carefully control your emotions, right?" I timidly nodded under his implied threat. Everything has been explained so clearly, how could I possibly not understand? It seems that the new spiritual magic I fused is exactly the kind of breakthrough in wizard cultivation that Professor Snape mentioned, meaning the magical elements close to me are wind and mutated water elements. That's why the area looks like it's been hit by a blizzard. Fortunately, it's late winter turning into early spring now, so I suppose the frost and snow will mostly melt by tomorrow before the sun comes out, and it shouldn't draw any attention, hopefully. A plan for training flashes through my mind, as I realize I must quickly adapt to my newfound powers. Having confirmed that everyone is fine, and that clearing Sirius's name is just a matter of time, I swam back from the underwater Greer realm and cried a lot, depleting a huge amount of magic. Coupled with the comforting aroma of medicine around me, it becomes increasingly difficult to bear the fatigue surging upward like a rocket. If I didn't know for certain that an old fox would show up the moment I entered the castle, I really would just want to fall asleep right then and there. But even with that reassurance, when Professor Snape carried me closer to the castle and I saw from afar the old wizard wearing a blue robe embroidered with stars and sporting a striking white beard, standing at the gate with a welcoming smile, I must admit, in terms of how thoroughly and quickly he grasps all the inside information about Hogwarts, I had still underestimated Dumbledore a little. End of the prisoner arc. Final thoughts. Finally finished. Asterisk throws confetti asterisk tilde tilde. Thank you, everyone, for supporting me through this year and a month of ups and downs. Thanks to you, Little Tower was able to complete the soap opera time travel journey about Harry Potter. Since this story was defined from the start as an ambiguous adventure, though unsuccessfully, now that Little H has grown wise, the journey through time and magic has come to an end. Next comes Little H's time to settle down and take root. Little Tower isn't stopping writing tilde tilde, so please, don't waste any more eggs or fruits. Also, don't flip tables or smash cutlery tilde tilde, people could get hurt tilde tilde, cowers shaking behind the wall. The new chapter is titled The Soap Opera Life of Harry Potter. Starting from 4th grade, it will continue to present the adventures of the kids, along with the interactions and growing bonds with their professors, to all of you. If everyone is still willing to give Little Tar guidance, the official start will be on the 1st of February. Before that, Little Tar needs to read, rest, celebrate the new year and visit relatives and friends. In short, just relax. Everyone probably won't mind, right? Right? Cute sparkling eyes. Thank you for reading. Really, thank you so much, everyone.